Upon awakening, Bai Qi found himself immersed in a road survival game alongside countless others. Each individual was assigned a dilapidated van, traversing an endless stretch of highway in search of essential supplies for survival. In this realm, all beings were equal. The only path to existence lay in the perilous pursuit of resources. A critical moment. Bai Qi awakened a unique talent known as the Soul Strike. Chapter 1. Global Road Survival. Rubbing his eyes, Bai Qi finally discerned that he was not amidst a heap of refuse, but ensconced within a weathered van. Who is it that deposited me in this junked vehicle? I possess neither wealth nor beauty. What do they seek from me? He could not help but exclaim, only to be captivated by the sleek display screen adorning the van's central console. This device appears remarkably advanced, far cooler than the display in my boss's luxury car. As Bai Qi reached out to touch the impressive screen, a prompt emerged. Ding! Survival core binding successful. Suddenly, Bai Qi felt an indescribable connection to this extraordinary survival core, as if he could manipulate it through sheer thought. This is incredible. An extraordinary event indeed. I never anticipated encountering such a phenomenon. Survival core. Description: possesses functionalities for void trading, void communication, and resource detection. It is your greatest reliance. With a mere thought, additional information appeared on the display. Road survival. Description: each participant is assigned an initial dilapidated van. Description: resource boxes are scattered along the highway survivors may gather. Resources. Description: this is not a game. Death is irrevocable. Description: an extreme cold test will commence in 3 days. Survivors are urged to gather supplies promptly. Description: exercise caution in trusting others. Your survival core is essential for others' empowerment. Bai Qi's expression turned grave. The survival core had just completed a binding process, and it was of a profound, irreversible nature. If this item was indeed a requisite for others to grow stronger, it could only be acquired through lethal means. Who would have thought that survival would not only entail challenges posed by the environment and resources, but also necessitate vigilance against one's own kind? With a serious countenance, Bai Qi examined the void trading function of the survival core trading platform. Description: survivors may communicate and trade through this platform, which possesses basic identification features. Description: do not use the trading platform as a repository. Each individual may list a maximum of 10 items simultaneously. The explanation was quite clear. To his astonishment, Bai Qi discovered that items were already listed within the platform. Ugh, how revolting. Do people lack modesty? Someone has actually posted a used pair of underwear. Quickly, he clicked on another feature, revealing the void communication interface, which unveiled a group chat. Area: HX100011. Population: 10000100000. Free speech limit 10 times per day, refresh daily at midnight with no accumulation. The chat screen was already flooded with messages. Darling, are you there? I've been kidnapped. I'm in an abandoned van. Please come save me. Wang Xiaoli, are you there? It's really your best friend who contacted me. I am sincere about you. I beg you to persuade your father to spare me. Who's screaming? Are you blind? This isn't an isolated incident. We have been chosen as survivors. Indeed, I recall that voice welcoming us to the global road survival. This is a large-scale, extraordinary event. I've struck it rich. Finally, I've encountered such an event. I will showcase my talents. I'm doomed. I can't drive. What am I going to do? This old van doesn't even have a manual. Hey, are you foolish? Even if you buy a new car, it won't come with a driving manual. One must first acquire a driver's license to operate a vehicle. I have 7 years of driving experience. This is an automatic transmission. So even if you can't drive, with a little practice, you'll get the hang of it. Wow, really? An automatic? That makes it much more comfortable. That Bai Qi did not linger further. He possessed a driver's license and had decent driving skills, so this predicament did not concern him. He then began to examine the dilapidated van. Dilapidated van. Description: your initial vehicle, do not despise it, for it can be continually upgraded and strengthened, serving as your greatest reliance in the early stages. Description: there's a workbench in the cabin where you can create various items using blueprints. Description: fuel tank capacity is 50 L, current fuel level is 50 L, current fuel consumption is 8 liters per 100 kilometers. 0.8 liters per 100 kilometers is quite normal. It seems the engine and transmission of this old van are likely in good condition. Bai Qi circumvented the driver's seat and stepped into the cabin. The entire cabin was quite spacious, but only the workbench at the very back emitted a faint white glow. Approaching, Bai Qi reached out. Workbench Common 0100. Description: after learning blueprints, you can create finished products. It is one of your vital supports. Description: once proficiency is maxed, learning higher quality blueprints can enhance the workbench's quality. Description: upon upgrading the workbench's quality, production speed can be improved. Bai Qi opened the production options, revealing only a solitary item. Material conversion permanent. Description: allows for the decomposition or fusion of materials. In an instant, Bai Qi understood, but lacking materials, he could not attempt it. As he was about to turn away, suddenly, he froze in place. Ding! Your talent, Soul Strike, has awakened. You now possess the Soul Strike talent. Soul Strike 0100 talent. Description 1. When you engage in a particular activity continuously, the power of destiny accumulates. Once this power reaches its maximum value, it can trigger a Soul Strike, guaranteed to unleash a special effect. Talent. Description 2. Talent originates from the soul. An increase in your soul strength will enhance your Soul Strike capabilities, so strive to elevate your soul's potency. Bai Qi felt somewhat dazed. This talent is rather extraordinary. If I were born in ancient times as an emperor, I could single-handedly propagate an entire race. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi mused that having a talent was indeed a blessing, and he wondered if others experienced similar phenomena. Having clarified the situation inside the vehicle, he inhaled deeply, then pulled open the dilapidated door and leaped out. Goodness, this road must be 50 meters wide, and it stretches endlessly. Such a magnificent highway. Even the most ambitious builders would struggle to create something like this. Bai Qi surveyed his surroundings and noticed that the area beyond the road was a wild expanse, with various plants scattered about, presenting a rather pleasant sight. He then began to examine the exterior of the worn-out van, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Chapter 2. Tender care of sanitary napkins. The vehicle in question was a van of standard size, reminiscent of the renowned Wuling Hongguang, albeit in a state of disrepair. Could those tires truly be roadworthy? The thought of a potential blowout sent a shiver down Bai Qi's spine as he observed the severely cracked tires. And what of the van's exterior? Had it been subjected to sulfuric acid? The rust was so pervasive that it appeared to be beyond salvage. Likely unworthy, even as scrap metal. Circling the vehicle, Bai Qi felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. With a deep breath, he opened the driver's side door, bracing himself against the dilapidated seat. To his relief, the engine roared to life on the first attempt. With a decisive shift into gear and a gentle release of the brake, the old van began to accelerate, albeit slowly. It was operational. Bai Qi exhaled with relief, gradually pressing the accelerator until the maximum speed plateaued at a mere 50 kilometers per hour. At least it was faster than an electric bike, he consoled himself. Ding! A notification signaled the discovery of a common resource box. Bai Qi turned to see a white dot flashing on the survival core's display screen, which indicated a detection range of 100 meters surrounding the van. What fortuitous luck to encounter a resource box so swiftly. He cautiously reduced speed, unwilling to risk a sudden stop in such a rickety vehicle, lest the tires give way. Once parked, he spotted the wooden crate in the wilderness ahead. The area appeared devoid of threats. A panoramic view revealed no beasts, only the need to remain vigilant against snakes and insects. With utmost care, he approached the crate, taking several minutes to traverse the less than 100-meter distance. At last, he stood before the resource box. Common resource box. Description: contains various supplies. Bai Qi surveyed the surroundings once more, ensuring safety before gently opening the wooden box. Ding! You have obtained 1 stick of fried dough, 1 bottle of milk, and 1 blueprint for sanitary napkins. In a flurry, Bai Qi seized the 3 items and hurried back to the dilapidated van. Once inside, and the door securely closed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. To think the first resource box had been so easily acquired was quite exhilarating. Gulping down a sip from the milk bottle, he was instantly captivated by the rich aroma. It was utterly delightful. The fried dough promised to be equally delicious. Taking a bite, the oil oozed. Yet it was not greasy. The texture was superb. Splendid. With this, the issue of sustenance for the day was resolved. However, a blueprint for sanitary napkins seemed rather irrelevant for a man like him. Yet, upon reflection, Perhaps it could serve a purpose for treating minor wounds. A significant wound is absolutely unacceptable, as it would result in the loss of blood. Bai Qi approached the workbench and placed the blueprint upon it. He began studying the blueprint for sanitary pads. A radiant white light emanated from the workbench, and in an instant, the blueprint vanished, leaving the option to manufacture sanitary pads available in the production menu. Sanitary pad production: common, permanent, material requirements: wood, plant fibers, cotton, etc. Although Bai Qi had experienced less than 5 romantic relationships, he quickly comprehended the requirements. The wood must serve to create the absorbent core, while the fibers would be used for the surface layer. Thus, he realized that he merely needed to harvest some trees, as the bark contains plant fibers. He was pleasantly surprised that the materials needed for this blueprint could be so easily obtained. Elated, Bai Qi recognized that once he produced the finished product, he would possess items for trade. Female survivors had a constant demand for such goods, and even some male survivors might be inclined to purchase them. While the wilderness lacked dense forests, scattered low shrubs and solitary trees could frequently be spotted. Overall, obtaining wood would be a trivial task. With no other pressing matters at hand, Bai Qi resolved to craft some sanitary pads first. Resolutely, he began to gather wood, a task that was a mere trifle for someone of his rural background. He mused, "I never expected my first creation would be a sanitary pad. This feels rather peculiar." Approaching the workbench once more, he noticed that the option to produce sanitary pads was illuminated, indicating that the materials were both adequate and sufficient. Commence the production of sanitary pads. Ding. With sufficient materials, the production of the sanitary pad commenced. Meanwhile, Bai Qi sensed an inexplicable force brewing within him. Was it the power of the soul strike beginning to coalesce? A sense of anticipation began to blossom within him, as he pondered what might transpire once the soul strike's power erupted. Ding. The sanitary pad was successfully crafted, and you have obtained one sanitary pad. A pristine white sanitary pad materialized on the workbench, which Bai Qi grasped eagerly. Sanitary pad, common, description: a product used by women during their menstrual period, soft, breathable, and highly absorbent. The texture was quite impressive, comparable to renowned brands, and this version did not distinguish between day and night use, rendering it all the more convenient. As for its efficacy, that could only be determined once the female compatriots had the opportunity to experience it. Glancing at the fresh branches piled in the carriage, he noted that the quantity remained plentiful. It seemed that crafting just one sanitary pad had not consumed much material. Produce sanitary pads. Produce sanitary pads. After crafting 100 in succession, a surge of power fully crystallized within Bai Qi, poised to erupt at any moment. In that instant, Bai Qi understood that the next time he crafted a sanitary pad, it would undoubtedly trigger his soul strike talent. It turns out that the 0-100 in the talent description signifies that, with my current soul strength, I must undertake a task 100 times to amass sufficient power for a soul strike. There is no room for hesitation. Bai Qi promptly issued the command to create. Ding. The materials are sufficient. The sanitary napkin is now in production. At that very moment, an inexplicable aura surged forth from Bai Qi's being and flowed into the workstation. Ding. The sanitary napkin has been successfully crafted. You have received the Warm Care Sanitary Napkin. A sanitary napkin, emanating a gentle white glow, materialized before Bai Qi, who excitedly grasped it. Warm Care Sanitary Napkin. Perfect. Description: this is a sanitary napkin of perfect quality, breathable and comfortable, with exceptional absorbency. Description: when used, it can effectively alleviate female discomfort and possesses protective health benefits. Bai Qi was momentarily stunned. Unable to fathom that such a quality sanitary napkin had been created, it was simply astonishing. Chapter 3. The exceedingly popular sanitary napkins. Though this item may possess remarkable qualities, it remains a disposable product with limited practical utility. Bai Qi sighed as he gathered all the sanitary napkins, totaling 101. Upon opening the chat interface for the survival core group, it was evident that the conversation had undergone a substantial transformation. Haha, I found a clothing blueprint. I just need to gather fibrous materials to craft some garments. Hey, upstairs brother, let me share a secret with you, privately of course. You can simply gift me a complete outfit later. Get lost. Don't think I'm unaware that you'll suggest tree bark is rich in fiber. Do you think it's easy to obtain? I've already cut my hands several times. My situation is dire. I was stung by a scorpion on my foot, and now it aches and itches. Does anyone know how to remedy this? Were you not wearing shoes? How did you manage to get stung on your foot? I was in flip-flops. Now I'm doomed. It's my right foot that got stung, and it has begun to swell and feel numb. What should I do? Just find some grass in the wild, squeeze out its juice, and apply it to the sting. It should provide some relief. All right, thank you. I shall go find some grass to rub. Haha, I've stumbled upon a nest of bird eggs. My luck is off the charts. Now I have something to satiate my hunger. How enviable. Bird eggs are the most nutritious. Alas, I've only found some wild fruits, and I'm uncertain if they are edible. Bai Qi observed that fewer individuals were still pleading for assistance. Most had begun to accept reality and were now focused on resource gathering. In 3 days, an extreme cold front would arrive, though its nature remained uncertain. Regardless, he resolved to prepare in advance. The dilapidated van lacked air conditioning, and he feared the challenges it would pose. Bai Qi glanced at the central console with dismay. Not only was there no heating or cooling switch, but even the air conditioning vents were absent. He decided to continue driving, hoping to uncover more resource boxes, and planned to sell some sanitary napkins once darkness fell. He restarted the vehicle and pressed onward. The old van sputtered along, and Bai Qi was anxious, fearing it might break down at any moment. Fortunately, it held up until he encountered the second treasure chest. Carefully approaching the wooden box, he encountered numerous snakes and insects along the way, yet none could be defeated. The creatures of the wilderness were far too agile. Ding! You have acquired a box of matches. You have obtained a blueprint for an air conditioner. Splendid! Bai Qi exclaimed. These 2 items were of utmost importance. The matches served as a means to ignite a fire, a skill in which Bai Qi was inexperienced. The air conditioner blueprint was even more invaluable. With the extreme cold approaching in 3 days, the difference between having air conditioning and not would be unimaginable. Car air conditioner blueprint, common, disposable, description, can be crafted at a workstation after learning. The air conditioning blueprint, astonishingly, is intended for single use. Unlike the reusable designs of sanitary napkins, it appears I must prepare adequately before attempting to create it. I immediately engrossed myself in studying the blueprint, and soon an option for creation appeared on my workstation. Vehicle air conditioning creation, standard, single use. Material requirements, 5 units of metal, 3 units of plastic. Bai Qi nodded. The material requirements seemed reasonable, though he currently possessed none of them. He opened the group chat to see if anyone had acquired materials like metal. I struck gold and found a machete. Now I feel secure. The machete was indeed formidable, yet I too was fortunate, having unearthed a short sword, which is exceptionally sharp. I have already transformed nearly 100 standard wood blocks by chopping down small trees. How envious I am. Why can't I find any weapons? I only managed to gather a few bottles of water. Does anyone have food to trade for water? Oh, how pitiful I am. Is there a kind brother who can spare a thought for his sister? I can't drive. What am I to do? Sister, come, let us video chat. I'll teach you how to drive, but you must cooperate fully. Brothers, has anyone stumbled upon toilet paper or towels? My relatives have arrived, and I am in urgent need. I promise to repay you once they leave. I feel the same way. It's so unfortunate. My relatives just arrived, and I fear I will need much more. Is there a compassionate brother who can lend me some clothes? Oh dear, although I don't have relatives visiting now. They are expected in 3 days, coinciding with an extreme cold front. How unfortunate for me. I am even worse off. Today is the day with the heaviest flow, and I feel my pants are already soiled. As the topic of the lack of sanitary napkins arose, the group chat erupted with lamentations. Although Bai Qi is a man, he could empathize. Without toilet paper, cloth, or sanitary napkins, the situation would indeed be dire. I have sanitary napkins. The group chat fell silent, an unexpected hush enveloping the conversation. Bai Qi, I'm sending you some enticing private photos. Please, I beg for sanitary napkins. Bai Qi, your sister was once a dance streamer. Understand that if you provide me with sanitary napkins, I can perform a custom dance for you. Oh dear, Bai Qi, you truly are a savior for us women. You wouldn't ask for too much in return, would you? I am in dire need of sanitary napkins, Bai Qi. Feel free to stipulate any conditions. I will comply with whatever I can. A frenzy of messages ensued from a multitude of women, seemingly unperturbed by the daily limit of 10 messages. Concurrently, Bai Qi's private messages surged, with at least 1,000 women sending him direct messages. My goodness. Sanitary napkins are in such high demand. This is beyond my imagination. It seems I have underestimated the significance of this essential item for women. Bai Qi, with a sense of contemplation, began to peruse his private messages. He swiftly deleted those from women who, in their quest to acquire sanitary napkins, sent photos or videos without any hesitation. However, if the sender possessed beauty and an alluring figure, he would certainly save the images or clips first. After a rapid culling process, only a few private messages remained. Among them was a message from a woman named Gong Yingying. Bai Qi, I have a blueprint here. If possible, I would like to exchange it for some sanitary napkins. Bai Qi opened the blueprint she sent and was immediately intrigued, for it was of superior quality. Chapter 4. The Mad Laughter Pill. Blueprint for the Mad Laughter Pill. Excellent. Single use. Description. After learning, one can craft the Mad Laughter Pill. What is this Mad Laughter Pill? Is it something that induces uncontrollable laughter, akin to laughing gas? Bai Qi and Appo's curiosity was piqued. Hello, Miss Gong. I would like to acquire this blueprint. May I inquire about your asking price? Bai Qi directly inquired, even opting for the term Miss, as Miss had unfortunately become a derogatory term in contemporary society. Inside a dilapidated van, a woman clad in traditional martial arts attire sat up straight in surprise. Bai Qi, I would like to exchange for enough sanitary pads to last me 3 months. Would that be acceptable? Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by the request. It was not that he couldn't afford the price. After all, sanitary pads could be fashioned from tree materials at almost no cost. His astonishment stemmed from his utter lack of knowledge regarding the quantity required for 3 months. Ms. Gong, could you specify how many pads you would need? Gong Yingying's cheeks flushed. As an unmarried young woman, discussing sanitary pads with a stranger was exceedingly embarrassing. For 3 months, I would approximately need 30 pads. Do you have enough? Bai Qi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. 30 pads were a trivial matter, and he could easily provide them. Ms. Gong, that is settled. Let us proceed with the transaction. All right. Gong Yingying quickly initiated the trade, presenting a blueprint along with a handful of verdant grass. This is the Mad Laughter grass we just unearthed from the crate. It and Appo's a perfect piece for you. Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback. Yet he had already placed 30 ordinary sanitary pads on the table, thus completing the exchange. Both parties were pleased with the outcome. Bai Qi had acquired an excellent blueprint along with the necessary crafting materials for a negligible cost, while Gong Yingying had exchanged a peculiar blueprint, which she could not yet learn, for 3 months and Appo's worth of sanitary pads, effectively resolving a significant issue. Workbench, ordinary 100. Description. After learning the blueprint, one can produce finished goods. It is one of your essential supports. Note. After reaching full proficiency, learning higher quality blueprints can enhance the workbench's quality. Note. Upgrading the workbench and Appo's quality can increase production speed. Coincidentally, to reach a high-quality blueprint was necessary. And the excellent blueprint provided by Gong Yingying was just right. Learning. Ding. Learning successful. The workbench has been upgraded to excellent quality, significantly accelerating production speed. Wonderful. Let me see how to craft the Mad Laughter Pill. Bai Qi joyfully clicked on the crafting option. Mad Laughter Pill production, excellent. Single use. Material requirements. Mad Laughter grass, water, flour. The requirements are rather complex. I lack both water and flour. It is not so. I possess fried dough sticks and milk, which should suffice as a substitute for water or flour. This laughing grass appears to be quite rare. Fortunately, Gong Yingying is rather straightforward. Otherwise, the blueprint I obtained would be of no use. After all, it is merely a one-time use superior blueprint, so it would not hurt to give it a try. Bai Qi placed the fried dough stick and a substantial portion of milk on the workbench. As he prepared to create the laughing pill, a sudden inspiration struck him. I must attempt this. If successful, I fear I shall prosper immensely. With his heart racing with anticipation, Bai Qi resumed crafting sanitary pads. At a certain moment, he sensed an inexplicable surge within him. Create the laughing pill. Ding. Materials sufficient. The laughing pill is now in production. An endless stream of white light enveloped all the materials. Ding. The laughing pill has been successfully crafted. You have acquired 100 stellar level Mad Laughing Pills. What? Stellar level? What quality is this? Bai Qi gazed in astonishment at the small mound of yellowish-white pills the size of soybeans on the workbench. Ding. Item quality is categorized as ordinary, superior, excellent, perfect, diamond, stellar, etc. Bai Qi was left dumbfounded. Thus, it appears that his recent soul-imbuing strike has directly elevated the laughing pill by 4 quality levels. I shall become prosperous. I shall rise. Bai Qi excitedly clenched his fists. The recent experiment had succeeded, indicating that he could replicate this soul-imbuing strike in the future. He picked up a stellar-level Mad Laughing Pill and examined it. Its attributes left him in awe. Mad Laughing Pill, stellar, description. Unceasing laughter leads to madness and demise. Note: highly effective on flesh and blood life forms. No effective remedy exists. Please use with caution. This indicates unceasing laughter leads to madness and demise. Absurd. How could such a terrifying description exist? Is it not somewhat exaggerated? Moreover, there are no specific usage instructions. Bai Qi's curiosity was piqued. He found it hard to believe the description of the mad laughing pill. Well, I certainly cannot test this myself. I shall observe further developments. Currently, my food and water have depleted, replaced by this pile of mad laughing pills of uncertain effects. I must hasten to seek out resource boxes. Bai Qi held a mad laughing pill in his hand, noticing that it seemed to have a layer of medicinal mud on its exterior. Oh, why are there so many private messages? Bai Qi opened the private chat, and his expression shifted dramatically. To his astonishment, numerous men were seeking to purchase sanitary pads. This is not merely one or two. Are you all perverted? Or is there something I do not understand? Bai Qi pondered, utterly perplexed. However, these individuals are certainly more reliable. At least they seek to exchange items rather than attempting to exploit with tantalizing photographs, as many women do. Indeed, the strength of numbers is formidable. It is astonishing how various materials have been acquired through numerous unboxings. Bai Qi, filled with satisfaction, commenced trading, and soon, the sanitary pads around him began to dwindle, while an array of materials emerged. In no time, Bai Qi exchanged over 100 ordinary quality sanitary pads. In their place, a substantial quantity of metals, plastics, and glass appeared. With ample materials for the air conditioner at hand, Bai Qi prepared to craft this crucial item. In 3 days, the extreme cold would arrive, making the air conditioner an invaluable asset. Continuing to gather resources, Bai Qi tirelessly accumulated the latent energy within. After crafting 100 sanitary pads, inspiration struck. It was time to create the air conditioner. With a decisive command, a radiant white light burst forth from the workbench. Chapter 5. The Diamond-Level Rapid Water Collector Ding. The vehicle-mounted air conditioner has been successfully crafted, and you have acquired an exceptional-level vehicle-mounted air conditioner. Ding. Exceptional-level vehicle-mounted air conditioner detected. Would you like to proceed with the installation? Bai Qi felt a tinge of disappointment. For this time, the soul infusion merely enhanced 2 qualities. Falling short of his expectations. Proceed with installation. With the command given, the air conditioner on the workbench vanished, and an array of sounds erupted throughout the vehicle. While Bai Qi could not witness the changes occurring in the engine, the alterations on the central control panel were strikingly evident. The once unbroken plastic panel now boasted 4 air outlets and an additional control panel. Not only did it provide cooling, but heating capabilities had also been integrated. Without hesitation, Bai Qi ignited the engine and cranked the cooling knob to its maximum. The engine seemed to labor under an increased load, yet soon, a refreshing breeze began to flow in, growing colder with each passing moment. How frigid. Is frost forming at the outlet? This is outrageous. Bai Qi swiftly turned off the air conditioner, feeling uncomfortably chilled. This air conditioning unit was truly remarkable, surpassing even those found in million-dollar luxury vehicles. He was confident it would suffice for the impending extreme cold in 3 days. Initially disheartened, Bai Qi now felt a wave of comfort wash over him. He had anticipated that an exceptional-level vehicle-mounted air conditioner would prove so effective. Now, he needed to address the issues of water and food, hoping fortune would favor him in the near future. Pressing the accelerator, the van gradually advanced forward. After a half-hour of travel, just as Bai Qi's anxiety began to mount, the survival core display suddenly illuminated with green dots. Could this be the excellent-level resource box that was spoken of in the group chat? My luck has arrived. He decelerated, parked, and turned off the engine in one fluid motion. Carefully examining the dilapidated yet intact glass, Bai Qi finally opened the door and stepped out. It was said that opening a resource box could bring about certain dangers. He wondered what fate awaited him with this excellent-level resource box, especially since he was unarmed. Picking up 2 fist-sized stones from the roadside, he cautiously approached the location of the resource box. What was that? A wild dog? Or perhaps a gaunt wolf? As he observed the creature not far from the resource box, Bai Qi and Apos, his heart raced. He could not give up. This was an excellent-level resource box, and that emaciated wild dog would surely not prove to be his adversary. Gathering his courage, Bai Qi tightened his grip on the stones and advanced slowly. A threatening howl pierced the air, confirming that it was indeed a wolf. However, given its feeble appearance, it appeared to be a solitary wolf struggling to survive. As Bai Qi drew closer, the wolf ceased its howling and began to retreat slowly. Humanity stands tall. With such a frail physique, you are no match for me. Were it not for the concern of injury during a confrontation, I might even feast upon wolf meat. Bai Qi laughed heartily as he continued forward, causing the wolf to withdraw even further. With a decisive kick, he opened the resource box. You have acquired a blueprint for A, and 5 loaves of bread. Splendid. Bai Qi laughed heartily as he gathered all his spoils. The wild wolf lingered not far away, seemingly eager for a confrontation. However, buoyed by his newfound treasures, Bai Qi had no desire to engage in battle. He began to retreat slowly, prompting the emaciated wolf to cautiously advance. Tension coursed through Bai Qi's body. Should the wolf leap at him, a fierce struggle would be inevitable. Fortunately, the wolf appeared wary of Bai Qi's stature. And even as he retreated onto the road, it did not pounce. Aha! Silly wolf! Farewell. Bai Qi swiftly turned and dashed toward the van just a few meters away. The wolf, momentarily stunned, quickly regained its wits and surged forward with renewed vigor. With a bang, Bai Qi slammed the door shut, exhaling in relief. No matter how dilapidated the van was, it was not something a frail wolf could dismantle. Suddenly, the sound of claws scraping against the vehicle startled Bai Qi. Oh no, please don't damage the tires, wild wolf. His concern was genuine. Those 4 seemingly worn tires might not withstand the wolf and Oppo's gnashing teeth. In a rush to escape, Bai Qi floored the accelerator. The van lurched and swayed, prompting him to glance nervously in the rearview mirror. Goodness, are you truly so unfortunate? With a screech, the van came to an abrupt halt, and Bai Qi flung open the door, leaping out. It's crushed. No need for me to deliver the finishing blow. He sighed in relief. What is this? Curiosity piqued, Bai Qi picked up a coin-sized object lying next to the wolf. Life mark, common, description 1, an item dropped upon the defeat of a living being, capable of enhancing your vitality. Description 2, the life mark serves as universal currency, possessing stable value. Currency? Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback, then tucked the life mark into his pocket. Ding. Would you like to collect the wolf's corpse? A prompt appeared, and Bai Qi joyfully confirmed the collection. A radiant light enveloped the area, and the wolf's body swiftly vanished. Soon, 10 pieces of wolf meat and a wolf pelt materialized on the ground. Despite the wolf's gaunt appearance, it seemed improbable that it contained only 10 pieces of meat, with no bones or entrails in sight. Could it be that those were considered a processing fee? Though puzzled, Bai Qi quickly gathered all the wolf meat and pelt. Once back in the van, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The bounty from this encounter was truly remarkable. The blueprint represented a weapon. Once forged, it would grant him a sense of security. There was clearly a solution to water scarcity, an exceedingly crucial matter. With 5 loaves of bread and 10 pieces of wolf meat, he had ample sustenance for several days. At this moment, Bai Qi finally felt a surge of confidence. He swiftly studied the blueprints for the spear and the water collector. Both were ordinary blueprints, however. The spear was a permanent design, while the water collector was a one-time use. Bai Qi possessed all the necessary materials, and he began tirelessly crafting sanitary pad condensates to channel the power of a soul strike. After 100 successful creations, he finally amassed enough strength to forge the water collector. With a decisive command, a brilliant white light erupted from the workbench. Ding! The water collector was successfully crafted, and you have obtained the diamond-level ultra water collector. Ordinary, excellent, exceptional, perfect, and then diamond. My luck is quite favorable, as I have enhanced it by 4 tiers. Satisfied, Bai Qi began to examine the high-quality water collector on the workbench. Ultra water collector, diamond. Description: significantly accelerates water collection, related to the humidity in the air. Description: the condensed water is clean and sanitary, safe for consumption. Chapter 6, the diamond-level iron-cutting machete. Ding. A diamond-level rapid water collector has been detected. Would you like to install it? Install. A flash of white light illuminated the surroundings as the water collector materialized outside the window, seamlessly merging with the side of the vehicle. Subsequently, a pipe appeared inside the cabin. Observing the pipe that was already dripping water, Bai Qi hastily navigated through the trading platform, ultimately exchanging 5 sanitary pads for a large wooden barrel. The crisp sound of dripping water was utterly delightful, and Bai Qi let out a deep sigh of relief. At last, he had resolved the issue of water supply, although he could not yet assess the efficiency of the water collector. The sight of water dripping from the pipe was indeed promising. With food and water secured, it was time to address the matter of weapons. Bai Qi continued to forge sanitary pads, channeling the power of the soul strike, and upon crafting his 100th pad, that force manifested itself. Crafting the machete. Ding. The machete has been successfully created, and you have obtained an exceptional machete. Bai Qi eagerly grasped the weapon, complete with its scabbard, for inspection. Machete. Exceptional. Description. Total length 150 centimeters, handle length 50 centimeters, blade length 100 centimeters, weight 2 kilograms. Note: the blade is sharp and sturdy. Please handle with care. Drawing the blade from its scabbard, a glint of cold light emerged. Bai Qi picked up a piece of wolf meat and pressed the blade against it. It sliced through as effortlessly as cutting through butter, offering only slight resistance. A surge of power began to accumulate within Bai Qi, and he realized that wielding the weapon could also harness the strength of the soul strike. Such sharpness. It was truly astonishing. Bai Qi then picked up a branch as thick as a child and Appo's arm and pressed the blade against it. This time, the resistance was slightly greater. Yet he still completed the cut with ease. This must be a divine weapon. Bai Qi felt a surge of joy. He had initially planned to craft another if this exceptional machete proved inadequate, but it seemed sufficient for his needs. However, since crafting the machete only required metal and wood, and he had plenty of both, he resolved to create another. An exceptional grade hardly sufficed for him. Bai Qi set down the machete and continued to forge sanitary pads for energy accumulation. After another 100, he let out a low roar and issued the command to create. Ding! The machete has been successfully crafted, and you have obtained a diamond-level iron-cutting machete. Quality 4. Splendid. Bai Qi excitedly grasped this higher-quality machete for examination. Iron-cutting machete, diamond. Description. Total length 150 centimeters, handle length 50 centimeters, blade length 100 centimeters, weight 5 kilograms. Note: can sever hair and slice through iron with ease. Please handle with care. As he held the heavy weapon, Bai Qi felt its weight. It turned out that the additional materials consumed were for crafting a more refined blade. Bai Qi silently placed the diamond-grade blade on the passenger seat. In comparison, the 2-kilogram superior-grade knife felt considerably lighter in hand. The diamond-grade was simply too cumbersome. After wielding it a few times, he realized that the speed of his strikes paled in comparison to those delivered with the 2-kilogram superior-grade knife. The engine roared to life, and Bai Qi continued his journey. With food, water, and weaponry concerns resolved, he felt considerably less apprehensive. As he drove, he began selling the sanitary pads he had recently crafted. The women had, to some extent, gathered resources of their own and were no longer a temptation for Bai Qi. Metals, plastics, cotton, glass, and rubber were slowly becoming more abundant. Ding! A common resource box detected. Bai Qi quickly parked, gripping the superior-grade knife tightly as he exited the vehicle. Surveying the area, he noted the absence of any beasts nearby. With a swift motion, he raised the tip of his knife, and the resource box was promptly opened. Ding! Acquired tire blueprint X1. Acquired barbecue materials X1. Haha, this is splendid. He had long been dissatisfied with the 4 worn-out tires on his vehicle, and now he could finally replace them. Bai Qi swiftly studied the disposable blueprint and, after consuming a considerable amount of rubber and other materials, crafted 4 brand new tires. Ding! Tire production successful. You have obtained 4 perfect-grade puncture-proof tires. Ding! Tires detected. Would you like to replace them? Replace. Without hesitation, Bai Qi issued the command. Instantly, the 4 new tires vanished, and he hurriedly exited the vehicle to inspect the results. There, on the road, lay the 4 dilapidated tires, while his vehicle sported 4 pristine puncture-proof tires. Approaching the old tires, Bai Qi initially intended to keep them as spares, but upon seeing their abysmal condition, he ultimately decided to extract some rubber and metal from them instead. These were perfect-grade puncture-proof tires, impervious to the average beast and Appo's destruction. After a brief observation, Bai Qi quickly returned to his vehicle. Once the engine roared back to life, he glanced at the group chat interface. Following an initial period of lamentation, everyone had come to terms with reality, and discussions revolved around survival. Everyone, I found the blueprint for a water collector. It's already filling with water. Video. Bai Qi clicked to view the video, which showed a pipe dripping water. However, the rate of dripping was significantly inferior to that of his water collector. Glancing back, he noticed that the large wooden barrel already contained a finger's depth of clear water. Remarkable. My water collector is incredibly efficient. In such a short span, it has amassed this much water. Bai Qi quickly parked, having only sipped a bit of milk earlier, which he had since used to make the laughing pills. Now, he was genuinely parched. Lifting the large wooden barrel, he gulped down the water eagerly. Refreshing. The refreshing essence of clear water brought an endless sense of exhilaration as Bai Qi gently set down the large wooden barrel. He continued to observe the group chat. "Hey, if you can't finish all that water, remember to sell some," someone remarked. "I've opened several resource boxes, but most of them contained food, and now I'm quite distressed." "Come on, don't flaunt it. I've opened 2 empty boxes in a row. Can you believe it? Empty boxes? That's impossible. There should at least be 1 item in each." "Well, I've opened 5 resource boxes, and one of them was indeed empty. Haha, it all comes down to luck. Right now, I'm fervently hoping to find the air conditioning blueprint. Otherwise, I truly don't know how I'll cope with the extreme cold in 3 days." You and Oppos, absolutely right. I feel like we're currently in a beginner-s welfare phase. Resource boxes are generally safe nearby, and the probability of finding blueprints is quite high. Indeed, we must make the most of these 3 days to prepare everything. If anyone finds surplus blueprints, let us share. Bai Qi nodded, appreciating their rationality. A glance at the wolf meat in the passenger seat and the box of matches sparked a thought in his mind. Chapter 7. Selling barbecue and weapons in a swift motion. Bai Qi parked his vehicle and utilized the material conversion feature at the workbench to transform a pile of branches into an abundance of wooden sticks. Employing sanitary napkins as kindling, a fire soon blazed to life. Bai Qi then converted some iron blocks, ultimately producing several iron sheets. After slicing the wolf meat into thin pieces, he placed them upon the iron sheets, and the aromatic fragrance of the cooking meat began to waft through the air. While vigilantly watching for nearby beasts drawn by the enticing smell, he continuously flipped the wolf meat. Nearly 20 minutes later, half of the wolf meat slices were perfectly roasted. Although slightly charred, the aroma remained irresistibly enticing. Sprinkling the most visually appealing piece with barbecue seasoning, a delightful scent enveloped him. After a quick blow to cool it down, Bai Qi promptly devoured the roasted wolf meat. "Goodness, I possess a talent for barbecuing. Had I known earlier, I would have set up a barbecue stall." Bai Qi couldn't help but boast. With no refrigerator at his disposal, preserving the wolf meat proved impractical. Thus, maximizing profit seemed the wisest choice. As surely there would be buyers. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am offering freshly roasted wolf meat, seasoned and ready for sale. I will exchange it for rare materials or blueprints. Those with offers are welcome, but quantities are limited. First come, first served." The lively group chat suddenly quieted. "Wow, what did I just see? Is that roasted meat seasoned to perfection?" "You heard right. My mouth is watering." Did Bai Qi manage to acquire a lighter from a treasure chest? "My attempts at friction fire have left my hands raw with no spark to show for it." "Are you foolish? You can't just rub it directly. You need to add some velvet, otherwise you could rub your hands raw without producing any flame." But wait, did anyone notice the crucial detail? Bai Qi just mentioned roasted wolf meat. Did he actually slay a wolf? No way. Seriously? Bai Qi, how did you manage to kill the wild wolf? Have you obtained a weapon? Bai Qi, I possess something valuable. I've sent you a private message. Please take a look. Woe is me. I haven't eaten anything yet. Bai Qi, could you spare me a piece of roasted meat? I promise to video chat with you once I'm full. Anything you desire. Bai Qi, I only have some basic materials. Could we trade for a piece of roasted meat? Bai Qi, might I request to purchase some fire sources and barbecue seasoning? Bai Qi glanced at the incessantly flashing private messages and began to review them swiftly. Oh, this individual has offered a piece of level 1 alloy, something I have never encountered before. Bai Qi scrutinized the images sent by the other party and ultimately exchanged 3 slices of roasted wolf meat for it. Level 1 alloy. Excellent. Description: a product of ordinary metal after initial smelting, known for its sturdy texture. This item appears to hold little practical use. Could it be a material required for higher quality blueprints? Bai Qi tossed the level 1 alloy into the pile of metals in the vehicle and Oppos' compartment. The trading continued. Yet most individuals could only offer common materials. Bai Qi found himself in a state of helplessness, having not yet laid eyes on the blueprint. And he speculated that once others obtained it, they would surely learn to craft it themselves. After selling dozens of roasted wolf meat slices, he continued his journey. After opening several resource boxes, he finally came across a vehicle shell blueprint. Vehicle shell blueprint. Common, single use. Material requirements: 100 units of metal, 20 units of plastic, 10 units of rubber. The material demands were rather substantial. As he drove, Bai Qi exchanged sanitary pads for iron and copper pieces. However, it seemed that the initial fervor for sanitary pads had waned, as someone had even discovered a blueprint for toilet paper. While sanitary pads were undoubtedly more comfortable, Toilet paper was available at a lower price and had proven to be more versatile. Glancing at the Miao knife resting in the passenger seat, Bai Qi finally made a decision. Without the power of a soul-stirring strike, the Miao knives he crafted would only be of ordinary quality. An ordinary Miao knife required merely 2 units of metal and 1 unit of wood, requirements that were quite modest. Thus, he resolved to craft a few Miao knives for sale. Bai Qi had no other choice. Relying solely on his resource box finds to gather enough materials was utterly implausible. He parked the vehicle and proceeded to create the Miao knives. Indeed, without the enhancement of a soul-stirring strike, all he produced were ordinary knives. With a resounding clash, he held an ordinary Miao knife in each hand and struck them together, resulting in a significant gash on the ordinary knife, while the superior knife remained unscathed. This was advantageous. Even if others managed to acquire Miao knives, they would be unable to match his prowess in combat. However, he was aware that some might have martial training, so it was prudent to avoid conflicts. Bai Qi surveyed the pile of over 10 ordinary Miao knives stacked in the vehicle and then sent a message in the group chat. Greetings, everyone. I am offering Miao knives for sale, available for exchange with various materials. The quantity is limited, and the highest bidder will prevail. Image. The response was immediate. Bai Qi had already gained considerable notoriety from selling sanitary pads, but now, with the direct sale of rare weapons like the formidable Miao knife, it stirred a considerable uproar. Bai Qi, esteemed one, I offer a bag of flour in exchange for a Miao knife. Bai Qi, my brother, I possess 8 abdominal muscles. If you grant me a Miao knife, I shall faithfully follow and obey you. Bai Qi, dear brother, I am but a delicate girl. Would you grant me a Miao knife for protection? I could accompany you in video chats. Bai Qi, dear brother, I am 30 this year. Whatever you desire, I shall provide, but I only need a Miao knife. Bai Qi, can I trade a cleaver for a Miao knife? This way, you will have another type of weapon. Who are you kidding? That cleaver is far too cumbersome to wield. The Miao knife is sleek and one of the finest weapons available. Observing the lively group chat, Bai Qi remained silent as a multitude of private messages had already inundated him. He swiftly perused through them, saving those sensational photos and videos, diligently annotating each with a name. After an extensive selection process, Bai Qi finally encountered a few earnest transactions. Essentially, these were individuals willing to offer substantial materials, and Bai Qi prioritized those with the highest bids for trade. Subsequently, upon acquiring the metallic materials, he resumed crafting the blade. Within half an hour, Bai Qi amassed over 200 units of various metals. With ample materials at hand, it was time to commence the construction of the vehicle's body. Chapter 8. The perfect bulletproof car shell. After crafting another batch of sanitary napkins, Bai Qi had amassed sufficient power for a soul strike. The creation of the car shell commenced. A radiant light illuminated the area, quickly enveloping a vast array of materials. Ding! The car shell has been successfully produced, and you have obtained a perfect level bulletproof car shell. Ding! Would you like to replace the existing car shell? Quality 3. It will suffice. Replace. With Bai Qi's command, the ethereal image of the car shell on the workbench vanished, and the entire vehicle began to undergo a thunderous transformation. Ding! The car shell replacement was successful. Gazing at the pristine new shell, Bai Qi joyfully leaped out of the car. How cool! Absolutely stunning. The thickness rivals that of a tank. Beholding the futuristic new car shell, Bai Qi felt an immense sense of satisfaction, especially with its formidable thickness. Measuring a solid 7 to 8 centimeters, exuding a heavy and sturdy presence. Yet, in the next moment, his brow furrowed. With both the car shell and tires replaced, both of perfect quality, the comparison rendered the car windows disappointingly lackluster. Bai Qi sighed, observing the somewhat tattered, yet functional window glass. Upon entering the vehicle, Bai Qi prepared to hit the road when he noticed his friend's chat notification flashing. It was worth noting that he had added only one friend, Gong Yingying. He chuckled, thinking that her reaching out now must be prompted by a sale of the machete. Transactions are welcome, however, if she seeks to freeload. I shall have no choice but to remove her from my friends list. Bai Qi casually opened her chat message. Hello, Bai Qi. I have a blueprint. Could you see if you could trade it for a machete? Image. Bai Qi promptly clicked to view it, intrigued, as this was the first individual willing to exchange a blueprint for his machete. Glass bottle crafting blueprint, common, permanent, description, can be crafted into a glass bottle after learning at the workbench. Bai Qi glanced at the large barrel filled with drinking water, which was already 10 centimeters deep, and burst into laughter. Ms. Gong, of course, let us trade. Bai Qi swiftly placed a common level tang knife on the table, and both parties completed the transaction. Naturally, Bai Qi wasted no time in learning the glass bottle crafting blueprint, then began to consume glass to create glass bottles. To his surprise, the crafting required both glass and plastic materials. Soon, a glass bottle emerged, proudly adorned with a plastic cap. Excellent! It bears a resemblance to the shape of a nutrient drink bottle, with a capacity of approximately 500 milliliters. With great satisfaction, Bai Qi continued to produce glass bottles, filling them with drinking water and setting them aside. Upon receiving the 1.5-meter-long machete, Gong Yingying's countenance brightened with joy. Having a weapon makes everything much easier. I just wonder about the quality of this weapon. Subsequently, Gong Yingying halted her vehicle, withdrew the machete, and examined it. Not bad. The blade appears quite sharp. Grasping a wooden block, Gong Yingying commenced a series of tests. Upon completion, she furrowed her brow slightly. It was satisfactory. Yet the spear was a lightweight weapon, and using it for chopping could easily damage the blade. It seemed that employing technique was essential for effective combat. She sheathed the slender spear, her confidence soaring as she continued her journey. Ding! Ding! A blue light appeared, igniting Bai Qi's joy. For it signified a prompt for an exceptional resource. At last, he had encountered a superior resource chest. Casting a glance at the spear beside the passenger seat, Bai Qi ultimately opted for the 2-kilogram exceptional spear. The 5-kilogram diamond-grade spear proved too cumbersome for him to wield effectively. Moreover, the power of the exceptional spear had been tested. It could effortlessly sever ordinary iron blocks and wooden sticks. With both hands firmly gripping the exceptional spear, Bai Qi cautiously approached the location of the blue resource chest. What was that? An alligator? Observing the 2 to 3 meter long creature lounging several meters away from the blue exceptional resource chest, Bai Qi tightened his grip on the spear and approached. As he walked, he swiftly swung the exceptional spear, accumulating the power for a decisive blow. Gurgle, gurgle. Before Bai Qi could draw within 20 meters of the blue resource chest, the alligator emitted a low growl as a warning. In truth, Bai Qi felt little apprehension. While this alligator possessed a degree of lethality, its threat was limited. Even with just an ordinary spear, he would dare to confront it, let alone wielding a divine weapon. Gurgle. Noticing Bai Qi's steady advance, the alligator released a furious growl, then scampered forward on its short legs. As they drew near, the alligator opened its jaws, while Bai Qi had just amassed the power for his decisive blow. Whoosh! Flash! With a powerful stroke, he severed the alligator and Appo's head nearly in half, blood gushing forth. Wielding a divine weapon made slaughter seem effortlessly simple. The decisive blow propelled Bai Qi and Appo's speed with the spear to an almost imperceptible level. He leaped over the still-bleeding alligator and pried open the blue exceptional resource chest. Acquired. 10 fine salt acquired. 1 level 2 alloy acquired. 1 glass blueprint. Bai Qi was elated. Just moments ago, he had complained about the poor quality of car glass, only to receive a glass blueprint. What a delightful surprise. Moreover, fine salt was an incredibly vital resource. Without it, an ordinary person would lose strength within a few days. This bag of fine salt weighed 1 pound, and an individual only needed approximately 5 grams of salt daily. Thus, these 10 bags of salt would suffice for Bai Qi over several years. He removed his coat and wrapped the fine salt and blueprints within it, then approached the still-bleeding carcass of the alligator. Collect. An endless radiance enveloped the carcass of the crocodile. He acquired a piece of crocodile skin and 50 chunks of crocodile meat. Gazing at the abundance of fresh meat, Bai Qi felt a twinge of concern. If he could not devise a suitable storage method soon, he would either have to sell the crocodile meat or expend a considerable amount of salt in an attempt to cure it. For the moment, Bai Qi had not yet determined how to proceed and could only assess the situation as it unfolded. Previously, he had gathered a significant amount of glass, and he began to craft glass bottles infused with the essence of his spirit. Ding! The glass was successfully created, and he obtained 10 pieces of perfect-grade shatterproof glass. Remarkably, this one-time blueprint produced 10 sheets of glass at once. Replace. With Bai Qi's command, the ethereal images of the perfect-grade shatterproof glass upon the workbench began to vanish, while the glass on the vehicle underwent transformation. Once the replacement was complete, Bai Qi erupted into joyous laughter. With this, he merely needed to upgrade the chassis, fuel tank, and power system, and he would possess a reliable vehicle. Bai Qi felt an exhilarating sense of anticipation. Chapter 9. Microspace Fuel Tank. Subsequently, Bai Qi meticulously examined the situation and discovered that the thickness of the perfect-grade explosion-proof glass was astonishingly close to 5 centimeters, a fact that was almost unfathomable. After meandering for a while, Bai Qi found himself devoid of any further encounters with high-grade resource boxes. Fortunately, he managed to procure some fuel, which ensured the van's endurance. Eventually, twilight descended upon the horizon. Bai Qi parked his vehicle squarely in the center of the broad road and resumed his barbecue. He also tested the condensation efficiency of the diamond-grade water collector, which yielded approximately 2 liters of clean drinking water within an hour. Currently, he had filled 20 glass bottles with drinking water for his reserves. It is noteworthy that an individual typically requires only 2 liters of water per day, equivalent to merely 4 bottles, which suffices for 5 days. Today marked merely the first day of survival on the road, with an additional 2 days of preparation time ahead. Hence, the issue of water was, for Bai Qi, effectively resolved. Ding! As night fell, the beasts of the wilderness began to stir, and survivors were cautioned to remain inside their vehicles. I possess a perfect-grade vehicle shell, tires, and glass, even if wild beasts approach. I fear they would be unable to breach my defenses. At this moment, Bai Qi felt a profound sense of calm, as the impeccable quality of his vehicle provided an immense sense of security. With nothing pressing to attend to, Bai Qi opened the group chat, and as expected, the evening brought forth an influx of activity. Region, HX10011. Population, 9,856. 10,000 brothers. Over 100 people perished today. It's utterly outrageous. Merely opening resource boxes shouldn't pose much danger. Why have so many succumbed? Brother, you haven't encountered a high-grade resource box, have you? I opened a green resource box and was nearly bitten by a venomous snake. Had I not been cautious, the death toll would have risen by 1 more. Indeed, I stumbled upon a perfect purple resource box today, guarded by 8 wild wolves. It was absolutely absurd. I just hit the gas and sped away. Goodness. A purple perfect resource box. You truly are bold. I might have attempted to lure the wolves onto the road to meet their demise. You must be dreaming. Wolf packs are intelligent. Given the state of this battered vehicle, it wouldn't even come close to colliding with an agile wolf. By the way, there were numerous blueprints for opening boxes today. I managed to acquire 2 blueprints for water collectors, so I needn't worry about drinking water anymore. How enviable. To the person above, would you sell me a blueprint for a water collector? I can trade you a tire blueprint in exchange. Apologies. But my tires have already been upgraded, and I've crafted 2 water collectors from my blueprints. What a pity. I had intended to barter a vehicle shell blueprint with you, but it seems that opportunity has vanished. I wonder if extreme cold weather equates to a snowy landscape. If it snows, we need not fear a lack of drinking water. Even if it snows, it's best to boil it before consumption, otherwise it can lead to stomach ailments. Gentlemen, since the night is devoid of engagements, let us share our surplus resources. If anyone possesses extra blueprints, let us exchange them. Bai Qi meticulously monitored the group chat, ready to initiate a private conversation upon detecting any intent to sell blueprints. At last, drawn by the allure of the ordinary Miao knife, Bai Qi successfully traded for a fuel tank blueprint and a chassis blueprint. Someone was offering a power system blueprint, but the asking price was exorbitantly high, far beyond Bai Qi's means. Continuing with the Miao knife to barter for basic materials, Bai Qi quickly amassed the necessary components for both the chassis and fuel tank. Ding! Chassis fabrication successful. You have acquired an excellent grade chassis, though the chassis was somewhat subpar. Bai Qi opted for the replacement, as the excellent grade was not on par with the perfect grade, yet it was vastly superior to what he had on his vehicle. Subsequently, Bai Qi continued crafting glass bottles to accumulate the power for a soul strike. Fabricating the fuel tank. Ding! Fuel tank fabrication successful. You have obtained a stellar grade miniature spatial fuel tank. Stellar grade. Quality level 5. How splendid. Bai Qi excitedly began to examine the attributes of this stellar grade miniature spatial fuel tank. Miniature spatial fuel tank. Stellar. Description. Possesses a capacity of 100 cubic units. Description. Sturdy and durable, exhibiting substantial fire and explosion resistance. 100 cubic units? Bai Qi felt a shiver run down his spine. A conversion reveals an astounding 100,000 liters, while his vehicle's original fuel tank merely held 50 liters. This means the stellar-grade miniature spatial fuel tank is equivalent to 2,000 initial fuel tanks. Truly, it is beyond reason. The critical aspect is that this fuel tank also boasts significant fire and explosion resistance, an exceedingly vital feature for any fuel tank. Gazing at the stellar-grade miniature spatial fuel tank enveloped in a white glow on the workbench, Bai Qi finally issued the command to replace it. He extracted the original fuel tank and received 10 units of plastic in return. Only one power system blueprint remained elusive. Seemingly no one was willing to part with it. Bai Qi was at a loss. The power system was the most crucial component of the vehicle, and once replaced, the speed would undoubtedly increase, a pivotal factor. Burp. Bai Qi let out a satisfied belch, having overindulged in roasted wolf meat. Sipping from a bottle of water, he found a peculiar sense of comfort in the moment. Free from mortgage burdens, loan worries, job-related stress, and the incessant pressure of familial expectations regarding marriage, he felt truly liberated. Suddenly, a message in the group chat caught Bai Qi's attention. Help! Help! A beast is attacking my vehicle. What should I do? What should I do? This was a voice message from a girl, her tone rife with panic. Upon hearing her distress, the group sprang into action. Don't panic, girl. Start the vehicle and drive away. The beast has limited stamina and won't pursue you indefinitely. Remember, do not lose your composure. Perhaps you can scare the beast off by driving. As the young woman revved the engine repeatedly, the roar of the motor could intimidate even the fiercest of beasts. The crowd offered their candid advice. Oh dear, I tremble all over. I am utterly terrified. Who will come to my rescue? The sound of her sobs echoed. A heart-wrenching plea for help. This is dire. This is disastrous. I have lost control of the steering, and now the vehicle has ventured into the wilderness. The wheels seem to be trapped. No matter how I press the accelerator, it will not budge. A voice filled with panic rang out, and Bai Qi's expression grew grave. Chapter 10. The girl's desolation. It seems that if the vehicle is not up to standard, it is best not to venture off the road. Bai Qi glanced at the dozen or so ordinary meow knives in the passenger seat and let out a deep sigh. Ding. Li Xueli. I am lending you a meow knife. When the moment of desperation comes, muster your courage to fight. Upon receiving the message and the transaction, Li Xueli, who was initially flustered, suddenly froze. This was the first time someone had offered her tangible help. Moreover, it was a meow knife. And she recognized Bai Qi as the seller of sanitary napkins and meow knives. Thank you, brother Bai Qi. If I survive this, I will surely repay you. Her grateful voice echoed as a friend request was sent. Bai Qi confirmed it, and he now had a second friend in his list. Once Li Xueli grasped the slender meow knife, her fear began to dissipate. With a weapon in hand, she finally felt a semblance of safety and reliance. Bang! The wild wolf leapt and attacked the glass, causing the subpar windshield to rattle violently. After 3 strikes, cracks appeared in the glass. Li Xueli hurriedly crawled into the passenger seat, gripping the meow knife tightly, aiming it at the driver's side window. Bang! The glass shattered, revealing the ferocious wolf's head. With a surge of panic, Li Xueli thrust the knife forward, but it struck nothing. The wolf had landed back on the ground. Whimpering, she clutched the meow knife even tighter. That earlier thrust had drained not only her strength but more crucially, her courage. Bang! A sound came from behind, startling Li Xueli as the wolf began to attack the passenger side. The meow knife, measuring at least 1.5 meters, was unwieldy in the cramped space of the car, prompting Li Xueli to retreat to the rear compartment in fear. Bang! The passenger window shattered, intensifying her terror. A low, mournful howl reverberated as the wolf leapt through the window. Li Xueli trembled uncontrollably. As the wolf feigned an attack, she desperately thrust the knife forward. In the next instant, the wolf dodged and pounced onto Li Xueli, sinking its teeth into her delicate neck. Li Xueli fought desperately, striking at the wolf that clung to her throat, but its grip only tightened. Overcome with fear and bleeding from her neck, she inadvertently dropped the meow knife. In a frantic struggle, she found herself grappling with the wolf near the survival core. Illuminated by the core's white light, Li Xueli momentarily forgot that she was still being mauled. With a flicker of intent, she sent a transaction to Bai Qi. Bai Qi had been closely monitoring Li Xueli's situation and accepted the transaction without hesitation. Why isn't it a meow knife? Bai Qi pondered, perplexed, as he prepared to send a message to inquire about the situation. Suddenly, the name of Li Xueli in the friends list faded. Bai Qi's heart tightened, and he hurriedly attempted to send a message. Ding! Li Xueli has passed away. Unable to send the message. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of sorrow engulfed Bai Qi. The loss of an ordinary knife was trivial. What weighed heavily upon him was the visceral experience of witnessing Li Xueli's death, a feeling that was profoundly distressing. As he picked up the item recently traded from Li Xueli, he was taken aback to find it was a blueprint. Moreover, it was the blueprint of the power system that Bai Qi had sought after multiple times without success. She had actually bestowed upon me the power system blueprint before her demise. Li Xueli, what on earth? Sigh. Bai Qi slumped into his seat. feeling an unbearable heaviness in his heart. Yet, the moment she had given him the blueprint, she had passed away within mere seconds. This could only imply that she had fallen prey to a wild wolf. Bai Qi could vividly imagine the horrific scene on her end. Silently, he closed the friends list. Though she was gone, the connection remained. Weighed down by grief, Bai Qi lost interest in the group chat and even found himself devoid of the motivation to create the power system. Thud. A violent impact jolted him upright. Thud. Another forceful blow shook the entire vehicle. This could not be the work of a wild wolf. His vehicle had been upgraded in both body and chassis. Impervious to the whims of ordinary beasts, Bai Qi took a deep breath and grasped the diamond-grade iron-cutting knife. Bang! This time, he realized that a massive bear paw had struck the windshield. Clearly, the assailant was a wild bear. Bang! Another fierce hit landed on the glass. Bai Qi inspected the windshield and, upon finding it unscathed, exhaled with relief. Had it not been for the perfect-grade shatterproof glass, it would have surely shattered upon impact. Wild bear, prepare to experience the might of my diamond-grade iron-cutting knife. Bai Qi drew the weapon, ready to lower the glass slightly, once the creature approached. He could thrust the knife with devastating force. With the ability to slice through iron, a precise strike would guarantee a fatal blow. A deep bear growl resonated as the wild bear circled to the front of the vehicle. Bai Qi was momentarily stunned, then quickly prepared to accelerate and ram into the beast. However, in the next moment, the bear began to climb onto the hood. Its ferocious gaze fixated on Bai Qi inside the car. This bear is enormous. Bai Qi straightened in his seat, readying to start the engine. But his weight accidentally pressed down on a bottle. Grabbing the bottle, Bai Qi's eyes gleamed with excitement. The starry-level mad laughing pill was just the thing to test its potency. Without hesitation, he retrieved a pill the size of a soybean ant. Using the tip of his knife, created a small hole in a piece of wolf meat, swiftly inserting the mad laughing pill within. With a swift motion, the driver's window slid down 10 centimeters, and Bai Qi promptly hurled the package containing the frenzied laughter-inducing wolf meat onto the engine hood. The wild bear, initially poised to strike the windshield with its massive paw, momentarily froze, faced with the tantalizing morsel before it. The bear could no longer resist and lunged forward to take a bite. In an instant, the sizable chunk of meat was swallowed whole, leaving the bear momentarily bewildered, as it had yet to savor the flavor. Chapter 11. The potency of the drug exceeded expectations. Bai Qi was poised to start the vehicle at any moment. A swift reverse would send the massive wild bear tumbling off the hood. The urgent growls of the bear erupted, transforming into an unbroken cacophony of roars. Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback as he discerned the unexpected truth: the bear was laughing. Indeed, amidst such a raucous display, it was unmistakably the sound of a bear's laughter. Peering closely, Bai Qi was met with an inexplicable sight. What was happening? Why was it tilting its head back? And had it fallen silent? Surely the effects of the drug couldn't have subsided in mere seconds. Doubt began to creep in. This was wholly inconsistent with the chaotic and fatal attributes of the stellar-level frenzied laughter pill. Wait, why did it seem like the bear's chest and abdomen were contracting inward? Bai Qi gazed in confusion at the trembling creature, now voiceless. This peculiar state persisted for a full 3 minutes. Just as Bai Qi contemplated whether he should start the vehicle to jolt the bear off, a horrifying realization struck him. This was a life mark. The appearance of a life mark could only signify that the bear was dead. Bai Qi was utterly astonished. He had misjudged the effects of the stellar-level frenzied laughter pill. The bear and Appo's initial roaring laughter had merely been a prelude. It had succumbed to the absence of air in its belly, silencing itself. In its overwhelming state of laughter, the bear had been unable to breathe, ultimately perishing as the air was forcibly expelled from its chest cavity. Terrifying, terrifying, terrifying. Bai Qi glanced at the glass vial beside him, which contained a total of 99 stellar-level frenzied laughter pills. This experience had clarified the situation. The drug took effect instantaneously, and the subject lost the ability to engage in any other activities due to uncontrollable laughter. However, detailed data remained elusive. It was clear that such reckless use of the frenzied laughter pill was a gross misuse of resources. As Bai Qi lifted the glass vial, a spark of inspiration struck him. What if he dissolved a single stellar-level frenzied laughter pill into a bottle of water? Then, by dipping a piece of meat into this water to feed the attacking beasts, he could optimize the use of the pill. The more he pondered this, the more feasible it appeared. He promptly extracted one stellar-level frenzied laughter pill and placed it into an entire bottle of water. Upon contact, it dissolved instantly, transforming the once clear liquid into a milky white concoction. It bore a striking resemblance to the milk he had unboxed that morning. He resolved to store it carefully henceforth to avoid any mix-up. No. To be safe, I shall refrain from consuming any dairy products in the future. Bai Qi made a swift decision. The second stipulation of the frenzied laughter pill warned of no effective antidote. Caution was paramount. For even an accidental ingestion could lead to uncontrollable laughter and death. With utmost seriousness, he placed the vial of frenzied laughter potion in the armrest compartment of the driver's door. Only then did Bai Qi cautiously crack open the window to assess the situation outside. After meticulous observation, Bai Qi confirmed that the outside was safe before opening the car door and stepping out. He immediately stored away the 15 life tokens and then turned his attention to the somewhat terrifying wild bear. Collect. Ding. Collection successful. Acquired complete bear skin X1. Bear paws X4. Bear gallbladder X1. Bear meat 300. Such a bounty. It was far too much to consume. Bai Qi was genuinely troubled. However, having collected it all, he could not afford to waste it. He had already prepared to sell the majority of the bear meat shortly. Swiftly, he transferred all his spoils into the van, grateful for its ample space in the rear. Once the door was secured, Bai Qi finally had the opportunity to scrutinize his acquisitions. Bear meat, excellent. Description: the flesh of a robust adult brown bear. Consumption enhances physical strength. Note: the flesh appears to contain special components. Please consume with caution. Bear gallbladder, excellent. Description: consumption aids in enhancing male vitality. Note: it seems to contain special components. Please consume with caution. The description for the bear paws was similarly alarming. Bai Qi was at a loss for words. These were indeed valuable items. Yet, this nearly 3-meter-tall brown bear had consumed an entire star-level frenzy laugh pill, suggesting that its flesh was laced with the pill's components. The thought that this bear had even laughed itself to death deterred Bai Qi from any inclination to sample it. What a pity about the bear gallbladder. Without its medicinal effects, it would surely fetch a high price. Bai Qi sighed. The description had clearly indicated the presence of special components, making it likely unsellable. However, the bear skin posed no issues at all. Bai Qi laid it across the worn driver and Appo's seat, feeling considerably more comfortable. After this incident, Bai Qi and Appo's previously gloomy mood had improved significantly. He then busily crafted glass bottles, accumulating enough power for a soul strike. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi issued a command. Create power system. Ding. Power system successfully crafted. You have acquired a perfect grade power system. This time, he had only improved 3 qualities, yet Bai Qi felt satisfied nonetheless. Replace. Endless white light enveloped the interior of the vehicle, and soon, monumental changes began to manifest. Once everything was in order, Bai Qi gazed in delight at the brand new steering wheel and its various control panels. Let us test this new power. Virum. Upon pressing the ignition button, a deep and steady roar of the engine erupted. Bai Qi turned on the headlights, illuminating a vast area ahead. Virum. A gentle press on the accelerator sent the vehicle gliding forward smoothly. The sensation of acceleration was profoundly exhilarating. Yet, the increase in speed was remarkably stable. This far surpassed the performance of an ordinary vehicle. The night was shrouded in darkness, and despite the brilliance of the headlights, Bai Qi dared not accelerate further. After experiencing the vehicle's power for a spell, he came to a satisfied halt. At last, all components of my car have been upgraded, as long as I remain inside. Safety should pose no concern. Reclining on the soft, warm bear pelt, Bai Qi casually opened the group chat. Indeed, he was not alone in his encounter with the beast. Nearly everyone was either celebrating, pleading for help, or lamenting their plight. After a brief glance, Bai Qi closed the chat. My current space in the car is limited, and I have no place to store the ordinary materials I have acquired, which are also of little use now. I shall leave it at that for today. Hoping the night will pass without further disturbances from the beasts, Bai Qi reclined the seat and gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 12. The terrifying casualty raid. A quiet night passed, and as dawn broke, Bai Qi abruptly opened his eyes. Turning around, he noticed the enormous wooden barrel was on the verge of overflowing with water, prompting him to hastily begin filling containers. By the time he finished, 80 glass bottles brimming with water stood beside the barrel. Such an abundance of water should suffice to endure the impending frigid conditions in 2 days. Bai Qi thought with delight. Opening a bottle, he gargled heartily before washing his face, invigorated and ready to prepare breakfast. To his relief, the problematic bear meat showed no signs of spoilage after a night's rest, indicating that high-quality meat is likely more durable. Bai Qi roasted a piece of wolf meat, and after satiating his hunger, he set off once again in his vehicle. Now, All of his vehicles had been upgraded, apart from the chassis and air conditioning, which remained at an excellent level. The rest was perfected, with the fuel tank even achieving a stellar rating. The power was exhilarating, and remarkably, fuel consumption had decreased rather than increased. With the perfect power system, the fuel efficiency was outstanding, requiring only 5 liters per 100 kilometers. With a smooth roar, the vehicle accelerated rapidly. Bai Qi steadily pressed the accelerator, and soon, the speed soared to 200 kilometers per hour. Although the car remained stable, a twinge of fear crept in. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Gradually decelerating, he maintained a speed of 70 to 80, which was still swift enough to allow for quick stops upon discovering resource boxes. The road was clear and devoid of other vehicles, enabling Bai Qi to monitor the group chat while driving. Upon glancing at the messages, he was taken aback. Region: HX10011. Population: 5,563 10,000, if memory serves. The population was 9,856 at dusk last night. This means a staggering 4,293 people perished overnight. A chill ran down Bai Qi's spine. The death toll was indeed alarmingly high. While 144 had succumbed during the day prior, provoking some concern, it had not instilled true terror. However, with such a casualty rate, it seemed unbearable for all. Opening the group chat revealed a cacophony of despair. Bai Qi scrolled back to the last messages he had seen the previous day, continuously pulling down to read more. Help! My tire has been bitten flat. I can't accelerate, and the beast pursuing me is powerful. Is there anyone who can rescue me? What should I do? Why are there tigers? I'm out of fuel. What can I do? Is there anyone who can spare me some gasoline? Brother, you'll have to fend for yourself. Even if I give you fuel, would you dare step out to refuel? I'm doomed. I'm absolutely doomed. Countless desperate pleas flooded the chat, accompanied by numerous uploaded videos. Bai Qi furrowed his brow. It seemed that everyone had endured attacks from wild beasts the previous night, explaining the grievous casualty rate. After all, humans are upright apes. If they dared to fight back, even the most ordinary wolf would hardly stand a chance. It is likely that everyone, having come from a time of peace, has been rendered timid in the face of beasts. Bai Qi continued to scroll through the chat, and as the wails gradually diminished, a few began to cheer. Haha, I just killed a wild boar and gathered 200 pieces of wild boar meat. Now I want T-lac for food. I felled a cheetah with a single axe strike, earning 80 units of cheetah meat and 3 life tokens. But what exactly are these tokens for? Though I didn't T-slay any beasts. My vehicle's shell and glass have been upgraded. This foolish creature didn't even think to bite the tires, it only clawed at my door. Selling meat. Selling meat. 1 piece of meat for a bottle of water. Come quickly, this is crocodile meat. Fresh and delicious. Brothers, I am purchasing life tokens. 1 bottle of water for each token. Quick, let us trade. Hey, did you discover the use of life tokens? Don't keep it to yourself. Those who can kill beast 1 T-lac for water and food. Exactly. Just tell me, and I'll give you a bottle of water. How about that? Bai Qi immediately turned serious and attempted to send a friend request to the person. It was accepted in an instant. Ding. Bai Qi, do you have life tokens to sell? This individual, named Zhao Gang, sent a direct message. Indeed, I possess 2 life tokens, but I am not in need of water or food. If you would enlighten me on the function of the life tokens, I can offer you one as a reward. Bai Qi replied solemnly. Zhao Gang hesitated briefly before agreeing. All right, Bai Qi, your reputation precedes you, and I believe you will not deceive me. However, I have one condition. You must not disclose this secret in the group chat. Hehe, I plan to capitalize on this opportunity, Zhao Gang stated. Bai Qi readily acquiesced. Brother Bai Qi, let me share this secret with you. Last night, I accidentally killed a wild boar and received several life tokens. The description mentioned enhancing life strength, but it did not specify how to use them. When I bit into one, it melted in my mouth, dissolving instantly, which initially startled me. Yet, I soon discovered that after consuming that melted substance, I felt invigorated, even stronger. So, gathering my courage, I consumed all the life tokens and finally understood their purpose. Ingesting them strengthens one's body. Zhao Gang recounted. Bai Qi picked up a life token and slowly placed it in his mouth. Instantly, he experienced the sensation of it melting, and a gentle power began to spread throughout his body. Brother Zhao Gang, this is the reward. He sent a trade request, which Zhao Gang promptly accepted. With a gulp, the token was swallowed, and a more intense sensation surged through him. Bai Qi closed his eyes, quietly absorbing the experience. The power was both gentle and swift, soon fading away. The rhythmic sound echoed as the vanquishing of a wild wolf and the slaying of a brown bear yielded a total of 16 life tokens. Zhao Gang received one, while Bai Qi swiftly consumed the remaining 15. Clenching his fist, Bai Qi's eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. His strength had surged, and he could distinctly feel an enhancement in his physique. These life tokens possessed an extraordinary magic. He halted the vehicle and seized the diamond-grade machete from the passenger seat. Initially, the 5-kilogram blade felt cumbersome in his grasp, yet now it was as if a transformation had occurred. The diamond-grade machete sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, and Bai Qi was thoroughly pleased. Although it could not rival the lightweight excellence of his previous machete, its swiftness was more than sufficient for his needs. Ding, ding, ding. The survival core's notification chimed, revealing an even more advanced blue exceptional treasure chest this time. Chapter 13. A decisive break with the diamond-grade iron-cutting spear firmly in hand. Bai Qi descended with unwavering confidence. In the wilderness, a few meters away from an ornate treasure chest stood a wild boar, its mouth filled with menacing tusks. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi recalled the formidable reputation of the beast. Its ferocity could rival that of a tiger. However, the allure of the high-tier resource chest, coupled with his recent surge in strength and the divine weapon at his disposal, instilled in Bai Qi a sense of readiness for battle. A threatening growl reverberated through the air as the nearly 2-meter-long wild boar began to paw the ground. Bai Qi summoned his strength, gripping the iron-cutting spear with determination, poised for a decisive strike. At last, the boar could no longer contain its aggression and charged forth. "Huh!" Bai Qi bellowed, and with a mighty swing of his diamond-grade spear, he delivered a devastating blow. A smooth sensation followed, and when he turned to look, he was astonished to find the once ferocious boar cleaved cleanly in two, from head to tail, with a remarkably smooth cut. The diamond-grade spear proved to be vastly superior to its exceptional counterparts. Moreover, as he struck, he felt the power of a soul strike coalescing within him. Yet, he pondered, why did he not experience such a sensation while walking? With a sense of wonder, Bai Qi hastened to the blue resource chest nearby. With a swift flick of the spear's tip, he popped open the chest, revealing its contents. Received sausage machine blueprint 1. Only a single blueprint? Bai Qi felt a twinge of disappointment. Such a splendid resource chest yielded merely a solitary blueprint, inferior even to the ordinary ones he had encountered previously. Sausage machine crafting, fine, single-use. Description: can craft sausage machines after learning at the workbench. A fine-grade blueprint, indeed a pleasant surprise. Bai Qi tucked the blueprint away and swiftly gathered the 8 life tokens that the boar had dropped upon its demise. Harvest. Ding. Received 200 boar meat. Received 2 pig kidneys. But where are the pigskin and innards? Bai Qi mused, slightly exasperated, before he began hauling the remains. After 3 trips, he loaded all the meat chunks into the carriage. Gazing at the excellent grade bear meat from the previous night, Bai Qi found himself in a quandary. These items possessed medicinal properties. He was reluctant to discard them, yet their presence filled the air with a pungent odor. With a sigh, he closed the carriage door. Learning sausage machine blueprint. Shortly thereafter, a crafting option appeared at the workbench. Sausage machine crafting, fine, single-use. Materials required: 5 level 2 alloys, 10 plastics. Yet, Bai Qi possessed only a collection of ordinary metals and a solitary piece of level 1 alloy, rendering the crafting option dimmed due to insufficient materials. As he drove, Bai Qi engaged in the group chat. "Dear friends, I am in the market for level 2 alloys, and I am willing to exchange them for sanitary napkins, water, meat chunks, or iron-cutting spears. Those in need, please trade swiftly." Bai Qi, renowned for his sales of sanitary napkins and iron-cutting spears, swiftly attracted significant attention. "Brother Bai Qi, what is a secondary alloy? This is the first time I've heard of it." "There's no need to ask. It must be a superior metal." "Does the esteemed Bai Qi need to gather high-grade metals to forge exceptional weapons? How enviable. I lack even a decent weapon." While Bai Qi has already begun the pursuit of divine armaments. "Brother Bai Qi, do you still have any roasted wolf meat? My stomach is growling. And I've sent you a private message. Would you kindly share a piece of roasted meat with your sister?" "Brother Bai Qi, sister is going all out. Please check your private messages, and if you're inclined, let us have a chat." Upon opening the private messages, Bai Qi nearly suffered a nosebleed. These women, they would go to any lengths for a little resource. Swiftly, Bai Qi saved all the videos and images that caught his eye. Ding. "Brother Bai Qi." I opened a chest and found a piece of secondary alloy image. I wonder what price you would offer. Bai Qi clicked on the image and realized it was precisely the material he needed to create the sausage machine. Secondary alloy, exquisite. Description: a product of ordinary metal further refined. With a sturdy texture. It was quite similar to the description of the primary alloy. The fact that this excellent-grade sausage machine blueprint required exquisite-level metal left Bai Qi somewhat puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately made an offer. "Brother, how about 1 meow knife, 5 bottles of water, and 10 pieces of meat? Brother Bai Qi, let us do this. You provide me with 2 meow knives. I have no shortage of water or meat, and if that is agreeable, let us trade." Bai Qi did not hesitate, and the transaction was swiftly completed. He still needed 4 more pieces of secondary alloy, feeling that gathering them was quite arduous. Bai Qi began to fret. Subsequently, as he drove, he continued to purchase secondary alloys. After expending considerable resources, he acquired another piece of secondary alloy. This person required 20 bottles of water and 2 meow knives. Ding. "Hello, Bai Qi. I have a secondary alloy." Bai Qi felt a surge of joy. This was a message from his friend Gong Yingying. This woman seemed rather extraordinary. They had previously conducted 2 transactions, resulting in him acquiring the blueprints for the laughing pill and glass bottles. "All right, Miss Gong, what do you need?" Gong Yingying glanced at the 3 pieces of secondary alloy in the passenger seat, and then at the broken meow knife. "Bai Qi, I'd like to know, if a meow knife were made using secondary alloy, would it result in a higher quality blade?" Gong Yingying inquired. Bai Qi was taken aback. He had not considered this scenario. "Miss Gong, I'm not sure, but the crafting options allow for the selection of superior metals. Whether the resulting blade is of higher quality remains uncertain." Gong Yingying took a deep breath and then looked out at the desolate wilderness, where a resource chest emanating a purple glow awaited her to unlock it. However, nearby the purple resource chest, there were a total of 13 robust wild wolves. "Bai Qi, I wish to enlist your expertise in forging a weapon using my 3 pieces of secondary alloy. Consider the surplus as a reward, if you will." Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback, as he happened to be in need of precisely 3 pieces of secondary alloy. "Ms. Gong, I happen to possess a weapon at this very moment. Would you care to take a look?" A trade proposal was sent forth, showcasing an exceptional grade meow knife. Ms. Gong was momentarily stunned, then became somewhat dazed. "Bai Qi, this is an exceptional grade weapon. Are you truly willing to exchange it for these pieces of secondary alloy?" "Of course. You must be facing a significant predicament. Let us proceed with the trade promptly." Upon hearing Bai Qi and Appo's words, Ms. Gong and Appo's expression shifted. She then placed the 3 pieces of secondary alloy on the table, and the transaction was completed. With a swift motion, the exceptional grade meow knife was drawn. Gleaming with a chilling brilliance, Ms. Gong picked up her ordinary meow knife, which had suffered a break, and gently struck it against the superior blade. With a crack, the ordinary meow knife suffered a deep notch, while the exceptional grade meow knife remained entirely unscathed. Observing this, Ms. Gong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 14. Are there no decent people? Bai Qi swiftly halted the vehicle, embarking on the task of crafting glass bottles to amass the power for a soul strike. He initiated the sausage-making machine. Ding! The sausage-making machine was successfully created, granting you the King-level delicious sausage maker. What is the quality of King-level? Ding! King-level is a tier superior to Starry level. Installation commenced. With Bai Qi's command, the King-level sausage machine was firmly affixed to the side of the workbench, enveloped in a radiant white light. Observing this apparatus, reminiscent in size to a water dispenser, Bai Qi eagerly began to inspect it. Delicious sausage maker, King, description, capable of transforming flour, meat, and other ingredients into sausages. Description, this machine can perfectly enhance the flavors of the ingredients. Description, the resulting sausages will vary depending on the added materials. Bai Qi was elated. This meant he had a means to process the copious amounts of meat in his possession. Resolutely, he commenced the sausage-making process. Bai Qi tossed several pieces of wild boar meat into the ingredient slot of the sausage machine, followed by a sprinkle of salt. Should I try adding a bit of plastic to see if it could yield packaged sausages? Since I have plenty of materials, Bai Qi decided to proceed. Placing some plastic into the machine, he pressed the button, and the King-level machine emitted a gentle vibration. Soon, sausages began to emerge from the outlet below. Splendid. Indeed. The addition of plastic resulted in packaging. Bai Qi picked up the first sausage produced. Delicious sausage. Description, a sausage made from wild boar meat and salt, delicious and savory. Description, shelf life of 600 days. This sausage was approximately 3 centimeters in diameter and about 20 centimeters in length. It felt delightful in his grasp. However, Bai Qi's expression turned peculiar. The shape, thickness, and length of the sausage seemed slightly off. Moreover, the crafting process had not harnessed the power of the soul strike. What could be the reason? Not overly concerned, Bai Qi proceeded to combine 200 pieces of pork with salt to create meat sausages. A total of 200 sausages were now neatly arranged in a wooden basin. With a shelf life of 600 days, he no longer feared the meat spoiling. Casting a glance at the bear meat, bear whips, and bear paws containing the ingredients of the crazy laughter pill, Bai Qi ultimately decided to transform them all into meat sausages as well, though this time without adding salt or plastic. Delicious sausage. Description: a sausage made from bear meat. Delicious and savory. Description: the sausage appears to contain some peculiar ingredients. Please consume with caution. Description: shelf life of 300 days. Bai Qi then purchased a large wooden barrel and neatly arranged the unwrapped sausages inside. With everything in order, he resumed his journey. Gong Yingying, with her formidable knife in hand, approached with unwavering confidence. A howl erupted from the lead wolf, and instantly, a pack of wild wolves surrounded her. In response, Gong Yingying began to run, though pain etched across her face. With a fierce howl, a wolf lunged at her. A smooth slicing sound echoed, and the wolf was decapitated with a single stroke. Instantly, Gong Yingying felt a surge of assurance, and one by one, the wolves fell beneath her blade. As only 5 wolves remained, the alpha, stricken with fear, issued a retreating howl. Gong Yingying took a moment to catch her breath. She did not immediately open the purple resource chest, but instead collected the life tokens scattered on the ground. Soon, she had gathered 70 tokens. Confirming that the retreating wolves had indeed fled, with a swift motion, she opened the resource chest, revealing its contents. To her astonishment, it contained merely a single blueprint. Upon recognizing what it was, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She spat softly in disdain several times, yet ultimately gritted her teeth and tucked the blueprint away, contemplating its potential future use for bartering. Continuing her collection of wolf pelts and several cuts of meat, she was mindful not to overload herself, as the excess meat would not only emit a foul odor, but also weigh down her vehicle, increasing fuel consumption. Observing the remnants of meat strewn about, the remaining wolves could not resist charging forward. Bai Qi, alternating between walking and pausing, amassed a significant amount of supplies, while simultaneously fortifying his resistance to the carnage. His peak condition vehicle boasted a fuel efficiency of only 5 liters per 100 kilometers, and as he opened resource chests, he had accumulated over 200 liters of fuel. Yet, for his 100 cubic meter stellar-grade fuel tank, it was still insufficient. As noon approached, Bai Qi halted his vehicle and kindled a fire. This time, he intended to roast the 2 pig kidneys he had. Drawing from his grilling experience from the previous day, he expertly prepared the kidneys, and soon, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Seasoning was sprinkled evenly over the meat, intensifying the fragrance, and Bai Qi could not help but swallow in anticipation. Without hesitation, he indulged, savoring the rich, savory taste that captivated his palate. After consuming 1 kidney, his stomach swelled. Realizing he had overcooked it, he pondered selling the extra. Good afternoon, everyone. I have an extra pig kidney available. If you possess rare materials or blueprints, contact me swiftly. This is a one-time offer. First come, first served. The group chat erupted in excitement. Bai Qi, please spare us the flaunting. I'm drooling here. Woe is me. As I have no fire starter and have been forced to eat several servings of raw meat, it was simply dreadful. Regrettably, the ignited wooden block cannot be traded, and the spark simply fails to propagate. Is there a generous soul willing to lend me a lighter or some matches? I am prepared to offer a token of my existence. To the individual above, you are merely dreaming. No one would engage in such a ridiculous endeavor. Brother Bai Qi, have you recently indulged in pig kidneys? They are exceptionally nourishing. Would you like me to video chat with you for a conversation? Brother Bai Qi, all I desire is a piece of roasted meat. Surely you comprehend the delights of a mature woman. Esteemed Bai Qi, I have sent you private photos showcasing my 6-pack abs and one-handed push-ups. An impressive display of skill, balanced in both offense and defense. Bai Qi felt a twinge of discomfort. Is there truly no one with a modicum of seriousness? Chapter 15. How did such absurd blueprints come about? In a moment of helplessness, Bai Qi had no choice but to put away the wild boar kidney, thinking he could simply reheat it later in the evening. However, after just a short while, he felt a warmth spreading through his body, suggesting that the wild boar kidney was indeed quite nourishing. Bai Qi even found himself regretting not having grilled some sausages earlier. Ding. Bai Qi, the exceptional level Miao knife is quite useful. I have benefited from it. So please accept this banana as a token of gratitude. A voice filled with appreciation resonated. It was his friend Gong Ingying sending a trade request. Bai Qi's expression turned peculiar. It was traditionally men who offered bananas to women, yet the roles had reversed in this instance. Nevertheless, as it was merely fruit, he graciously accepted the trade and began to eat. What an exquisite taste! This banana was undeniably of the highest quality. Bai Qi devoured the nearly 30-centimeter-long banana in one go. At this moment, a hint of confusion clouded his features. After opening the voice message sent by Gong Ingying and listening to it twice, he finally confirmed one thing, while her voice carried gratitude. It was also laced with suppressed pain. Could it be that she had been injured during a confrontation with a beast? Bai Qi immediately felt a surge of anxiety. This woman, whom he had never met in person but had collaborated with several times, had provided him with immense assistance. Moreover, her recent act of gifting him a large banana indicated her kind-hearted nature. He truly wished to avoid witnessing a scenario akin to the tragic demise of Li Xueli from the previous day. Yet, he lacked any supplies to treat injuries. Gong, Miss. Gong, are you injured? Bai Qi inquired cautiously. Upon hearing his concerned words, Gong Ingying felt a flicker of comfort. Yet the pain in her abdomen showed no signs of easing. In fact, it seemed to intensify. Bai Qi, I am not injured. It's just that I feel a bit unwell. Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback. Having dated 5 girlfriends, he was not oblivious to the situation. Previously, she had exchanged that ridiculous laughing pill blueprint for 30 sanitary pads, indicating a visit from a relative. It seemed she was in considerable pain. He recalled a former girlfriend experiencing similar distress, unable to attend work during her relative's visit. With no hot water or pain relief medications available, it appeared that Gong Ingying would have to endure her suffering. He pondered how long her relative would stay. The extreme cold was approaching in just 2 days, and he worried whether she could withstand it. Bai Qi sighed in contemplation. The next moment, he was struck by realization. He picked up a sanitary pad from the passenger seat floor, specifically, the perfect grade, comforting sanitary pad. This was the first item produced by his soul strike ability, so he remembered its specific attributes. The second attribute stated that it could effectively alleviate women's pain during use and provided protective health benefits. Gong Ingying, curled up in discomfort, heard her friend's voice. Straining to lift her pale face, she turned to look at the survival core display screen. A trade request appeared, prominently featuring a sanitary pad. Gong Ingying revealed a bittersweet smile. She had exchanged 30 sanitary pads from the other party yesterday morning, sufficient for 3 months. However, the issue of dysmenorrhea was one that sanitary pads could not resolve. Her condition was severe, persisting from the onset to the conclusion, lasting a full 5 days. With the extreme cold approaching in 2 days, she felt a sense of despair. Given her state of pain, not only was slaying beasts out of the question, even driving posed a significant challenge. This had been the reason she had previously fought so diligently against the beasts, hoping to accumulate resources to endure these 5 arduous days. Bai Qi, thank you. I still have sanitary pads, she murmured through her suffering. In her agony, Gong Ingying had not even bothered to scrutinize the specifics of the transactions. She rejected it and curled tightly in her seat, enduring her pain. Previously, during her times of distress, her mother would comfort her. But now she could only bear it alone in silence. Bai Qi was taken aback. The transaction had been rejected. Was she not experiencing dysmenorrhea? If she claimed not to be injured, how could she be trembling while speaking? His confusion deepened, stretching beyond his understanding. Wait, she had just mentioned having sanitary pads. It dawned on him. She had been too pained to examine the remarkably comforting sanitary pad. Bai Qi quickly sent her another transaction request. The alert sound broke her concentration. And forcing herself to endure the pain, Gong Ingying looked up to find Bai Qi had sent her another transaction, specifically for a sanitary pad again. Gong Ingying bit her lip. She had initially thought Bai Qi was a decent person, but her impression of him plummeted. I already said I have sanitary pads. What does Bai Qi mean by repeatedly sending me transactions? Is he mocking me? Anger surged within her due to the intense abdominal pain. Just as she prepared to confront him and considered unfriending and blocking him, a voice message arrived. Ms. Gong, this is a premium sanitary pad that can alleviate pain. Please give it a try. The sound caught Gong Ingying off guard. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort, she accepted the transaction, holding the sanitary pad, which felt entirely different. She was momentarily stunned, then forced herself to change. A wave of warmth enveloped her, and she immediately felt much more comfortable. A minute later, the warmth continued to radiate from her lower abdomen, and the excruciating pain that had plagued her vanished completely. Indeed, she felt no pain at all now. In that moment, Gong Yingying was filled with profound gratitude and guilt. The other party had sent her 2 transaction requests without imposing any conditions, demonstrating a sincere desire to help her. And yet, she had almost been ready to scold him. The anger she had felt moments ago was now eclipsed by immense appreciation. Her face flushed with shame. Bai Qi. Thank you. The voice filled with gratitude and guilt startled Bai Qi. He appreciated her acknowledgement, but was puzzled by her sense of guilt. Ms. Gong, I'm glad to be of assistance. There's no need for such formality, Bai Qi responded. Gazing at the blueprint in the passenger seat, Gong Yingying bit her lip, ultimately deciding to take it. She hoped Bai Qi wouldn't overthink it. She truly had no other means to express her gratitude towards him. And this blueprint was all she could offer. With a quiver of her lips, Gong Yingying sent the transaction to Bai Qi. When Bai Qi beheld the nature of the blueprint, he was utterly astonished. Could it be? Such a blueprint actually exists? Chapter 16. Swift and Precise. This is a blueprint for a flawless silicone doll, a marvel of permanence. It was no wonder that Bai Qi was so taken aback. In the realm of survival on the highways, discovering schematics for weapons and vehicle components was commonplace. Even the blueprint for the laughing pill had practical applications. However, what purpose could a silicone doll serve? Would he toss it to a beast to divert its attention? In an inexplicable moment, Bai Qi confirmed the trade and acquired the blueprint. Having obtained it, he could only stow it away for the time being, as his current workstation was still of excellent grade, incapable of utilizing this particular design just yet. Nonetheless, his workstation had reached a commendable 100/100. And with the study of just one more blueprint, he could ascend to an exceptional level. Casting a glance at the still-warm pig kidney, Bai Qi felt a surge of warmth coursing through him. At that moment, he began to comprehend the existence of such a blueprint for a silicone doll. Time passed slowly as he traversed the landscape and opened several resource chests, though his findings were not particularly remarkable. On the bright side, he did manage to procure some additional fuel. Suddenly, a series of delightful chimes echoed, and radiant specks of purple light appeared before him. Bai Qi's heart soared. He had stumbled upon a chest of a higher tier than the blue resource boxes. The previous blue chest had yielded a schematic for a sausage machine, effectively resolving his meat storage dilemma. His anticipation for this purple chest was palpable, bringing his vehicle to a gentle stop. Bai Qi grasped his diamond-grade, iron-piercing spear as he alighted. The sky had begun to darken, clearly heralding the approach of night. Encountering such a high-quality treasure at this hour filled him with immense joy. He cautiously advanced into the wilderness, only to feel a prickle of apprehension. Not far from the chest radiating purple light, beneath a grand tree, a colossal elephant was peacefully slumbering. Bai Qi felt uncertain, yet the thought of abandoning this purple resource box was inconceivable. The elephant appeared to be massive, even with his diamond-grade spear in hand. He feared it would be a formidable adversary. A single misstep could lead to a crushing blow from the elephant, resulting in severe injury, and should he become wounded, survival would be all but impossible. Steeling himself, Bai Qi proceeded toward the chest, hoping the elephant remained in deep slumber. Perhaps he could quietly retrieve the treasures within the purple resource box. He advanced with painstaking care, every step deliberate, mindful to avoid any noise that might rouse the creature. Simultaneously, he wielded his spear, gathering the strength for a focused strike. After 2 long minutes, he had traversed a mere 50 meters and noted the elephant still remained undisturbed, making him increasingly cautious. Suddenly, the roar of an engine and the screeching of brakes shattered the stillness, causing Bai Qi's entire body to tense. How could it be that after 2 days of driving without encountering a single soul, he now found himself in the presence of 2 vehicles? The vehicle is a personal possession, and he had securely closed the doors before departing. Thus, the individuals in the 2 cars could not possibly access his. Armed with a formidable weapon, even if their intentions were nefarious, it would depend on their fate. Bai Qi felt an unwavering confidence, for the diamond-grade machete in his hand was exceptionally sharp. As the 2 men emerged from their vehicle, they stood mesmerized by the sight before them. What quality is this car shell? The tires are incredibly cool. And the glass, how is it so thick? Is this a presidential vehicle? They surveyed the unattended car in astonishment. A lanky man resembling a monkey brandished an axe and pointed toward the wilderness. Haha, this time we struck gold. Monkey, let us first ransack everything from his car before dealing with him. All right, Dragon Brother, the lanky man replied, elated. The sound of footsteps echoed, and Bai Qi firmly gripped his machete as he regarded the 2 approaching men. With a machete, monkey, that weapon will be yours shortly. Dragon Brother scoffed. Bai Qi felt bewildered. unable to comprehend the source of the man's confidence. The lanky man wielded an axe, yet he himself was unarmed. Could it be that this man was a master of unarmed combat? It seemed so. His confidence was indeed excessive, with a diamond-grade machete measuring 1.5 meters. Enhanced by a soul strike, how could one defend against such a blow? Bai Qi's murderous intent surged, for the opposing party regarded him as if he were already a corpse, even distributing his weapon as if it were a mere formality. As Bai Qi approached, tightly gripping his weapon, the burly man revealed a disdainful smirk. When they were 5 meters apart, the giant made his move. The next moment, Bai Qi was filled with dread, his body trembling. The man had drawn a handgun from his waistband. Indeed, a handgun. It is essential to note that everyone had entered the survival scenario with merely the clothes on their backs. Bai Qi's 5 condoms, which he had stashed in his pocket, had not materialized. The giant's handgun must have been procured from a supply box. The situation had flipped dramatically, leaving Bai Qi utterly unsure of how to proceed. Beyond 7 meters, a gun is swift. Within 7 meters, it is both swift and precise. And with only 5 meters separating him from the barrel, there was no room for error. Bai Qi was no Yan Shuangyin. He dared not gamble on whether the gun was loaded. Kid, open the car door obediently, cooperate, and perhaps I will allow you to join our ranks. The giant's commanding voice rang out, gesturing with his gun for Bai Qi to unlock the vehicle. A thought flickered in Bai Qi and Appo's mind. If he could swiftly open the door and secure himself inside, he would be safe. The car shell, glass, and tires were all of impeccable quality, impervious to a handgun. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi nodded and sheathed his machete. The power of the soul strike still lingered, though it began to wane as he stowed the weapon. Go. The giant insisted, maintaining his vigilant stance with the gun. Bai Qi, feeling helpless, could only comply with the instructions given by the other party. As he slowly opened the car door, just as he was about to leap into the vehicle with all his might, the voice of the thin monkey rang out. Brother Long, look, there's a bottle of milk over there. The thin monkey exclaimed, pointing at the creamy beverage nestled in the storage compartment of the driver's side door. Go fetch it. I've been drinking nothing but plain water for 2 days. My mouth has no flavor. Brother Long commanded, prompting the thin monkey to dash swiftly behind Bai Qi, snatching the full bottle of creamy liquid. Brother Long, here. The thin monkey eagerly unscrewed the cap and handed it over, with one hand aiming his gun at Bai Qi. Brother Long accepted the glass bottle with the other. There was no room for doubt. Brother Long took large gulps of the drink. Gulp, gulp. Chapter 17. Laughter even in death. Ha 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 ha. The burly man laughed heartily, his head thrown back. Observing this, the thin monkey mimicked him, bursting into laughter as well. Although he was oblivious to the reason behind Dragon Brother's sudden merriment, as a subordinate, he felt compelled to follow suit. In a swift motion, Bai Qi turned around, drawing forth his diamond-grade anti-tank spear with fierce determination. Gripping the spear tightly, he unleashed all his strength and charged forward. The thin monkey continued to laugh in unison, unfazed by Bai Qi's approach. After all, the opposing vehicle's door was ajar. They could simply scavenge for supplies later. This individual dared to advance, completely unaware of the deadly power of firearms. The thin monkey had witnessed firsthand the extraordinary prowess of Dragon Brother's handgun. It had taken down a 2-meter-long wild boar with a single shot, obliterating its head. However, as laughter filled the air, the thin monkey began to sense something amiss. Dragon Brother remained lost in his uproarious laughter, not even glancing at the oncoming threat. Suddenly, the thin monkey experienced a chilling realization. A lethal strike. With a swift arc, Bai Qi's blade sliced through the air, and the thin monkey found himself rendered speechless. In that moment, his neck was severed, and his head, still filled with confusion, fell to the ground. The last sight he beheld was that of his dragon brother, half of his body sliding onto the earth, still laughing heartily. My dragon brother? What could possibly be so amusing that you laugh even in death? As this thought flickered in his mind, the thin monkey succumbed to darkness. Gasping for breath, Bai Qi surveyed the gruesome scene before him, overwhelmed by nausea. The experience of hunting beasts was starkly different from that of taking human life. With a determined grip, he seized the handgun from the burly man's lifeless hand, exerting considerable effort to pry it free. Precision handgun, exquisite, description, capacity 815, significantly enhanced shooting accuracy. To his astonishment, it was a handgun of exquisite quality. No wonder the burly man had exuded such confidence. This encounter had been perilously close. Were it not for this bottle of stellar-grade frenzied laughter elixir, he might have faced a grim fate. Casting a glance at the 2 corpses on the ground, Bai Qi yanked the axe from the thin monkey's grasp. Approaching the vehicles, he discovered the doors were locked, but this posed no challenge for him. With a swift cut from his diamond-grade anti-tank spear, he effortlessly severed the car door. After a thorough search inside, Bai Qi emerged, his brow furrowed. The situation in the second vehicle was even more dismal. It had been reduced to a mere storage unit. In the end, aside from the exquisite precision handgun, the bulk of meat was their most significant find. With relentless effort, Bai Qi swiftly organized the supplies from both vehicles. Extracting the vehicles. Ding. Unclaimed vehicle extraction successful. You have obtained 1 survival core and 1 underwear blueprint. Bai Qi, perplexed, stowed away the softly glowing orb and the blueprint for the undergarments. It turned out that one could extract blueprints already acquired by others, though he was uncertain whether this was guaranteed or merely a matter of chance. Without hesitation, he summoned a second vehicle, only to receive a single survival core. Placing his items onto the vehicle, Bai Qi grasped his superior-grade handgun in one hand while wielding a diamond-grade steel-slicing dagger in the other. The dusk was approaching, and Bai Qi prepared to open the purple resource chest. Initially, he harbored some trepidation about confronting the massive wild elephant, yet with a firearm at his disposal, his confidence surged. A conventional handgun might struggle to inflict real harm on an adult elephant, but this was a superior-grade weapon, having previously wielded a superior-grade dagger. Bai Qi was acutely aware of the vast superiority of such equipment over ordinary counterparts. This time, he strode purposefully towards the purple resource chest, no longer cautious with each step. Thud, thud. The sound of footsteps resonated as Bai Qi noticed the elephant stirring. Before long, the mighty creature rose and swiftly locked its gaze upon him. A furious roar echoed, and the elephant charged towards Bai Qi with its colossal legs pounding against the ground, causing vibrations beneath his feet. In a swift motion, Bai Qi plunged his diamond-grade dagger into the earth and raised his superior-grade precision handgun. Although it was his first encounter with a real firearm, Bai Qi had fond memories of playing with toy guns as a child and felt a sense of familiarity with the handgun. Bang! The gunfire rang out, striking the elephant just above its thigh. Bai Qi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as he had aimed for the creature's head. However, the outcome exceeded his expectations. The elephant let out a terrified cry, and blood gushed from the wound. How formidable was this weapon? Bang! Bang! 2 more shots rang out, and the once enraged elephant collapsed to the ground, exhaling gently after engaging the safety on his handgun. Bai Qi felt a sense of triumph akin to that of a skilled marksman. It was his first experience with a firearm, and yet he had hit his target 3 times in succession, an achievement worth celebrating. Without a moment's delay, Bai Qi hurried towards the purple resource chest. Lifting the lid revealed its contents. To his disappointment, the high-grade resource chest contained merely a single blueprint. However, upon inspecting the design, a hearty laugh escaped him. Blueprint for smoke-free charcoal machine. Superior. Single use. Description: after learning at the workbench, one can create a smoke-free charcoal machine. What a remarkable discovery. This was a blueprint for producing smoke-free charcoal. While it may not serve an immediate purpose with the extreme cold weather approaching in 2 days, this device would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Elated, Bai Qi dashed towards the fallen elephant, collecting the 60 life marks strewn upon the ground before issuing a command to harvest. A radiant white light enveloped the elephant, and soon, the gathering was complete. Acquired 1,000 units of elephant meat, 1 elephant whip, and 2 elephant tusks. Is there no elephant hide? Bai Qi soon dispelled his gloom, for he had in his possession a whip nearly 1.5 meters in length, approximately as thick as an adult thigh. Elephant whip. Description: consuming it can enhance male potency, with a slight increase in both length and strength. My goodness. This whip must weigh at least 40 to 50 pounds. When will I ever finish this alone? Bai Qi mused as he shouldered the hefty whip and hurried towards his vehicle. The sky had already darkened, and time was of the essence. After making 7 trips, Bai Qi finally loaded all the elephant meat into the compartment of his vehicle. With determination, he started the engine and drove forward into the encroaching night. Feeling particularly uneasy with 2 corpses nearby. Whoosh. Learning the blueprint for a smokeless charcoal machine. Chapter 18. The Temptation of Grilled Sausages. Ding. Success in learning. The workbench has been upgraded to excellence, significantly accelerating the production speed. Workbench, Excellence 100. Note: after learning the blueprint, you can produce finished products, which is one of your crucial supports. Note: upon reaching full proficiency, learning higher quality blueprints can enhance the workbench's quality. Note: upgrading the workbench's quality can subsequently increase production speed. Before the arrival of the following night, Bai Qi successfully elevated the workbench to excellence. After driving several kilometers, Bai Qi halted the vehicle. With the night just beginning to cloak the sky, he needed to address his food dilemma. This time, Bai Qi opted against consuming the pig and Appo's kidney. He had a superior choice at hand. Excellent quality elephant meat was swiftly transformed into a copious amount of sausages, while the massive elephant tail was crafted into a separate sausage. To avoid any mix-up, Bai Qi placed them in a distinct wooden basin, securing the car doors. He opened his friends list. In that moment, Bai Qi realized the immense value of the blueprint Gong Yingying had bestowed upon him. It was undoubtedly a treasure she had obtained from a purple resource chest. The purple resource chest he had just opened contained a giant elephant guardian, which likely meant Gong Yingying had faced significant peril as well. Crucially, the blueprint she had given him was of perfect quality and permanent, far surpassing the worth of his excellent ice-making machine. Miss Gong, allow me to treat you to a grilled sausage. Bai Qi sent the message before he commenced sprinkling barbecue seasoning over the enormous sausage. In a bid to express his gratitude, he applied the seasoning meticulously, which inevitably consumed some time. Upon receiving Bai Qi's message, Gong Yingying was momentarily taken aback, then felt a sense of unease. A grilled sausage for me? Yet there's no trade request. Humph. Who would have thought Bai Qi would jest in such a distasteful manner without even having met me? I had felt such gratitude towards him. I shall not forget your kindness, but if you think to compel me to acquiesce to certain demands with this, it is utterly impossible. In an instant, Gong Yingying's fondness for Bai Qi plummeted to an icy nadir. Ding. Your friend Bai Qi has sent a trade request. Miss Gong, I was just sprinkling barbecue seasoning. Come, have a taste. It's freshly grilled, so be careful not to burn yourself. Gong Yingying was momentarily stunned, gazing at the grilled sausage in the trade window, biting her lip tightly. Be Bai Qi, thank you. A voice filled with profound emotion and embarrassment emerged, leaving Bai Qi momentarily speechless. It's nothing. You have gifted me such a precious blueprint. Quickly accept the trade. It will bolster your strength to face the dangers of the night. Gong Yingying's eyes glistened with moisture, and she hastily accepted the trade. Upon receiving the sausage, she inhaled the enticing aroma, and a smile blossomed at the corners of her mouth. I truly am a delicate woman. Having misunderstood Bai Qi twice in succession. Fortunately, he remains unaware. Otherwise, I would surely be mortified. Gong Yingying opened her small mouth to take a bite, and instantly her eyes widened. The flavor of this grilled sausage is simply indescribably delicious. How can it be so delectable? Gong Yingying devoured it swiftly. Her manner elegant, yet her pace remarkably quick, soon finishing the entire sausage. Burp. Gong Yingying hurriedly covered her mouth. She was raised with the strictest etiquette, and this was the first time she had ever burped in her memory. Bai Qi, thank you. Gong Yingying earnestly sent a voice message of gratitude to Bai Qi, who at that moment was continuously consuming life marks. With each life mark consumed, Bai Qi felt as though he were being tempered in a furnace, both his strength and spirit growing ever stronger. What euphoria! I wonder how much strength I possess now? Bai Qi clenched his fist, feeling an inexhaustible power coursing through him. I could probably knock that giant elephant with a single punch, Bai Qi mused, though this was merely an illusion born of his newfound strength. Surely everyone has gained tremendously today. Perhaps I shall see if anyone has any valuable items they do not need at the moment. Bai Qi was suddenly invigorated. Having just experienced a significant enhancement to his physique, he felt remarkably energetic. Good evening, everyone. The fragrant grilled sausage is truly delightful. Is there anyone who wishes to savor its flavor? I only require rare materials or blueprints in exchange, and supplies are limited, so hurry to trade. Boom. The group chat exploded. Brother Bai Qi, spare me. Please, enjoy it for yourself. Why release a picture? Bai Qi, I possess a sock blueprint. May I exchange it for a grilled sausage? Brother Bai Qi, I opened a box and found a pack of condoms. With your astounding charm, they will surely come in handy. Just one grilled sausage, and this pack of 10 is yours. Bai Qi opened the image to find it was indeed a delayed ultra-thin variety. Alas, he had no intention of seeking a burdensome female companion during this survival endeavor. Bai Qi, I have no rare materials, but I possess unwavering loyalty. As long as you provide for my sustenance, I shall eliminate all obstacles for you. Bai Qi opened the image to see a muscular man adorned with tattoos of a blue dragon and a white tiger, exuding an impressive aura. Bang! Bai Qi made a shooting gesture towards such imagery, feeling no interest whatsoever. Yes. Bai Qi, dear brother, have you read the high-end yoga posture video I sent you? Can it be that my exceptional poses do not captivate you? Wait, something feels amiss. Could it be that Bai Qi is a woman? No. Surely Bai Qi has not been privately conversing with any man, has he? as chaos erupted in the group chat. Bai Qi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He then procured an iron basin from the trading platform and opened the window a few centimeters, turning on the air conditioning to circulate fresh air. Thus, he commenced grilling sausages within the vast confines of the compartment. Gong Yingying observed the chat, a smile creeping upon her lips, eventually unable to suppress a light chuckle. With so many women vying for Bai Qi's attention, yet he had not reached out to any of them, it seemed that he was not a lecherous man after all. Perhaps I had misjudged him. Furthermore, he had never requested photographs or anything of the sort, indicating that his dealings with me were devoid of ulterior motives. Gong Yingying felt increasingly satisfied. However, there was only one perfect sanitary pad available, and she feared that by the latter part of the night, it would need to be replaced. At that juncture, she dreaded the thought of enduring excruciating pain once more. The mere anticipation of that relentless discomfort caused her to furrow her brow. It was not that she feared the pain. After all, she had endured it countless times over the years. Yet now, being in a state of survival, the onset of such affliction could prove to be a fatal blow. Chapter 19. The stellar-grade rapid charcoal maker. Before long, a dozen succulent pork sausages were ready. But Bai Qi was far too astute to offer them the premium-grade elephant meat sausages. He merely sprinkled a touch of salt, as he only had one bag of barbecue seasoning, which he was reluctant to use liberally, let alone on others. Soon, various materials were exchanged, among which was the sole blueprint, a sock blueprint, fortunately a permanent one, thus quite a worthwhile trade. In a stroke of serendipity, Bai Qi managed to exchange for a box of condoms. This item might prove useful in the future. For instance, if the vehicle were to catch fire, I could fill it with water and use it as a water balloon to extinguish the flames. Ah, what a brilliant idea! Bai Qi carefully placed the box of ultra-thin, delayed action condoms into the glove compartment. After completing the trade for the sausages, he combined some other materials and astonishingly acquired a total of 6 pieces of second-grade alloy, sufficient for constructing the smokeless charcoal machine. Subsequently, he extinguished the fire pit and began to engage in group messaging. Regrettably, no one had valuable items for sale, as everyone was mostly chatting idly. Earlier, that bottle of mad laughter elixir had been consumed largely by the burly man, and Bai Qi had not wasted the small remaining portion, which he had now filled with water and stored in the glove compartment. Suddenly, a hissing sound pierced the air, startling Bai Qi, who swiftly turned to investigate. To his shock, a python with a head the size of a bucket had emerged. Bai Qi hastily rolled up the window. He had left a slight gap while starting the fire inside the car, but fortunately, it was only a couple of centimeters wide, preventing a grave mishap. The python, seemingly agitated, began to coil around his vehicle. Without hesitation, Bai Qi started the engine and slammed the accelerator, propelling the car forward with great force. However, to his dismay, he neither crushed the creature nor managed to shake it off. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the seemingly endless python had wrapped itself around the car, particularly around the driver and passenger seats. How fortuitous of you to choose such an opportune location, Bai Qi mused as he began to decelerate. Unable to dislodge the python, he resolved to employ an alternative strategy. With the vehicle halted, Bai Qi glanced back at the troublesome bear meat sausages, and an idea struck him. These items would undoubtedly be unsellable, as clearly stated in their attribute description. Thus, they would have to serve as sustenance for the python. Observing that the snake's head was pressed against the windshield, he deduced that the passenger side was safe. With a creak, he lowered the passenger window by 5 centimeters and swiftly tossed out several bear meat sausages before promptly closing the window again. I wonder if the python will laugh after consuming them. Nonetheless, I have never heard of such creatures exhibiting laughter. Bai Qi then settled in to wait, and soon, the outside world was filled with the frantic hissing of the serpent. In truth, even if it had not come to fruition, it mattered little. This was merely a tentative endeavor by Bai Qi. Had he wished to slay the python moments ago, he could have simply opened a crack in the window and with a single stroke of his diamond-grade blade, severed the creature. Suddenly, the python's massive body surged upward, resting on the engine hood. Its nearly meter-long forked tongue flicked in and out, fixating intently on Bai Qi within the car. A strange unease washed over him, as it seemed the python had ingested the tainted bear meat sausages without consequence. A series of sharp hissing sounds erupted, startling Bai Qi. Although the python's head was directed toward him, it was evidently not regarding him. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the creature's pupils had lost focus. Yet it continued to flick its tongue with increasing urgency. The escalating hisses sent a chill down Bai Qi's spine. Snakes, as cold-blooded creatures, were not expected to exhibit such mirth. Suddenly, he recalled the second note regarding the starry-grayed frenzied laughter pills. They had remarkable effects on flesh and blood life forms. With no effective remedies available, caution was advised in their use. In that moment, Bai Qi gained a profound understanding of the frenzied laughter pills. The python seemed to revel in its laughter, as it continued for a full 10 minutes before the cacophony began to fade. A small pile of life essence materialized. And after a thorough inspection, Bai Qi opened the car door to collect it. He gathered a total of 25 life essences. Collection complete. Acquired 250 units of python meat and 1 unit of python skin. After processing, the tainted python meat was transformed into sausages. Bai Qi found himself compelled to purchase another wooden basin to contain these possibly compromised sausages, lamenting, at this rate, the number of problematic sausages will continue to grow. He sighed as he folded the enormous python skin. Could these bear skins, wolf pelts, and python hides be fashioned into socks? Bai Qi mused, eagerly selecting the sock crafting option. Sock crafting, common, permanent. Material requirements, fibers, cotton, furs, etc. Without delay, Bai Qi commenced the creation of glass containers to amass the power of Soul Strike. Construct a smokeless charcoal machine, he commanded, and a burst of white light enveloped the area. Ding! The smokeless charcoal machine was successfully crafted, granting him the starry-grade rapid charcoal machine. Bai Qi promptly inspected its attributes. Rapid charcoal machine, starry, description, capable of swiftly converting wooden materials into smokeless charcoal. Description, allows customization of charcoal block shapes and sizes. Splendid! Bai Qi was thoroughly pleased, positioning the starry-grade rapid charcoal machine beside the king-grade delicious sausage maker. Though it was a notch below the sausage machine in quality, Bai Qi was immensely satisfied, especially with the ability to customize the shape and size of the charcoal blocks. Truly perfect. Bai Qi cast a glance at the 120 bottles of drinking water that had been filled, a flicker of anticipation for the impending extreme cold igniting within him. Time to craft some socks, he declared, and soon a pair of python skin socks materialized before him. He slipped them on for a fitting. They indeed conformed to his feet, yet they lacked breathability. No matter, he mused, wearing socks now holds little significance. I shall decide when the frigid weather arrives. With a gentle sigh, Bai Qi reclined into the driver's seat, cushioned by bear skin. Drawing from the experience of the previous night, he knew that after the recent snake attack, he would likely be free from any beastly disturbances for the time being. As he shifted his position, discomfort surged from his rear. 2 days had passed since he embarked on this survival journey along the road, and he had only managed a cursory wash of his body. For water was an exceedingly precious resource. Consequently, he now found the friction between his underwear and skin utterly unbearable. Fortuitously, after collecting the belongings from the previous occupant's vehicle, he had acquired a blueprint for underwear. With a swift motion, Bai Qi rose and approached the workbench. Chapter 20. Endless care of python skin underwear. The requirements for materials are similar to those for making socks. Bai Qi glanced over and then proceeded to cut a piece of python skin along with some fibers. Underwear holds significant importance. If hygiene standards are not met, it could lead to numerous complications, particularly for women, as poor cleanliness may even result in inflammation. In the absence of medication, any arising issues could become quite troublesome. Thus, I might as well produce a surplus of underwear. Even if they do not sell, it would still be gratifying to have spares to replace as needed. Bai Qi decisively took action and began sourcing materials in the group chat, aiming to create 100 pairs of underwear. After triggering the soul strike, he planned to craft a premium piece for himself. Ding! Your friend Gong Yingying has sent a trade request. Bai Qi, I happen to have some unused pelts. Please accept them, came an eager voice. Bai Qi did not hesitate. At worst, he could offer her a few pairs of underwear in return, considering her likely needs as a woman. With a clatter, Bai Qi was taken aback as Gong Yingying unexpectedly sent him a substantial amount of pelts. Most were wolf skins, accompanied by a large piece of buffalo hide. With this abundance of materials, alongside what he already possessed, he estimated it would suffice. Time to create the underwear. A radiant glow emerged, revealing a rather appealing pair of triangular underwear. Underwear, common, description, underwear made from wolf skin, warm and breathable. Bai Qi examined the triangular underwear. The texture was quite pleasant, and it was not the suffocating kind of fur underwear he had envisioned. Apart from the dull gray color, which was somewhat unattractive, the rest was satisfactory. After a thorough cleaning, he donned the new underwear, feeling quite pleased. It exhibited remarkable elasticity, conforming easily to his body. Bai Qi continued crafting underwear, swiftly completing 100 pairs and accumulating enough energy for the soul strike. This time, he had a plan. Previously, whether made from wolf or buffalo hides. The color of the underwear had been too monotonous, appearing rather lackluster. Therefore, he retrieved the initial piece of python skin he had cut earlier. Previously, his attempts to incorporate tree bark fibers had not yielded satisfactory results. Thus, Bai Qi directed his attention to the pile of soft sanitary pads on the ground. Holding the python skin and the sanitary pads, he announced, "Create underwear." Instantly, an endless white light erupted. Ding! Underwear creation successful. You have obtained the stellar-level endless care python skin underwear. Bai Qi, filled with astonishment, grasped this extraordinarily high-quality piece of underwear, immediately sensing a completely different texture. Endless care python skin underwear, stellar. Description: endless care and affection, significantly alleviates menstrual pain for women. Description: warm and breathable, quick drying after washing. Long-term wear can alleviate menstrual pain. Bai Qi, initially filled with surprise, suddenly froze. What have I done? I shouldn't have used sanitary pads as materials. He looked at the exquisite underwear in his hands, feeling an unsettling discomfort. Although he could wear it, it just didn't feel quite right. With a frown, Bai Qi made his way toward the core of survival, sending a trade request. Gong Yingying began to feel a dull ache in her abdomen. Her situation was quite unique. Her flow was heavy at the onset, likely exhausting the power of that perfect, warm sanitary pad. What should I do? If the pain lasts all night, I fear I won't have the strength to drive tomorrow. The day after marks the extreme cold, and my car has no air conditioning. Is fate truly intending for me to perish here? Gong Yingying's heart sank deeper into despair, and she could not conceive of a solution. Bai Qi likely acquired that perfect sanitary pad from a high-level resource box, and she was beginning to lose hope. Ding! Your friend Bai Qi has sent a trade request. Gong Yingying lifted her head and saw a pair of underwear appear in the trade window. Remembering that she hadn't changed in 2 days, she gratefully accepted the trade. Upon receiving the underwear, she was left utterly astonished, her body trembling with excitement. Swiftly changing to a new sanitary pad and donning the starry underwear. An endless warmth enveloped her abdomen, and the pain that had just emerged vanished without a trace. Gong Yingying buried her face in the steering wheel, quietly sobbing. It had been years since she cried like this. Even when enduring days of pain before, she could grit her teeth and persevere. Yet, on this solitary path of survival, she could no longer suppress her emotions. After a lengthy bout of weeping, Gong Yingying straightened her posture and glanced at Lin Chen's friend list. Just as she was about to express her gratitude in writing, she halted. A great kindness needs no words, especially since this is a lifesaver for me. Bai Qi, I will repay you with all my might in the future. Her gaze grew resolute. Dear friends, after 2 days of survival, I'm sure none of you have changed your underwear. I am selling underwear, only in exchange for rare materials and blueprints, limited quantity, first come, first served. Bai Qi sent out the message, then continued crafting underwear. He could not settle until he created a fine pair for himself. Suddenly, the chat that had been quiet erupted with activity. Bai Daolao, I need a pair of underwear. I washed mine this evening, and now it feels chilly. Bai Qi, I have a piece of first-grade alloy. I wish to purchase several pairs of underwear. The young man Bai Qi. May I propose an exchange involving a piece of unadorned lace underwear? Dear Bai Qi, I am adorned in a thong, as you might comprehend. Bai Qi, I am visited by relatives. My undergarments are soiled. Might you have an interest? Do you not possess any sense of decency? Great Bai Qi, I am currently wearing boxers, and they have become quite odorous. Do you find them appealing? Ugh, you pervert. Do not seek Bai Qi. Let us barter instead. Ugh. Bai Qi's countenance darkened. Utterly repulsed by the men around him, he soon realized that those willing to exchange rare resources or blueprints for underwear were virtually non-existent. With the highest offer being merely a piece of primary alloy, Bai Qi discerned that underwear was not as vital as he had once imagined. Forgoing it or washing and air-drying it at night proved to be quite satisfactory alternatives. Consequently, he ceased his insistence and opted to trade ordinary materials such as glass, cotton, and wood, swiftly selling off all his underwear. This time, Bai Qi included a piece of python skin in his offerings, alongside an exceptionally large, over 1 meter long elephant trunk whip. Robust as a thigh, the recently crafted starry-grade underwear had inspired him, revealing that the final product correlates with the materials employed. Thus, he was inclined to embark upon this endeavor, creating underwear. An infinite radiance emerged, enveloping both the python skin and the elephant whip entirely. Chapter 21. The Endless Majestic Dragon Elephant Underwear Ding. The underwear has been successfully crafted, and you have received the King-level Endless Majestic Dragon Elephant Underwear. King. King level. Bai Qi was utterly astounded. In this instance of crafting, he had leapt directly across 6 tiers, achieving the king level without intermediary stages. Swiftly, Bai Qi grasped the underwear. Endless Majestic Dragon Elephant Underwear, king level. Description: wearing this underwear instills an awe-inspiring presence. Unyielding courage. Description: warm, snug, breathable, and self-cleaning. Description: prolonged wear promotes growth and development. Description: the strength of the dragon and elephant is at your command. His scalp tingled, and his hands trembled. After taking several deep breaths, Bai Qi quickly donned the king-level underwear. A warm and comforting sensation enveloped him. He had never worn such perfectly fitting underwear before. Moreover, a gentle warmth wrapped around his entire abdomen, and Bai Qi could feel it was nothing short of miraculous. I shall become invincible. At this moment, Bai Qi and Appo's ambition soared. With his soul strike talent, coupled with the extraordinary properties of this king-level Endless Majestic Dragon Elephant underwear, he envisioned creating an entire race from a single individual. There were still matters to attend to. He had yet to consume the 25 life marks obtained from slaying the python. Bai Qi swiftly devoured them, and soon after, his expression turned to one of delight. Previously, he had acquired 15 life marks from slaying a wild boar and 60 from an elephant, totaling 90 marks. As he felt the power surging within him, he sensed that consuming just a few more life marks could lead to a significant transformation. However, despite inquiring privately with several people, none were willing to part with their life marks for exchange. Considering Zhao Gang's actions, Bai Qi surmised that many had likely learned the method of utilizing life marks. Looking at his friend list, he noted that Li Shueli was marked in gray-black, leaving only Zhao Gang and Gong Yingying. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi decided to message Gong Yingying. A transaction request swiftly appeared, revealing a small pile of life marks. Bai Qi was momentarily stunned. Noticing Bai Qi and Appo's hesitation to accept the trade, Gong Yingying grew anxious. Bai Qi, is it insufficient? I haven't hunted many beasts these past 2 days, but I will slay more tomorrow. Bai Qi took a deep breath. Ms. Gong, this is far too much. If there are any remaining later, I shall return them. Oh, as long as it's enough. Bai Qi, you may keep it. There is no need to return it. Bai Qi then resumed consuming the marks. Upon devouring the 10th life mark, a powerful force surged through him. Ding! Your life tier has been elevated. Feeling the abundant strength coursing through him, Bai Qi was filled with joy. Not only had his physical prowess increased, but his soul had also become stronger. Correspondingly, his talents had undergone a transformation. The Soul Strike, Ability Description 1. When you continuously engage in a particular action, the power of destiny will accumulate. Once this power reaches its full capacity, you can trigger the Soul Strike, guaranteed to unleash a special effect. Ability Description 2. Talent is derived from the soul. Enhancing the strength of your soul will amplify your Soul Strike capabilities. Strive to elevate your soul strength. Initially requiring 100 accumulations, it has now been reduced to 90, signifying a notable enhancement. If my soul strength is elevated to a certain extent, will I not be able to activate the Soul Strike with every attempt? Bai Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without the Soul Strike ability, how could he have acquired so many exquisite items? Moreover, the Soul Strike can also be employed offensively. Previously, when he felled wild boars and vanquished that burly man and the lean monkey, the speed of his blade, under the influence of the Soul Strike, far surpassed his usual prowess. Upon consuming another life mark, Bai Qi furrowed his brow. For once, after it dissolved in his mouth, he did not feel the warmth surge through him. However, he could sense that the life mark he ingested was not without effect. It served to replenish his vitality. With a frown, Bai Qi contemplated and finally comprehended the situation. His life level had improved. In terms of quality, it should now be classified as superior. Therefore, these ordinary life marks no longer held the capacity for enhancement. Nodding thoughtfully, Bai Qi proceeded to trade the remaining 110 life marks to Gong Yingying. Ms. Gong, I appreciate your help. I just consumed 10. Please accept the remainder. Bai Qi, there's no need to return them. Keep them for yourself. I have no use for such items, Gong Yingying replied firmly, her tone dismissive. Bai Qi paused, then sent the trade again, explaining the method of using the life marks. Yingying, please accept them. Strengthening your body will enhance your resilience and may even alleviate your abdominal pain. Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, Gong Yingying felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks. Bai Qi, thank you. She accepted the trade, secretly wishing to disclose that wearing the star-level Endless Protection python skin underwear had already resolved her abdominal issues. However, this was not easy to articulate. And now that she knew consuming life marks could strengthen her, she entertained different thoughts. Without hesitation or doubt, Gong Yingying consumed the life marks. A warm current enveloped her, her strength surging, illuminating her eyes with newfound vigor. After finishing all the life marks, she clenched her dainty fists, feeling an extraordinary increase in her strength. Perhaps each life mark augmented her power by a kilogram. Now, she felt close to 200 kilograms of strength. Gong Yingying's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Suddenly, the sound of a door sliding open pierced the air, causing her expression to shift as she listened intently. After listening for a while, she confirmed the presence of the approaching beast. Just one creature, which made things considerably simpler. It was the perfect opportunity to test her newly acquired strength. Gong Yingying gripped the exceptional grade dagger firmly and, gauging the sound, leaped down from the opposite side of the vehicle. Upon disembarking, the roar of the beast erupted, and Gong Yingying paused momentarily, for it was the unmistakable cry of a tiger. Initially, she felt a twinge of anxiety. But as she sensed the power in her grip on the dagger's hilt, her composure swiftly returned. A strikingly beautiful white-fronted tiger leaped into view, launching itself towards her. With a swift motion, she executed a horizontal slash, severing the tiger's front leg in an instant. The tiger's roar of pain and fear filled the air as it prepared to flee on 3 legs. In a fluid motion, she turned and delivered another strike, her waist twisting in a graceful arc, channeling her entire strength. The razor-sharp, exceptional-grade dagger cleanly severed the tiger's head from its body. Gong Yingying took a deep breath, then gathered the small pile of life essence that had fallen to the ground. Without hesitation, she proceeded to collect the essence from the tiger. As she beheld the items that appeared on the ground, she found herself momentarily stunned. Chapter 22. I mean no harm. Acquiring 1 tiger skin, 300 tiger meat. 1 tiger whip. Gong Yingying gazed at the enormous tiger whip, ultimately closing her eyes and placing it into the vehicle. With such a significant quantity of tiger meat, it would likely spoil in no time. However, the tiger meat is highly nourishing, and I shall gift the meat and the whip to Bai Qi. Gong Yingying felt her cheeks flush deeply. Although Bai Qi had assisted her several times, they were essentially strangers, and even now, they were unaware of each other's appearances. This is premium-grade tiger meat and a whip. Consuming them can enhance one's physical prowess. I harbor no ulterior motives, merely wishing for Bai Qi to grow stronger. With this thought, Gong Yingying finally sent a trade request to Bai Qi. Ding! Your friend Gong Yingying has sent a trade request. At this moment, Bai Qi reclined on a bearskin chair, not even glancing at the display screen. And with a mere thought, he chose to accept. With a whoosh, a plethora of blood and flesh materialized, nearly inundating the central console area. Goodness! This is premium-grade tiger meat. Could it be that Gong Yingying hunted a tiger? Bai Qi's interest was piqued, and he swiftly rose to craft the tiger meat into neatly packaged sausages for preservation. However, as he handled the items, he sensed something amiss. Turning his head, he was momentarily taken aback. This too. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi crafted the massive premium-grade tiger whip into sausage form and stored it separately. Once everything was settled, Bai Qi found himself in a bit of a quandary. The once spacious cabin now appeared rather cramped. Numerous glass bottles filled with drinking water were stacked to one side, while various sausages were neatly piled on the opposite side. At present, only a narrow 30-centimeter path led to the workbench. The crux of the matter was that everyone had no shortage of food. Those who had slain beasts were likely fretting over how to preserve the meat. Perhaps I could purchase the meat and turn it into sausages for sale? Bai Qi then shook his head, realizing that such a venture would likely yield little profit. After reorganizing the vehicle once more, Bai Qi was captivated by 2 survival cores emanating a faint white glow. With a resounding slap to his thigh, he chastised himself. The survival core can absorb other cores to upgrade. I should have prioritized upgrading instead of wasting time on trivial matters. Gripping one of the survival cores, he approached the display screen, and a prompt appeared. Ding! Do you wish to absorb this survival core? Absorb. A radiant white light enveloped the survival core he held. Ding! Absorption successful. Ding! Your survival core has been upgraded to premium grade. Your daily messaging capacity has increased to 20 times. Your simultaneous listing of goods has risen to 20 items. And the detection range of resource boxes has expanded to 300 meters. Bai Qi was instantly elated. He cared little for the increase in chat frequency, as 10 times was already sufficient for his needs, and he had not exhausted his quota in the past couple of days. The number of items available for sale did not concern him either, as he primarily conducted transactions within group chats. What brought him the greatest joy was the expansion of the resource box detection range. which had grown from a mere 100 meters to an impressive 300 meters, a significant enhancement indeed. Before Bai Qi had the chance to fully revel in his delight, another notification chimed. Ding! All components of your vehicle have met the required standards. You may now choose a path for vehicle advancement. The survival core display projected a multitude of automotive silhouettes, predominantly featuring vans, off-road vehicles, trucks, recreational vehicles, and sedans. After a thorough examination, Bai Qi had already made up his mind. Sedans would undoubtedly offer the highest speed, followed by off-road vehicles. Recreational vehicles prioritized comfort, while vans boasted ample cargo space. Comfort could be relegated for the time being. The off-road vehicle's speed was only marginally less, yet it was certainly adequate, especially given its superior off-road capabilities. If suitable, driving into the wilderness to crush beasts guarding treasure chests was not beyond the realm of possibility. Having analyzed his options, Bai Qi resolved without hesitation to select the path of the off-road vehicle. Ding! Vehicle advancement commencing. An endless radiance enveloped him, lingering for a full minute before dissipating. Bai Qi gazed in astonishment at the brand-new interior of the vehicle. The layout remained with 2 driver's seats at the front, but the rear had been significantly downsized, lacking the traditional back seats and trunk found in typical off-road vehicles. Upon inspection, Bai Qi felt a mix of satisfaction and concern. The interior space had not expanded. Indeed, it seemed less spacious than before. He switched on the headlights and, after listening intently to the sounds, leapt from the vehicle. Upon noticing the chassis towering at least half a meter high, he burst into laughter. With such a high chassis, it would be difficult to become stuck even in the wilderness. A closer look revealed that the vehicle and Oppo's exterior had certainly transformed after this upgrade, with the tires now boasting an imposing 22-inch design, resistant to punctures. Excellent! Such a formidable off-road vehicle would certainly be impervious to even the mightiest of elephants. In fact, with the vehicle's superbly crafted shell and glass, it would not be impossible to ram the elephant down. Overjoyed, Bai Qi climbed back into the vehicle. He started the engine, and a thunderous roar erupted, far surpassing the power of his previous fan. A glance at the survival core revealed that to advance to the next level, he would need to consume 5 survival cores. With only one in his possession, he pondered the fate of the vehicles belonging to those survivors who had fallen to beasts. He had not encountered any abandoned vehicles along his journey. Bai Qi then settled into the vehicle, reclining on the comfortable bare skin, and soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. As dawn broke, a new day emerged. Bai Qi, brimming with energy, commenced his morning routine of brushing his teeth and washing his face. Utilizing a toothbrush and toothpaste he had acquired the previous day in exchange for a common meow knife, he felt a profound sense of contentment to enjoy such luxuries on the arduous path of survival. Subsequently, Bai Qi swiftly roasted 2 tiger meat sausages, consuming one himself while trading the other with Gong Yingying. She accepted the exchange with delight. Bai Qi, your sausages are limited. You should eat one first. I have plenty of meat to consume as well, or it will spoil, Gong Yingying lamented, glancing at the over 100 pieces of wolf, beef, and tiger meat behind her. Particularly concerning was the beef obtained on the first day, which had begun to emit an unpleasant odor. Bai Qi, observing the abundance of sausages in the cart, chuckled heartily. Yingying, how about this? You trade all the unspoiled meat to me. To be candid, I possess a sausage-making machine, and all I require are meat chunks. Gong Yingying's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she promptly traded all her unspoiled meat to Bai Qi without hesitation. Bai Qi worked rapidly, incorporating plastic as packaging, and soon amassed a small pile of sausages. Here you go, Yingying. Remember to trade any meat you acquire to me for processing in the future. All right, Bai Qi. Her cheerful voice chimed, and Bai Qi imagined the joy radiating from the girl and Oppo's expression. Chapter 23. A mortality rate of 67 after satisfying his thirst and hunger. Bai Qi filled numerous bottles with the potable water collected by the water condenser the previous night. Observing the neatly stacked glass bottles, he felt assured that such an ample supply would suffice. As dawn broke, Bai Qi took a moment to admire the high-clearance off-road vehicle, which he found increasingly satisfying. The roar of the engine echoed as he relished the refreshing morning breeze, a sensation that filled him with inexplicable joy. While driving, he casually opened the group chat interface. Region, HX10011. Population, 3,353 10,000. Bai Qi and Oppo's expression turned grave. Just the morning prior, the count stood at 5,563 individuals, and by nightfall, it had dwindled to 5,365. Throughout the day, the population had decreased by only 198, yet the night had claimed an alarming 2,010 lives. Though this decline was slightly less than the first night, it still instilled a deep-seated fear within him. As he scrolled through the chat, he encountered numerous cries for help and lamentations. The previous night, a python had been slain, yielding 25 life tokens, while an elephant had dropped 60. The greater the number of life tokens dropped, the more formidable the beast. This suggested that the challenges of the night were escalating. But what was the purpose of such a grim selection? To weed out the weak? Bai Qi furrowed his brow in contemplation, yet he found himself unable to draw any conclusions at the moment. Ding, ding, ding. A notification indicated the detection of a resource box. Bai Qi quickly turned his attention, spotting a green, high-quality resource box approximately 200 meters away. Fortunately, the survival core had been upgraded. Otherwise, a box beyond 100 meters would have gone unnoticed. Decisively disembarking, Bai Qi grasped his exceptional precision handgun in one hand while casually holding his diamond-grade iron-slicing spear in the other. With his heightened life level, wielding the 5-kilogram spear became an effortless task. However, his handgun contained only 5 bullets, and without a means of resupply. It would merely serve as a tool of intimidation once those ran out. Upon discerning the beast guarding the resource box, Bai Qi tucked the handgun into his waistband. With a firm grip on the diamond-grade spear, he strode purposefully forward, swiftly swinging the weapon. Midway through his approach, the power of his soul strike was fully charged after just 90 swings. The distant growl of a cheetah echoed, yet Bai Qi paid it no heed. As the cheetah accelerated to its top speed, Bai Qi remained focused, realizing that its velocity was not as outrageous as anticipated. With a swift flash of the blade, he cleaved the charging cheetah cleanly in two, acquiring a blueprint for an upper garment. The bounty was modest, yet Bai Qi felt a sense of satisfaction. With the blueprint in hand, he now had the prospect of clothing. After gathering his spoils, he claimed 50 pieces of cheetah meat and a single cheetah hide. Gazing at the intricately patterned leopard skin, Bai Qi was immediately reminded of the allure of leopard print leather jackets. After returning to the vehicle, he set off once more. And with an expanded detection range for resource boxes, his gains surpassed those of the previous day significantly. The power system of Bai Qi was flawless, effortlessly surpassing one vehicle after another. While rare vehicles had been elusive in recent days, today they seemed to be plentiful, leaving Bai Qi perplexed by the sudden change in circumstances. Fortunately, no malevolent incidents occurred. However, Bai Qi felt a tinge of disappointment, as he believed that possessing a firearm warranted the punishment of wrongdoing. Nevertheless, the abundance of vehicles posed its own challenges, particularly in locating resource boxes, which were primarily claimed by those ahead. Despite Bai Qi and Appo's extensive detection range, it appeared that resource boxes beyond 100 meters were scarce. After 3 hours of relentless driving, he had only managed to uncover 3 boxes. Ding. Bai Qi, please check the group chat. Upon receiving Gong Yingying's message, Bai Qi quickly opened the chat. And what he saw left him astounded. Everyone, please be cautious of others. I just witnessed 3 vehicles cornering another. 3 men surrounding a woman. Need I elaborate on what may transpire? Earlier, I encountered a vehicle whose driver attempted to flag me down for fuel, but upon seeing his weapon, I sped past without a second thought. There are no laws here. We must remain vigilant, as upgrading the survival core necessitates the consumption of others' cores. Woe is me. As a girl, I have scarcely eaten or slept these past few days. If any of you gentlemen encounter me, please do not harm me. Fear not, dear sister. Men are unlikely to kill us. If you encounter other vehicles, simply follow along. If need be, appease them occasionally. The sister, who had interjected with a peculiar burp, was indeed correct. Bai Qi had already encountered 3 vehicles without incurring any harm, and had even procured some resources. The gentleman had been quite amiable. Upon witnessing the conversation veer off topic, Bai Qi felt somewhat exasperated. Yingying, I understand. I will be cautious. You, however, must prioritize your safety during these tumultuous times. Acknowledging Bai Qi's words, Gong Yingying nodded, albeit a bit awkwardly. Bai Qi, please be careful. I sense that many of the women who just spoke may not be quite right. If you encounter them, exercise caution, beware of potential traps. Listening to Gong Yingying's advice, Bai Qi nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I shall be vigilant. As he continued his journey, Bai Qi indeed encountered women flagging him down. Some even resorted to rather indecent gestures upon seeing his impressive vehicle, attempting to coax him into stopping. Women, it seemed, were remarkably resourceful. Once they adapted, they employed various means to survive. However, the notion that he should expend both physical effort and resources was utterly preposterous. Reflecting on this, Bai Qi felt confident in his speed. As long as he wished to remain unpursued, no one could catch up to him. For the time being, there was nothing of particular necessity, so Bai Qi paid little heed. Suddenly, the scene ahead startled him. He beheld a line of about 10 vans obstructing the roadway, effectively blocking the entire passage. Moreover, a glance at the terrain flanking the road revealed a plethora of depressions in the landscape. It was evident that this location had been deliberately chosen to deter anyone from attempting to circumvent it through the wilderness. Bai Qi gradually eased off the accelerator, and as he drew nearer, a weightier pulse settled upon his countenance. For behind the row of obstructing vehicles, there lay additional cars, the total number exceeding 20. Given the magnitude of this occurrence, was there truly no one to expose it? Filled with curiosity, Bai Qi came to a halt approximately 50 or 60 meters away from the scene. Chapter 24. Zhao Gang's team. Upon witnessing the sleek off-road vehicle come to a halt, a group of men exchanged glances, some continuing their tasks while others armed themselves and approached. "Brother, tonight will undoubtedly be perilous. Join us. There is strength in numbers," bellowed a burly man, adorned with the symbols of the azure dragon and the white tiger. Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback, recognizing him as the one who had previously vowed loyalty in exchange for sustenance. Bai Qi cracked the window slightly, hearing strange sounds emanating from outside. It was evident that those lurking behind these men were up to no good under the glaring daylight. Noticing Bai Qi's lack of response, the large man scowled. "Surround him. This brat is getting too arrogant." In an instant, 6 others closed in. Bai Qi shifted into reverse, the vehicle slowly retreating. The men paused, then broke into derisive laughter. "Kid, we extend this invitation out of respect. We merely require resource allocation based on team needs, not your life. Indeed, we already have 5 women in our team. Joining us would certainly be more enjoyable than being alone," they jeered. Bai Qi felt a flicker of uncertainty, observing the lineup of vehicles across from him. There seemed to be no signs of violence. He touched the exceptional-grade precision pistol at his side, scrutinizing the 7 men, noting that they wielded only axes, sabers, and knives. It was impossible for him to join them. His sole aim was to forge ahead and unlock the resource box. Just as he prepared to utilize the formidable power and build of his vehicle to push through, a large man sprinted from behind the row of cars. Bai Qi was taken aback by the man's speed, which far exceeded that of an ordinary individual, coupled with tremendous force in his stride. Could it be that he too had consumed a life mark and ascended in vitality? Bai Qi was nearly convinced of this. The man approached, a look of earnestness on his face, weaponless. "What are you all doing? Put your weapons away," he admonished as he ran. The others exchanged glances before reluctantly sheathing their arms. Bai Qi left a 1-centimeter gap in the window, given the height of the large off-road vehicle. Even if they bore firearms, they would not pose a threat to him. Should any of them make a sudden move, he would not hesitate to charge forward, showcasing the terrifying prowess of his exceptional vehicle and power system. "Brother, please do not misunderstand," the large man called out as he came within 2 meters of Bai Qi's window. Bai Qi was taken aback once more, for the man bore an expression of sincere contrition. "I merely wish to pass through. I kindly ask that you clear the way," Bai Qi replied in a low voice. The man nodded earnestly. "Brother, it is a trivial matter. We mean no harm in blocking your path. The past 2 nights have been increasingly terrifying, and tonight we anticipate even more formidable beasts to emerge. Should everyone refrain from gathering together, the casualty rate would likely be exceedingly high. Moreover, if we convene in advance, the mutual assistance and resources will enable us to better confront the impending frigid conditions. If you harbor doubts about our intentions, my friend, you may remain in your vehicle. When the time comes, we shall simply park our cars in proximity." The burly man spoke earnestly. Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback, sensing that this individual genuinely considered the broader implications. "Young man, do you know who our elder brother is? Allow me to enlighten you. Our elder brother is Zhao Gang." "Yes, indeed, the benevolent soul who publicly disclosed the method for utilizing the life mark in the group chat," the tattooed man's resounding voice echoed. And Bai Qi and Appo's expression shifted to one of perplexity. Previously, he had expended a life mark to acquire the method from Zhao Gang. Yet, it appeared that this information had been made accessible to all. Was it possible that only he had been financially exploited? Nonetheless, Bai Qi did not question the tattooed man's words. The rapid flow of information in the chat meant it was entirely plausible he had simply overlooked it. "Clear the path. I have no intention of joining your ranks," Bai Qi replied resolutely. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang's countenance fell with disappointment. The vehicle in question was evidently upgraded, appearing even more formidable than several cars in their own convoy. Zhao Gang genuinely wished to persuade this individual to join their team. However, from the glint in Bai Qi's eyes, it was clear he was resolutely opposed to aligning with them. "Strongman, have someone move the car. Allow the young brother to pass," Zhao Gang instructed. Soon, two vehicles shifted aside, and without a moment's hesitation, Bai Qi revved the engine and sped away. "Brother, that fellow in Oppo's car is superb. If he were to join our team, he could easily dispatch the beasts tonight," one of the men remarked. "Indeed, brother. We merely caused a misunderstanding by brandishing our weapons. A bit more explanation would suffice," another chimed in. "Brother, should I chase after him?" one suggested. "Cease your prattling. Look how swiftly he drives. He has already vanished from sight," Zhao Gang replied, shaking his head. "Let us prepare. Tonight's dangers may escalate once more. Also, when another vehicle arrives, do not wield weapons in a manner that might frighten them," Zhao Gang cautioned before striding toward his own car. Once inside, Zhao Gang brusquely pushed away a woman who had approached him. "Gang Gu, I have many more tricks up my sleeve. Please let me stay here." The woman pleaded pitifully. Zhao Gang frowned immediately, prompting the woman to hastily exit the vehicle. After securing the door, Zhao Gang glanced at Bai Qi's name in his contacts. He had just noticed that there were numerous machetes in the passenger seat of that individual's car. A normal person would not require such an arsenal. This indicated that he was indeed Bai Qi, the dealer of machetes. It was regrettable that this individual exhibited such aversion to others. Zhao Gang couldn't and Amp Oppo's help but reflect on Bai Qi and Amp Oppo's somewhat cold demeanor from earlier. After driving approximately 10 kilometers, Bai Qi brought his vehicle to a halt. He swiftly exited and roasted 2 tiger meat sausages. "Ying, come, have a sausage." In a moment of unhesitating decision, Gong Ying swiftly accepted the transaction and began to indulge in her meal. "Ying, did you encounter a line of cars blocking the road?" Bai Qi inquired. Taken aback while savoring her grilled sausage, Gong Ying shook her head. "No, I did not come across any. How about you?" Bai Qi replied, "Nothing significant. They cleared the way, and I have already moved on." "That and Oppo's. That's good to hear." The chatter in the group about incidents of murder and carjacking has been rather frequent lately. "One must exercise caution when encountering anyone on the road," Gong Ying advised. "By the way, Bai Qi, I was just about to send you something," she added, subsequently sending a transaction, which elicited a light chuckle from Bai Qi. Chapter 25, Toils Without Reward Upon Acquiring the Barbecue Grill, a substantial apparatus approximately 1 meter in length. Bai Qi reminisced about the painstaking effort of grilling sausages on iron skewers over an open flame, which, despite his caution, had resulted in a somewhat charred outcome. With this new tool at his disposal, the task of grilling meat and sausages had become significantly more convenient. "Ha, Ying, you are truly my blessing. With this grill, I shall treat you to delicious sausages every day, the kind that are utterly delectable." Bai Qi's appreciative voice resonated, causing Gong Ying to blush. Though she understood his sincerity, her mind wandered to mischievous thoughts. Could it be? Am I inherently a flirtatious woman? No, absolutely not. I have never behaved this way before. It seems my heartfelt gratitude towards Bai Qi has muddled my thoughts. Gong Ying quickly reassured herself. Yes, indeed. It is a matter of life-saving gratitude, one that deserves to be repaid, even to the extent of toiling like a beast of burden. However, she added, but with no need to provide fodder. Feeling somewhat bewildered, she pondered the peculiar thoughts that had surfaced in her mind. Bai Qi was indeed remarkable. He had previously provided her with top-tier sanitary napkins and subsequently gifted her with exquisite python skin underwear. The former might have been obtained from a resource box, but the latter was undoubtedly unattainable through conventional means, as the highest known resource box quality was the purple perfect grade box. It was unheard of for a resource box to yield items exceeding its quality. Most often, they produced items of inferior quality. Gong Ying continued her analysis with growing conviction. Bai Qi must possess a method to enhance the quality of items or crafted goods. Henceforth, when I acquire blueprints, he shall be my priority. With this determination, she hastened her thoughts. Meanwhile, after savoring the grilled sausages, Bai Qi resumed his journey. He soon encountered a group led by Zhao Gang attempting to obstruct his path, resulting in an increase in resource boxes along his route. Before long, he discovered a blueprint for a pair of ordinary permanent trousers within one of the resource boxes. With the shirts, underwear, and socks he had already learned, he was just one item short of completing his ensemble. Ding, ding, ding. Bai Qi was taken aback with joy. For this time, it was a notification from a purple resource box. Haha, splendid. He decisively parked the vehicle, assessing the situation outside while gripping his diamond-grade machete and securing his exceptional-grade pistol at his waist. A herd of wild buffalo? Absurd. Bai Qi found himself at a loss for how to proceed. His exceptional-grade pistol had only 5 bullets remaining, while the buffalo numbered over 30. If he were to engage them directly, he would be left to confront the herd with only his blade once his ammunition was depleted. Glancing back at his large off-road vehicle, he felt a pang of uncertainty. If the buffalo charged and overturned his vehicle, he would be in dire straits. Such a heavy off-road vehicle, once it capsizes, cannot be righted without the assistance of large machinery like a crane. Losing the vehicle means relinquishing any hope of survival. One might as well await death. Bai Qi hesitated to approach directly, primarily due to the lack of a viable solution. The bison do not consume meat. Otherwise, I could simply scatter a multitude of medicated sausages. Bai Qi felt a headache coming on. Since the bison want to eat meat, I can utilize grass soaked in the liquid of the frenzied laughter pill. No, grass is not particularly reliable. It would be better to use fruit directly. There were 32 adult bison, not a single calf in sight. It was imperative that the majority of the bison consume these apples. Subsequently, Bai Qi sliced an apple into 4 pieces, hollowing out a small cavity in each segment, and then retrieved a roll of purchased tissue paper. He saturated a segment of the tissue with approximately 1 milliliter of the frenzied laughter pill liquid, then stuffed this tissue into the small cavity of the apple piece. Thus, 16 apple pieces were prepared. Clearly, this quantity was insufficient, so Bai Qi promptly contacted Gong Yingying and subsequently acquired 2 large apples. After much effort, 24 apple pieces were ready. It was not that he could not procure fruit. Rather, Bai Qi did not wish to obtain solely medicated bison meat. With everything in place, Bai Qi strode forward carrying a bag of apple pieces. Whoosh, whoosh. From several dozen meters away, Bai Qi began to swiftly toss the apple pieces. The bison, previously fixated on him, momentarily appeared bewildered. The sweet apple pieces landed, instantly capturing the attention of numerous bison. Moo. Immediately, a bison joyfully dashed over, its massive tongue sweeping up the apple piece in a single motion. The effects of the medication did not activate instantaneously. After 5 seconds, all the apple pieces had been consumed, with several bison having devoured double portions. Moo, moo, moo. The sounds of jubilant bellowing erupted as Bai Qi remained vigilant, prepared for combat or flight, while earnestly observing. This was a deliberate test of the frenzied laughter pill's potency. 16 bison tossed their heads back, howling wildly, throwing the entire herd into disarray. The half that had not consumed apple pieces stared in utter confusion at their howling companions, their limited intellects momentarily overwhelmed. Moo, moo. This time, Bai Qi noted that while the bison continued their howling, there were brief moments for them to catch their breath. However, these intervals were exceedingly brief. Most of the time was spent in frenzied bellowing. The massive bellies of the bison soon deflated, yet they continued their cacophony of howls. Bang, bang. Soon, one bison fell to the ground, its mouth still agape, but due to the absence of air in its abdomen, it could only emit silent laughter. Bai Qi observed carefully while calculating the time. Thud, thud. Finally, the last bison that had eaten the apple piece collapsed, the time precisely 1 minute. The bison that consumed double portions endured for 40 seconds, while those that had 1 piece lasted a full minute. In the throes of uncontrollable laughter, a considerable volume of air escapes from the chest cavity, causing the bison to descend into a state of confusion due to hypoxia. It appears the effects of the potion may have exceeded expectations. Bai Qi gazed at the remaining 16 bewildered bison, and with a deliberate motion, he unsheathed his diamond-grade iron-slaying spear. Their formation had disintegrated, rendering a coordinated charge utterly impossible. This was my opportunity. With the 1.5-meter-long iron-slaying spear in hand, Bai Qi surged forward with remarkable speed. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, and in an instant, the head of a still-dazed bison fell to the ground. A testament to the seamless lethality of diamond-grade weaponry. Finally, some bison began to regain their senses, yet they found themselves surrounded by the fallen bodies of their kin, hindering any significant movement. Even if one attempted to charge at Bai Qi, the razor sharpness of his weapon would undoubtedly cleave its skull in twain upon impact. A minute later, the ground bore witness to the absence of any living bison. Chapter 26. The ultimate space storage bracelet. This was also the primary reason he refrained from using all the medicine. The ox whip was simply too precious, and he needed to collect some. It was not that he couldn't, but due to his previous experience with crafting the king-grade endless majestic dragon elephant underwear. He thought it wise to gather some ox whips in case they proved useful later, ignoring the numerous wild buffalo corpses strewn across the ground. And even neglecting to retrieve the life marks, Bai Qi swiftly darted towards the purple resource box. With a swift flick of his blade, the resource box sprang open. He obtained a storage bracelet to his astonishment. The interior of this purple resource box contained nothing but a single, seemingly futuristic bracelet. Truly, fortune favored him. He hoped the storage space would be ample. Bai Qi seized the storage bracelet, contemplating whether he could transport the buffalo corpses behind him. Contingent upon the size of this bracelet. Storage bracelet, perfect. Description, contains a silent space of 3m times 3m times 3m. Description, living beings with soul fluctuations cannot be collected within the silent space. Description, the opening of the space measures 0.3 square meters. Description, this item is of a special category and requires blood binding before use. 3 meters by 3 meters by 3 meters, equating to 27 cubic meters. Bai Qi furrowed his brow slightly. While the space was not particularly large, it was not insignificant either, comparable to the interior volume of certain cargo vans. However, such a space might not suffice to accommodate all the buffalo corpses. Bai Qi sighed, and as he gently touched the blade with his fingertip, he felt a prick. And blood began to flow. Just as he was about to let his blood fall upon the bracelet, he paused. Bloodletting was an action of his own, logically. It should trigger the soul strike effect. He had to test it. With a firm squeeze, blood dripped onto the ground. As the first drop fell, a familiar sensation of power surged within him. Excitedly, Bai Qi continued to press his fingers, causing drop after drop of blood to fall. 89. 90. Success. Blood. Soul strike. The blood imbued with mysterious power fell upon the storage bracelet, and Bai Qi instantly felt a wondrous connection with it. Ding. Blood binding for the storage bracelet successful. You have obtained the Ultimate Space Storage Bracelet. Ultimate Space Storage Bracelet. Perfect. Description, contains a silent space of 30m times 30m times 30m. Description, living beings with soul fluctuations cannot be collected within this silent space. Description, the opening of the space measures 3 square meters. Description, bound successfully. Ha ha. Bai Qi could not contain his laughter. He never anticipated that the soul strike would expand the internal space of this storage bracelet 1,000-fold. Now, with a capacity of 27,000 cubic meters, this storage bracelet exceeded all of Bai Qi's expectations. Moreover, the spatial opening has expanded tenfold. Now, the 3 square meter receiving port can effortlessly accommodate the massive carcasses of wild bison. Adorning his left wrist with this exquisite storage bracelet, which remains unchanged in quality but boasts a significantly enhanced capacity, it seamlessly melds with Bai Qi's wrist as if it were an intrinsic part of him. With a mere thought, dozens of life signatures around him were drawn into the storage space. Upon sensing the void within this expansive realm, he observed those life signatures suspended in the emptiness, capable of being repositioned at his whim. Surveying the multitude of bison corpses, Bai Qi ultimately decided against collecting them in their entirety. Although the collection would result in the loss of many internal organs and bones, convenience took precedence. Collection. Obtained 800 units of bison meat, 1 bison whip, 1 bison hide, 2 bison horns. Collection. Collection. As he gathered the items, Bai Qi adeptly sorted the medicinal bison meat and whip into a separate space. Thanks to the identification notes from the survival core, he knew that mixing them would pose no issues. However, it still felt somewhat unsettling to him. This endeavor not only yielded a storage bracelet with a remarkable capacity of 27,000 cubic meters, but also brought substantial rewards. He acquired a staggering total of 960 life signatures, with an average of 30 contributed by each bison. There were 32 bison hides, horns of varying sizes totaling 64. 3 standard bison whips, and 13,000 units of normal bison meat. Additionally, he collected 5 flawed whips and 15,000 units of defective bison meat. After this haul, Bai Qi felt assured that he had secured enough provisions for a lifetime. It is worth noting that the bison meat collected was of a considerable size, measuring 10 centimeters in length, width, and height, sufficient for a hearty meal for one person. Upon returning to the vehicle, Bai Qi promptly stored all the bottled water and sausages into the storage bracelet. With a glance at the refreshing interior of the car, he felt immense satisfaction. The vast 27,000 cubic meters of space was an incredible asset. To let it go to waste would be a travesty. Having just passed midday, With an impending extreme cold front approaching, it was imperative to stockpile additional firewood. Uncertain of what the severe conditions would entail, he realized that even if there were trees in the icy landscape, venturing out to chop wood in such frigid temperatures would not be an ideal course of action. Currently, Bai Qi possessed ordinary blueprints for glass bottles, sanitary napkins, tops, bottoms, underwear, socks, and machetes. Additionally, he had access to a king-grade sausage-making machine and a star-grade charcoal maker. Previously, due to the limited space within the vehicle, Bai Qi had refrained from engaging in extensive trading, as the materials available were largely commonplace: wood planks, iron chunks, glass, and cotton. Now, with less than 30 cubic meters of the 27,000 cubic meters occupied within the storage bracelet, the space felt remarkably ample. While driving, Bai Qi skillfully operated the workbench behind him to craft the machetes. This is a method he has devised for multitasking, wherein the workbench is an item bound to him, allowing for mental control. Due to the fact that many individuals possess blueprints for toilet paper and 3 have blueprints for sanitary napkins, the profit margin for these items has diminished significantly. Conversely, weapons remain relatively rare commodities, at least Bai Qi's Miao knife, with its length of 1.5 meters and lightweight design, continues to be quite sought after. After successfully crafting 90 ordinary Miao knives, Bai Qi cast aside a small heap of various furs and cotton fibers to create a garment. The power of the soul-binding strike was triggered, and immediately changes began to manifest on the workbench. Chapter 27. Abundant Resources. Ding. The upper garment has been successfully crafted, and you have received a diamond-grade genuine leather warm coat. Bai Qi hastily halted his vehicle, caressing the cloak-like leather coat, immediately feeling its smooth texture. Genuine leather warm coat, diamond. Description: a coat crafted with wolf fur as the exterior and cowhide as the lining, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. Description: warm and breathable, effectively alleviating heat loss. With the temperature hovering above 20 degrees, Bai Qi had no intention of trying it on, deciding to wait until the arrival of the extreme cold tomorrow to ascertain its efficacy. Subsequently, he sent a message in the group chat. Everyone, it seems that a more formidable beast will emerge tonight. On my journey, I have observed many individuals armed with only a single weapon, and some women and girls even without any weaponry at all. For the safety of all, I will be offering unlimited sales of Miao knives, and various supplies can be exchanged. 100 standard units of wood plus 4 pieces of metal, 10 pieces of metal, 10 pieces of glass, 10 pieces of plastic, 20 pieces of meat plus 4 pieces of metal. You need only meet one of these conditions to exchange for a Miao knife. If anyone possesses other materials or blueprints, please message me privately. The group chat erupted in excitement. Bai Qi was hailed as a saint among men. The mere requirement of wood and 4 pieces of metal for a Miao knife was astonishing. Indeed, in preparation for tomorrow's extreme cold, I have been gathering wood along the way, and now I can exchange for 3 Miao knives. Haha, I have hunted several beasts along the route, and my greatest concern was the spoilage of the meat. Now, it seems the surplus meat has finally gained value. To those above, it is advisable to conserve food. Tomorrow marks the onset of extreme cold, and wildlife will undoubtedly be scarce in such conditions. A shortage of food would spell trouble. I'm not foolish. Keeping 50 to 60 pieces of meat should suffice for a month. In extreme cold, the temperature inside the vehicle will likely fail to preserve the meat for long. Bai Qi, dear brother, I have kept many pictures of my sister with the window open. If we encounter each other on the road, please be sure to call out to her. Bai Qi, tomorrow signifies the extreme cold. Sister has a curvaceous figure without excess flesh. If brother is willing to take sister along, she will ensure that the brothers do not suffer from the cold. Hiss, brothers? The mature woman above seems to imply something with her words. Bai Qi gazed at the influx of tantalizing private messages, reflecting momentarily before saving them. He then proceeded to list ordinary Miao knives for sale in the trading mall. Each knife was snatched up instantaneously. Concurrently, Bai Qi amassed a plethora of various materials. Notably, the first and fifth options he had set. As a significant quantity of wood materialized, Bai Qi swiftly stored it within his storage bracelet, while he continued to manufacture ordinary tang knives. After 90 attempts, he successfully crafted a pair of perfect quality genuine leather warm trousers. However, Bai Qi felt a tinge of disappointment as no one approached him with blueprints to exchange for weapons. Subsequently, he also produced a pair of exceptional grade genuine leather socks. As dusk began to settle, Bai Qi decisively pulled over and commenced roasting sausages. True to form, he prepared 2 portions. However, this time, Gong Yingying did not immediately accept her share. Fortunately, her friend's status was lit up. leading Bai Qi to speculate that she was either off to open a resource box or taking a moment for herself. After a day of extensive sales of ordinary Miao knives, Bai Qi had successfully sold a total of 700, accumulating 250,000 standard wooden blocks, 700 ordinary metals, 500 pieces of ordinary glass, 500 plastics, and 1,000 ordinary meat cuts. As of now, the total number of survivors stood at 3,020. With others also engaging in weapon sales, it was reasonable to assume that each individual possessed at least 1 or 2 weapons for self-defense. What surprised Bai Qi was the absence of any sales for ranged weapons such as bows and crossbows, let alone firearms. Yet, he could understand why. If he possessed blueprints for ranged weapons, he would be reluctant to part with them, as that would pose a significant threat to his own safety. Having crafted so many ordinary Miao knives, Bai Qi had triggered the Soul Strike ability 30 times. Among these, he had fashioned 3 sets of clothing, shirts, trousers, and socks, before returning to the production of Miao knives. Presently, he owned 15 good quality Miao knives, 10 exceptional quality ones, 1 perfect quality knife, and 2 diamond-grade iron-cutting knives. After selling such a quantity of ordinary Miao knives during the day, it was evident that people were beginning to recognize the utility of this slender, 5-meter-long weapon. With nightfall approaching, it was time to part with the 15 good quality Miao knives. This time, Bai Qi sought rare materials or blueprints. Ding! Your friend Gong Yingying has sent a trade request. Would you like to accept? Suddenly, a massive quantity of meat was traded over, leaving Bai Qi momentarily stunned before he quickly stored it away in his inventory. After a flurry of transactions, Gong Yingying eventually paused. My goodness, had she just wiped out an entire rhinoceros tribe? Bai Qi had received over 20,000 pieces of fresh, warm rhinoceros meat. Bai Qi, I'm also giving you a few pieces of rhinoceros hide, along with some other meat, came a somewhat shy voice, followed by the delivery of 4 pieces of rhinoceros hide and 5 enormous rhinoceros whips. No wonder Yingying felt bashful. This was indeed a rather delicate matter. Bai Qi waved his hand to gather all his spoils. Yingying, come, have a sausage, and appos, still warm. Gong Yingying quickly accepted the trade, savoring the delicious roasted sausage while holding 2 blueprints in one hand. Oh, this is so difficult. These are rare finds, but my workbench is still at the ordinary level. And the most important of these blueprints is of exceptional quality. It pains me to part with them. After a moment of inner conflict, she placed the 2 blueprints on the passenger seat. Turning to look, she noted that the back of the vehicle was nearly filled with neatly stacked wooden blocks, collected today in preparation for the frigid conditions expected tomorrow. Moreover, she affixed several large rhino hides meticulously throughout the interior of the vehicle, thereby enhancing its insulation. Good evening, everyone. I am Zhao Gang. Tomorrow, we shall face extreme cold, and I trust that you have all amassed a considerable stockpile of firewood. However, do you possess the necessary tools to ignite the wood? It would be impractical to burn it within the vehicle or light a fire outdoors. Well, I possess blueprints for an iron pot, which can not only be used for simmering soups, boiling meat, and heating water, but also serves as a fire pit. It has been listed in the trading marketplace, so those interested should act swiftly. Bai Qi promptly accessed the trading marketplace, only to grimace slightly upon seeing Zhao Gang's asking price, which far exceeded that of the he had for sale. Nevertheless, as a friend of Zhao Gang, after some discussion, he managed to exchange a regular for 5 iron pots. With the iron pots in hand, he could now prepare hearty soups, as he had an abundance of various ingredients such as bullwhips and rhino whips. Chapter 28. The temperate climate of in-vehicle air conditioning. Zhao Gang was selling iron pots, while others were also engaged in the brisk sale of various items such as toilet paper, short swords, and axes, all at significantly reduced prices. It was evident that everyone was eager to seize the last opportunity to stockpile supplies. Greetings, I am offering superior-grade machetes, effortlessly sharp enough to slice through hair. Limited quantities available, so act swiftly if you wish to purchase. Only rare materials and blueprints in exchange. Image. Bai Qi promptly sent out a message, accompanied by the attributes of the superior-grade machete. Well, a superior-grade weapon. Could it be that the esteemed Bai Qi has procured the blueprint for the superior-grade machete? And you even possess the blueprint for the ordinary machete. It seems quite wasteful. Indeed, it is a complete redundancy. How fortunate it would be if I could acquire the blueprint for the ordinary machete. The disparity between grades is immense. I once found a superior-grade short sword, and chopping branches felt as effortless as slicing cotton. However, the short sword's length pales in comparison to a 5-meter machete and combat effectiveness. Bai Qi. I possess a blueprint for a single bed that can be installed in a vehicle. Might you exchange it for a superior grade machete? Wait. You're not aware that you could craft and sell single beds after learning the blueprint? I wish I could, but alas, it is a one-time blueprint. I feel unworthy of such luxury. Only someone of Bai Qi's caliber deserves that kind of comfort. A one-time blueprint? That diminishes its value considerably. Bai Qi. I have a piece of level 2 alloy, which you previously acquired. Bai Qi, I only have a one-time air conditioning blueprint. Would you be interested? Well, you'd part with an air conditioning blueprint? I already have an air conditioner in my vehicle, rendering this blueprint superfluous. Bai Qi, I humbly seek your mercy. Bai Qi frowned slightly, as he indeed wished to exchange for some survival cores, which would allow him to upgrade his vehicle to an even higher tier. With a total of 15 superior grade machetes, Bai Qi began to review the private messages he received. Soon, he successfully traded the one-time single bed blueprint and the one-time air conditioning blueprint, as well as 2 pieces of level 2 alloy. Everyone, only 2 superior grade machetes remain. And I will only exchange them for survival cores. Please message me privately if interested. Once Bai Qi and Oppo's message was sent, an immediate silence fell over the group chat. As this subject had become a taboo among them, the emergence of a survival core invariably signified the loss of a life. Whether the core was obtained through killing or extracted from an abandoned vehicle was open to interpretation by others. Nevertheless, Bai Qi had not encountered a single abandoned vehicle on his journey. The allure of superior grade weapons was irresistible, and over 10 individuals sent him private messages. Bai Qi did not hesitate, proceeding with all transactions, ultimately acquiring 11 survival cores. With the additional core he had left, Bai Qi now possessed 12 survival cores. And to upgrade from superior to extraordinary grade, only 5 were necessary. Of course, other conditions existed. All major components of the vehicle must meet specific requirements, which Bai Qi had long since satisfied. Devour. Upgrade. With a single command, 5 survival cores were instantly consumed. Ding. Your survival core has been upgraded to the exceptional level. Your daily chat limit has increased to 30 times. Your simultaneous item listing capacity has risen to 30. And the detection range for resource boxes has expanded to 600 meters. Bai Qi was rather indifferent to this enhancement. He hardly utilized his daily chat allowance, and the increased item listing capacity held little significance for him, as he already possessed a large storage bracelet and had no need to exploit glitches to hoard supplies. The expansion of the resource box detection range from 300 to 600 meters was indeed beneficial, as it would enable him to encounter more resource boxes, which was precisely what he required. Ding. All vehicle components have met the standards, and you may now choose a path for vehicle advancement. The display of the survival core projected a plethora of automotive phantoms, including power-enhanced off-road vehicles, armored off-road vehicles, and lightweight off-road vehicles, among others. After a meticulous examination, Bai Qi had already made his decision. He chose the path of upgrading to an off-road camper van. Ding. Vehicle advancement commencing. An endless radiance emerged, dispersing after a full minute. Bai Qi beheld the dramatically transformed interior of the vehicle and burst into laughter. Now there is a dedicated bathroom. I no longer have to risk getting out to handle personal matters. This bathroom was precisely what Bai Qi desired most, as he had been compelled to scout the surroundings and prepare for sudden confrontations while addressing his needs in the wild. Even without the threat of beasts, the wilderness was rife with insects, and he had endured several bites on his backside. Moreover, tomorrow would bring extreme cold weather, and venturing out then to resolve such issues would likely be perilous. The reason he had exchanged for 5 large iron pots from Zhao Gang in one go was not without ulterior motives. Bai Qi scrutinized the blueprints for the vehicle's single bed, feeling somewhat disheartened. The camper van featured a 2-meter by 1.8-meter double bed above the rear, which was even larger than a standard double bed used in households, much to his delight, as he relished rolling around while sleeping. Additionally, the water collector was now connected to the bathroom's water tank, which had a capacity of 600 liters, sufficient for the diamond-grade rapid water collector to operate for 300 hours. After taking a stroll around the vehicle, Bai Qi felt quite satisfied. This vehicle now appeared more formidable and impressive than the Unimog, the pinnacle of off-road campers. However, it was not without flaws, although this vehicle possessed formidable off-road capabilities. It was considerably heavier, resulting in a decline in its off-road performance compared to the previous vehicle. The blueprints for the single bed were rendered unnecessary, but the recently acquired blueprint for a disposable vehicle air conditioner could still be utilized. Upon returning to the vehicle, Bai Qi began to prepare sanitary pads. These would serve as excellent incendiary devices and would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the near future. Most components of his vehicle were of impeccable quality, with only the chassis and air conditioning system classified as exceptional. This left Bai Qi, who had a penchant for perfectionism, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Coincidentally, he had obtained a blueprint for an air conditioning unit and decided to attempt creating a superior version. After all, tomorrow heralded a frigid climate, and possessing an enhanced air conditioning system would better equip him to cope. After 90 attempts, he had finally accumulated the necessary strength for a decisive strike. The creation of the air conditioning unit commenced, and an endless radiance enveloped him. Ding! The vehicle's air conditioning system has been successfully crafted, granting you a stellar-grade climate control unit. An explosion of joy ensued. Bai Qi eagerly began to examine this air conditioning unit of stellar quality. Versatile climate control vehicle air conditioning system, stellar. Chapter 29. The ultra-efficient, explosive car-mounted single bed. How outrageous. It is well known that a standard air conditioner can only lower the temperature to a level just above freezing. Yet, this was the first time Bai Qi encountered an air conditioner capable of plunging the temperature below zero. Replace. With a mere command, the star-quality climate control system vanished, replaced by an exceptional air conditioner within the vehicle. Bai Qi exhaled deeply. Ding! Your friend Gong Yingying has sent a trade request. Bai Qi, I just opened a resource chest and obtained some cola. Since I do not consume carbonated beverages, I would like to offer it to you. Bai Qi gazed at the trade window displaying 10 bottles of unwrapped, yet unmistakably branded, large cola bottles, feeling a surge of gratitude. Though he had helped Gong Yingying, the items she provided were equally precious, and it dawned on him that he had indeed profited from the exchange. This was precisely why he had gifted her the star-quality endless care underwear the day before. Upon confirming the trade, Bai Qi received 10 2-liter bottles of cola. With a satisfying gulp, an indescribable sensation of effervescent sweetness flooded his senses. To savor cola amidst the struggles of survival was pure bliss. What could possibly be wrong with this woman? How could she resist such delectable cola? Casting a glance at the substantial exceptional air conditioner occupying much of the space, Bai Qi messaged her, Yingying, what quality of air conditioner does your vehicle possess? Gong Yingying looked at her car, feeling somewhat disheartened. Bai Qi, I have yet to acquire the air conditioner blueprint, so there is currently no air conditioning in the car. However, I have stockpiled a substantial amount of wood and recently purchased an iron pot. The insulation measures in the vehicle are adequate to withstand extreme cold. Upon hearing her response, Bai Qi wasted no time and promptly sent a trade request. Wait, Bai Qi, this is too precious. I cannot accept this. Take it quickly. I have a superior air conditioner here. Tomorrow marks the onset of extreme cold. Having only wood will not suffice without air conditioning. Faced with Bai Qi's insistence, Gong Yingying ceased to refuse. After accepting the trade, she opted for installation, and soon, the car was equipped with air conditioning vents. Twisting the air conditioner knob, a warm current enveloped her, rendering her face a canvas of indescribable emotions. Reaching for the 2 blueprints on the passenger seat, Gong Yingying began to strategize for herself. After indulging in several generous gulps of cola, Bai Qi turned his attention to the blueprint for the single bed that lay beside him. I almost forgot. Even if I construct the single bed, I can still replace it. After all, the double bed that comes with the vehicle is merely of ordinary quality, unworthy of my standards. Bai Qi continued crafting sanitary pads, quickly building up his energy. Creating single bed. Ding. Single bed successfully crafted. You have obtained the king-level ultra-efficient, explosive car-mounted single bed. A king-level single bed. Bai Qi gazed at it in astonishment. The extraordinary car-mounted single bed boasts a remarkable capacity for real-time adjustments based on the user's needs, ensuring an optimal state of slumber. It possesses a profound calming effect, effectively alleviating negative emotions such as anxiety and fear. This bed is designed to assist the user in conserving energy by over 90. Moreover, it is incredibly easy to clean, featuring fast drying and self-cleaning properties. Prolonged use of this bed is said to enhance physical strength and reinforce vitality. However, Bai Qi found himself perplexed. The bed's claims of emotional relief and sleep enhancement seemed trivial to him, as his vehicle was exceptionally sturdy, ensuring safety was never a concern. He struggled to comprehend what circumstances could possibly lead to such an extraordinary energy conservation. Additionally, he questioned the practicality of its easy cleaning and quick-drying features, especially since his vehicle was equipped with a shower, making pre-sleep cleanliness a given. The assertion regarding the bed's long-term health benefits left Bai Qi bewildered. While he understood the importance of physical strength and vitality, he questioned whether mere sleep could truly yield such results. Being single, he found it impossible to conduct any personal experiments to validate these claims. Thoughts of the numerous young women, married and single, who had sent him various photos and videos flooded his mind, prompting him to shake his head and dispel all distractions. Upon making a successful replacement, Bai Qi was pleasantly surprised. The newly acquired car-mounted single bed, now measuring 2 by 8 meters, was indeed a perfect fit. This size was ample enough for 3 or 4 individuals to rest comfortably, should they choose to do so. Satisfied with his recent acquisition of 10 bottles of cola, he proceeded to send a transaction request to Gong Yingying, who was still grappling with her internal conflict over whether to share 2 blueprints with him but hesitated, feeling reluctant. As Bai Qi and Appo's transaction notification appeared, Gong Yingying and Appo's eyes filled with tears. She recalled that Bai Qi had previously sold a batch of high-quality knives and remembered someone expressing interest in trading a single-bed blueprint for one. Could it be that he had obtained the blueprint for her sake? The reality weighed heavily on her mind, yet she felt unworthy of accepting anything further from Bai Qi, especially after the remarkable air conditioning unit he had gifted her. Bai Qi, keep it for yourself. I've already made my seat quite comfortable with fur, she thought. Gong Yingying's voice was filled with gratitude and tinged with guilt. Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback. He truly could not comprehend this woman, who seemed to harbor guilt at the slightest provocation. Yingying, you are in a delicate situation now. It would be best for you to rest on a proper bed at night. Accept the arrangement. This bed can be automatically installed. Remember to lay down fur after the installation. Listening to Bai Qi's caring words, Gong Yingying could no longer hold back her quiet sobs. Not only had he alleviated her menstrual discomfort, but his constant concern for her deeply moved her. This time, Gong Yingying did not refuse. Shortly thereafter, a compact single bed measuring 1 meter by 1 meter appeared in her vehicle. Chapter 30. The soul-seeking execution gun spreading a rhino hide at the base. Gong Yingying then layered a wolf pelt atop it. The furs collected bore no trace of any unpleasant odor, making them entirely suitable for use as bedding. As she reclined, she felt an immediate comfort that far surpassed that of resting in a chair. Returning to the driver's seat, Gong Yingying found herself devoid of any hesitation. Ding. Your friend Gong Yingying has sent a trade request. Do you accept? Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback, for the trade consisted of 2 blueprints, each of which held profound significance for him. Indeed, within the trade window was a blueprint for an extraordinary level handgun and another for a standard level bullet. Yingying, you. Bai Qi, hurry and accept, otherwise I might regret it. A playful voice chimed in, prompting Bai Qi to take a deep breath and accept the trade. Yingying, this is of immense value to me. Is there anything you require? Bai Qi asked earnestly. Gong Yingying smiled gently, glancing at her vehicle before shaking her head. Bai Qi, I lack nothing. Surviving tomorrow and Appo's extreme cold will pose no challenge. Bai Qi scanned his storage bracelet, which contained 10 extraordinary level machetes, 1 perfect level machete, and 2 diamond level iron cutting machetes. Taking a deep breath, he promptly initiated a trade with her. What? Bai Qi. This time, it was Gong Yingying who was left speechless. Quickly accept. Firearms are far superior to cold weapons. With a determined bite of her lip, Gong Yingying ultimately chose to accept the trade. Upon receiving the diamond-level iron-cutting machete, she seized a mundane iron block and pressed it against the blade. The sensation was smoother than slicing through butter. The iron block divided effortlessly, yielding a cut as smooth as glass. Learning. Both blueprints were fully absorbed. Handgun production, extraordinary. One-time use. Material requirements. 3 level 2 alloys, 1 plastic, 1 wooden block. Bai Qi possessed all necessary materials, prompting him to commence the crafting of the sanitary napkin to harness the power of the soul-seeking strike without hesitation. After 90 attempts, Bai Qi took a deep breath. Crafting the handgun. Ding. Materials are sufficient. Commencing handgun production. An endless radiance unfolded as Bai Qi awaited anxiously. Ding. Handgun creation successful. You have obtained the sovereign-level soul-seeking execution gun. What a name. This name is utterly magnificent. Bai Qi joyfully seized the sovereign-level weapon. Soul-seeking execution gun. Sovereign. Description. Ammo capacity 100-100. Possesses level 1 lock-on attack. Description. High shooting speed. Significantly reduced recoil. Description. Bullets fired carry the power of soul-seeking, capable of damaging special life forms. Bai Qi marveled at the weapon, excitement mingling with a tingling apprehension. This exquisite pistol bears a striking resemblance to the illustrious Desert Eagle. However, what bewildered Bai Qi was its astonishing capacity of 100 rounds. A feat he could not fathom, especially since the firearm lacked an extended magazine. Yet, recalling the spatial technology associated with the storage bracelet, he surmised this might be the reason. As for the first-level lock mechanism, its intricacies would likely only be revealed through practical experience with the handgun itself. The second explanation was crystal clear to Bai Qi. A significant reduction in recoil was undoubtedly advantageous, greatly enhancing shooting accuracy. The third explanation, however, left him perplexed, as the concepts of soul-chasing power and special life forms transcended his understanding. Nonetheless, such descriptions were not mere figments of imagination. He might encounter formidable beings in the future. After comparing the king-level soul-chasing handgun with the exceptional precision pistol, Bai Qi struggled to suppress the urge to dismiss one in favor of the other. His focus then shifted to the bullet manufacturing options. Bullet manufacturing, standard, permanent, material requirements, gunpowder, metal. Description: different calibers of standard bullets can be produced according to the type of firearm. Bai Qi found himself in a quandary, suspecting that procuring gunpowder would pose a challenge. Yet, a pleasant surprise awaited him. The permanent blueprint could yield bullets of various calibers, an impressive feat indeed. Upon inspecting a round from the king-level soul-chasing handgun, he discovered it was a 0.5-inch bullet, equivalent to a large 12.7 mm diameter projectile. This caliber was formidable, and paired with the handgun and Oppo's royal quality, Bai Qi could scarcely imagine the devastation it could unleash. Conversely, upon examining a round from the exceptional precision pistol, he noted its diameter was less than 10 millimeters, indicating a significantly reduced power. Having engaged in numerous exchanges with Gong Yingying, he suspected she might discern his remarkable ability to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. He pondered whether it would be appropriate to gift her this exceptional pistol. Bai Qi hesitated. Firstly, the exceptional pistol only had 5 rounds left, and secondly, such weapons were undoubtedly more valuable in greater quantities. Ultimately, he concluded that the king-level soul-chasing handgun sufficed for his needs. If it could not resolve his challenges, possessing an additional exceptional pistol would hold little significance. Young lady, you are quite fortunate to encounter someone as grateful as I, Bai Qi mused to himself, before sending a trade request. Yingying, allow me to gift you a weapon for self-defense. Upon receiving the trade offer, Gong Yingying was momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, she had given Bai Qi a one-time exceptional pistol blueprint, yet he was now offering her an exceptional precision pistol. Bai Qi, you should keep it. I have my iron cutting sword, she replied, opting to decline the trade. Bai Qi sent another request. Yingying, to be frank, I possess an even better firearm. Keep it for your protection. It only has 5 rounds left, so use it wisely, ideally as a trump card. Hearing Bai Qi's words, Gong Yingying ultimately gritted her teeth and accepted the trade. Having acquired a pistol of exquisite condition, Gong Yingying gazed vacantly at the display screen, her heart a tumultuous sea of emotions. Alas, she never anticipated such a turn of events. Subsequently, she carefully stowed the pistol away. She was no novice like Bai Qi, who had never handled a firearm. Despite residing in a nation where firearms were prohibited, there existed a few shooting clubs, rendering her somewhat familiar with pistols. With a resounding bang, a violent impact echoed as Bai Qi seized the legendary soul-hunting gun. No one could quell his yearning to fire a shot. With a forceful slap, he struck the thick, flawless bulletproof glass, eliciting a chuckle from him. Astonishingly, the assailant was a colossal elephant. It was noteworthy that he had previously slain this very elephant, subsequently crafting a pair of legendary endless majestic dragon elephant undergarments from its massive tusks. As the glass gradually descended, Bai Qi's dark, ominous gun barrel was already aimed at the window opening that had been created. Chapter 31. Exquisite black stockings. Upon hearing a commotion, the elephant felt a surge of exhilaration. It had been perplexed by the enormous iron mass, but was invigorated upon spotting the diminutive figure within the gap. A bellow, reminiscent of a bull's roar, erupted as the elephant swung its trunk, ready to extract and crush the small being inside the iron contraption. Then came a sharp gunshot. Bai Qi swiftly turned to witness a jubilant expression on the elephant's face, marred only by a gaping hole the size of a palm in its head. The weapon's power was nothing short of terrifying, and astonishingly, Bai Qi had barely felt any recoil. With a thunderous crash, the creature collapsed. Bai Qi listened intently for a moment, confirming that no other beasts were present before disembarking. He promptly collected a life mark from the ground and proceeded to harvest from the fallen wild elephant. Obtained elephant meat, 1,800. Obtained elephant tusks, 2. Obtained elephant hide, 1. With a wave of his hand, he stored all the collected items in his storage bracelet. His face etched with confusion. Without a whip, could it be a female elephant? He pondered little on this, as his curiosity was piqued by another matter. With a mere thought, he retrieved the life mark he had just acquired, initially obscured in darkness. This time he observed that the life mark radiated an even more intense glow. Life mark, excellent. Description 1. An item dropped upon slaying a life form. It can enhance your life strength. Description 2. The life mark serves as universal currency, possessing stable value. To his astonishment, this was an excellent life mark, a tier above the ordinary ones. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qi decisively consumed it. Instantly, it dissolved in his mouth, and a wave of warmth surged from his stomach throughout his body. After savoring the sensation, Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction. The enhancement was significantly more potent than that from a standard life mark. He wondered how many excellent life marks he would need to consume to elevate his life tier once more. Casting a glance at his storage space, he noted there were still 960 ordinary life marks. Retaining such a surplus felt somewhat wasteful, yet the survivors were heavily invested in the blueprints. Not a single mention of them had surfaced all day. Perhaps it was time to test the waters. Having already endured a beastly ambush, it seemed that, according to recent patterns, the majority of the night would likely be safe. Ding. Dear friends, while weapons are immensely useful, possessing a robust physique is paramount for combating ferocious beasts. I have a number of life marks to exchange for blueprints. Those interested may message me privately. This declaration swiftly captured the attention of all in the group, who had previously been engaged in cries for help and exclamations of triumph over slain beasts. Since learning of the life mark's significance, no one had been willing to part with them for mere items. To comprehend the essence of life imprints, one must recognize that once consumed, they possess the remarkable ability to directly enhance one's prowess. Even those once considered delicate young women have experienced significant advancements. This phenomenon mirrors the nature of a snowball effect. As one's strength increases, vanquishing ferocious beasts becomes notably easier, and the subsequent slaying of these beasts yields further life imprints, thereby amplifying one's capabilities. Esteemed Bai Qi, I possess a one-time blueprint for an automobile S-Class. Kindly check your private messages. Esteemed Bai, I have a one-time blueprint for a vehicle body. The message has been sent privately. Bai Qi, dear brother, I have something valuable. Please check your private messages. Bai Qi, my brother, I too possess something of worth. Do take a look at my private message. In this instance, numerous concealed treasures among the crowd were unveiled. Bai Qi meticulously perused the private messages, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Indeed, many individuals had produced blueprints. Yet most were merely schematics for automotive components, and all were one-time use. Furthermore, some individuals demanded exorbitant prices. A single blueprint for a tire was audaciously priced at 100 life imprints, an utterly ludicrous proposition. Bai Qi prioritized examining the information relating to these blueprints and, following a series of negotiations, ultimately acquired a dozen or so blueprints for the sum of 3,050 life imprints. Among these were 2 tire blueprints, 3 vehicle body blueprints, 2 glass blueprints, 2 chassis blueprints, 1 power system blueprint, and 2 fuel tank blueprints. Nothing further was available, and the seller firmly insisted on a price of 80 life imprints for the power system blueprint, which Bai Qi reluctantly accepted. With such a plethora of supplementary blueprints, coupled with the ample foundational materials stored within Bai Qi's spatial wristband, he felt assured that should complications arise leading to issues with any vehicle components, he could readily fabricate replacements. Upon glancing at a private message from a man, Bai Qi was surprised to find an image of a bow and arrow attached. This represented a ranged weapon. If mastered, its power could rival that of a conventional handgun. However, Bai Qi refrained from pursuing this offer, as the seller demanded 60 life imprints, and the antiquated bow was of only ordinary quality, accompanied by merely 2 arrows. Then, a private message from a woman captured Bai Qi's interest. It featured a photograph showcasing a pair of long, slender legs, strikingly beautiful to the point of incredulity. Bai Qi scoffed. Even on the 3rd day of survival, there were women shamelessly attempting to entice him with mere images. Had this occurred on the first day, he might have been somewhat taken aback by the photograph, but now, he had amassed a considerable collection of provocative images and videos, all featuring identifiable faces, far surpassing the allure of a mere photo of alluring legs. Seeing Bai Qi's lack of response, The woman quickly followed up with an explanatory message. It turned out that what she sought in exchange was a pair of exceptional black stockings. Black stockings, exceptional. Description: excellent elasticity, resistant to pilling and fraying. Description: prolonged wear can sculpt and elongate the legs, rendering them straight and graceful. This was indeed a pair of black stockings with practical benefits, and intriguingly, the woman was not requesting any life imprints in return. After parting with an ordinary knife and a pack of sanitary napkins, Bai Qi acquired a pair of exquisite black stockings that had been worn by the other party. Taking a whiff, Bai Qi felt a slight sense of reassurance, as there was no unpleasant odor. Following the recent transaction, Bai Qi had expended a total of 450 ordinary life marks, leaving him with 510 that remained unspent. Ding! A message arrived, igniting Bai Qi's enthusiasm. The tone of the sender seemed rather audacious. Brother Bai Qi, do you happen to possess an abundance of life marks? I have an exceptionally rare blueprint and am uncertain if you can handle it. Although the tone was somewhat respectful, it carried an undertone of skepticism. Bai Qi paid no heed to this tone, for he had already attained a level of renown, and if the other party dared to speak thus, the blueprint they referred to must undoubtedly be of great value. Brother Wang Changjin, please send me the blueprint for my review. I believe there is no one who can offer a higher price than I can at this moment. Chapter 32. The Divine Artifact of Wang Changjin, unlike others. This individual had 2 formidable wolves crammed in the back of his vehicle. Furthermore, outside his car, there were 5 more wolves and a fierce tiger. Astonishingly, these wolves coexisted harmoniously with the tiger. Picking up a blueprint, Wang Changjin's eyes flickered with intensity. If I were to reveal myself and Bai Qi could not present an item of equivalent value, would I not find myself in peril? Bai Qi, bold enough to sell a large number of, may possess uncertain strength, yet his financial resources are undoubtedly substantial. He had even recently exchanged excess life tokens for goods. Regardless, I must prepare for all eventualities. Tomorrow will usher in the extreme cold, and my vehicle cannot accommodate such a multitude of beasts. If they lack the strength, they will not survive. Once their power increases, not even the likes of Bai Qi will pose a threat. I shall emerge as the strongest. Taking a deep breath, Wang Changjin sent Bai Qi a screenshot of the blueprint's attributes. Bai Qi instantly sat up, astonished. Healing ointment blueprint. Exquisite, permanent. Description: can be crafted after studying at a workbench. Healing ointment. A medicinal blueprint. And it is of the permanent exquisite grade. I must have this blueprint. Bai Qi's eyes glistened with fervor. The exquisite grade speaks for itself. Its efficacy is undoubtedly extraordinary. This blueprint is virtually priceless to anyone. However, for Bai Qi, who possesses the soul strike talent, the value of this blueprint is magnified 100-fold, 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold. After taking several deep breaths, Bai Qi managed to regain his composure. The other party had come prepared, and his initial words had cast doubt on Bai Qi's financial capacity, clearly recognizing the blueprint's worth. Bai Qi pondered why the other did not learn the blueprint himself, yet he would never voice such a question at this moment. Wang Changjin, I have 510 life tokens remaining. This is all I can offer. Bai Qi stated his maximum bid directly, unwilling to haggle in such a critical moment. Such a remarkable blueprint, if missed, would haunt him for a lifetime. Upon hearing Bai Qi's offer, Wang Changjin furrowed his brow. While 510 life tokens were not insignificant, they paled in comparison to the value of his blueprint. He had initially presumed that Bai Qi would be able to muster sufficient life tokens, perhaps having formed a team. Yet the current offer fell short of his expectations. Taking a breath, Wang Changjin picked up another blueprint, revealing yet another exquisite grade permanent healing ointment blueprint. Bai Qi, to speak candidly, 510 life tokens are simply insufficient to exchange for this blueprint. I will be selling healing ointments in the future. You may contact me privately for purchases, and I will offer you a discounted price. Bai Qi had anticipated this outcome, not to mention that this healing ointment blueprint was of exquisite permanent quality. Even an ordinary permanent or a one-time use version would hold immense value. The survivors engage in fierce combat with the beasts, and injuries are an inevitable consequence. However, thus far, no one has revealed any information regarding the acquisition of healing items. In a swift motion, Bai Qi retrieved the diamond-grade iron cutting machete from his storage space. Initially, he had intended to procure either an exceptional or a perfect-grade machete, yet fearing rejection, he resolved to present something truly formidable. If a diamond-grade iron cutting machete fails to sway his opponent, he would have no further recourse. The king-grade sausage machine and the starlight-grade charcoal maker are invaluable machines for generating wealth, Hence, he could never part with them. Brother Wang Changjin, behold this divine weapon. Image, video, boom. Upon witnessing it, Wang Changjin was instantly astounded. What on earth? A diamond grade. This exceeds even the perfect grade. Could it be that Bai Qi has opened a diamond grade resource chest? No wonder he has been profusely selling ordinary machetes. It appears he possesses such a remarkable weapon. It seems my blueprint for the healing salve has captivated him, prompting the reveal of this extraordinary item. This fellow truly has had remarkable fortune with machetes. First, he secured the blueprint for an ordinary machete, then an excellent one, and now he has obtained a diamond-grade iron-cutting machete. Such audacity. Brother Bai Qi, if you are willing to trade this diamond-grade iron-cutting machete for 510 life tokens, I would gladly accept. However, I have one condition. I require a written guarantee from you. Brother, what are your terms? Wang Changjin glanced at the workbench in the back compartment, which was nearing the threshold of excellent quality. Once it reached that standard, he would directly learn the blueprint for a permanent, exceptional healing salve. Brother Bai Qi, I need you to promise me that once you learn this healing salve blueprint, you will not sell it publicly or privately. Hearing Wang Changjin's condition, Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback. Brother Changjin, I understand your intent. But what if I later acquire a superior healing salve blueprint? I cannot simply close off the entire category of healing salves, can I? Upon hearing Bai Qi's response, Wang Changjin felt reassured. You make a valid point. Thus, as long as you refrain from selling exceptional grade and below healing salves publicly or privately, we shall have an agreement. Bai Qi exhaled in relief. He could have easily deceived the other, but he was unwilling to engage in such conduct. Reputation holds greater value in this survival environment. Brother Changjin, it's a deal. I promise not to sell exceptional grade and below quality salves publicly or privately. Bai Qi solemnly made his commitment. Wang Changjin nodded in approval. The transaction was successful, bringing joy to both parties. A gentle and smooth cutting sensation ensued, and Wang Changjin was elated. Having just witnessed the diamond-grade iron-cutting machete slice through iron blocks as effortlessly as if they were mere clay, he now personally experienced its prowess and realized he had underestimated the caliber of this weapon. The cut in the iron block was remarkably smooth, akin to a mirror finish, and he exerted no force whatsoever. The diamond-grade iron-cutting machete and amp, Oppo's own weight sufficed to cleave through the metal. Huzi, come here. At the sound of a command, as Wang Changjin opened the car door, the enormous head of a ferocious tiger thrust itself inside. With a resounding thud, the tiger opened its gaping maw, and Wang Changjin continued to feed it the life tokens. Ultimately, after consuming over 400 life tokens, the tiger's tier of existence was elevated, transforming it into a superior grade beast. Chapter 33. Rapid Healing Ointment. The newly promoted tiger was ravenously hungry, voraciously consuming the copious chunks of meat thrown by Wang Changjin. As it feasted, the tiger's physique visibly expanded. By the time it finished its meal, it stood a terrifying height of approximately 1.78 meters at the shoulder and nearly 4 meters in length. It was no small feat, coupled with the life imprint previously ingested. It had consumed around 600 pieces to achieve this breakthrough. Wang Changjin glanced at the 7 wild wolves and promptly dismissed the notion of enhancing such inferior creatures. With a flourish, Wang Changjin released another small pile of meat, prompting the 7 wolves to devour it swiftly. He, too, possessed storage equipment. After acquiring the blueprint for the exceptional grade permanent healing ointment, Bai Qi promptly set about mastering it. Healing ointment production, exceptional, permanent, material requirements, items infused with blood energy, flora with healing properties, etc. Description: should the quality of the provided materials be insufficient, a lower grade healing ointment will be produced. Bai Qi was genuinely elated. Initially, he had anticipated the material requirements to be cumbersome, perhaps even difficult to procure. However, upon encountering items imbued with blood energy, he instantly comprehended their significance. With a swift motion, Bai Qi released a pile of meat chunks and commenced the production of sanitary pads to accumulate the power of the soul strike. Upon crafting the 89th sanitary pad, he chose to create the healing ointment, eager to observe the effects of an ointment made without the soul strike's potency. 10 ordinary quality meat pieces were enveloped in a radiant white light. When the luminescence faded, a blood-red item, roughly the size of a child and amp, Oppo's fist, materialized on the workbench. Healing ointment, ordinary. Description: suitable for internal and external application, effective for treating minor injuries. Description: external application can stop bleeding and promote tissue regeneration. Internal use replenishes blood energy. Without hesitation, Bai Qi unleashed a significant quantity of meat chunks and proceeded to craft the healing ointment once more. An endless white light erupted, while the power of the soul strike surged into the workbench. Ding! The healing ointment was successfully produced, and Bai Qi received a perfect-grade rapid healing ointment. This time, the quality had only increased by 1 tier, leaving Bai Qi slightly disappointed. Nevertheless, he swiftly grasped the lump of perfect-grade healing ointment and examined it closely. Rapid healing ointment, perfect. Description: suitable for internal and external application, capable of swiftly treating minor injuries, rapidly healing moderate wounds, and effectively alleviating and treating severe injuries. Description: external application can quickly stop bleeding and promote tissue regeneration. Internal use can rapidly replenish blood energy. Description: infused with a substantial amount of blood energy, consuming it when uninjured enhances the blood energy intensity and physical strength of flesh-based life forms. Bai Qi could not suppress a light chuckle. The attributes of the ordinary healing ointment were already commendable, possessing the ability to stop bleeding and regenerate tissue, likely sufficient to address some common injuries. Yet, this remarkably effective healing ointment proved to be surprisingly beneficial even for severe injuries, filling Bai Qi with delight. However, the second description left him somewhat perplexed. While he understood that it could swiftly halt bleeding, the notion of rapid tissue regeneration was rather ambiguous to him. The first 2 points pertained to healing, but the third astonished Bai Qi. This healing ointment could be consumed even when uninjured, and it could significantly enhance both vitality and physical strength, providing Bai Qi with yet another avenue for empowerment. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi meticulously reviewed the resources expended in crafting the healing ointment. The creation of a standard healing balm required 10 pieces of ordinary meat, whereas the perfect grade, quick-acting ointment consumed a staggering 300 pieces. Indeed, the enhancement in healing efficacy necessitated a greater quantity of materials, akin to the additional iron consumed when he previously crafted a high-quality dagger. With a wave, Bai Qi stored away the perfect-grade ointment and proceeded to inventory his supplies. He had 15,000 pieces of medicinal beef, 13,000 pieces of non-medicinal beef, 20,000 pieces of rhinoceros meat generously provided by Ying, and an additional 1,800 pieces acquired from various sources. The total meat supply was still ample. Suddenly inspired, Bai Qi retrieved 10 pieces of medicinal beef and set about crafting another healing ointment. Healing ointment, ordinary. Description: using it will elevate the user's mood. My goodness, this exceeds my expectations. Bai Qi marveled at the ordinary healing ointment in his hands, which boasted 3 descriptions. He realized that the wild buffalo herd had only consumed a minuscule amount of the frenzied laughter elixir, resulting in a limited concentration of medicinal properties. The beef derived from those animals did not yield significant adverse effects. Rather, it induced a sense of euphoria. Bai Qi had previously infused a complete star-grade frenzied laughter pill into 500 milliliters of drinking water, which a burly man had gulped down as if it were milk. After the man succumbed to laughter, some of the mixture spilled, leaving approximately 100 milliliters remaining. Bai Qi subsequently replenished the bottle, meaning that the current mixture contained merely 1/5 of a frenzied laughter pill's potency. When he dealt with the wild buffalo, he had dabbed about 1 milliliter onto a paper towel. Thus, each buffalo that succumbed to laughter contained approximately 1/25 of the original potency. After harvesting, each buffalo yielded close to 1,000 pieces of meat, with the average piece containing an exceedingly low potency of 1/250,000th. My heavens! When calculated, the power of the star-grade frenzied laughter pill is truly unimaginable. Bai Qi inhaled deeply, resolving to exercise caution in its future use. What is a mere perfect-grade healing ointment in comparison? I must forge ahead and strive to create something even better. Wang Changzhen forbids me from selling therapeutic ointments of excellence level and below, which suits me perfectly, if we are to indulge. Let it be in the realm of the high end. Bai Qi then continued to craft sanitary pads, accumulating the power for a soul strike. The first ingredient utilized was the medicinal beef. Perfect grade. Perfect grade. At last, after the third soul strike, Bai Qi successfully produced the first diamond-grade therapeutic ointment of the day. Rapid healing ointment. Diamond. Description: usable both internally and externally, capable of instantaneously healing minor injuries, rapidly treating moderate wounds, and swiftly alleviating and healing severe injuries. Note: external application can quickly stop bleeding and promote tissue regeneration. Internal use can rapidly replenish vitality. Note: contains an abundance of vitality, and when consumed without injury, can enhance the vitality, strength, and physical robustness of flesh-based life forms. Note: upon use, the target will enter a state of profound euphoria, the duration of which is contingent upon the target and oppose's physical strength. Chapter 34. Life Ointment. Bai Qi furrowed his brow slightly as the production of the diamond-grade rapid healing ointment this time consumed a staggering 5,000 ordinary meat chunks. The requirement surged from a perfect level of 300 to an astounding 5,000, an increase exceeding tenfold. This left Bai Qi somewhat perplexed. The transition from rapid to ultra-rapid was indeed significant. This diamond-grade rapid healing ointment could instantaneously mend minor injuries, which seemed almost preposterous. If the diamond grade required 5,000, surely the starlight grade would not demand 10 times that amount. If so, even if I managed to create it, I would be unable to provide an adequate supply of meat chunks. Bai Qi found himself increasingly troubled. Initially, everyone had been gathering beast materials, resulting in difficulties in preserving the meat. After all, if the survival core had not been upgraded, individuals could only list 10 items for sale, with no repetitions allowed, limiting them to a mere 10 meat chunks, which felt exceedingly insufficient. However, in the afternoon, Zhao Gang unexpectedly suggested to others that after slaying beasts, instead of collecting, they should hang the entire beast carcass as a single item in the trading market. This way, each person could list 10 beast bodies and could retrieve a chunk to consume at any time, subsequently relisting the remainder. By setting an exorbitant price, they could exploit a loophole for food preservation. Currently, Zhao Gang's prestige soared to unprecedented heights, far surpassing Bai Qi, whose reputation primarily stemmed from selling sanitary napkins and machetes. Continuously crafting, Bai Qi produced the healing ointment time and again. Yet, upon depleting 13,000 effective beef chunks, he had not triggered the starlight grade, which left him feeling both disappointed and slightly relieved. 2 batches of diamond grade and 10 batches of perfect grade. This was supposed to be an extraordinary blueprint, yet it felt underwhelming. After accumulating the power of a soul strike, Bai Qi attempted to create the healing ointment once more, this time utilizing ordinary meat chunks. Ding! An endless white light enveloped him as he frantically extracted a vast quantity of meat chunks, only to find them vanishing within the radiant glow. The meat chunks were insufficient. Bai Qi helplessly ceased his offerings, as his storage space now contained only sausages, which, crucially, lacked blood energy. He had previously tested this and found them unsuitable as materials. As the white light dissipated, ding! The healing ointment was successfully crafted, and you have acquired the king-grade life ointment. Bai Qi was somewhat astonished as he grasped the product, which had consumed 13,000 bison meat chunks, 20,000 rhinoceros meat chunks, and 1,800 other meat chunks. Although its size did not rival those of the previously produced healing ointments, the attributes caused Bai Qi's eyes to widen in disbelief. Life ointment, king, description, can swiftly restore the injuries of flesh-based life forms. Description, effectively treats toxin-related injuries. Description, contains life force. Consuming a sufficient quantity can elevate the life level of flesh-based entities. His eyes sparkled with excitement. His hands trembled. Bai Qi took several deep breaths to regain his composure. The small orb of vitality ointment appeared a vivid crimson, seemingly not much different from the previous healing salves. However, merely holding it, Bai Qi could sense the rich vitality pulsating within. This was a sovereign-grade treasure, surpassing even diamond-grade by 2 tiers. With a mere thought, he stored it away. It wasn't that he hesitated to use it. Rather, the ointment's remarkable ability to effectively treat toxic injuries made him reluctant to squander its detoxifying potential. Poisoning was an exceedingly difficult predicament, far more troublesome than ordinary wounds. The previous diamond and perfect grade healing salves had medicinal effects, especially the diamond grade, which was derived from the essence of 5,000 meat chunks. He feared that employing them could lead to dire consequences if he could not withstand the effects. Bai Qi carefully gathered the 10 or so salves with medicinal properties together. The bounty he had just reaped was truly astounding. The sovereign-grade soul-hunting sniper rifle, the bullet blueprint, and the healing salve blueprint had instilled in Bai Qi a profound sense of security. Although his vehicle's chassis remained at the exceptional grade, it was undoubtedly sufficient, leading him to forego crafting a new chassis. Upon opening the group chat, he was greeted with a cacophony of cheers and lamentations. Region, HX10011. Population, 2,760 10,000. The total number had plummeted below 3,000, clearly indicating that many had perished under the onslaught of wild beasts. However, compared to the previous nights, this casualty count was significantly lower. Bai Qi observed that if anyone required weapons or urgent assistance, they would undoubtedly offer their best items, and he would be among the first to acquire them, even if something exceptionally valuable were to surface. Bai Qi had an agreement with Wang Changjin not to publicly or privately sell healing salves of exceptional grade or below. Nonetheless, this agreement was merely a gentleman's pact. Should Bai Qi choose to sell, it would irreparably damage his relationship with Wang Changjin, tarnishing his reputation as a trustworthy individual. As for anything else, there was little to discuss. However, Bai Qi possessed perfect-grade fast-acting healing salves, which were outside the bounds of their agreement. Just now, I thrust my blade through the mouth of a brown bear from the window, and the foolish creature attempted to squeeze into my vehicle, only to be impaled and killed. A girl exclaimed. Surrounding my car were several wild wolves, and I kept drifting, surely having crushed several of them. Soon, I want tilak for meat. I was just roasting meat inside the car when a python tried to slither in through a gap in the window. Guess what happened? Hiss. Could it be that you killed it? I simply tossed a piece of charcoal into the python and Apos' open mouth as it flicked its tongue. And I cooked that several meter-long serpent to death. Bai Qi nodded in approval. Even the girls had grown adept at slaying ferocious beasts. Over these 3 days, everyone had undergone significant trial and transformation. Yet, the next message piqued Bai Qi's interest. Brothers, help. I'm feeling a bit numb. I've been poisoned by a snake. Alas, my friend, this poses quite a predicament. Without an antidote, I fear you may succumb to the poison in due time. Pray tell, which serpent has bitten you? If you can identify it, it would greatly assist in formulating an appropriate response. Gentlemen, this evening, I encountered a striking white rat snake in the wilderness. I am well acquainted with this species. Rest assured, it is non-venomous. Image, upon closer inspection. Bai Qi noticed that the image depicted a snake over a meter in length and approximately 2 centimeters in diameter, possessing a remarkably beautiful appearance, reminiscent of an ornamental serpent. However, the photograph bore an oddity, for the white snake was coiled upon the passenger seat, and it was still alive. Before Bai Qi could ponder further, the group chat erupted with excitement. Chapter 35, Su Xian and the White Snake Brother. This appears to be a white rat snake, which is non-venomous. How could you have been poisoned? Moreover, why is this white rat snake still alive? Indeed, such a small creature could be easily dispatched with a single blow. Brother, heed my words, just kill it, and allow me the pleasure of tasting its flesh. You are so heartless. This is my little Bai. I want to let anyone harm it. A voice tinged with despair echoed, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Brother, may I inquire how you were bitten? Someone finally could not contain their curiosity and whispered, I distinctly removed its fangs. Why am I still poisoned? Woe is me. I cannot spend my remaining days with little Bai. A chill ran through the crowd as they grappled with the baffling behavior exhibited by this man named Su Xian, leaving them to ponder the irrationality of his actions. Good heavens. It just struck me. Your name is Su Xian. No wonder you are fond of the white snake. You have a tradition, it seems. Bai Qi took a deep breath, contemplating whether this individual possessed any exceptional items, for his elite life elixir could indeed counteract poison. However, even the slightest amount of such elixir held unimaginable value. If the other party did not offer something equally worthy, Bai Qi would be unwilling to part with it. Just as Bai Qi prepared to send a private message to inquire further, another bold character chimed in the group chat. Brother Su Xian, may I ask if you were certain it was that white rat snake that bit you? Yes, indeed. Little Bai bit me. The wound is unclear, but my arm feels numb. I fear I am doomed. Brother, your white snake is likely not an ordinary rat snake. Besides the fangs, snakes possess accessory teeth within their mouths, which also contain a degree of venom. You must have been bitten by one of those. Brother, you need to be more cautious. You should have removed those accessory teeth. The tale of Su Xian threatened to meet a tragic end. A wave of lamentations swept through the survivors. Su Xian sat in the driver's seat, casting a glance at the white snake coiling in the passenger seat, which continued to express its resistance towards him. Alas, I am aware that many snakes possess accessory teeth, but if I were to extract little Bai and Apos', it would no longer be able to swallow food. Boom, boom, boom. If the group had previously been 99 certain of Su Xian's peculiar behavior, now it was 10,000 confirmed. Well, Brother Su Xian, there may be a solution. However, it requires significant effort and may not guarantee success. A piece of information captivated everyone's attention. The wilderness is rife with various serpents and insects, and anyone could potentially fall victim to a snake bite. Regardless of what this person and Apos' method entailed, it certainly opened another avenue for resolution. Brother, speak quickly. I can hardly wait. The anxious voice of Su Xian resounded, filled with an intense desire for survival. The individual did not keep him in suspense and promptly offered a response. Brother Su, in the current circumstances, being bitten by a snake is indeed quite troublesome. Generally speaking, if one is envenomated, the best emergency remedy is to suck the wound with one's mouth. If your body is sufficiently supple, you might attempt self-rescue. Boom. Everyone was momentarily stunned by this suggestion. Even Bai Qi wore an expression of astonishment. The audacity and absurdity of this method were beyond belief. As expected, the group chat erupted in excitement moments later. Wow, it's a viable solution, Brother Su. You might as well give it a try, as there aren't many alternatives left. Goodness, the shock I'm experiencing now surpasses the last 3 days of survival challenges. This is utterly outrageous. However, this approach could indeed address snake venom or other toxins effectively, especially if one had a companion to assist, making it considerably safer. Brother, you speak wisely. It would be prudent for everyone to team up, thereby mitigating unnecessary risks. Just a reminder, sucking out snake venom carries its own hazards. There must be no wounds in the mouth, not even minor ones, and one must not have conditions like stomach ulcers. This is basic medical knowledge. How did I not consider sucking out the snake venom? Su Xian suddenly realized, then lifted his calf and began to suck the visibly swollen area. With a spitting sound, he expelled a mouthful mingled with pus and blood, and Su Xian was instantly elated, continuing to exert every ounce of strength to extract the venom, one mouthful after another. He finally sensed the bitten area on his calf regaining sensation, and the subsequent extracts were pure crimson blood. Ha! Su Xian could not contain his laughter. There was no greater joy than escaping death. Glancing at the white snake still coiling in the passenger seat, Su Xian wrapped his right hand in his clothing and offered a strip of fresh meat. The white snake instantly assumed an aggressive posture, yet ultimately refrained from attacking, devouring the meat as it reached its mouth. Observing the white snake's behavior, Su Xian was overjoyed, for a reduction in hostility signified a positive beginning. Brothers, I have successfully extracted the snake venom. Wow, you won't believe it. In just this short time, I expelled a significant amount of pus and blood. It terrified me. Su Xian reflected on the tiny wounds on the inner side of his calf and shared his revelation. Everyone was taken aback. Brother Su, are you certain you've removed all the snake venom? Someone inquired. Of course, when extracting snake venom, it must be done thoroughly in one go. One must not abandon the task midway. Su Xian responded with a tone of reassurance and caution. The group was left in astonishment once more. Then congratulations to Brother Su on his rebirth. Indeed, congratulations to Brother Su for successfully saving himself. Congratulations. A chorus of congratulatory voices filled the chat, with many laced with a strange sense of envy. Su Xian felt somewhat bewildered, but discerned that these individuals harbored no ill intentions. Thank you all for your assistance. I have successfully rescued myself, and you may consider this a case study. Su Xian happily reminded everyone. Indeed, Su Xian is absolutely correct. Congratulations to you. Su Xian might just surpass that esteemed predecessor of the same surname. Truly, it is quite enviable. As he observed the praises from everyone, a smile graced Su Xian's lips. He then cast a gentle glance at the now less vigilant white serpent. For some reason, upon encountering this white serpent in the wilderness, he felt an inexplicable affinity with it. Chapter 36. The Frigid World. Bai Qi glanced through the group chat for some time, yet he found nothing of value. Checking the time, he climbed onto the magnificent king-size bed designed for extraordinary energy restoration, although he had not yet experienced its full potential. Merely sitting on it offered a remarkable sensation. It felt as though he were enveloped in the epitome of comfort, alleviating the natural weight on his body. The effort required seemed reduced by over 90%. Did this include genuine sleep? Without hesitation, Bai Qi reclined, instantly experiencing a buoyant sensation. His body met the mattress without any significant pressure, akin to a semi-vacuum state. Splendid. This bed requires further rest to fully grasp its wonders. He closed his eyes, and as drowsiness enveloped him, he swiftly drifted into slumber. Ding! You have entered the frigid world. The alert startled Bai Qi awake. To his astonishment, he had not dreamt the entire night. Elated, he gazed at the magnificent king-sized bed beneath him. After a night's rest, he felt remarkably revitalized, not only in spirit, but also in peak physical condition. Energy restoration. Effortless. Truly miraculous. He leaped from the bed, awakening without the slightest hint of grogginess. Is this the frigid world? Peering out the window, Bai Qi beheld a landscape cloaked in pristine white snow. A solitary road remained, now reduced to a mere 20 meters in width, a stark contrast to its former self. Scattered across the snowy expanse were a few lowly trees, sparse and isolated. Overall, the desolate snowy wilderness exuded a profound lack of vitality. Surveying his surroundings, Bai Qi donned a diamond-grade, genuine leather overcoat, complemented by exquisite thermal leather trousers and superior-grade fur-lined socks, while retaining his original athletic shoes. In one hand, he gripped a king-grade soul-piercing gun, and at his lower back, a perfect-grade Miao knife rested securely. He opened the car door and leaped out. The temperature difference was staggering. Feeling the biting cold on his face, Bai Qi hastened toward the snowy wilderness. After a meticulous examination, he discerned that beneath the layer of snow, approximately 20 to 30 centimeters thick, lay frozen soil. A relentless, frigid wind swept across the landscape, nearly unbearable in its intensity. Retreating to the vehicle, Bai Qi activated the heating system, and warmth returned to his previously numbed face. Upon activating the display screen, he noted the temperature readings. Inside the car, 21 degrees. Outside, minus 59 degrees. His gaze fell upon his diamond-grade overcoat, and he felt a surge of satisfaction. Apart from his face, he had felt no chill in any other part of his body. In addition to the temperature display, new notifications appeared. Frigid world. Description. This world is inhabited by intelligent races. Survivors are advised to navigate the circumstances accordingly. In this world, along the highways, there exist supply stores where one can utilize life tokens to purchase ordinary items. Bai Qi inhaled sharply. This frigid realm harbored other intelligent races, and according to the description, they did not appear to belong to the human race. Upon opening the group chat, the situation shifted dramatically. Region, HX 1006. Population, 100, 100. 000. The number of individuals had astonishingly reached 100,000, and the capacity was fully occupied. This revelation left Bai Qi both astonished and somewhat apprehensive. In his previous area, the inhabitants were relatively amicable, at least devoid of large-scale highway robberies. Now, with the population soaring from fewer than 3,000 to 100,000, a multiplication by dozens, if resources were scarce, chaos was undoubtedly on the horizon. Bai Qi began to comprehend why Zhao Gang had opted to form a team. He likely anticipated many such developments. Bai Qi glanced at the king-level soul pursuit sniper rifle in his hand, feeling a surge of courage within him. He was reluctant to engage in violence, but if provoked, he would strike with ferocity. Observing the group chat, he sensed a disconcerting atmosphere. Brother Zhao Gang, where are you? I can't seem to find you. Who is Zhao Gang? BRR, it's so cold. There was no warning upon being transported to this frigid world. I had left a window cracked, and now I'm freezing. I've cranked my air conditioning to the max. The car is warm, but I lack proper clothing. Even if I come across a supply box, I can't dare to venture out in a light outfit. I wrapped myself in furs and layered clothing. That's what I did. Aside from my face, which is nearly frozen, the rest is tolerable. What if I don't have air conditioning in my vehicle? What should I do? Is there a kind soul who can offer me warmth? Dream on, sister. I suggest you procure a metal basin and start a fire in your car. Don't tell me you didn't prepare any wood in advance. That's a good idea, but a word of caution to everyone. Ensure proper air circulation inside the vehicle. Otherwise, it will be tantamount to a death sentence. The chat was a flurry of activity, the messages scrolling by at an astonishing pace, with thousands flashing past in an instant. Ding. Bai Qi. Are you in the HX 1006 region? Yes, Ing. How are things on your end? Everything is well here, thanks to the exceptional air conditioning you provided. The car is quite warm. Good. Please be cautious on the road. I'll roast a sausage for you shortly. After concluding the conversation, Bai Qi retrieved the outstanding barbecue grill and swiftly prepared 2 large sausages. Once satiated, he started his vehicle and began his journey along the 20-meter-wide highway. Outside, the landscape was a frozen tundra, yet the road remained dry, allowing Bai Qi to accelerate to nearly 60 miles per hour. Ding, ding, ding. After traveling just 2 or 3 kilometers, he encountered a resource box and promptly slowed his vehicle to a halt. After tidying up, Bai Qi promptly donned a brand new leather undergarment over his face, which surprisingly covered most of his mouth and nose. What a genius I am, he exclaimed joyfully, realizing that upon disembarking, he would be spared the biting cold wind that would otherwise assault his fair visage. Fortune smiled upon him, revealing an excellent-grade resource box. However, upon closer inspection, Bai Qi sensed something amiss. The esteemed resource box was perched atop a small mound of snow. Standing on the snow, he discovered that it was not the soft, pliable texture he had anticipated. Clearly, this snow had long since solidified, having frozen quite firmly. The crunching sound of compacted snow echoed in the air as Bai Qi raised his king-level soul-piercing gun. Gradually, a figure began to emerge from behind the small snowdrift. Chapter 37. Automatic temperature-controlled water heater. Is this the Arctic wolf? So enormous? Bai Qi gazed at the colossal creature, standing at least 1.5 meters tall and nearly 3 meters long, and gasped in astonishment. How could such a barren, frigid world sustain such a magnificent beast? He couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. A low growl emanated from the massive Arctic wolf, which then accelerated towards Bai Qi with its snowy white legs. Bang! With a sharp report, the giant Arctic wolf collapsed instantly. Bai Qi, elated, glanced at the legendary-grade Soul Pursuit sniper gun in his hands. The recoil had been surprisingly minimal, at least 80 less than that of the previous extraordinary-grade precision pistol. With his current strength, he had nearly absorbed the recoil flawlessly. Furthermore, Bai Qi had previously been puzzled by the description of the legendary-grade Soul Pursuit sniper gun, which mentioned a level 1 lock-on attack. However, just moments ago, he comprehended its significance. As he aimed at the accelerating Arctic wolf, it appeared to move in slow motion within his field of vision. Provided the target's speed did not exceed a certain threshold, Bai Qi's shooting accuracy would significantly increase. This level 1 lock-on attack granted even an average marksman like Bai Qi the ability to strike moving targets. Striding forward, Bai Qi did not rush to open the superior-grade resource chest. Instead, he first collected the 2 superior-grade life marks from the ground. Crouching before the steaming head of the colossal Arctic wolf, he was momentarily awestruck by the power of the legendary-grade Soul Pursuit sniper gun. The shot had left a hole the size of an adult fist in the wolf's forehead, with a smaller exit wound at the back, indicating a direct, penetrating injury. I seem to be feeling somewhat invincible. Bai Qi proceeded to gather his spoils. Acquired. 300 Arctic wolf meat acquired. 1 Arctic wolf hide acquired. For Arctic wolf canines, so it is an Arctic wolf. It certainly sounds more prestigious than a mere Arctic wolf. The meat was of superior quality, and if used for medicinal salves, the demand would correspondingly decrease. With a flick of his wrist, Bai Qi stored all his acquisitions in his storage bracelet. With a deft motion of his knife, the superior resource chest opened, revealing, acquired, 1 blueprint for a water-boiling kettle. Bai Qi was taken aback. What a peculiar item. Upon returning to the vehicle, he immediately studied the blueprint. Water-boiling kettle production, superior, 1-time use. Material requirements, 1 level 1 alloy, 1 wooden block, 1 plastic. In such an icy world, being able to drink hot water would undoubtedly be a tremendous advantage. Without hesitation, Bai Qi first consumed the 2 superior-grade life marks, further enhancing his strength. After crafting 90 sanitary pads, he opted to create the water-boiling kettle. Ding! An endless white light enveloped him, cascading over the materials. The water-boiling kettle was successfully produced, and he obtained a perfect-grade, automatic temperature-controlled water heater. Bai Qi felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, as he had only managed to elevate 2 qualities. Ding! A perfect-grade, automatic temperature-controlled water heater has been discovered. Would you like to install it? Install it. With Bai Qi's command, the perfect-grade water heater vanished from the workbench. Shortly after, Bai Qi witnessed a miraculous event. The water heater had been seamlessly installed on the exterior wall of the RV's restroom, connected to the 600-liter onboard water tank within. Approaching the heater, Bai Qi quickly deduced that by simply adjusting the settings, he could heat the water in the tank. He swiftly proceeded to set the temperature to 50 degrees Celsius, an ideal warmth for both drinking and bathing. Taking a glass bottle, Bai Qi filled it with warm water and took a sip. Indeed, it was far superior to cold water. Gulp, gulp. He filled bottle after bottle, soon amassing 10 500-milliliter containers of warm water. Ding! Your friend Bai Qi has sent a trade request. Would you like to accept? Gong Yingying glanced at the 10 bottles of water Bai Qi had traded and promptly declined the offer. Bai Qi, I have no need for water. By the way, I just hunted an icefield bear. Shall I trade you some of its meat? Yingying, this is warm water. It and Oppos. It's not advisable to drink cold water during this time. Please accept it. Upon reading Bai Qi's message, Gong Yingying was momentarily taken aback. She then accepted the trade and, after taking a sip, felt the soothing warmth of the water quench her throat. Bai Qi, thank you. Not at all. You can sell the excess warm water in the trading mall, so you can drink it whenever you wish. Just ask me for more when you run out. Subsequently, Bai Qi received a total of 800 pieces of excellent-grade bear meat, alongside 4 massive bear paws. Haha, had I not just eaten, I would certainly have savored the flavor of excellent-grade ice-field bear paws. After stowing away these items, Bai Qi continued driving. The beasts in this area appeared formidable, as both he and Gong Yingying had been slaying excellent-grade creatures. If this trend continued, he would have no trouble acquiring the excellent-grade life marks necessary for his next elevation in life tier. Boom. The superb-grade off-road RV roared ahead. Gong Yingying consumed all 6 excellent-grade life marks obtained from the slain icefield bear. At last, her life tier was elevated. I consumed a total of 400 ordinary life marks. And with these 6 excellent-grade marks, I have finally broken through to a new life tier. Reflecting on Bai Qi and Appo's earlier claim that he had enhanced his life tier after consuming a mere 100 marks, she pondered whether each individual experienced this differently. If that were the case, did it imply that her potential was considerably inferior to others? Though reluctant to accept this reality, she could not dismiss the evidence before her. If her potential was lacking, she would compensate with sheer determination. She vowed not to be eliminated. In the blink of an eye, Gong Yingying adjusted her mindset and resumed driving forward. Bai Qi cast a glance at the group chat, only to find that the number of participants had dwindled by over 500. This frigid world is perilous, indeed. How could so many perish in such a short span? This is not the first day of survival. These individuals have endured 3 days of trials. A sense of unease began to settle in Bai Qi's heart, for he had only 98 bullets remaining. If his ammunition were to run out, he would be left to fight solely with vehicles or engage in close combat with a machete against his foes. It is imperative to resolve the issue of bullets. I am not lacking in metal. As long as I can procure gunpowder, I can manufacture a substantial quantity of ammunition. Gunpowder should be obtainable from resource chests, or perhaps it could be artificially synthesized based on its production principles. Chapter 38. Spicy hot pot seasoning. Understanding the principles of gunpowder and actually producing it are 2 entirely different matters. Bai Qi contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided to adopt a more audacious approach. In the present region 1006, with nearly 100,000 inhabitants, it was entirely possible that someone might have fortuitously unearthed gunpowder from a treasure chest. Nonetheless, Bai Qi was acutely aware of the immense value of gunpowder. A slight modification could yield landmines or rudimentary explosive packages. To barter for such a precious commodity from survivors who had endured 3 days of trials, one must offer something of significant worth. Fortunately, he had in his storage bracelet 10 exceptional-grade Miao knives and 1 perfect-grade Miao knife crafted just the night prior. Ding. Greetings. I am seeking to purchase gunpowder and am willing to trade exceptional-grade Miao knives. If you possess any, please message me privately. Image, video, the group chat erupted with excitement. Divine weaponry. This can slice through steel like it's mud. Unbelievable. Brother Bai Qi, I don't have gunpowder, but I possess 200 life tokens, eager to trade. Brother Bai Qi, do you have the blueprint for the exceptional grade permanent Miao knife? I wish to provide the materials for you to craft one. What would be your fee? Esteemed Bai Qi, I was previously from region 10,011. Please look out for us. To the individual above, stop being foolish. We are all part of region 1006 now. Brother Bai Qi, I have something of great value, seeking to exchange for an exceptional grade Miao knife. Brother Bai Qi, check your private messages. I was once a celebrity with 1 million followers, now appearing without makeup. If you find me appealing, I would gladly follow you. Younger brother Bai Qi, I understand everything. Please take a look at my private messages. I have detailed all the techniques I know in writing, along with an unadorned photo of myself. Let us not stray from the topic. Esteemed Bai Qi is procuring gunpowder. Could it be that he possesses blueprints for crafting a rocket launcher? If that were the case, could one not obliterate a vehicle with a single shot? Bai Qi felt his eyelids twitching as he began to review his private messages. This included the specific descriptions of the techniques from the mature woman who had just messaged him. With a resounding thud, he was presented with a staggering 66 techniques, causing his face to flush. Even having been in relationships and having drawn inspiration from certain artistic films, Bai Qi could scarcely fathom the myriad possibilities that existed. Ordinary life tokens merely replenish stamina, which Bai Qi had no need for. After perusing the offers, he found none of the materials appealing. While blueprints were available, he was not foolish enough to exchange a common disposable blueprint for an exceptional grade Miao knife. He had already tested it. An excellent grade Miao knife could not inflict damage on his vehicle or its glass. However, an exceptional grade Miao knife, when wielded with force, could indeed cause some harm. particularly the tires. Although they were equipped with perfect-grade explosion-proof tires, the concept of explosion-proofing here was entirely different from that of explosion-proof glass. Suddenly, a private message captured Bai Qi's attention. Bai Qi, I have just acquired a blueprint for a portable earth pot of excellent quality and single use. Imagine enjoying a meal from it amidst the icy wilderness. That would indeed be a true indulgence. You certainly appreciate the finer things in life. Image. After glancing at the barbecue grill in the back of the vehicle, Bai Qi felt the need for more reliable cooking utensils. I can add 60 life tokens to the deal, but beyond that, I'm at my limit. The other party messaged again. Bai Qi did not mind. It was likely that the individual had just slain a formidable beast and acquired the corresponding life tokens. The deal was struck. The transaction concluded. Bai Qi obtained a blueprint for an excellent single-use earth pot along with 60 ordinary life tokens. The man, having received an exceptional long knife capable of slicing through iron, burst into laughter. That was a close call. That ice wolf nearly bit through my great cleaver, but thankfully, I had an excellent short sword. Otherwise, I would have been doomed. With this long knife, I shall fear no beast in the future. Bai Qi chose not to continue exchanging items. Everyone had just arrived in this frigid realm, and it was likely their best possessions had already been depleted. The primary goal was to establish a reputation. Weapons were a fundamental necessity, especially a long knife, which was far more effective in combat than any bulky cleaver. Bai Qi refrained from creating the earth pot. Having just eaten, deciding to address it during lunch. After advancing for nearly an hour, a second resource chest finally appeared. Bai Qi surveyed the surroundings before decisively exiting the vehicle. With the king-level equalizer in hand, he felt assured of his safety. Bang! A shot rang out, and a towering 3-meter-tall snow-white ape collapsed to the ground. Bai Qi approached cautiously, collecting 3 excellent life tokens from the fallen beast, but he did not immediately open the chest. Circling the creature known as the Icefield Violent Ape, Bai Qi was perplexed. How could such a desolate place sustain such a colossal predator? After gathering a substantial amount of ape meat and hide, Bai Qi moved to the resource chest and pried it open. He obtained a spicy hot pot seasoning packet. Excitedly, he gathered the items. Having just received the earth pot blueprint, this new acquisition meant he was now fully equipped for a spicy hot pot feast. As he walked back to the vehicle, Bai Qi consumed the excellent life tokens he had just obtained. Feeling the surge of strength coursing through him, he began to assess his gains. Previously, consuming 100 ordinary life tokens had granted him a permanent increase in strength of approximately 100 pounds, and now, with the intake of a single excellent life token, he estimated a boost of around 5 pounds. While an increase in strength alone may seem modest, it was accompanied by enhancements in his stamina, endurance, reaction speed, and more. This is in stark contrast to Bai Qi's physical condition prior to consuming the life mark. Thus, the current Bai Qi is not merely stronger than before, but exponentially so. Upon returning to the vehicle, Bai Qi continued his journey. The group chat now echoed with lamentations. The number of participants steadily dwindling. Area: HX 1006. Population: 96, 550, 100, 000. In less than 2 hours, over 3,000 individuals had vanished. A rate of attrition far more astonishing than when everyone first embarked on the highway of survival. Bai Qi was taken aback by the alarming sight. Chapter 39. The delicious earth pot. Ladies and gentlemen, the beasts here are truly ferocious. Had I not discovered the snow wolf lying in the snow, I might have already become a mere pile of dung. The snow is exceedingly slippery and solid. One must not recklessly drive into it, for if one becomes trapped, it would spell utter disaster. Indeed, my vehicle is an off-road model, and I nearly got stuck just moments ago. Fortunately, I have plenty of wooden blocks to prop myself up, so heed my warning, do not stray from the road. Oh, how cold I am. My car lacks air conditioning, and I have no source of heat. I cannot even light a fire in here. Help, brother, use animal skins to insulate the car. Once sealed, it will prevent one from freezing to death. Is there a kind-hearted soul willing to share some warmth with me? I promise to repay you generously when we meet. Help, I just woke up. How did I end up in this frigid world? Is there no hint or guidance? My car 1T start. What should I do? Can anyone lend me a jump? By the heavens, brother, you are quite audacious to sleep in such conditions. Generally, fuel doesn't freeze easily. Could there be another reason? Quickly, brother, build a few bonfires around the vehicle. This is the best strategy to combat a non-starting car in extreme cold. Bai Qi nodded in agreement, recognizing that he must avoid the predicaments others faced. His vehicle is of superior quality, Aside from the chassis, every aspect is flawless. And the fuel tank is of stellar grade, so it should not encounter any issues. Yet, the fuel consumption has inexplicably increased, now reaching 10 liters per 100 kilometers. And my tank holds merely 300 liters, leaving me feeling somewhat underpowered. With a sigh, Bai Qi continued onward. Approximately every hour, he discovered a resource box, each of excellent quality. As noon approached, Bai Qi halted his vehicle. After crafting 90 sanitary pads, he proceeded to create the earth pot. Ding! An endless white light enveloped all the materials in an instant. The earth pot was successfully crafted, and he obtained a diamond-grade delicious earth pot. Delicious earth pot, diamond. Description: perfectly enhances the flavor and nutrition of ingredients. Bai Qi examined it and chose to install it. Instantly, the diamond-grade delicious earth pot began to integrate with the RV. Initially, the RV lacked a small kitchen, but now it was complete. A small square pot, approximately 70 centimeters per side, appeared behind the passenger seat. A flat metal pipe extended from the vehicle's shell, revealing that the exhaust pipe had also been integrated. Bai Qi was overjoyed, for beneath the earth pot was a fireplace-like setup with a glass door for adding wood. Thus, he need not worry about smoke filling the vehicle. He then began to use the Star-grade ultra-fast charcoal machine for the first time. Simply inputting wooden blocks allows this charcoal-making machine to swiftly transform them into smokeless charcoal. Bai Qi tirelessly produced over 100 pieces of smokeless charcoal before pausing. During this process, the power of the soul strike did not manifest, leading Bai Qi to glean an understanding of the situation. Innate actions, such as walking and breathing, do not trigger the soul strike's power. Conversely, wielding a spear, deliberately throwing punches, or crafting items at a workbench do accumulate the power of the soul strike. This star-level charcoal maker was crafted at a workbench after the manifestation of the soul strike's power. Thus, items forged through such an experience cannot trigger the soul strike again. The same applies to the king-level exquisite sausage maker. In essence, the power of the soul strike necessitates deliberate and proactive actions to be activated and cannot be stacked upon itself. After adding half a pot of water, Bai Qi poured in half a bag of spicy hot pot seasoning. Using sanitary napkins as kindling, the smokeless charcoal ignited rapidly. Once he closed the glass door beneath the cooking pot, Bai Qi began slicing sausages and premium-grade ice wolf meat. In less than 5 minutes, the broth in the pot was boiling, filling the vehicle with an indescribable aroma. As the sausages and meat slices entered the pot, a rich, meaty fragrance wafted through the air, causing Bai Qi to swallow involuntarily. Before his survival journey, Bai Qi had a penchant for hot pot. But this was the first time he encountered such a perfect aroma. He picked up a piece of premium-grade ice wolf meat, blew on it briefly, and swallowed it whole. An explosion of flavor enveloped his palate, and warmth spread through his belly. This sensation was far more intense than what he experienced with grilled meat and sausages, indicating that this stewed meat was more easily absorbed. Gulp, gulp, Bai Qi devoured his meal, soon reaching a comfortable fullness. Suddenly, he recalled an important matter. Bai Qi flung open the car door and jumped out, pouring half a basin of drinking water into a metal basin and placing it outside in the frigid -60-degree air. Upon returning to the car, he resisted the urge to continue eating meat. Taking out a new small metal basin, Bai Qi began ladling soup and meat, quickly filling it to the brim. Sharing joy is better than solitary pleasure, so he directly traded it with Gong Yingying. Yingying, taste my culinary skills. As Gong Yingying received the small basin, she was immediately enchanted by the rich aroma. Without hesitation, she began to eat. Wow, Bai Qi, this is absolutely delectable. Bai Qi, it's just as delicious as your sausages. The girl praised enthusiastically. Bai Qi chuckled softly and continued to use his flawless spear to slice the meat for the pot. With ease, the flawless spear cut through, yielding small ice cubes. Glancing at the trading mall, Bai Qi promptly purchased a glass. He retrieved a large bottle of cola and poured more than half a glass, then added a handful of small ice cubes. Thus, the cola with ice was perfectly prepared. A photograph was captured with a snap, and shortly thereafter, Bai Qi sent a message. Ding. Good afternoon, everyone. This spicy hot pot is exceedingly fiery. Without the chilled cola, it would be utterly inedible. There remains more than half a pot. It would be a shame to discard it. Friends, I am open to exchanges for rare ingredients and blueprints, as it will not taste as delightful once it cools. Image. The once lively group chat fell into a sudden silence. Chapter 40. Sufficient fuel for 150. 000 kilometers. Who is this Bai Qi? Are you out of your mind? Don't let me cross paths with you. Otherwise, I shall force feed you every chili pepper in your pot. Indeed, This is absurd. If you cannot handle spicy food, then do not attempt to consume it. In light of this, I shall offer freshly roasted tiger meat in exchange for your spicy soup. Brother Bai Qi, I implore you for a sip of your spicy broth. I am on the verge of freezing to death. I desperately need assistance. You cannot turn a blind eye to my plight. Goodness. I feel as if the roasted meat in my hands has lost all flavor. This is a soup pot, and it is my favorite spicy flavor. I am utterly craving it. How long for the days of year when I would clandestinely take my sister-in-law to enjoy a dual-flavor hot pot every week. I would relish the tomato broth while she savored the spicy one. My sister-in-law is a university student. I wonder if she has ever ventured into the realm of survival on the road. Brother, I shall trade 10 pieces of premium Icefield wolf meat for a bowl of your spicy meat soup. What do you say? Brother, surely no one would be foolish enough to exchange precious blueprints for a morsel of food. Yet I am willing to part with a life token for a cup of your icy cola. How does that sound? Brother Bai Qi, my utmost favorite is chilled cola. Do allow your sister a taste. Ah, so this Bai Qi is the one who sold the exceptional grade machetes this morning. I am utterly envious. Look at the image. How is it that this vehicle possesses such spaciousness? Surely, it cannot be an excellent grade vehicle. This is a motorhome. Moreover, it appears far more sophisticated than my excellent grade motorhome. Bai Qi's vehicle must be a superior grade motorhome. Goodness, where did Bai Qi acquire so many survival core upgraded vehicles? Everyone, beware of this individual. He must have committed numerous heinous acts. Get lost. Bai Qi is the boss of our former territory. He obtained his survival cores by trading excellent grade machetes. I can vouch for Bai Qi. Excellent grade machetes? Wasn't Bai Qi selling exceptional grade machetes? I neglected to mention that Bai Qi initially sold ordinary machetes. The blueprints for his machetes are not limited to a single design. Goodness, is Bai Qi not the prince of machetes? Bai Qi glanced at his private messages. Indeed, no one had offered blueprints for spicy hot pot. Not even a single piece of first-grade alloy material was presented. This left Bai Qi feeling somewhat helpless. After several days of survival, everyone had placed too much significance on blueprints. Once one possesses a good blueprint, it translates to an unending stream of wealth. Bai Qi closed the pot lid, intending to heat it up again for dinner. After satisfying his hunger, Bai Qi resumed his journey. In the morning, the man who had traded the ground pot blueprint for an exceptional grade machete bore a face akin to one who had just consumed excrement. He scrutinized the image Bai Qi sent, utterly captivated by the perfect form and compatibility of the ground pot. What a vexing situation. Had I known an excellent grade ground pot would be so exquisite, I would never have considered trading this weapon. The man lamented while gnawing on the recently roasted yet charred meat chunks. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Bai Qi delightedly halted his vehicle. As he drove along the roadside, he came across a structure adorned with the bold inscription supply store. After a day of travel spanning at least 400 to 500 kilometers, he had finally encountered it. Previously, discussions in the group chat had already revealed that others had discovered supply stores rumored to offer a variety of essential goods, including the rarest items such as flint and fuel. Of course, to procure these fundamental supplies, one needed to use life tokens. It had already been established that a single superior grade life token could be exchanged for 100 ordinary life tokens. Thus, Bai Qi had refrained from utilizing the 15 superior grade life tokens he had acquired by opening 4 superior grade resource boxes and defeating 4 ferocious beasts that afternoon. Coupled with the 60 ordinary life tokens he obtained earlier by trading for a blueprint, this constituted the entirety of Bai Qi's wealth. In the current circumstances, where sustenance was no longer a concern and most possessed weapons, life tokens had gained even greater significance, serving not only to enhance one's strength but also to purchase rare materials. After observing the store, Bai Qi stepped out of his vehicle. Armed with a king-level soul-tracking execution gun, the establishment was eerily deserted, resembling an automated vending shop. He gently pushed open the glass door and was met with a dazzling array of merchandise: instant noodles, sausages, spicy strips, salt, flint, blankets, towels, toothpaste, and toothbrushes, among others. The box of matches he had initially found contained 20 sticks, of which 12 remained, sufficient for the time being. Consequently, he spent 2 ordinary life tokens to acquire 2 fist-sized flints. Next, he proceeded to the fuel section. Upon seeing the price, a sigh of relief escaped him. As a single ordinary life token could purchase 10 liters of fuel, he also procured a few sets of toothpaste, toothbrushes, and large towels, spending 3 life tokens in total. Subsequently, he decided to go all in, exchanging all 15 superior grade life tokens and 55 ordinary life tokens for fuel. One superior-grade life token could buy 1,000 liters of fuel, all neatly contained in large iron barrels. For the ordinary life tokens, Bai Qi opted for 50-liter barrels. With his bounty in hand, Bai Qi approached his vehicle and began to fill the tank with fervor, pouring in the entirety of the 15,000 liters of fuel obtained from his superior-grade life tokens into the star-grade fuel tank, finally alleviating his concerns about insufficient fuel. In this frigid world, where his vehicle consumed 10 liters per 100 kilometers, such an abundance of fuel was enough for a staggering range of 150,000 kilometers. This was indeed astonishing. He still had 11 50-liter barrels of fuel in his storage bracelet, which he chose not to pour in, as fuel could ignite explosively, serving as a formidable weapon if used wisely. After entering the vehicle, Bai Qi glanced at the dimming sky and decided against continuing his journey. If he could earn some additional life tokens by nightfall, it would be perfect for spending at the nearby supply store. As he ignited the portable stove, a frown creased his brow as he contemplated the situation. Many had reported sightings of other vehicles in the group chat, yet despite a full day of driving, he had encountered not a single one. I do not consider my pace to be particularly slow. The key is that I have not observed any signs of activity from others along the way. Am I situated at the rear of the highway? Or is it simply that there are very few individuals traversing this road? Bai Qi found himself somewhat perplexed. As per usual, he exchanged a basin of meat and soup with Gong Yingying, who, throughout the day, had traded him a substantial quantity of meat chunks and furs. While savoring spicy meat slices, Gong Yingying continued her drive. The gentle hum of the air conditioning enveloped her as she relished the piquant morsels. She felt that this way of life was, in fact, quite agreeable. After a day's journey, she had reached multiple resource boxes, successfully upgrading most of her vehicle's components to a commendable quality. As she gazed at a line of cars ahead, Gong Yingying pressed the horn. But after waiting for a moment, no one moved their vehicles. Instead, 7 or 8 individuals, bundled in thick clothing, disembarked. Observing the weapons clutched in their hands, Gong Yingying and Appo's expression turned icy. Chapter 41. Oh, women, how ruthless you are. Brother, the sky is darkening, and the night is sure to bring ferocious beasts. Why not team up? The call echoed through the air, yet Gong Yingying remained silent, her grip tightening around the diamond-grade iron-cutting spear, while her other hand clasped the exquisite-grade precision pistol. When Bai Qi had provided her with the pistol, it had held 5 bullets, and it still did. She had consistently relied on the spear to slay the beasts. As the 8 men, armed with various weapons, approached, their eyes widened in astonishment. Through the windshield, they beheld a face adorned with frost, radiating an icy demeanor. In that fleeting moment, the chilling wind transformed into a fervent heat as they exchanged glances. Miss, we have a campfire over there, where we were just roasting meat. Why not join us to warm up? Indeed, the night is nearly upon us. The beasts are fierce during the day, and they will be no less so at night. Come with us, and we shall ensure your safety. Hey, lady, here I come. One man took the lead, and the others followed suit, dropping their pretenses as they encircled her. Gong Yingying hesitated no longer. She had observed that there were 8 vehicles and 8 men, indicating no hidden threats. All wielded cold weapons. With her diamond-grade iron-cutting spear, she deemed it unnecessary to even draw her pistol. Though her attire was light, her life level had ascended, allowing her to withstand the cold without hindrance. Dressing too heavily would only impede her abilities. With a soft click, Gong Yingying gracefully leaped from the vehicle, clad in the fitted sportswear she had donned when she first ventured onto the road for survival. As the woman wielding the long knife descended, the 8 men displayed no signs of trepidation. Rather, they became animated, for she was a breathtaking beauty, possessing both allure and figure. In days past, such a woman was merely a figure to admire. Yet now, the 8 men's eyes burned with desire. Here, there were no moral or legal constraints. They could indulge in the beauty before them. Little lady, I advise you to drop that knife. We brothers are all gentlemen who cherish the fairer sex. Haha. I'll be the first. On what grounds? We can draw lots or play rock, paper, scissors. Fortune will decide. All right. I've always had good luck. Haha. Miss, don't wear such a cold expression. Such a lovely face deserves to smile. Without a hint of hesitation, Gong Yingying advanced, her long legs striding towards the first man. As she neared him, she swung her blade with precision. The man, taken aback that she dared to strike amidst 8 others, raised his large cleaver to block, expecting an easy defense. Yet, he soon realized his grave misjudgment. His head tumbled away, disbelief etched upon his features. In his final moments, he beheld the other 7 fleeing in panic. only to be met by the cold-faced woman, who methodically severed them, both man and weapon. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt, no longer than a chopstick, struck her in the chest, and blood gushed forth. The last man who fled suddenly burst into laughter. Women, women, you are doomed. You are doomed. You have killed them all. How ruthless you are. We merely wish to take you with us. Well, fine. Well, fine. Everything belongs to me now. And you, before you meet your end, I shall allow you to experience the wonders of this world. The man, clutching a small crossbow, shouted frantically with a pale visage. Just moments ago, those individuals had been cleaved in two, the gruesome scene far too terrifying. Fortunately, he possessed a crossbow, which ultimately turned the tide in his favor. With a resounding bang, a gunshot echoed, and a bloody hole appeared in the man's forehead as he fell, disbelief etched upon his face. After securing the car door, Gong Ying gently sliced open her shirt at the chest. As she pressed down lightly, her expression turned to one of despair. The area struck by the crossbow had endured some buffering but still sustained internal injury, and she was now acutely aware of the searing pain. In such an environment, suffering such an arrow wound, Gong Ying felt utterly hopeless. She dared not remove the bolt, fearing it would hasten her demise through excessive blood loss. Casting a glance at the remaining spicy meat soup, she could not resist opening Bai Qi and Appo's chat interface. Yet, in the end, she refrained from sending a message. After feeling her body regain some warmth, Gong Ying opened the car door and stepped out, making her way to the man's lifeless body to retrieve the crossbow. With great effort, she swiftly approached the 8 vehicles nearby. After a thorough search, she obtained 8 survival cores and 2 blueprints. Bai Qi, I have something for you. A faint voice emerged, and Gong Ying sent the 8 survival cores along with a diamond-grade iron-piercing dagger, the crossbow, an exceptional-grade precision pistol, and the 2 blueprints to Bai Qi. Startled, Bai Qi, who was savoring a cola ice cube, exclaimed, Ying, what happened? Are you all right? Bai Qi was genuinely anxious. After spending several days together, he had developed a fondness and trust for her. Finding a reliable partner for survival on the road was no easy feat. Observing Bai Qi's concerned words, a faint smile graced Gong Ying's pale face. Bai Qi, I may not make it through this. You must live well. By the way, here is a photo of me. You don't know what I look like yet. With what seemed like a momentary absence of pain, she smiled broadly and took a selfie before sending it to Bai Qi. Upon opening the image, Bai Qi was met with a pale face radiating joy. A sigh of relief escaped him. He had feared something grave had occurred based on her complexion, which surely indicated injury. Injuries are trivial. I can handle this. Ying, quickly accept the trade. A perfect-grade, quick-acting healing ointment was sent over, leaving Gong Ying momentarily stunned. Bai Qi, thank. Enough of that. Quickly treat your wounds. Bai Qi's commanding voice interrupted her before she could finish her sentence. The girl bit down on her lip, then firmly grasped the healing ointment in her hand. She took a towel and bit down on it, while her right hand firmly held the arrow. With a swift motion of her wrist, she effortlessly extracted the arrow. Simultaneously, she applied the exquisite, rapid-acting healing ointment with both hands. Chapter 42. Not for your eyes. As the crimson healing ointment made contact with the wound, it seemed to dissolve into the injury, and she soon felt the wound healing rapidly. A minute later, Gong Ying removed the now diminished perfect-grade healing ointment, revealing that the area struck by the arrow had returned to its pristine, delicate state. No, that small patch of skin appeared even more tender than the surrounding areas. Could it be the result of newly formed flesh? The imminent threat had been averted, and Gong Ying collapsed into her seat. Bai Qi, I've healed my injury, though it consumed quite a bit of the healing ointment. As she spoke, Gong Ying traded the remaining ointment to Bai Qi, along with 8 survival cores, a hand crossbow, and 2 blueprints. Bai Qi let out a sigh of relief and then canceled the trade. Ying, you keep the blueprints. The rest is for you. I don't need those items. Use some of the remaining healing ointment to restore your vitality. If you find yourself injured again, treat it immediately. And let me know when you run out of ointment. Gong Ying said little in response and proceeded to trade the 2 blueprints to Bai Qi. Ying, could you send me a photo of your healed wound? I'd like to see the actual results of the treatment. Upon receiving Bai Qi's message, Gong Ying glanced down at her chest and felt her cheeks flush. Bai Qi, I can't send you a photo. The treatment worked wonders. It looks exactly as it did before the injury. Bai Qi was taken aback. Although somewhat perplexed, he did not dwell on it further, especially since the 2 blueprints Gong Ying had provided were quite valuable. One blueprint was for ordinary permanent shoes, finally filling a gap in his inventory. The other was for toilet paper, which also addressed one of his shortcomings. While sanitary napkins could be used as tinder, they were inferior to toilet paper in that regard. Moreover, toilet paper had a wider range of uses for men. Without hesitation, Bai Qi crafted several rolls of toilet paper and traded them to Gong Yingying, who received them with delight. Furthermore, Gong Yingying received a complete set of clothing from Bai Qi, all of exceptional quality. After sustaining injuries and losing considerable blood, her previous outfit was unwearable. Now, after a good cleaning, she donned the entire snug leather ensemble, feeling much more comfortable than before. Gong Yingying did not drive away from the frozen corpses and the pool of blood on the ground. The hand crossbow was of excellent quality and contained 3 bolts. Had that man released all of them, her fate might have been dire. Bai Qi had previously procured pieces of meat, so it was worth observing whether these corpses would attract more beasts during the night. After consuming a small piece of perfect-grade healing ointment, Gong Yingying not only regained her peak condition, but seemed to have become even stronger. Armed with a diamond-grade blade, a pistol, and a hand crossbow, she felt secure about the night ahead. Meanwhile, Bai Qi continued to craft toilet paper, accumulating the power for a decisive strike. During the day, he hunted numerous wild beasts, acquiring over 4,000 premium-grade meat chunks, coupled with nearly 7,000 premium-grade meat chunks gifted to him by Gong Yingying. This bounty allowed for the repeated creation of high-quality healing salves. Bai Qi subsequently engaged in relentless production, discovering that approximately 1,000 to 1,500 premium-grade meat chunks were sufficient to concoct a healing salve the size of a child's fist, categorized as diamond-grade. Remarkably, for the perfect-grade salve, fewer than 100 premium-grade meat chunks were required. Upon depleting more than 10,000 premium-grade meat chunks, Bai Qi successfully crafted 10 perfect-grade salves, 2 diamond-grade salves, 2 starry-grade salves, and 1 king-grade salve. This time, owing to the ample supply of meat chunks, the king-grade salve he obtained was significantly larger than the solitary one from the previous night. Clutching a perfect-grade healing salve, Bai Qi took a small bite. A subtly sweet flavor emerged, though it could only be described as mediocre. Once swallowed, a powerful yet gentle warmth surged throughout his body. With a snap, Bai Qi captured a selfie, revealing a flushed complexion. Moreover, upon glancing around, he noticed that his entire body radiated a rosy hue. It must be a super tonic. Bai Qi endeavored to suppress his wandering thoughts, yet found himself unable to do so. Ultimately, he settled before the Survival Core-S display, revisiting a plethora of sensational photos and videos he had previously saved. His physique was strengthening, yet this enhancement differed from the transformative effect of consuming a life mark. It appeared to target solely his corporeal form, specifically his strength and bodily resilience. Although it was not as comprehensive as the life mark-S enhancement, Bai Qi felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Savoring the salve in small bites, he luxuriated in the exquisite experience of continuous empowerment. "Brother Zhao, I have cleansed myself thoroughly," a voluptuous woman approached tenderly, prompting a frown from Zhao Gang. He sighed, recognizing that sharing a vehicle at night allowed for warmth and reduced fuel consumption, which could be deemed beneficial. However, moderation was key. Despite the possibility of replenishing stamina with a life mark afterward, the expenditure of energy could not be restored. As a man aspiring to achieve greatness, he held himself to rigorous standards, vowing never to exceed 3 encounters per day. Today, having already surpassed this limit, he resolutely declined the advances of the most beautiful, gentle, and adept woman in the team. Strength was paramount. He believed that after enduring an entire day of extreme cold, many would now comprehend the power of -60 degrees. "My iron basin is no longer selling well, and without a fair exchange for quality goods, selling it becomes pointless. Any excess ordinary supplies can merely be offered at a discount to others in the team." Thus, he resolved to commence the sale of frostbite ointment. Zhao Gang then continued to diligently fabricate the ointment at his workstation while simultaneously engaging in conversation within the group chat. Chapter 43. The Arctic Ice Wolf King as night descends. "My comrades, I, along with my team, have unearthed some significant information today, which I shall now disclose to you all. Firstly, through comprehensive statistical analysis, we have determined that the resource chests along the frigid highway commence at an exceptional quality. And thus far, no reports have surfaced regarding the encounter of ordinary resource chests. Secondly, the beasts guarding these resource chests are considerably more formidable than before, primarily comprising Arctic wolves, Arctic berserkers, and Arctic behemoths. Should anyone encounter other ferocious creatures, feel free to share your findings. Lastly, I strongly recommend that if you cross paths with fellow travelers, it is advisable to form a team. This will enhance your chances of effectively hunting down these beasts. However, remain vigilant, as encountering untrustworthy individuals could prove fatal. Exercise caution in your judgments. To assist you all, I will be offering exceptional grade frostbite ointment for sale, which not only treats frostbite, but also provides substantial protection against the cold. Supplies are limited, and I will prioritize trades involving rare materials, blueprints, and exceptional grade life seals. Zhao Gang's message piqued the interest of countless individuals, including Bai Qi, who earnestly analyzed and compared the information. Brother Zhao Gang, what you say is indeed correct. But I encountered an over a meter tall Arctic rabbit on the road, and it was startled away by my vehicle. Brother Zhao Gang, our team stumbled upon an extraordinary resource chest, guarded by a gigantic white crocodile. Fearing to drive into the snow, we ultimately abandoned the chest. Is it true? You forsook an extraordinary resource chest? Aren't you all part of the same team? Huh. Brother, if you had seen that 7 or 8 meter long crocodile, covered in white scales, you would understand our predicament. Our weaponry would scarcely penetrate its defenses. Brother Zhao Gang, I've sent you a private message. I wish to purchase some frostbite ointment, as my toes appear to be swollen. Brother Zhao Gang, I truly wish to encounter your team. I have formed a duo with a lady, and we are capable of anything. Zhao Gang paid no further heed to the chatter, continually checking his private messages, ultimately selling a substantial quantity of exceptional grade frostbite ointment. However, the materials he received in return were merely slightly rare, and not a single blueprint was acquired. Casting a glance at the abundant white grease in the back of his vehicle, all of which was manually collected after slaying beasts, he recognized it as the raw material for crafting frostbite ointment. Wang Changjin, his visage frozen, was transported to the Arctic realm early this morning. 7 robust wolves and an exceptional grade tiger were simultaneously conveyed to this frigid domain. The biting cold of -60 degrees Celsius left these beasts utterly bewildered. The tiger fared somewhat better, having previously elevated its life tier, but the wolves fared poorly. He found himself driving while the tiger and wolves kept pace outside. With 2 wolves inside the vehicle, he frequently halted to allow for the wolves to switch places, barely managing to endure the harsh conditions. Throughout the day, he opened 5 resource chests, albeit suffering total losses of the wolves. Fortunately, he managed to tame 2 exceptional grade Arctic wolves, thus enhancing his strength rather than diminishing it. His countenance was etched with frost, not merely due to the grievous injuries sustained by the fierce tiger he held dear during its daylight battle. In his desperate attempt to heal the tiger, he had exhausted all of his medicinal salves, barely managing to sustain its life. Indeed, the tiger's combat prowess far surpassed that of the Icefield wolves and the Icefield bears. However, the merciless cold rendered the tiger incapable of enduring prolonged combat in such frigid conditions. The next course of action hinged upon the performance of the 2 Icefield wolves. If he could rally 9 of these majestic creatures to meet the threshold of the enslavement scroll, his safety would be assured. Wang Changjin gripped the exquisite scroll in his hand, a prize he had obtained on the first day after opening a purple perfect resource chest. And he possessed more than just this one. Yet, a single individual could only forge a blood pact with one. This Zhao Gang had found fortune in selling frostbite salves. Once he recuperated, his healing salves would surely fetch an even higher price. Wang Changjin subsequently commanded the 2 Icefield wolves to guard outside the vehicle while he tended to the wounded tiger. A long howl pierced the air, awakening Bai Qi from his slumber. The kingly bed, designed for utmost comfort, could induce a perfect sleep yet facilitate a swift awakening. Were these the Icefield wolves? Outside the window, the snow glimmered softly, revealing at least 5 or 6 snow-white giants, each measuring 1.5 meters at the shoulder and over 3 meters in length, encircling him. A series of gunshots rang out, and one by one, all the Icefield wolves succumbed to the ground. The more he utilized this kingly soul-hunting gun, the greater Bai Qi and Appo's satisfaction grew. The thrill of headshots was intoxicating, akin to the exhilaration of unlocking a cheat code. Ascending to the roof of the off-road vehicle through the sunroof, he scanned the surroundings for hidden beasts, finding none. He then leaped down, realizing that he had gathered a substantial amount of meat from these superior-grade Icefield wolves. As he approached the last Icefield wolf, however, his gathering attempt unexpectedly failed. It became evident why. Observing the gentle writhing of the wolf's abdomen, Bai Qi swiftly drew forth his perfect-grade dagger. The sharp blade effortlessly sliced open the belly of the female Icefield wolf. Soon, a damp little creature, yet to open its eyes, emerged. Bai Qi gazed at the squirming being and sighed deeply. In such harsh conditions, devoid of maternal care, the little one stood little chance of survival. As for adopting the creature, he harbored no such intentions. Wolves, even pups, were notoriously difficult to tame, a fact proven by many who dared to challenge this notion. With the pup extracted, Bai Qi could now gather from the mother Icefield wolf's corpse. Instantly, he acquired a bounty of wolf meat and a hide. Though a twinge of remorse struck him, he turned and departed. The mournful howl of the wolf echoed behind him. Ding! The little Icefield wolf regarded him as its mother. Would you like to forge a blood pact and claim it as a battle companion? The prompt resonated, prompting Bai Qi to pivot sharply. The little creature, which had previously kept its eyes tightly shut, now opened them with great effort and managed to stand, trembling as it crawled toward him. In a swift motion, Bai Qi scooped up the little one and hastily climbed into the vehicle. A wave of warmth enveloped him, causing the small creature to shiver in comfort. With a decisive motion, Bai Qi drew a line across his fingertip and began to extract drops of blood. 1 drop, 2 drops. After 90 drops, the power of the soul-binding strike was fully amassed. Only then did Bai Qi let the blood fall upon the little wolf's forehead. Instantly, the drop of blood fused seamlessly with the little wolf's essence. Ding! The blood contract was successfully sealed, greatly enhancing the potential of your battle companion, the Icefang wolf. You have acquired an eternally loyal Ice Wolf King as your battle pet. Chapter 44. The king-level little milk wolf. Bai Qi gently grasped the little creature in his hand, scrutinizing it with great care. Extreme Ice Wolf King, king level. Description: a rare wolf king endowed with the power of extreme ice, currently in its juvenile stage. Note: the Extreme Ice Wolf King possesses an extreme ice core within, enabling it to manipulate the power of extreme ice. King level? This surpasses the excellent grade Ice Plains Wolf by 5 tiers. Bai Qi's heart swelled with joy with the blood pact formed. He understood that this little one had become his most trusted companion. This bond was not merely a bloodline contract but extended to the realm of the soul. This meant that, henceforth, the little milk wolf would never betray him, regardless of the circumstances. Extreme ice power and an extreme ice core. Did this pertain to the attributes of the little creature? Bai Qi momentarily found himself perplexed as he gently patted the little one. He did not feel the expected chill. Instead, it radiated warmth. He took a towel to wipe away the amniotic fluid that was threatening to freeze on the little one. And soon enough, the creature lazily succumbed to slumber. Cradling the soft little wolf, Bai Qi found himself in a quandary. For now, things were manageable. But when the little one awoke hungry, it would pose a dilemma, as he had no formula or similar sustenance to offer. Such a small wolf could not consume meat directly. Even broth would be too harsh for its delicate digestion. Holding the little milk wolf, Bai Qi grasped a perfect grade instant healing ointment and took a small bite. A sudden realization struck him, and he turned to examine the healing ointment in his hand. The property description indicated that it replenished vitality when consumed. If he diluted this ointment with water to feed the little milk wolf, could it serve as a substitute for milk? Without hesitation, Bai Qi retrieved a bottle of warm water he had prepared earlier. He then chipped off a minuscule piece of the perfect grade instant healing ointment and dropped it into the glass bottle. Instantly, the small piece dissolved rapidly, transforming the warm water within into a deep crimson hue. Gulping down a sip himself, Bai Qi noted that the experience differed little from consuming the ointment directly. The warmth in his abdomen was merely slightly diminished. Indeed, this concoction surpassed any milk formula. After all, it was a perfect grade healing ointment, 2 tiers above that of a mother Ice Plains wolf. With resolve, Bai Qi focused his mind, and the little milk wolf stirred awake, emitting soft whines. Come, time for your nourishment. Bai Qi tilted the bottle cap filled with the healing potion towards the little one, who, enticed by the sweet aroma, extended its tiny pink tongue to begin licking eagerly. As it feasted, the little milk wolf emitted joyful sounds, clearly relishing its meal. After consuming 3 capfuls, the little creature finally expressed a contented whimper, signaling its fullness. Bai Qi chuckled softly, then placed the little one on the king-level, energy-conserving, explosive comfort bed, where it promptly fell into a deep sleep. Suppressing the urge to cuddle and play with the little wolf, Bai Qi lay down beside it, surrendering to the allure of rest. The night swiftly passed, and Bai Qi awoke at dawn, finding the little wolf pup sprawled on the bed, its bright, innocent eyes gazing at him curiously. Ah, how remarkable that it did not create a mess. What a sensible creature. Bai Qi gently tugged at one of the pup's hind legs, and was pleasantly surprised by its reaction. He then took the little one into the bathroom, where it obediently relieved itself. No wolf droppings? Bai Qi pondered, then proceeded to administer several doses of healing ointment from a bottle cap, and to his delight, the little pup was now able to stand steadily. Excellent. Like its kin, It was entirely snow-white, without a single strand of discolored fur. Satisfied, Bai Qi cradled the pup in his arms, understanding that those who have raised dogs know well that puppies are in the most adorable and playful phase of their lives. He cast a glance at the 11 superior-level life marks obtained from the ice wolves he had slain the previous night, stored in his inventory. After some contemplation, Bai Qi decided to convert all of them into fuel, but this time he did not add it to his vehicle. Rather, he stored the entire 11,000 liters of fuel in his storage bracelet. It seemed inappropriate to have hot pot for breakfast, so Bai Qi grilled 2 sausages and traded them with Gong Yingying. After taking a bite of the perfect-grade instant healing ointment, Bai Qi felt a noticeable improvement compared to the previous day. Glancing at the supply store, Bai Qi shifted gears and drove away. He had idled the vehicle all night, consuming merely about 20 liters of fuel, an utterly negligible amount. As he drove, Bai Qi opened the group chat. Region, HX 1006, population, 66, 33100, 000, boom. Bai Qi felt a surge of dread. If he recalled correctly, the population last night was 96, 550. In just one night, a staggering 220 people had perished. That was over 30,000 souls. When gathered together, it would be an overwhelming sea of humanity. Bai Qi took several deep breaths to calm himself. The deaths of others were of no concern to him. Yet the sheer magnitude of such loss was profoundly oppressive. He now possessed only 92 bullets. Once they were depleted, he would find himself in dire straits. If he were left with only cold weapons and faced an assault from 5 or 6 ice wolves as he had the previous night, his only option would be to flee in his vehicle. This was precisely why he had chosen to purchase a substantial amount of fuel instead of consuming those superior-level life marks. As he browsed through the group chat, Bai Qi encountered numerous cries of despair and pleas for help. Clearly, the experiences of others were not as straightforward as mere beast attacks, particularly for those whose vehicles had not yet been upgraded. A single charge from a ferocious beast such as the ice storm bear could easily overturn their cars, truly a terrifying prospect. While perusing the messages, a particular notification caught his attention. Everyone, our team has encountered the intelligent race mentioned in the survival core prompt upon arrival. As Bai Qi hastily opened the image, he beheld a group of men, not particularly tall yet exuding an air of formidable strength, surrounding the vehicle. Brother, are they members of the Dwarven clan? None of them seems to exceed 1.5 meters in height. Indeed, but these dwarves appear remarkably robust. Their combat prowess must be quite impressive. Yes, my friend. How does your team intend to handle this situation? Are they amicable or hostile? I don't see any female dwarves. I have a particular fondness for petite women. You are overthinking it. Just look at the physiques of these men, and it becomes evident that the female dwarves must also possess considerable strength. That's true, without such fortitude, one could hardly survive in such a harsh environment. Chapter 45. The Dwarven Actions. Brothers, for the time being, these dwarves seem rather amicable. How peculiar it is that despite our linguistic barriers, we just received a notification indicating that communication between us will not pose any obstacles. By the way, our captain has already begun conversing with them, yet I remain curious about the true intentions of these dwarves visiting at night. As Bai Qi scrolled down, he soon discovered that others had encountered dwarves as well. Remarkably, all accounts described these dwarves as benevolent, with no one engaging in hostility towards them. After perusing several images depicting the dwarves, Bai Qi discerned that their weaponry appeared quite formidable, including spears and crossbows. It seemed that the mere presence of such weapons deterred the survivors from any unusual behavior. Suddenly, a message caught Bai Qi and Apos' attention. Brothers, do not trust the dwarves. I have been captured. They are currently in my vehicle, and I am proceeding as per their instructions. I am in an off-road vehicle. If you see any dwarves in a car, be sure to stop them and rescue me. Image. Bai Qi hastily clicked on the image, revealing a photograph taken inside a vehicle. A man, his expression fraught with anxiety, was driving while approximately 4 or 5 dwarves crowded in the back. Brother, the dwarves have not harmed you. Could there be an ulterior motive? They may seek something from you, so maintain a cordial demeanor. Perhaps it's merely a misunderstanding. Indeed, you can still send messages for help, which indicates they have not mistreated you. Could it be that they simply wish for a ride? A group of individuals was not entirely convinced by the man's claims of abduction, and Bai Qi shared this sentiment. If he had truly been captured, they would not be treating him so politely. As he continued to scroll, Bai Qi exhaled in relief, yet felt a sense of perplexity. The situation seemed increasingly amiss, as numerous solitary survivors had reported being forcibly followed by dwarfs. Boom! Bai Qi pressed the accelerator, feeling the need to hasten his pace. Being alone felt rather unsettling. Before long, he arrived at an exceptional resource crate, acquiring a piece of level 2 alloy. This time, the guardians of the exceptional resource crate were 2 robust icefield bison. Were it not for the striking power of the king-level soul-piercing sniper rifle in Bai Qi's possession, he might have found it quite challenging to contend with such brawny, charge-prone beasts. This time, he garnered 8 fine-grade life marks, a quantity comparable to that of 4 icefield wolves, indicating their superior strength. As he continuously consumed the fine-grade life marks, Bai Qi felt his body growing stronger. By midday, Bai Qi still had not encountered any other vehicles. A situation that left him utterly speechless, as if he were traversing a desolate snow-laden highway. He fed the little wolf cub every 3 hours. This king-level creature was maturing at an astonishing rate. In just half a day and Appos, as time, the little one was already scampering about on the bed. After satisfying its hunger, Bai Qi cradled the cub and resumed driving. Although he had yet to meet any other survivors, the company of such a charming and obedient little wolf cub was truly delightful. By 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Bai Qi finally reached a conclusion. There were definitely others ahead. After a prolonged period, he observed that the resource boxes he discovered were all situated at least 300 meters away from the road. A vehicle was present in front, and it had evidently undergone an upgrade. Suddenly, the little creature in Bai Qi's arms let out a wary cry, prompting him to spot several parked cars ahead. He slowed down, as these vehicles haphazardly obstructed the road, forcing him to navigate through the snow to find a way around, a daunting prospect considering the weight of his off-road vehicle, which could easily become mired in the snow. With a screech, Bai Qi and Appos' vehicle came to a halt. The exquisite Miao knife was secured within his storage bracelet, while the elite soul pursuit sniper was firmly grasped in his hand. Donning his diamond-grade thermal leather jacket, he turned his gaze towards the individuals who had now risen. 4 men and 1 woman, who had previously been gathered around a fire roasting meat, an all-too-common practice. Given the inherent dangers of igniting a fire within the confines of a vehicle, the 4 men exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with astonishment. The car parked not far away was extraordinarily impressive, far surpassing their own by leaps and bounds. In an instant, their eyes gleamed with fervor. In the realm of survival on the road, possessing an extraordinarily cool vehicle was undeniably the most reliable asset. The vehicle was bound and could not be seized outright. Yet this was not an absolute barrier. Should the owner be amenable, a transfer of the survival core and workbench could be executed, allowing for the vehicle to be exchanged. Subsequently, the owner could be eliminated to extract the vehicle. Once acquired, not only would they inevitably obtain the survival core, but there would also be a chance to acquire blueprints learned from the owner and Appos' workbench, alongside a trove of various materials. It had already been attempted by others. Utilizing superior materials to craft items could enhance the quality of the finished products. Many had experimented with this, though the results had not widely circulated. Brother Hai. A person with such a luxurious vehicle could not have solely relied on his own material collection. He must possess some highly sought-after blueprints. Indeed, Brother Hai. If we capture this individual, he can craft items for us, and perhaps we could upgrade our vehicles entirely. Brother Hai, let us incapacitate him, break his limbs. And once we've extracted all value from him, we can dispose of him. The 3 individuals revealed their ruthless intent. The man referred to as Brother Hai nodded. Be cautious. Many now possess crossbows, which are exceedingly perilous. First, we must lure him down. Xiaolong, your demeanor is more amiable. You go and invite him to share some roasted meat. Understood, Brother Hai. A somewhat handsome young man set down his weapon and trotted over. Clad in a thick fur coat, Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback, as the other party had approached without arms. Lowering the window by an inch to facilitate communication, he heard, Brother, night is approaching. Come down and enjoy some roasted meat with us. A call echoed as a young man pointed towards a nearby bonfire. Bai Qi glanced over and immediately noticed 3 men smiling and nodding in his direction, exuding an amiable demeanor. However, Bai Qi's brow furrowed slightly. The woman's expression was somewhat unsettling. After casting a fleeting, terrified glance at him, she quickly lowered her head. Something was amiss. It seemed as though this woman was trying to convey information to him without actually calling for help. Bai Qi's expression turned grave in an instant. This situation could only suggest one thing. In the woman's eyes, these 4 men were far more formidable than he. Weapons such as crossbows and bows were no longer particularly rare, with some being sold in limited quantities, albeit at exorbitant prices. Chapter 46. Please enjoy some milk. There's no need for that. Kindly clear the way, Bai Qi replied, leaving the young man momentarily bewildered. Brother, we are genuinely forming a team here. Look, we even have a female member. Last night, over 30,000 perished, and tonight could prove even more perilous. Even if your vehicle is exceptional, it cannot compare to our collective strength. Come on, brother, our captain is a law-abiding hero. If you possess the skill to win that woman's heart, you can certainly secure her. The young man hastily elucidated. The little milk wolf in his arms emitted a warning whimper, causing Bai Qi to pause. The wolf was alerting him to the sinister intentions of the young man outside the window. Your sincerity is quite the performance, Bai Qi thought. This was a reminder from a king-level blood contract battle pet, and he had no doubt about it. Bai Qi quickly devised a plan. With only 80 bullets remaining, he intended to conserve his resources until a stable supply could be obtained. With a swift motion, Bai Qi retrieved 4 glass bottles filled with warm water, pouring approximately 1 milliliter of a deranged laughing agent into each. This minuscule amount could induce uncontrollable laughter in a massive adult bison, and these individuals would undoubtedly succumb as well. Brother, I appreciate your goodwill, but I'm not hungry at the moment, and the warmth inside the car is sufficient. I shall forego the fire. Meeting is a kind of fate. I stumbled upon some milk while rummaging through my belongings earlier today. So I'll gift each of you a bottle, Bai Qi said, lowering the bottles slightly before offering the 4 bottles of diluted laughing agent. The young man was taken aback. His cautious demeanor seemed excessive. Upon accepting the 4 bottles of milk, he discovered they were still warm. What a kind-hearted fellow. I almost feel guilty for wanting to eliminate you. Hey, that guy is quite prudent. He refuses to exit the vehicle, yet he offered me 4 bottles of milk. Still warm, the young man reported to Haigu. Haigu nodded, distributing 1 bottle to each member of the group. The woman remained cloaked in her fur coat. Her head bowed, and the 4 paid her no mind. Just had some roasted meat. Now I and Oppos am thirsty. Fengzi, could you perhaps use less salt next time? It's excessively salty. Indeed, a sprinkle would suffice. It's as if we're craving salt. The 4 unscrewed the caps and began to gulp down the warm milk. The moment to indulge was now or never. Ha 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 ha. Xiaolong was the swiftest, downing half a bottle in one go. Unable to bear the saltiness of Fengzi's roast meat. Seeing Xiaolong laugh, the other 3 were momentarily taken aback, yet they could discern that his laughter was genuinely joyous, prompting smiles to emerge on their faces. Ha ha ha, ha ha. The 3 followed suit, laughing uproariously, even forgetting to drink their milk. The woman, who had kept her head down, was suddenly bewildered. Cautiously, she lifted her gaze and was rendered speechless. The 4 men were laughing heartily, as if they had abandoned all sense of danger. Even their fur coats, wrapped tightly around them, slipped to the ground due to their uncontrollable laughter, yet they continued to laugh maniacally. The woman was utterly baffled. Never had she witnessed such exuberance, even in the face of insults. Bai Qi observed the scene and initially intended to offer 5 vials of low-concentration laughing gas. But upon noticing the woman's apparent lack of status, he refrained from taking unnecessary action. The laughter persisted, a cacophony of mirth that gradually diminished. The 4 men's faces turning a deep crimson, a clear indication of oxygen deprivation. After a full 3 minutes, the men collapsed, falling silent. The woman was filled with dread, yet she dared not make any sudden movements. Bai Qi, cradling the little wolf pup, leaped down, raising his elite execution weapon, targeting the woman. Upon seeing the gun in Bai Qi's hand, the woman was gripped by terror. It dawned on her that the 4 vials of milk he provided were indeed tainted, leading directly to the demise of the 4 men through their laughter. Bai Qi halted 5 meters away from her, as she lowered her head slightly, revealing her rather exquisite visage. Her figure was momentarily obscured. But Bai Qi's thoughts were untainted by any indecent notions. Remove your fur coat. Bai Qi's icy voice pierced the air, causing the woman to freeze momentarily. In an instant, she trembled and let the heavy coat fall away. Bai Qi's eyes brightened. She was clad in loungewear that accentuated her form quite appealingly. He scrutinized her carefully, ensuring she concealed no hidden crossbows or weapons, as he was particularly wary of such threats, having heard of her previous injuries from Gong Yingying. As the woman observed the man circling her, a sense of relief and satisfaction washed over her. She understood that it was merely her figure that had pleased him. The little wolf pup curled in Bai Qi and Imp, Oppos' embrace, seemingly unfazed by the frigid temperature of -60 degrees, curiously regarding the woman, who trembled from the cold. Put on the leather jacket, Bai Qi commanded again, this time with a more amiable tone, as the pup had not issued any warnings. indicating that the woman bore no immediate malice. The woman promptly retrieved the fallen fur coat and wrapped it tightly around herself. This handsome gentleman. I am Lu Ling, she stammered in introduction. Bai Qi collected the weapons from the 4 lifeless bodies, now beginning to freeze, and then approached the row of vehicles. Collect. After a continuous gathering, Bai Qi amassed 4 survival cores along with a plethora of materials. What is this situation? He mused, staring at the pile of materials, particularly at the body of a woman among them, feeling somewhat bewildered. With a swift motion, all the materials were gathered, and then Bai Qi, his expression frigid, advanced towards the woman. Before he could even inquire, she hastily began to speak. Young man, that is one of my companions. She possessed a fierce spirit and refused to submit, ultimately tortured to death by them. Her body was prepared by them for the night to confront the beasts. I overheard them mention this. The woman's voice trembled with fear, causing Bai Qi to draw in a sharp breath. Chapter 47. The iced giant crocodile gazing upon the 4 lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Bai Qi could not shake the feeling that their demise had come far too easily. With a swift motion, he scattered a pile of wooden blocks over the woman's corpse, subsequently dousing it in a generous amount of fuel. In an instant, flames erupted into the air. Bai Qi sighed, harboring no doubts regarding the woman's earlier words. A survivor willing to submit typically escapes harm. In a sense, he had avenged her. As he opened the car door, he noticed the woman attempting to follow closely behind, and it dawned on him what her intentions were. Lu Ling, I prefer solitude. You may navigate the remainder of the journey alone. Please do not disturb me. With a decisive clang, Bai Qi shut the door and accelerated away. The woman stood frozen for a moment, her face contorting in despair. Surely, he must think less of her for having been violated by those 4 men. Yet, if she did not submit, she feared she would soon be just another corpse. Tears streamed down Lu Ling's cheeks as she made her way towards her vehicle. The gentle demeanor she had displayed just moments ago was now replaced by a fierce countenance. With a violent snap, she began to hack away with her long blade until exhaustion overwhelmed her, finally dragging herself back to her car. The engine roared to life as Lu Ling sped away from the area, knowing that with the 4 men's remains left behind, nightfall would render this place perilous. Bai Qi felt a weight in his heart. It was one thing for a survivor to perish at the jaws of a beast, but the thought of many dying at the hands of their own kind was a horror far more profound. After driving nearly 100 kilometers, he halted his vehicle just as darkness began to settle. He proceeded to prepare a pot of meat soup, setting aside a small bowl for Gong Yingying. This woman had encountered far more resource boxes than he had during the day, generously sharing some materials and trading all the meat she had gathered. Combined with the game he had slain, Bai Qi now possessed over 50,000 pieces of premium-grade meat. After consuming a modest portion, he paused. Realizing he only needed to digest his meal before indulging in a perfect-grade healing ointment, he also observed that after consuming the ointment, there was little need for excretion. A significant convenience. Remarkably, the little wolf cub, since its birth, had subsisted solely on the healing elixir without producing a single droppings. The crunch of compressed snow echoed around him. Suddenly, the little wolf cub sprang up from Bai Qi's embrace. Alarmed, he scanned the surroundings. What? Is that the Ice Plains crocodile? As he beheld the colossal crocodile making its way toward his vehicle, Bai Qi inhaled deeply. This creature exceeded 10 meters in length, its white skin blending seamlessly with the snowy landscape, providing it with the perfect camouflage. The presence of such a creature in this icy terrain was astonishing, and its sheer size marked it as one of the most formidable beasts known to man. Bai Qi took a deep breath and swiftly ascended to the roof of the RV. A deep, resonant roar echoed as the colossal crocodile, sensing the presence of Bai Qi, became increasingly agitated. The creature, which had been sluggishly crawling, suddenly propelled itself forward with its 4 stout legs, its speed surging exponentially. Bang! Bang! 3 shots rang out in quick succession, each striking the giant crocodile's head, one even piercing its eye. Observing the life essence left behind on the ground, Bai Qi leapt down. Although the crocodile lay lifeless, an overwhelming sense of pressure still enveloped him. Collect. Ding. Acquired 2,000 units of ice giant crocodile meat, 1 unit of ice giant crocodile hide, and 10 ice giant crocodile fangs. Promptly, he retrieved the 10 distinct life essences that had dropped. Life essence. Exceptional. Description 1. Items dropped upon slaying a living entity that can enhance your vitality. Description 2. Life essence serves as universal currency, possessing stable value. To his astonishment, this was a tier above the quality of the good grade, classified as exceptional. Throughout the day, Bai Qi had amassed a total of 28 good-grade life essences, yet upon consuming them all, he had not ascended in vitality. Gulping down an exceptional life essence, a tremendous warmth surged throughout his body, the power derived from just this one essence surpassing 10 pounds. Without hesitation, Bai Qi swiftly consumed the remaining exceptional life essences. Clenching his fists, an unfathomable strength coursed through him, and at that moment, he felt invincible. After devouring 10 exceptional life essences and still not experiencing an elevation in vitality, he pondered whether such an advancement required an extraordinary amount. Bai Qi felt a tinge of confusion, as there seemed to be no definitive standard for this matter. He could only continue to consume them in hopes of a natural breakthrough. Extracting a piece of crocodile meat, Bai Qi felt a surge of joy. For the ice giant crocodile meat was also of exceptional quality. Ice giant crocodile meat, exceptional. Description: meat from the giant crocodile imbued with a trace of icy power. Consumption may enhance physical strength. Description: long-term consumption carries a minuscule chance of bestowing icy abilities. Glancing at the little wolf cub nestled in his arms, Bai Qi offered the ice giant crocodile meat. However, the small creature disdainfully shook its head, looking up at Bai Qi with a pitiful expression, as if to say, "Please, dear master, do not subject me to such torment." "Very well, if you refuse to eat, I shall prepare it as a healing salve for you instead." Bai Qi then examined the ice giant crocodile hide and fangs, all exceptional materials infused with a hint of icy power. If I were to craft clothing from this, would it yield special effects? Bai Qi mused, picking up the crocodile hide before setting it down again. It felt wasteful to use exceptional materials for mere ordinary garments. Let us hold off for now. Perhaps I shall construct armor once I acquire the appropriate blueprints. After perusing the group chat for a while, Bai Qi nestled into bed with the little wolf cub. Having endured the assault of the ice giant crocodile, he anticipated that no further beast would approach in the near future. As Wang Changjin gazed back at the colossal crocodile relentlessly pursuing him, frustration surged within him. Throughout the day, he had fought to nurture his pack, expanding the number of ice-field wolves from 2 to 8, and he was on the brink of reaching the maximum limit for enslavement scrolls. Upon discovering this massive reptile, although he regarded crocodiles as rather clumsy beasts, he resolved to utilize the last available slot for it. The fierce tiger remained hidden in the rear compartment, nursing its wounds, while the 8 formidable ice-field wolves, each standing at a height of 1.5 meters and measuring 3 meters in length, prepared to engage in battle. Adhering to a principle of wounding rather than killing, the wolves began to taunt and persistently assault the giant crocodile. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. All he needed to do was subdue the creature, allowing him to harness the enslavement scroll to claim it. Chapter 48. Where is my knife? However, the previously lethargic giant crocodile suddenly erupted with incredible ferocity, lunging forward to seize a snow wolf in its jaws. The fierce and formidable snow wolf was instantly killed by the massive reptile, sending shivers down Wang Changjin's spine. After this explosive display, the giant crocodile seemed to be infused with vigor, effortlessly dispatching another snow wolf with each powerful bite. In the ensuing chaos, only 2 snow wolves remained behind Wang Changjin's vehicle, while the giant crocodile relentlessly pursued them, instilling a profound sense of peril within him. Glancing at the diamond-grade blade resting in the passenger seat, Wang Changjin felt a tumult of emotions. The primary failure of the 6 snow wolves that had perished earlier was their inability to breach the giant crocodile's defenses. Had they managed to do so, he could have simply outlasted the creature. Now, in the darkness of night, his speed was insufficient to escape, and the giant crocodile showed no signs of exhaustion. He had to take a gamble. Success would yield a fierce giant crocodile, while failure would bring dire consequences. Taking several deep breaths, Wang Changjin rolled down the window. And immediately, the massive head of a snow wolf leaned in. "Bite down, thrust it," he commanded as he passed the hilt of the knife to the snow wolf, which clamped its jaws around it with fierce determination. "Go." With his command, one of the remaining snow wolves began to provoke the giant crocodile, while the one holding the diamond blade circled around. The giant crocodile paid little heed, confident that these snow wolves were incapable of penetrating its defenses. With a sudden surge, the snow wolf clenching the diamond blade lunged forward, the weapon sliding smoothly into the crocodile's right hind leg. This precise targeting was deliberate. The giant crocodile's speed was primarily derived from its powerful hind limbs. A low, rumbling growl erupted as the giant crocodile recoiled in pain, spinning violently. With tremendous force, the creature's turn dislodged the snow wolf's razor-sharp teeth, leaving it bloodied and the diamond blade falling free. Wang Changjin observed the unfolding chaos in the rearview mirror. Yet he dared not exit the vehicle. The crocodile, now enraged, was a dangerous adversary. With a roar, Wang Changjin slammed the accelerator. And the snow wolf responsible for the distraction was swiftly caught and killed by the frenzied giant crocodile. In response, he urged the bloodied snow wolf to dart into the snow. The chase continued for an exhausting half-hour before Wang Changjin gradually eased off the throttle, realizing the giant crocodile was now nearly incapable of movement. "Let us test it." With his command, the toothless snow wolf sprang from the snow beside the road. Yet, this time, no matter how provocatively the snow wolf acted, the giant crocodile's responses were sluggish. Minutes later, the colossal creature collapsed onto the highway. Seeing the snow wolf taunting it up close, even standing atop its head without a reaction, Wang Changjin finally felt reassured enough to exit the vehicle. The ice wolf stood guard before him as Wang Changjin slowly extracted the enslavement scroll, subsequently unleashing its power. A brilliant white light emanated from the scroll, enveloping the massive crocodile within its glow. After a full minute, the enslavement was complete. Eat. The subdued giant crocodile, seemingly infused with a hint of strength, gradually opened its mouth, allowing Wang Changjin to feed it a small amount of healing ointment. Swiftly, he darted to the rear right leg of the frost giant crocodile, applying the healing salve with urgency. After this treatment, the life of the frost giant crocodile was finally secured. Wang Changjin inhaled deeply, nearly having his lungs freeze. Hearing the low growl of the ice wolf, he also fed it several portions of healing ointment. "Where is my diamond-grade iron-cutting dagger?" Wang Changjin suddenly realized that he had not seen the dagger lodged in the crocodile's leg when he treated its injury. He anxiously commanded the toothless ice wolf, which immediately bolted back along the path they had come from. After witnessing the prowess of the frost giant crocodile, Wang Changjin no longer despised its diminutive appearance. In fact, he had already devised a plan. The enslavement scroll had 10 slots for enslavement, and he intended to enslave a few more agile ice wolves, while the rest would be powerful frost giant crocodiles. 20 minutes later, the howl of the ice wolf echoed through the air. Wang Changjin quickly rolled down the car window, only to have his expression turn cold. "Where in Appos?" asked the dagger. "You can end Appos. Do you find a single knife?" he questioned incredulously, knowing that the ice wolf had merely lost its teeth, not its sense of smell. The dagger was stained with the blood of both the ice wolf and the frost giant crocodile. There was no reason it should be missing. The ice wolf whimpered, appearing somewhat aggrieved, while Wang Changjin struggled to comprehend, having never owned a dog before. The enslavement scroll allowed him to dominate fierce beasts and control them, but it did not grant him the ability to communicate with them. The ice wolf turned its head to glance behind, prompting Wang Changjin to check the rearview mirror. "What is this?" "Dwarfs." Wang Changjin felt a surge of alarm as several ox-drawn carts approached from behind. Indeed, a number of large carts pulled by ice prairie oxen were advancing, and atop these carts, he spotted multiple corpses of ice wolves. The bodies bore clear bite marks, evidently the victims of the frost giant crocodile. "Prepare for battle." Wang Changjin swiftly opened the rear car door. The not yet fully healed superior gray tiger roared as it leaped down, followed by the wolf and the barely crawling frost giant wolf, all positioning themselves behind the vehicle. Wang Changjin remained inside the car, should the 3 fierce beasts prove inadequate. He would not hesitate to flee. There were 3 enormous carts, each manned by a dozen stout dwarfs. Wang Changjin's frustration peaked as he beheld his diamond-grade iron-cutting dagger cradled lovingly in the arms of one dwarf. The colossal carts came to a halt, and a throng of dwarves jumped down, weapons in hand. Wang Changjin felt a shiver run down his spine as he observed several dwarves brandishing crossbows, while others clutched spears in their hands. Should a conflict arise, he harbored no confidence in a guaranteed victory. "Noble guest, our tribe resides not far from here. You may accompany us to rest," bellowed a burly dwarf wielding a formidable iron blade. Wang Changjin and Appos' gaze flickered momentarily. Many in the group chat had previously deliberated upon matters concerning the dwarfs. Although there had been no discussions of bloodshed, these dwarves were undoubtedly not to be trifled with. When encountering a convoy, they typically engaged in negotiation. However, when faced with solitary vehicles, they would brazenly commandeer them and abduct individuals without hesitation. Chapter 49. The Scroll of Enslavement. Wang Changjin observed the scene and noted that the dwarves were primarily focused on the ice giant crocodile, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of the ice wolves and ferocious tigers. "There is no need for concern. My companions shall arrive shortly," he assured them. "By the way, the weapon you possess was dropped by the beast I vanquished. Might I kindly request its return?" Upon hearing his words, the dwarves exchanged glances. Esteemed guest, this weapon is indeed a remarkable artifact we discovered, yet we cannot ascertain if it belongs to you, they replied. Perhaps you would accompany us to our tribe, where we could verify its ownership. Rest assured, should it be confirmed as yours, we shall return it. Wang Chang'an's eyes flickered with understanding. He grasped their intent. There is no need for that. I must await my companions. You may proceed as you wish. After being rebuffed once more, the dwarves shared uncertain looks. But the leader among them cast a glance at the ice giant crocodile before gesturing with his hand. 3 ice prairie oxen advanced with measured strides, followed by 3 enormous ox carts that ambled past. Wang Changjin stood vigilant, while the dwarves clutched their weapons tightly, clearly wary of the ice giant crocodile. Fortunately, no untoward incidents occurred until the carts vanished from sight. Leader, the ice giant crocodile appears feeble. Why do we not slay it? Inquired one dwarf, his brow furrowed in confusion. The dwarf leader, clutching his iron-slicing spear, shook his head. A starving giant crocodile is still more formidable than a wolf. Even with this divine weapon in hand, we might not emerge victorious in a confrontation. Moreover, that individual has managed to tame both the ice giant crocodile and the ice wolves. These outsiders are indeed remarkable. The esteemed priest has issued a decree. These outsiders represent a pivotal opportunity for the strength of our dwarven clan. We must tread carefully, the leader mused, stroking his iron-slicing spear. We dwarves may be diminutive, but if these outsiders can enhance our lineage, our descendants will surely be giants. One dwarf chuckled, prompting nods of agreement from his companions. The leader spoke solemnly, then urged the ox carts to quicken their pace, soon veering off the road and into the snowy wilderness. Wang Changjin and Appo's expression darkened with indignation. Were it not for the diamond-grade iron-slicing spear, he would never have been able to subdue such a formidable ice giant crocodile. This will not do. Without a divine weapon, should I encounter another ice giant crocodile, I would be unable to tame it. If several were to surround me, that very dwarf would surely kneel and offer my weapon as tribute. According to the principles of self-preservation, Bai Qi undoubtedly possessed weapons comparable to the diamond-grade iron-slicing spear. I must endeavor to secure one for myself. Wang Changjin inhaled deeply, then accessed his friend list. After conducting a transaction with Bai Qi, they had successfully added each other as friends. Though it was the dead of night, Wang Changjin sent a message. Ding! Bai Qi suddenly opened his eyes. This king-level bed was truly remarkable, allowing one to fall asleep in an instant and awaken just as swiftly. In the dead of night. Could it be that Ying was in danger? Bai Qi hurriedly held the equally awakened little milk wolf and rushed to the survival core display screen. It was Wang Changjin. What could he want from me at this hour? Brother Changjin, I am here. What is the matter? Brother Bai Qi, I wanted to inquire if you still possess the diamond-level iron-cutting spear? Bai Qi was taken aback. Brother Changjin, the iron-cutting spear can slice through iron like mud. You haven't damaged it, have you? Wang Chang'an's expression immediately soured, yet he discerned that the other party must still have valuable items. Brother Bai Qi, I want to conceal it from you. I recently encountered a colossal crocodile, and that weapon pierced its body, yet the crocodile escaped. Thus, Bai Qi's thoughts swept over the ice giant crocodile skin in his storage space, and he quickly understood the situation. Brother Changjin, I no longer have the diamond-level iron-cutting spear, but I possess an excellent-level spear, which also slices through iron like mud. Brother Bai Qi, to be frank, that giant crocodile is an excellent-level beast, and its hide is exceedingly resilient. I fear that an excellent-level spear may struggle to penetrate its defenses. Therefore, if you could provide me with a superior weapon, I would agree to sell you the healing ointment. Have you noticed, brother? Today, Zhao Gang made a considerable fortune selling frostbite ointment. Healing ointment is undoubtedly far more effective. Bai Qi couldn't help but smile. Wang Changjin seemed to be attempting to play the role of a cunning fox. Not to mention that everyone now possessed valuable items, especially blueprints, which they would only use for themselves. Bai Qi had never intended to engage in low-end market transactions if he sought to acquire ordinary materials. He could simply sell spears in bulk. The healing ointment now held a significance for Bai Qi that transcended mere injury treatment. It represented a means to enhance his own strength upon consumption. Brother Changjin, that was the agreement we previously reached, and I shall adhere to it. Up until now, I have not sold a single healing ointment. I am a person who values principles in business. A deal is a deal. If you desire a superior weapon, we will need to negotiate anew. Bai Qi's resolute voice rang out. Bah! Wang Changjin clenched his teeth in frustration, yet the initiative lay with the other party. leaving him with no alternative. Taking up the unbound enslavement scroll, Wang Changjin took a deep breath and sent the attribute description to Bai Qi. Enslavement scroll, perfect. Description, can enslave non-human life forms, maximum enslavement capacity, 10. Description, can only enslave perfect level life forms. Description, once enslaved, one can control the servant. If the servant dies, the enslavement count will be restored. Description, requires blood binding to use. Bai Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a divine artifact actually existed. No, a treasure of such caliber, why would Wang Changjin be willing to part with it for trade? According to the principles of self-preservation and selfishness, he undoubtedly finds himself in a position where this item is neither needed nor utilized. Previously, he had traded an exceptional blueprint for a permanent healing salve with me, and now he presents yet another perfect level enslavement scroll. Could it be that he possesses some innate talent? Bai Qi furrowed his brows in contemplation. It seems likely. This implies that he possesses the ability to replicate blueprints or items, or perhaps a similar skill. In time, through further interactions, clarity shall emerge. If such a capability truly exists, it would be nothing short of astonishing. Bai Qi took a deep breath and subsequently placed the perfect level seed knife in the trading column. Chapter 50. The Ultimate Enslavement Scroll. At this moment, Wang Changjin found himself momentarily taken aback, for he was once again presented with a quality Miao knife. Having previously encountered Bai Qi selling ordinary, excellent, and exceptional Miao knives, along with diamond-grade ones, this marked the fifth quality of Miao knife he had witnessed. Could it be that Bai Qi had opened a diamond-grade resource chest and obtained the complete set of Miao knife blueprints? Wang Changjin felt a twinge of envy. If he had laid his hands on that diamond-grade resource chest, it would have been a double harvest. Bai Qi, I possess a perfect level enslavement scroll, which, once activated, will yield 10 servants. While your perfect level Miao knife is indeed of equivalent quality, its actual value pales in comparison. Therefore, I shall not overreach in my demands. If you could add a diamond-grade iron-cutting Miao knife, I would gladly make the exchange. Wang Changjin's voice echoed, and Bai Qi furrowed his brows slightly. Nevertheless, the other's reasoning held merit. The value of the perfect level Miao knife was far inferior to that of the perfect level enslavement scroll. Moreover, a pressing concern loomed before him. His king-level soul-piercing gun was down to merely 65 bullets, and once they were expended, his self-defense capability would significantly diminish. Thus, the enslavement scroll was a necessity he could not afford to overlook. To avert any potential complications, Bai Qi resolved to procure the enslavement scroll without delay. Ding! Ying, are you awake? Though he was somewhat aware of the redundant nature of his inquiry, it was precisely Gong Ying who possessed a ready diamond-grade iron-cutting Miao knife. Upon hearing the notification from her friend, Gong Ying hurriedly rushed over. She had only Bai Qi as a friend, and receiving a late-night message from him undoubtedly signified an urgent matter. Bai Qi, I'm here. Ying, I need to borrow your iron-cutting Miao knife. Swoosh. A trade request was sent forth, catching Bai Qi off guard with its unexpected decisiveness. Bai Qi, are you in trouble? By the way, there are 3 bullets left in this gun. I'll give one to you. A voice laced with urgency and concern reached him, as the trade interface displayed an exquisite-level precision handgun, the very one from before. Ying, don't worry, it's nothing serious. I just need the iron-cutting Miao knife. Subsequently, Bai Qi canceled the trade, and Gong Ying promptly sent the iron-cutting Miao knife his way again. Once he secured the weapon, Bai Qi initiated a trade with Wang Changjin. The transaction was swiftly concluded, and both parties were elated. Clutching 2 exceptional weapons, Wang Changjin felt a surge of exhilaration. It was evident that Bai Qi indeed possessed a complete set of Miao knife blueprints, alleviating his concerns and ensuring a stable source for Miao knives in the future. Bai Qi toyed with the enslavement scroll in his hands, resisting the urge to bind his blood to it immediately. For every 90 rolls of toilet paper he produced, he crafted a Miao knife. Time slipped by, and eventually, Bai Qi succeeded in forging a weapon that met his expectations. Sharp steel cutting Miao knife, starry radiance. Description: total length 150 centimeters, handle length 50 centimeters, blade length 100 centimeters, weight 10 kilograms. With a subtle edge of power accompanying his swing, Bai Qi was capable of inflicting harm upon unique life forms. He placed a piece of first-grade alloy upon the blade, and with a mere exertion of its own weight, the alloy was effortlessly sliced in 2. The notion of sharp power and special life forms echoed in Bai Qi's mind. It was the second time he had encountered such a description. His King-grade Soul Pursuit sniper rifle possessed similar qualities, albeit infused with the power of Soul Pursuit. This was no mere coincidence. Ying had just unhesitatingly entrusted him with the iron-cutting Miao knife and a handgun. Perhaps this weapon was meant as a gift for her. Bai Qi and Appos, thought scanned his storage bracelet, where he had just crafted another diamond-grade iron-cutting Miao knife. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Your friend Bai Qi has sent a trade request. Would you like to accept? Gong Ying had been anxiously awaiting the display of the survival core. Although Bai Qi had assured her that all was well, her worry lingered. Upon receiving the trade request, she accepted it without a second glance. Bai Qi, I and Amp, Appos, am relieved to hear you are fine. It and Amp, Appos, getting late. Ying, you should rest early. Good night, Bai Qi. After concluding the conversation, Gong Ying noticed an unusual heft in her hand. Why has this Miao knife become heavier? This is not the diamond-grade iron-cutting Miao knife I just had. Clutching the starry-grade sharp, steel Miao knife tightly, her heart swelled with gratitude. She felt that this kindness was a debt she might never repay. Bai Qi took a small bite of the perfect-grade swift healing ointment and settled onto the king-grade reinforced energy-boosting bed. As his fingers brushed against the sharp diamond-grade iron-cutting Miao knife, they began to bleed. 1 drop, 2 drops. After 90 drops, the power for the soul strike was fully charged. Drip. The blood, imbued with boundless strength, fell upon the enslavement scroll. Ding. The enslavement scroll has been successfully bound. You have acquired the perfect-grade ultimate enslavement scroll. Bai Qi joyfully picked up the exquisitely crafted enslavement scroll to examine it. Ultimate enslavement scroll, perfect. Description. Can enslave non-human life forms. Maximum enslavement capacity is 100. Current enslavement count is 0-100. Description. Can only enslave perfect-grade life forms at most. Description. Once enslaved, you can control the servant. The enslavement count will restore upon the servant's death. Description. This enslavement scroll contains an internal space for storing enslaved life forms. Description. Successfully bound. A shiver coursed through Bai Qi. The magnitude of this enhancement exceeded his expectations. Firstly, the enslavement capacity had multiplied tenfold, reaching a staggering 100. This was somewhat anticipated, as his previous storage bracelet had also expanded its capacity. What astonished Bai Qi was the revelation that this enslavement scroll was equipped with internal space. In other words, Bai Qi can now carry the enslaved lives with him, and upon encountering an enemy, he can simply wave his hand to unleash a horde of ferocious beasts as his servants. It feels as though, even without ammunition, I would have nothing to fear. Bai Qi sensed that the space within the enslavement scroll was chaotic, entirely different from the interior of a storage bracelet. The power of the soul strike could not enhance the quality of the finished product. This ultimate enslavement scroll does indeed possess a significant limitation. It can only enslave beings of the highest perfect quality. Nevertheless, for the time being, it will undoubtedly suffice. Considering that even the frost giant crocodile is merely of the extraordinary quality, while the Icefield wolf and Icefield berserk bear are only of the same commendable tier as myself. Although Bai Qi felt a twinge of regret, he ultimately accepted this reality. Chapter 51. Enhancing genes. There is indeed a downside to improving genes. I am about to enslave those beasts, which will significantly diminish the acquisition of flesh and life marks. Bai Qi reflected on this with some regret. Furthermore, having consumed a considerable number of superior life marks, and even a few extraordinary ones, I do not feel any inclination towards ascending to a higher life tier. Could it be that the healing ointment has augmented my vitality and physical strength while simultaneously enhancing my potential? Bai Qi's expression grew solemn. The discourse surrounding the enhancement of life tiers through life marks has been broached numerous times. According to the extensive data provided by various survivors, the quantity of life marks required for an individual to elevate their life tier varies greatly. To ascend from an ordinary to a superior life tier, the minimum requirement is approximately 100 ordinary life marks, while others may necessitate hundreds. This disparity has ignited fervent debates among countless survivors. One faction posits that a lesser quantity signifies greater potential or aptitude. Conversely, the opposing view maintains that a greater number of required life marks indicates deeper potential, as those who consume more life marks achieve a more formidable breakthrough. Bai Qi himself tends to lean towards the latter perspective, having achieved his breakthrough after consuming merely 100 ordinary life marks, placing him among the most commonplace individuals. Inquiring with Gong Ying, he learned that she had consumed 400 to 500 ordinary life marks before ascending her life tier. After Bai Qi's elevation to the superior life tier, he possessed roughly 200 pounds of strength, while Gong Ying boasted over 600 pounds, an astonishing disparity. Bai Qi held a photograph sent by Gong Ying after her injury. which only depicted her face. Her beauty was undeniable. However, recalling her strength of 600 pounds during her breakthrough, he could not help but envision a Barbie of steel. This was not mere fanciful thinking. It is evident that great strength corresponds to a robust physique, as slender arms and legs could never withstand such immense power. Thus, Bai Qi now regarded Gong Yingying with the camaraderie of close friends. Having achieved significant progress today, Bai Qi leisurely reclined and swiftly slipped into a deep, dreamless slumber. As dawn broke, Bai Qi awoke promptly and quickly prepared 2 grilled sausages to trade with Gong Yingying. He himself satisfied his hunger with a mere bite of the perfect-grade rapid healing ointment. Once these matters were settled, Bai Qi started his vehicle, eager to embark on the enslavement of ferocious beasts. While driving, he opened the group chat interface. Region, HX 1006. Population, 43, 22100, 000, yesterday morning. The population stood at 66, 330. Over the course of one day and night, 110 lives have been lost. Compared to the first day, the numbers have indeed diminished significantly. However, over 20,000 remains a staggering figure. After perusing the group chat, Bai Qi grasped the situation. It appeared that many had fallen victim to the frostbite crocodile. Faced with such a colossal creature, ordinary weaponry proved utterly ineffective. And even vehicles were easily overturned by the frostbite crocodile. Suddenly, a message from last night caught Bai Qi and Appo's attention, for it was sent by his friend Zhao Gang. Dear all, unity is strength. It is essential for everyone to join a reliable team. Just now, our team has slain an extraordinary frostbite crocodile. Image. Bai Qi clicked on the image and was instantly met with the sight of a jet-black frostbite crocodile. Leader Zhao Gang. Impressive. You are indeed the first team to have slain an extraordinary frostbite crocodile. If we encounter another, I am willing to bring my team to join your esteemed forces. The prowess of Leader Zhao Gang's team must be formidable. Our team attempted a fiery assault last night, but alas, the frostbite crocodile was too cunning and ultimately retreated. This creature is not particularly difficult to kill. Surrounding it with vehicles allows for a fiery demise, albeit at the cost of some vehicles. You speak so lightly. You have no idea of the immense strength of the frostbite crocodile. Do not compare it to ordinary crocodiles. Indeed, one of the RVs in our team was overturned by the frostbite crocodile in a single blow. The creature is utterly outrageous. Bai Qi held a fair understanding of Zhao Gang and was surprised at how quickly he had organized a team upon entering this frigid world. As Bai Qi continued to scroll through the chat, another fresh message captured his attention. Brothers, I seek help. Who can spare me some food and hot water? I have made a significant discovery to share. What significant discovery? How have you managed to survive this long without food? Exactly, do not deceive us. This chat operates under real name authentication, and a tarnished reputation can lead to trouble. Everyone, I will be candid. Yesterday, I was forcibly taken by dwarves and brought to a small settlement. This small settlement is partially above ground and partially underground. Do you know what these dwarves intend to do with us? A voice filled with indignation and shame emerged from the man. Brother, please tell us. I just traded you a piece of roasted meat. Indeed, brother. Who would have thought you would witness the dwarven settlement firsthand? Share what you have seen, and I shall provide you with a bowl of hot water. Curiosity piqued among many, as there had been various rumors about dwarves, and now, finally, someone had first-hand experience. The man surveyed the multitude of trades and accepted them all, breaking into a satisfied smile. Thank you all for your assistance. Now I shall speak. In that dwarven settlement, I encountered several captured survivors, but without exception, they were all male. Then, we were forcibly taken inside, where we were fed some questionable food. Ultimately, the female dwarves obtained our genes. Boom. The group chat erupted. Goodness. How could this happen? Brother, did you manage to escape? What were you thinking? I thought the dwarves had captured you as potential food reserves, but it turns out to be such an unexpected turn of events. I can hardly wait to be taken away by the dwarves. You were right. Although dwarves are less than 1.5 meters tall, they possess a delightful compactness. I have a particular fondness for petite women. It dawns on me that the dwarven tribe seeks to enhance their genetics through this means, aspiring for taller descendants. The reasoning is sound, yet, why are only men being taken? It seems illogical that they wouldn't capture women as well. Hiss, that presents a conundrum. Could it be that those male dwarves lack prowess or confidence? Nonsense. Those male dwarves are robust and fierce. How could they possibly lack confidence? Chapter 52. Enslaving the savage bear. Bai Qi felt a flicker of curiosity. He had not encountered any dwarves over the past few days, and he was surprised by their unexpected wisdom. Everyone, he began, While I was with the female dwarf, I made a point to inquire about the situation, and it appears that the reality may differ somewhat. It is said that their clan and Appos' priest has issued a decree forbidding harm to us, claiming that we are the key to their empowerment. As for why the female survivors have not been captured, the female dwarf explained that the gestation period for women is too lengthy. Unless they are held captive for an extended period, they will not survive long enough to give birth. A realization dawned upon him. Their inability to remain in this world for long was the reason for the absence of captured female survivors. Alas, he sighed. The resources here are far too scant, and the presence of various ferocious beasts only exacerbates the situation. Otherwise, I would gladly choose to stay. I have always cherished the icy, snowy life. He pondered. Initially, one might endure, but without any internet or games to pass the time, long-term survival here is utterly unrealistic. What, I wonder, is the true purpose of our arrival in this frigid realm? Is it merely to enhance the genetic stock of the dwarven tribe? The group chat fell into a contemplative silence, Bai Qi included, as he struggled to comprehend their purpose for being there. I sense there are aspects we remain unaware of. Surely, as we proceed, the truth will reveal itself. I hope it does not entail perilous encounters, for the frost giant crocodile is already a formidable foe beyond our capacity to withstand. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Ding, ding, ding. A resource box had been discovered. Bai Qi, filled with excitement, halted the vehicle. He climbed atop the roof to survey the area, and then, gripping his point-blank kill pistol, he disembarked. Before him lay a superior-grade resource box, guarded by a massive icefield bear. In a one-on-one confrontation, this creature was indeed more formidable than the icefield wolves. However, its agility was considerably lacking. With a ranged weapon, it would prove much easier to handle than the wolves. With a firm grip on his handgun, Bai Qi strode purposefully toward the beast. His intention this time was to enslave it, thus avoiding lethal shots to the head. Alas, this weapon possesses tremendous power. I hope shooting its limbs will not result in its demise. He was increasingly concerned that this robust icefield bear might not withstand the assault. Bang! The gun fired, and the bear, which had just begun to charge forward, collapsed to the ground. Bai Qi approached cautiously, still clutching his handgun. The shot had struck the bear's right front leg, and the wound was grievous, creating a gaping hole the size of a fist. Fortunately, the bear was not yet dead. It emitted a faint, pitiful groan. Hearing such a sorrowful sound from such a mighty creature stirred Bai Qi's compassion. He retrieved the ultimate enslavement scroll and issued the command. A radiant beam of white light erupted from the scroll, enveloping the icefield bear entirely. Bai Qi sensed that as long as the bear did not thrash about excessively, he could successfully enslave it within 10 seconds. The enslavement, in truth, possesses a degree of tyranny, as long as one's life level does not surpass perfection. Coercive servitude can be enacted, albeit necessitating a consistent duration of enslavement. Fortunately, that recent shot had indeed inflicted severe damage upon the Arctic behemoth, leaving it devoid of any resistance until the conclusion of its enslavement. Capture! Bai Qi commanded with elation, and instantly, the ultimate enslavement scroll emitted a radiant white light. In less than a second, the Arctic behemoth vanished, leaving behind a pool of blood upon the snow. With a sweep of his mind, Bai Qi beheld the Arctic behemoth in a dormant state within that chaotic space. Remarkably, its injuries were visibly diminishing. This space possessed such remarkable restorative properties. Filled with joy, Bai Qi observed for a moment before releasing the still gravely injured Arctic behemoth. Feast, he commanded. The Arctic behemoth, despite its dire state, began to consume the ordinary-grade healing ointment Bai Qi had provided. A jubilant roar erupted from the creature as it savored its first bite, the sounds of its delight echoing continuously. Indeed, the healing ointment Bai Qi had unleashed contained a hint of the euphoric effects of the manic laughter pill. Fortunately, the potency of such effects was minimal, allowing the Arctic behemoth's breathing to remain unaffected, permitting it to continue its feast. Subsequently, Bai Qi applied a substantial amount of ordinary healing ointment to the creature's wounds. With everything in order, Bai Qi retracted the Arctic behemoth. Upon further contemplation, he comprehended that the healing effects within the ultimate enslavement scroll and Appos' embedded space were roughly equivalent to those of the ordinary-grade healing ointment. Once ensconced in that space, the Arctic behemoth succumbed to a deep slumber, yet it continued to emit joyous sounds. Having tested the efficacy of the ultimate enslavement scroll, Bai Qi opened a resource chest, yielding a fine-quality short sword. Throughout his subsequent journey, Bai Qi continued to subdue various ferocious beasts. By 5 in the afternoon, he had successfully tamed 6 Arctic wolves, 5 Arctic behemoths, and 3 Arctic apes. Initially, he needed to shoot to capture them, but as his throng of serval beasts grew, he merely needed to release them all at once to besiege any approaching beast. With 60 rounds remaining, Bai Qi resolved to conserve ammunition unless confronted with an exceptional beast like the ice crocodile. During the day, he had opened about 10 resource chests, one of which contained an exceptional grade resource. With a mere thought, several blueprints materialized before him. These were the fruits of his labor from earlier, comprising 3 blueprints for fine-quality vehicle components. This indicated that many others likely possessed fine-quality vehicle body parts by now. Bai Qi's vehicle retained only the chassis of exceptional quality. Thus, he prepared to enhance it. Continuously crafting tissue to amass the strength for a soul strike, he succeeded in creating a perfect grade vehicle chassis. Replace. With Bai Qi's command, the vehicle underwent a transformation. Soon, the previous exceptional grade chassis appeared outside the window. Indeed, this time, my survival core can be elevated to perfection. However, progressing from the exceptional tier to the perfect tier necessitates 30 survival cores, and at present, I still lack 18. With so many lives lost in recent days, it is likely that numerous individuals possess survival cores that are temporarily of no use to them, thus providing an opportunity for collection. Bai Qi glanced at his storage bracelet, which contained 26 exceptional grade machetes, 3 perfect grade machetes, and 1 diamond grade iron cutting machete. Ding. Your friend Bai Qi has sent a trade request. Will you accept? Chapter 53. Small space crystal. The terror of the frostbite crocodile lies in its impenetrable armor of crocodilian skin. Should one possess a weapon of the same caliber, the creature could be vanquished. I am offering an exquisite grade spear, crafted from second-tier alloy. Thus, I implore you not to message me regarding inferior items. I shall only accept various blueprints and survival cores. Video. Bai Qi sent a message while simultaneously sharing a video of the exquisite grade spear being forged from iron blocks. Well, Bai Qi, I possess a survival core. I have sent you a private message, seeking an exquisite grade spear. Bai Qi, I have a blueprint for a quality tire. Could it be exchanged for an exquisite grade spear? Bai Qi, my friend, I have something valuable. Please check your private messages. A flurry of private messages flooded in. Precisely as Bai Qi had anticipated, many individuals were in possession of surplus survival cores. Moreover, several were willing to pay handsomely. One individual even offered 5 survival cores for a single exquisite grade spear. Bai Qi promptly began crafting spears in abundance, trading them based on the varying offers he received in private messages. With the power of a soul-piercing strike, even his least impressive creations resulted in quality-grade spears, which also attracted demand, allowing Bai Qi to acquire numerous materials. While Bai Qi engaged in extensive trading, Gong Yingying gazed pensively at the fearsome beast before her. This was a creature devoid of a fixed form, capable of soaring through the air. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a hole appeared in the snowflake-like creature. A piercing shriek echoed, clearly indicating that the creature had been wounded by the shot. Yet, in the next moment, the wound inexplicably vanished. Gong Yingying fired 2 more shots, aiming at the creature's head-like region. Nevertheless, the beast sustained no tangible harm. Stowing her handgun, Gong Yingying firmly gripped her stellar-grade razor-sharp spear. The creature, having endured 3 shots, was now enraged, letting out a series of furious shrieks as it descended from the sky. As it flew, a deluge of snowflakes fell, momentarily obscuring Gong Yingying and Appo's vision. Swish! Swish! Gong Yingying could only hastily wield her stellar-grade spear. Ah! A scream of unprecedented terror erupted as Gong Yingying instinctively locked onto the source of the cry, swinging her spear with renewed urgency. As the falling snowflakes dissipated, she brushed the snow from her body and looked ahead. She beheld a cerulean ice orb lying upon the ground. Why did it not drop a life mark? Reaching down, she picked up the ping-pong ball-sized ice orb and examined it. Core of the ice snow nymph, extraordinary item. Description: a special core infused with the power of ice, possessing various uses. Note: if consumed without succumbing to the cold power, there is a chance to gain a fragment of ice power. Gong Yingying did not linger on her examination and instead proceeded toward a nearby resource chest. It was unmistakably a resource chest radiating with the brilliance of diamonds. The Pride opened the lid of the resource box, revealing its contents. Gong Yingying furrowed her brow slightly, for within it lay a crystal no larger than a fist. However, upon observing the properties of the crystal, a smile graced her face. With a gentle smile, Gong Yingying accepted the trade. After the exchange was complete, she collected the original ordinary chassis. Ding! Your friend Gong Yingying has sent a trade request. Do you accept? Bai Qi, who had been engrossed in his tasks, was momentarily stunned upon seeing what Gong Yingying had sent. No way. 2 extraordinary items. After accepting the trade, Bai Qi examined the items closely, particularly that fist-sized crystal. Small space crystal, extraordinary item. Description: a space crystal with a capacity of 10,000 cubic units, possessing multiple uses. The description was simple, yet this was a spatial wonder. Bai Qi, well-versed in the marvels of space thanks to his ultimate storage bracelet and supreme enslavement scroll, swiftly altered his acquisition strategy. Since Gong Yingying treated him with such kindness, it was only fitting for him to reciprocate, as this was the essence of true camaraderie. Even ordinary vehicle component blueprints became part of his acquisition efforts. After a full 2 hours, the trade finally concluded. This transaction marked the most fruitful of Bai Qi's history. He had not only received a wealth of resources, but had also added a plethora of leaders from various teams to his friends list. Combined with his previous stock, Bai Qi now possessed 65 blueprints for one-time use tires, 55 for vehicle bodies, 68 for automotive glass, 65 for chassis, 15 for power systems, and 35 for fuel tanks. Most of these were ordinary blueprints, with a few being of superior quality. Bai Qi then commenced the mass production of vehicle components. Blueprint after blueprint was utilized, and upon crafting superior-grade parts, he promptly contacted the team leaders for further trades. As for the extraordinary-grade components, he sought to exchange them for survival cores or additional blueprints. An hour later, Gong Yingying was utterly dumbfounded. Bai Qi had traded her an entire set of flawless vehicle body components along with 60 survival cores. This meant she could directly elevate her vehicle to a perfect level. The girl was completely astounded, overwhelmed by such exceptional resources. Fortunately, Bai Qi urged her on, and ultimately, she upgraded her vehicle to a perfect-grade off-road vehicle. With Gong Yingying settled, Bai Qi was not to be outdone. Having crafted numerous vehicle components, he had assembled an entire set of diamond-grade body parts for himself. Gazing at the multitude of survival cores in the passenger seat, Bai Qi began the vehicle upgrade. In no time, the extraordinary off-road RV had ascended to perfect grade. Bai Qi did not halt there. Upgrading from perfect grade to diamond grade required a staggering 300 survival cores. Coincidentally, he possessed precisely that number. Upgrade. Ding. The vehicle body components met the standards. The quantity of survival cores was sufficient, and the survival cores began their upgrade. Ding. A small spatial crystal has been detected. Would you like to utilize it? The sudden prompt took Bai Qi by surprise, prompting him to quickly inquire about the reason. Upon understanding the situation, Bai Qi erupted into laughter. To use the small spatial crystal, an endless radiance emanated from the survival core, enveloping the entire vehicle. Ding. The small spatial crystal is about to merge with the cabin. Please confirm the spatial configuration of the cabin. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qi arrived at a decision. The height of the space shall be 5 meters, with a length of 50 meters and a width of 40 meters. Ding. The spatial configuration has been confirmed. The vehicle upgrade is commencing. Chapter 54. The Spatial Compartment. Ding. Your survival core has been upgraded to diamond level. Your daily chat limit has increased to 100 times. The number of items you can list for sale has risen to 100. And the detection range of resource boxes has expanded to 3,000 meters. As the brilliant light dissipated, Bai Qi joyfully leaped down from the driver's seat. 1 meter behind the driver's seat stood a grand door, 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, suggesting the use of spatial technology within the compartment. Peering through the door, he was immediately captivated by the enormity of the internal space. Upon stepping inside, Bai Qi marveled at his surroundings. It is well known that the typical height of a residential building is less than 3 meters, and now, with a height of 5 meters, this compartment felt exceedingly spacious. After a brief exploration around the interior, Bai Qi gradually composed himself. Next came the arrangement of his belongings. He placed the workbench, sausage machine, and charcoal maker to one side, while his Grand King-level bed was positioned on the opposite side. The diamond-tier gourmet pot found its place in the kitchen area he had designated. Additionally, there was a bathing area, which was distinctly separated, and upon entering, Bai Qi was utterly astounded. At the center of this lavish bathing area was a pool, at least 1 meter deep and covering a space of 5 to 6 square meters. There were also 2 shower stalls and 2 toilets, with even 2 sinks for washing and brushing teeth. Clearly, this was not designed for a single occupant. Bai Qi took a moment to survey the area, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. The exquisite automatic temperature-controlled water heater fit perfectly into the space. Moreover, the previous 600-liter bathing water tank had transformed. A massive tank now hung on the wall of the compartment, displaying a capacity of 100 cubic meters. Such an astonishing water storage capacity left Bai Qi in awe. However, glancing at the large pool, he understood that without such a sizable tank, bathing would be impossible. The diamond-level rapid water collector, upon entering the frigid realm, could only produce approximately 40 liters of clean drinking water in a day and night, a rather meager amount. Bai Qi momentarily set aside his bathing plans, intending to explore the possibility of encountering a river or lake later on, with the aim of filling this 100 cubic meter tank. Surveying the compartment, he realized it encompassed a staggering 2,000 square meters, comparable to a large factory. How splendid it would be if he had a group of friends to share this vast space, Bai Qi pondered, feeling a touch of loneliness with only a small wolf cub for company. If he were to meet a capable female survivor, they could potentially form a team, ensuring each other's safety during the night. Yet, he recalled that relationships among survivors were often competitive and adversarial. Such an extraordinary vehicle would undoubtedly incite greed, and he could never allow unreliable individuals aboard his compartment. The king-level bed proved to be a true comfort had it been an ordinary bed. Given Bai Qi's current state of excitement, sleep would have been utterly elusive. The night swiftly passed, and as dawn broke, Bai Qi rose promptly with the first light of day. After assessing his physical condition, Bai Qi felt significantly stronger than he had the previous night. He had consumed 2 doses of the exquisite, fast-acting healing ointment, and now he felt as if he were a great furnace, brimming with warmth. However, while his strength had not increased dramatically, he sensed a surge of vitality and blood energy within him. Having taken the healing ointment for a day or two, Bai Qi had not experienced a substantial release, which brought him a sense of joy. Although he no longer received meat chunks due to the servitude of the fierce beasts, it seemed that Ying was providing him with a greater quantity than before. She appeared to be a grateful and considerate girl, and thus, he felt compelled to reciprocate. Bai Qi then produced 10 doses of the exquisite healing ointment and initiated a trade, leaving Gong Ying momentarily stunned. Bai Qi, you should keep it. You still have a large portion of what you gave me last time. She directly refused the transaction. Ying, this substance enhances physical strength. You should consume it regularly. I will no longer partake in roasted sausages, Bai Qi insisted. Seeing his determination, Gong Ying accepted the trade without further hesitation. All right, Bai Qi. I will strive to slay wild beasts, she declared after learning that the creation of the healing ointment required blood and flesh. Yes, please exercise caution, especially around the ice giant crocodile. If you encounter one, do your best to flee in your vehicle. A diamond-grade car is not something the ice giant crocodile can easily damage, Bai Qi advised. Gong Ying replied, having just risen. After rinsing her mouth, she bit into a small piece of the exquisite healing ointment. The moment it entered her body, a wave of warmth surged throughout her, causing her eyes to sparkle. This is even better than what Bai Qi described. With so much exquisite healing ointment, I will surely become stronger. Continuing on his journey, Bai Qi encountered other survivors after several hours of driving. He observed a woman gripping a machete tightly, facing off against 4 men. The sight of Bai Qi's vehicle approaching heightened her anxiety, while the 4 men, after a brief moment of tension, broke into smiles. Bai Qi had no intention of meddling, but the sensation beneath his wheels ignited his anger. Nevertheless, he remained calm. His diamond-grade tires were genuinely puncture-resistant. Unlike the exquisite puncture-proof tires, which were still vacuum tires, the diamond-grade tires contained layers of soft material that supported the vehicle instead of air. Thus, nails piercing them felt as if they had not penetrated at all. As Bai Qi observed the situation more closely, he noticed a vehicle about 10 meters ahead with all 4 tires deflated, clearly having suffered a fate similar to his own. Not far from there, 4 other vehicles were in pristine condition. The situation became evident. The 4 men exchanged glances, and 2 of them approached Bai Qi. One wielded an axe in each hand, while the other brandished a large machete. Yip yip, Little Wolf let out a warning. What a foolhardy path they tread. Bai Qi never sought to kill unnecessarily, but if he were provoked, he would retaliate with ferocity. At present, he possesses numerous hidden cards, the most formidable being the king-level soul-piercing sniper rifle, followed closely by the ultimate enslavement scroll that has already subjugated over a dozen fierce beasts. However, Bai Qi refrained from fully revealing his capabilities. Instead, he opened a car window. Howling, 3 ice-field wolves charged forward with a fierce cry. Help! Run! The 2 individuals, who had previously exuded a demeanor of cold arrogance, instantly turned and fled, while the two men confronting the woman in the distance sprinted away with remarkable speed. Yet, in such a brief distance, how could they outrun the ice-field wolves, which stood at a height of 1.5 meters and stretched 3 meters in length? Soon, all four were mercilessly torn apart, their thick outer garments shredded by the wolves' ravenous fangs. Thus, Bai Qi was finally assured that the four lacked any ranged weapons such as crossbows. "Woman, remove your outer garment." Bai Qi and Appo's chilling voice emerged from the narrow gap of the window, momentarily stunning the woman whose face was obscured by fur. Chapter 55. Women, submit to inspection. Never. The woman's voice was laced with venom as she raised the ordinary quality machete in her hand. "Woman, I must ascertain that you possess no ranged weaponry." Bai Qi's voice rang out once more, momentarily stunning the woman. You. If I had a ranged weapon, how could I possibly be surrounded by these people?" Despite her unwillingness to remove her fur coat, Bai Qi's assertion instilled a measure of belief in him. "Go. Keep a close watch on her. Should she exhibit any suspicious behavior, eliminate her immediately." Bai Qi commanded two of the Arctic wolves, which promptly encircled the woman, prompting her to lower her machete in response. Bai Qi then directed the third Arctic wolf to sniff around, ensuring no one lay in ambush within the vehicle. "Oh, whoa." One of the Arctic wolves emitted a confirmation. And only then did Bai Qi leap from the car. This time, Bai Qi did not brandish the King-grade soul-hunting gun. Instead, he wielded a diamond-grade machete. Robbery and murder, truly a death wish. Bai Qi's icy voice resonated, causing the four men stripped of their fur coats to shiver further. "Surrender all your supplies, including those listed in the trading marketplace, and I shall grant you a chance at survival." Bai Qi and Appo's declaration left the four men momentarily stunned, while the woman looked on in disbelief. All right. Please wait, esteemed one." The four men hastily approached the vehicle, only to be halted by Bai Qi. "One at a time. Should there be any sign of treachery, prepare to meet your demise." With a swift motion, Bai Qi slashed the tire of a vehicle, severing it cleanly from the rim. The sight of such a formidable weapon left the four men trembling in fear, no longer daring to harbor any ulterior motives. They realized that with one will gone, their vehicle was rendered inoperable. They could only silently pray that this ruthless individual would hastily depart after seizing their supplies. As for their next course of action, they would cross that bridge when they came to it. The woman, being watched over by the two Arctic wolves, felt a flicker of hope as she witnessed Bai Qi effortlessly slice through the tire with his machete. Under his watchful gaze, the first man retrieved 5 ordinary beasts and several rare metals from the trading marketplace. This was a common method for individuals to preserve valuable resources, particularly the corpses of beasts, which remained unspoiled once listed in the marketplace. Without hesitation, Bai Qi collected all the supplies. He even glanced at the man's workbench, noting a blueprint for an ordinary permanent axe, an admirable weapon. Unfortunately, the workbench was bound to the owner, rendering it inaccessible to others. Otherwise, Bai Qi would have eagerly crafted several impressive axes. The other men were similar, though one individual possessed particularly meager supplies. With only a ferocious beast trapped in the trading marketplace, Bai Qi's interest was piqued. "Strip." Bai Qi's cold yet somewhat eager voice cut through the air, leaving the men and the woman utterly dumbfounded. "Seeking death?" Bai Qi furrowed his brow, and the ice wolf let out a low growl as it advanced a step closer. The man commanded by Bai Qi to strip was instantly drained of color, caught between dignity and life. He unhesitatingly chose the latter. Trembling, he removed his upper garment. And then, in the biting cold, he began to shiver as he attempted to remove his trousers. "Stop," Bai Qi urgently interjected, his gaze aflame as it fell upon the man's wrist. There, a bracelet was clearly visible, previously concealed by the man's sleeve, now revealed. "Hand over the bracelet," Bai Qi commanded, causing the man to shudder violently. This was his most significant trump card. Even if all resources in the vehicle were seized, he wouldn't mind. But now his greatest secret had been uncovered. He had suspected that this formidable man possessed storage equipment, after all. He had effortlessly collected the corpses of those beasts with a mere wave of his hand. The ice wolf, with its menacing teeth bared, approached, sending the man into a panic. He swiftly removed the storage bracelet. Bai Qi proceeded to inspect the other 3 individuals in a similar manner. Storage bracelet, exceptional. Description, contains a silent space of 2m times 2m times 2m. Description, living beings with soul fluctuations cannot be collected within the silent space. Description, the opening of the space measures 0.2 square meters. Description, bound. Upon reviewing the details, Bai Qi promptly lost interest. It paled in comparison to his supreme version of the storage bracelet. Empty its contents. With Bai Qi's order, the man hurriedly took the bracelet and began extracting various supplies. Bai Qi regarded these items with disdain, yet the other three men wore expressions of confusion and indignation. After collecting all the supplies, Bai Qi seized the storage bracelet once more, leaving the man utterly bewildered. But it and Appos, S-bound. What do you want it for? Bai Qi then strode towards his diamond-grade vehicle. And the four men erupted in joy. They had evaded a calamity. The four men rejoiced, while the woman stood frozen in disbelief, thinking that he had simply let the four men go. Bai Qi entered the vehicle, but did not start the engine to depart. The three ice wolves continued to fixate on the four men and one woman. The woman was relatively all right, clad in a thick fur coat. But the four men were in dire straits, having just shed their fur coats and been compelled to remove their shirts for inspection, now left bare-chested. In the frigid wind of -60 degrees, they were exposed. Had the ice wolves not been so ferocious, they would have long succumbed to the cold and sought refuge in the vehicle. Dita, master, see can we get in the car? A trembling voice broke the silence, prompting a cold smirk from Bai Qi. Get in the car? Are you feeling cold? He asked, his tone icy yet teasing. The four men, noses frozen with ice, nodded vigorously. Good. Knowing coldness indicates you are not soulless creatures. Bai Qi and Appos, S words left the four men momentarily bewildered, yet an unsettling chill crept into their hearts. Indeed. Before they could utter a response, Bai Qi continued, the woman in the snow was undoubtedly frozen to death. In her final moments, she clutched her weapon tightly. And you forced her into this fate. Now, it is your turn to experience the sensation of being frozen. Bai Qi spoke icily, having just been reminded by the little wolf that there was another corpse in the snow. A fleeting glance revealed a woman, her hand gripping a short sword, utterly frozen in place, concealed behind a vehicle, while these individuals remained oblivious to his discovery. As Bai Qi's words hung in the air, the four men, trembling uncontrollably from the cold, descended into chaos. Chapter 56. The Four Little Flowers Boss. It has nothing to do with me. It was all them. They forced my hand. I am a good person, boss. I was merely passing by when they forcibly recruited me into their ranks. I truly have never harmed anyone. Sir, that woman was the one. He was the one who drove her to her death. Fearing injury during the fight, he coerced us to pressure her into submission. Yet she never yielded, even to the bitter end. This was all his idea. Sir, he is the mastermind. We are merely accomplices at most. Our sins do not warrant death. In that moment, three men distanced themselves from a towering figure who stood dumbfounded and speechless. Observing the bewildered and furious expression on the man's face, Bai Qi let out a cold chuckle. I shall remain here for 2 hours. If you can endure bare-chested, then I shall spare those who survive. Bai Qi declared icily. The men paused, and just as they were about to speak, 3 ice wolves had circled around them. Unbeknownst to them, De Kue, come here for a hug. Count me in. Let's embrace. The 3 men quickly huddled together, warmth spreading as their skin touched. And they clung even tighter. The isolated giant extended a finger but could utter no words. He wished to explain that they could hardly withstand such a hold for 2 hours, yet he did not wish for death. Thus, he began to bounce on the spot, attempting to generate warmth against the biting cold. The woman shivered, her body trembling despite the fur coat she wore, as the wind cut through certain areas. Bai Qi noticed her subtle movements, yet paid them no mind. The fact that she had been intercepted and dared to resist was commendable enough. From the onset, Bai Qi never intended to harm her. The 3 men soon altered their strategy, taking turns to embrace each other, which allowed the man in the center some relief. After a while, the giant was drenched in sweat, which quickly froze into icy shards. Within 3 minutes, his movement slowed, his body turning a sickly shade of blue-black. A minute later, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Bai Qi remained expressionless. The woman had fared worse than him, as she had been forced to grip her weapon in constant vigilance, likely remaining tense until her frozen demise. 5 minutes later, the other 3 men fell to the ground. To endure nearly 10 minutes in a biting 60-degree below environment while bare-chested, these individuals must have accumulated considerable life experiences. As the dust settled, Bai Qi leapt from the vehicle and gathered the 4 cars. Fortune smiled upon him, as he unexpectedly obtained the schematics for an axe. With a sigh of reflection, Bai Qi approached the woman who had succumbed, frozen in her grip on the weapon. Ah, whimpered the little wolf, confirming that she was indeed beyond saving. Bai Qi scattered a pile of wooden blocks and doused them with fuel. With a roar, flames erupted, and Bai Qi, accompanied by the little wolf, made his way back to his vehicle. As for the corpses of the 4 men, Bai Qi did not waste fuel on them, merely observing whether any ferocious beasts would be drawn to the scene. With a roar, Bai Qi pressed the accelerator, The formidable Diamond-class off-road vehicle thunderously surged forward. Through the rearview mirror, Bai Qi noticed the off-road vehicle closely trailing behind. Ding! Bai Qi. I'm the unfortunate woman you just rescued. Please take me with you. A private message arrived, and the woman's voice was no longer as fierce as before, now filled with pity and supplication. Bai Qi chose to ignore her, however. Upon receiving the message, he realized her name sounded somewhat familiar. Xia Qi? I feel like I've seen that name before. She actually recognized me. It must have been when I exposed myself while wielding the iron-cutting blade, but it matters little. After pondering briefly, Bai Qi still could not place her. Bai Qi. I'm Xia Yulua, one of the 4 little floral damsels. It's far too dangerous for me alone. I beg you to take me with you. The pleading voice resonated once more, and Bai Qi suddenly understood. It was Xia Yulua, the most straightforward character among the 4 little floral damsels. No wonder I found the name Xia Qi somewhat familiar. That is her real name, and I had read her profile before. The image of that youthful and vibrant star flashed in Bai Qi's mind. Yet, the fact that she had dared to confront 4 armed men indicated she was not of a feeble nature. While his weapons and vehicle were indeed invincible, he was still merely human. If he were to accept her and she harbored ill intentions, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Even with the king-grade life potion, he could not be certain of his ability to save himself if his throat were slit, unless he kept her confined in his vehicle, guarded 24 hours by the Arctic wolf. Or perhaps he could bind her with rope during the day. Bai Qi was overtaken by a series of wicked thoughts but soon shook his head. If it were to come to that, it would only deepen the enmities. Nothing is absolute, and it is better to avoid unnecessary risks. Bai Qi felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. The downside of consuming the healing potion was that it rendered one impulsive. A fleeting glance at the perfect silicone doll blueprint in his storage space quelled his urge to capture Xia Qi. Once the wicked thoughts dissipated, Bai Qi felt as though his very soul had been clarified. He had made up his mind. He must swiftly gather the 100 enslavement quotas from the ultimate enslavement scroll. Even when the bullets of the king-grade soul-pursuing gun were exhausted, he could still hide in the vehicle, directing a legion of ferocious beasts in battle. She had just been besieged by those 4 men, and her desperate resistance was merely a refusal to endure humiliation. Initially, she feared Bai Qi might have ill intentions toward her, especially since he had compelled her to remove her fur coat. However, she later realized it had been a misunderstanding. His action was simply to ensure no weaponry was concealed beneath the coat. In the end, Bai Qi witnessed the 4 individuals succumb to frostbite, all for the sake of avenging a girl he had never met, and even went so far as to incinerate her remains before departing. Chapter 57. The blueprint for gunpowder production. With a shift in mindset, her thoughts underwent a complete transformation. She revealed her identity as one of the 4 little floral dancers, hoping to entice him. If he were to accept her, following him would not be out of the question. Taking a deep breath, Xia Qi resolved to unveil her final card. This was a gamble. Once exposed, she could either be embraced by him, enslaved, or even face death. However, the treacherous conditions of the glacial road instilled in her a lack of confidence in proceeding without the protection of a formidable man. Brother Bai Qi, I previously saw you acquire gunpowder. I don't possess finished gunpowder, but I do have the blueprint for its production. A hesitant voice broke the silence, and Bai Qi's excitement was palpable. With a screech, he slowed down and gradually halted the vehicle. Xia Qi, now feeling a sense of urgency, sensed that the situation was veering towards an unfavorable turn. Provide me with the gunpowder blueprint, and I will offer you a corresponding reward, Bai Qi stated. Brother Bai Qi, I have already studied that blueprint, Xia Qi stammered, her tone shifting dramatically. Bai Qi's brows furrowed in concern. Xia Qi, I wish to see the blueprint on your workstation with my own eyes. Feeling the weight of his request, Xia Qi became anxious, but quickly regained her composure. His specific inquiry indicated that he would not resort to force. Very well, Brother Bai Qi, please wait a moment while I pull the vehicle beside you. The off-road vehicle approached slowly before coming to a steady stop. Bai Qi patted the little wolf cub, which whimpered, signaling that it sensed no malice from the other party. Reassured, Bai Qi exited the vehicle, and Xia Qi promptly opened the rear door. Upon inspection, Bai Qi noted that this off-road vehicle was in a worse state than his own, estimating that its components were merely of good quality. However, he was taken aback to see that Xia Qi had shed her fur coat, revealing a stylish short skirt ensemble that accentuated her exquisite figure and imbued her youthful, fresh-faced beauty with vitality. Blushing under Bai Qi's gaze, Xia Qi said, Brother Bai Qi, look, it is this blueprint. Following her, Bai Qi laid eyes on the gunpowder production blueprint along with the requisite materials. As he had surmised, the ingredients were 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts charcoal, and 3 parts sulfur. It seemed that gathering these 3 materials was imperative. I can produce smokeless charcoal, but the necessary components are saltpeter and sulfur, Bai Qi mused inwardly, realizing that he had finally made progress with the gunpowder. Noticing Bai Qi's initial joy followed by a serious expression, Xia Qi felt a surge of anxiety. "Be brother Bai Qi. I am willing to follow you. I can assist you whenever needed. Just please, do not harm me. The drop rate for the blueprint is less than 10%. I promise to be obedient," she pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation. Ding. Bai Qi requested to add her as a friend. "Would you like to accept?" Xia Qi, filled with delight, quickly confirmed the request. "Xia Qi, just follow my lead. I possess the ability to summon ferocious beasts. You need only be aware of this. Refrain from spreading the word," Bai Qi advised. With this assurance, Xia Qi finally felt at ease. "Rest assured, Bai Qi, I will not speak a word of it. Should you discover that I have divulged this secret, you may punish me as you see fit." Hearing her vow, Bai Qi remained non-committal, even if the secret were to be revealed. It was inevitable that it would not remain concealed forever. With a roar, the vehicle set off, and Xia Qi hurriedly followed suit. Sulfur can typically be procured from the shadowy corners of old houses, pigsties, or chicken coops. It appears I must engage with the local dwarf tribe shortly. However, obtaining sulfur is a more formidable task, as it is generally extracted from ore, which complicates matters further. As Bai Qi drove, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Previously, Gong Yingying had gifted him 2 peculiar artifacts, one of which was the core of an ice snow demon, about the size of a ping-pong ball. Acquired after slaying the creature, Gong Yingying had recounted her entire battle with the ice snow demon in great detail, leaving Bai Qi both astonished and intrigued. She had endured 3 shots from her firearm, yet the ice snow demon had merely been wounded, seemingly immune to physical attacks. Had it not been for the accompanying sharp force of the stellar-grade steel-slicing dagger, she might have faced grave danger. However, his king-tier soul-chasing sniper rifle, imbued with soul-chasing power, would undoubtedly prove more effective than the stellar-grade dagger. Bai Qi, emboldened by this knowledge, not only felt unafraid of the ice snow demon, but also harbored a desire to confront it. Having learned of the demon's formidable nature, he found himself dismissive of lesser creatures like the ice wolves or the frost giant crocodiles. He pondered the quality of the ice snow demon. If it surpassed the perfect grade, enslavement would be impossible. An entity capable of physical immunity, flight, and the manipulation of ice and snow. Capturing such a being would render one truly invincible. In a direct confrontation with an adversary, one could simply manipulate ice and snow to infiltrate their garments, leading to a frozen demise. If an enemy were to hide within a vehicle or attempt to flee, the solution was equally straightforward. One could cover the vehicle's windows with ice and snow, obscuring their vision and ensuring their entrapment in the wilderness. Upon opening the group chat, Bai Qi was immediately captivated by the fervent discussions within. There's a monster. It can manipulate ice and snow, and it can fly. Video. He clicked on the video, revealing the form of the ice snow demon. A swirling mass of ice and snow danced through the air, with snowflakes cascading down. A group of individuals gathered around a large bonfire, occasionally hurling oil-soaked wooden blocks into the air in an attempt to strike the demon. The ice snow demon appeared to fear fire, continuously evading their attacks, resulting in a stalemate. This world is utterly absurd. The frost giant crocodile is no longer a match for such a creature. Are we to be driven to extinction? I find it perplexing. What motive does this monster have for attacking you? Could it be guarding a high-level treasure chest? I had previously encountered the frost giant crocodile guarding an exceptional treasure chest. Could it be that this creature is tasked with protecting a flawless treasure chest? It must be so. If the creature possesses a weakness to fire, then surely we can directly obtain the treasures within the flawless chest through fiery assaults. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and Bai Qi nodded repeatedly. The ice witch was indeed formidable, yet she harbored a vulnerability to flames. Given that everyone now possessed ample supplies of fuel, it appeared that overcoming her would be quite manageable. Suddenly, the individual who had just sent a message dispatched another, instantly heightening the tension among all present. Chapter 58. Greed and Desire. Alas, 2 colossal ice crocodiles have arrived. We are doomed. Video. The video abruptly reveals 2 ice crocodiles, each exceeding 10 meters in length, surging from the desolate snowy wilderness, brazenly charging towards the densest throng of people. In the concluding moments of the footage, A crowd of individuals scatters in panic, and then it abruptly ends. Bai Qi replays the video, noticing an intriguing anomaly. After the appearance of the two ice crocodiles, the airborne ice and snow siren ceased its assault, seemingly engrossed in the spectacle. Hold on, something is amiss. Bai Qi scrutinizes the video once more and discerns the situation. The two ice crocodiles, without an ounce of hesitation, headed straight for the heart of the crowd. This could not be mere coincidence. Bai Qi harbors a faint suspicion, awaiting further encounters with the ice and snow siren to unravel the mystery. Ding, ding, ding. The alert for discovering a resource chest resonates, prompting Bai Qi to gradually halt the vehicle. The little milk wolf indicates that no hidden beasts lurk nearby, allowing Bai Qi to disembark. Whoosh! 8 ice field wolves materialize, with 6 forging ahead and 2 flanking Bai Qi. In truth, Bai Qi yearned to experience the sensation of being a wolf rider. However, his previous attempt proved futile as the ice field wolves' backs were simply too slick to maintain a stable seat. The resource chest he uncovered was rather remote, situated a full 2,000 meters from the roadway. His current survival core, a diamond grade, possesses a maximum detection range of 3,000 meters for resource chests, enabling him to locate this treasure. Nevertheless, during his journey, Bai Qi observed that the vast majority of resource chests lay within a 300-meter radius of the road, corresponding to the detection range of an excellent grade survival core. The sparse remaining chests were generally found within a 1,000-meter radius, aligning with the detection range of a perfect grade survival core. What do you want to follow me for? Bai Qi turned to see Xia Qi, bundled in a thick fur coat, with a fur scarf wrapped around her face. Crucially, she wielded a standard grade machete, exuding an aura of readiness for battle. Brother Bai, I wish to contribute, Xia Qi and Appo's gentle yet resolute voice echoed. Bai Qi paused, then nodded in agreement. He had overlooked this aspect. Should he venture to gather resource chests, the presence of others or wild beasts could pose a threat to the girl. After all, she possessed the blueprint for gunpowder, which he desperately needed. Until he secured a stable source of gunpowder, she must remain unharmed. Whoosh! An icefield savage bear appeared. Go, guard the 2 vehicles. Should anyone dare to harm them, eliminate them without hesitation. The icefield savage bear growled, then sprinted towards the vehicles. Let us proceed. With its protection, the vehicles will remain safe. Bai Qi remarked that this was a rather reliable approach. Should a pack of ferocious beasts, such as ice wolves, descend upon them, the ice bear would undoubtedly falter. However, it would suffice to satiate the hunger of those predators. Xia Qi gazed in astonishment. Previously, Bai Qi had summoned merely 3 ice wolves, an act that had already left a profound impression. Now, he had conjured 8 ice wolves and a formidable ice bear, and Xia Qi sensed that he had yet to reveal his full strength. Such a powerful man made Xia Qi feel reassured in her choice. As Bai Qi traversed ahead, Xia Qi had stowed away her blade, her hands now tucked within her sleeves for warmth. After several minutes of walking, she felt relatively fine. Yet her eyes and forehead had grown numb from the biting cold. The little milk wolf, undeterred by the frigid environment, alerted Bai Qi to the woman trailing behind, whose condition appeared precarious. Upon turning to look, Bai Qi saw Xia Qi with her hands clasped tightly within her sleeves, her forehead displaying a hint of purple. With a soft sigh, Bai Qi retrieved a vial of prepared healing ointment intended for the little wolf. Drink a bit of this, he offered, presenting the warm bottle. Xia Qi paused, then without hesitation, accepted it and pulled down her scarf, gulping down a generous mouthful. A wave of warmth surged from her chest and abdomen, instantly enveloping her in comfort. Thank you, she stammered, gripping the bottle tightly. If you feel overwhelmed, just take another sip. Xia Qi quickly secured the still warm bottle and tucked it into her sleeve. The little milk wolf whimpered, feeling a twinge of jealousy as it witnessed its food being bestowed upon an unfamiliar woman. Bai Qi affectionately ruffled the soft white fur of the small creature, and its mood instantly brightened. He began to understand why so many people adored dogs. They were indeed far simpler than humans, especially such an obedient little wolf. Xia Qi cast an envious glance at the small creature nestled in Bai Qi's arms. These beings were undeniably the cutest in their youth, wielding an irresistible charm over young women. Yet, she dared not inquire further. The 2 kilometers across the snowy expanse were arduous, particularly with Xia Qi's presence, resulting in nearly 10 minutes of travel before they reached their destination. What is this? Bai Qi pondered, observing the 6 ice wolves poised in a standoff against a massive ice wolf standing 2 meters tall and 4 meters long. Despite merely a half-meter height difference, the disparity in strength was likely immense. The six wolves dared not launch an assault. With a decisive flourish, Bai Qi unleashed 4 ice bears and 3 ice gorillas. Upon seeing this even more formidable assembly, the giant ice wolf lowered its body. Not fleeing? Bai Qi was taken aback, for he perceived a fierce battle intent in the eyes of the colossal creature. Wait, it is fixated on the little milk wolf in my arms. Bai Qi suddenly grasped the reality of the situation. Only after this did he realize that the eyes of the colossal ice tundra wolf were filled with greed, desire, and madness. The little milk wolf was a king-level extreme ice wolf. Could it be that devouring the little milk wolf would grant this gigantic ice tundra wolf some irresistible advantage? Though such thoughts crossed his mind, Bai Qi was already certain. With a growl, the enormous ice tundra wolf emitted a low rumble, its body crouching even lower. Chapter 59. The Ice Snow Nymph with a Commanding Voice. Bai Qi summoned 6 ice wolves, 4 ice bears, and 3 ice apes, all charging forward. The remaining 2 ice wolves positioned themselves protectively in front of Bai Qi and Xia Qi. A glance from Bai Qi revealed that Xia Qi had drawn her machete, intently focused on the colossal ice wolf ahead. Regardless of the numerous allies at her side, Xia Qi and Appo's fighting spirit pleased Bai Qi immensely. Suddenly, with a crack, Bai Qi swiftly drew his soul-piercing gun and fired. It was astonishing. The gigantic ice wolf leapt more than 7 or 8 meters into the air, pouncing directly at him. With a mournful howl, the beast was struck in the chest as it hung suspended. With a deft maneuver, Bai Qi evaded, causing the massive ice wolf to crash violently to the ground. Hold it down, he commanded, and the 2 nearby ice wolves immediately restrained the now defenseless creature. Bai Qi then produced the ultimate enslavement scroll, a beam of white light enveloping the beast. Upon successful enslavement, Bai Qi gleaned the creature and Appo's status. Elite Ice Wolf. This creature was of exceptional quality. With an elite, could there be a wolf king lurking nearby? Considering the small wolf he had encountered was the Ice Wolf King, in a swift motion, Bai Qi encapsulated the elite Ice Wolf. Knowing that the enslavement scroll would provide a slight healing boost, allowing it to recover more swiftly, he then approached a resource chest, which was of excellent grade. What a worthless item! Why did it not yield any blueprints? Bai Qi retrieved a piece of level 2 alloy and a windproof scarf. Initially, Bai Qi had used his underwear to shield against the wind, but after 2 days of consuming healing ointment, his vitality surged, rendering him impervious to the cold gusts. Let us proceed. Oh. Xia Qi obediently stowed her machete and hurried to match Bai Qi and Appo's pace. Observing the man ahead, cradling a small puppy, Xia Qi felt an increasing sense of satisfaction. However, a fleeting glance at her own thick, fur-lined scarf evoked a pang of disappointment. She had just witnessed Bai Qi retrieve an exquisitely crafted scarf from the resource chest. Bai Qi seemed unfazed by the cold, his complexion remaining rosy. The scarf appeared of little use to him. Did he not consider that she might need it? Xia Qi mused, feeling he lacked a certain romantic sensitivity. Yet, realization dawned upon her. This was a matter of survival on the road. It was foolish to cling to past notions. Perhaps she was not deserving of such a gift from him. With a self-deprecating smile, she uncorked a vial of crimson healing ointment and took a small sip. The potion surged through her, invigorating her blood and almost entirely alleviating the discomfort in her abdomen. Indeed, her relatives had visited in recent days, causing her some pain. This was also one of the reasons why she fiercely resisted after being intercepted by 4 men earlier. Upon returning to the car, Bai Qi immediately traded the recently acquired exceptional windproof scarf to his good friend Gong Yingying. She joyfully accepted it, even omitting a simple thank you. Bai Qi paid no mind. This was the essence of camaraderie. Gratitude was unnecessary. Opening the group chat, he indeed found updates on the recent attack by the Ice Snow Witch and the Frost Giant Crocodile. Everyone, our team has scattered, and we are all fleeing for our lives. We just analyzed the situation, and it appears there are some absurd circumstances at play. Our leader mentioned that the ice monster should be able to command those 2 frost giant crocodiles, allowing for such precise strikes. The chat erupted with exclamations. No way. If the frost giant crocodile can be commanded, we are all doomed. Indeed, that ice monster can fly. It has a vast field of vision from above. If it can indeed command the frost giant crocodiles, it possesses an inherent advantage. The frost giant crocodile is relatively manageable, with ample fuel and timber. We can drive it away or even kill it. The ice monster can also be countered with fire attacks. However, if the 2 join forces with the ice monster directing from above, the situation becomes rather insurmountable. I am curious how the indigenous dwarves survived under the command of the ice monster over the frost giant crocodiles. Bai Qi furrowed his brow. The last question posed was quite reasonable. Those dwarves wielded cold weapons, which, in theory, could not inflict harm on an entity like the Ice Snow Witch, which could disregard physical attacks. Moreover, the frost giant crocodile has tough skin, with even ordinary weapons failing to penetrate its defenses. Only exceptional-grade weapons could effectively breach its formidable hide. Could it be that the dwarves have some sort of agreement or tacit understanding with the ice monster? It's quite possible. I once watched a documentary about tigers that raised a group of wild boars, eating one when they were hungry, and the others did not resist. That's nonsense. You must be reading a novel. Is it conceivable that the frost giant crocodile is merely a pet of the ice monster, akin to the cats and dogs we once kept? The group chat fell silent for a moment. Bai Qi privately nodded. This analysis appeared to be the most plausible. Everyone, the frost giant crocodile and the ice snow, would share the same attributes. The likelihood of the crocodile being domesticated is quite high. However, if the frost giant crocodile can devour other beasts like tigers or even dwarves, what then is the food source for the ice snow witch? Bai Qi engaged in the discussion. The chat buzzed anew. Well, it and Oppos, S. Bai Qi. The legend. Is that ice monster referred to as the ice snow witch? What a charming name. Witch? Could they be female? Bai Qi, have you encountered the ice monster? No. Have you defeated it? Hence knowing its name is the ice snow witch? It must be true. Truly worthy of being called Bai Qi. How did you defeat the frost wraith? A voice inquired eagerly. Indeed, great one. You must share your experience. Such a creature is utterly perplexing, and saving a life is worth more than the construction of a grand pagoda. A multitude of voices clamored for answers. My friends, I replied, I did not vanquish the frost wraith. It was a companion of mine who succeeded in slaying this formidable beast. However, the method of its defeat cannot be widely disseminated. For my companion wielded a unique weapon that enabled the conquest of the monster. Ah, esteemed Bai Qi, does your team still seek members? I'm skilled in many areas. Another voice chimed in. Bai Qi, I am eager to join your ranks and will follow your every command. Chapter 60. The weakness of the ice, which Bai Qi and Amp, Oppos, S. gaze sharpened as he read the message from his close friend, Zhao Gang. Leader Zhao Gang, please enlighten us. Such immense kindness shall surely be repaid when we meet. Countless inquiries flooded in as Zhao Gang and Oppos' prominence reached new heights. Dear friends, survival is a formidable challenge. I hope the information I have gathered will aid many in lasting until the end. The dwarf leader had just mentioned that weapons were ineffective against the ice witch. The creature could wield frost to freeze us to death. However, should we douse the ice witch with blood or smear our weapons and arrows with it, we could inflict harm. If exposed to excessive blood attacks, it might even be possible to slay the ice witch. Blood? Does that mean we must wound ourselves? But how do we gauge the extent? If we inflict a significant injury, even if we repel the ice witch, we would still face the challenge of managing our wounds. Indeed, the timing of an encounter with the ice witch is unpredictable. Must we be prepared for self-inflicted wounds at all times? We are women. Does menstrual blood work against the ice witch? That's a splendid idea. Menstrual blood is exceedingly impure. It should yield even better results. I truly envy you women. I'm looking to purchase used sanitary pads. I will exchange one ordinary life token for one pad. Please message me privately. Bai Qi's lips twitched as he observed the peculiarities of the thousands in the group. They had been fervently seeking a method to combat the ice witch. Yet upon discovering the solution, they hesitated. Bai Qi felt a sense of relief. After all, his ammunition was finite. If he depleted his bullets and encountered the ice witch again, it would spell trouble. Of course, alternatives existed. He could craft numerous spearheads, provided he produced star-tier sharp steel spearheads. However, using spearheads necessitated close combat, which posed significant risks, with nearly 20 enslaved beasts at his command. Should the need arise to utilize blood, he could do so readily. Everyone, I just spoke with the dwarf leader. In fact, the blood of the beast is also viable. After slaying a beast, one can quickly collect the warm blood and store it in the trading market for later use. However, the dwarf leader cautioned that the effectiveness of beast blood pales in comparison to that of human blood, so please take note of this. Bai Qi was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Zhao Gang to so generously divulge such valuable information. This left him perplexed regarding Zhao's intentions. Could it be that he genuinely cared for the greater good? Bai Qi shook his head. According to the principle of purpose, every action in this world is driven by motive, and true saints do not exist. Well, now I can relax. Beast blood may be somewhat less effective, but as long as it drives away the ice witch, that suffices. To be candid, I had previously acquired several bowls of beast blood, initially intending to reserve them for a sumptuous dish of spicy blood stew. Yet now, I find myself unfazed by the ice witch. Allow me to douse you with a frigid reality, while the ice witch may be driven away by fresh blood. What of the frost crocodile? How do you propose to contend with that? By the heavens, this cold splash truly chills one to the bone. Bai Qi glanced at his friend's list and decided to send a message to Zhao Gang. Leader Zhao Gang, are you busy? At that moment, Zhao Gang was engaged in exercise within his newly upgraded elite off-road vehicle. Upon receiving the notification, he looked over. Oh, it's Bai Qi, the Prince of Miao Dao. Zhao Gang and Appo's interest was piqued, for he greatly coveted the elite Miao Dao and Bai Qi and Appo's possession. Such quality weaponry is always in demand. Brother Bai Qi, I and Appo's am here. What can I do for you? It's like this. Leader Zhao Gang, you and your team have arrived at the dwarf tribe, correct? Indeed, to speak frankly. According to the dwarf chief, we will all eventually converge here, as all roads lead to this destination. Bai Qi was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a circumstance. Leader Zhao Gang, how did you arrive so swiftly? Haha. To be honest, we followed a shortcut provided by the dwarves, which is why we reached here so quickly. The dwarf chief mentioned that you should arrive within a day or two at most. Bai Qi nodded, having already traversed nearly 2,000 kilometers over the past 3 days. Leader Zhao Gang, could you assist me in searching the vicinity of the gathering place for any gunpowder? Zhao Gang paused, quickly grasping Bai Qi's intentions. Brother Bai Qi, you previously procured gunpowder. I assume you wish to concoct something yourself? Yes, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in locating some. Zhao Gang pondered. Gunpowder was not solely desired by Bai Qi, but was also something he yearned for. Producing gunpowder would enable the creation of landmines and homemade explosives, an unparalleled advantage against cold weapons. With landmines, perhaps even the formidable frost crocodile could be vanquished outright. Please hold on, Brother Bai Qi. I will investigate the situation. Zhao Gang opened the window and summoned a dapper young man who resembled a scholarly figure. Zhu Chun, come here, get in the car, Zhao Gang politely beckoned. Without hesitation, Zhu Chun climbed into Zhao Gang and Appo's luxurious off-road vehicle. Shaoli, you may step out. The lightly clad Shaoli readily complied, swiftly donning a thick fur coat before exiting the vehicle. As Zhu Chun and Shaoli passed each other, they caught a glimpse of the other and Appo's exposed skin while bending to exit the car, causing Zhu Chun and Appo's eyes to widen in astonishment. Zhao Gang, seemingly oblivious, continued to invite Zhu Chun to take a seat. Brother Zhu Chun, during our previous inquiry about personal information, you mentioned you are a graduate student in chemical engineering, correct? Accepting a cup of hot soup from leader Zhao Gang, Zhu Chun sat upright. In the presence of this formidable and chivalrous leader, the young intellectual, yet to step into the world, found himself utterly captivated by the other's demeanor. Indeed, I have reached the level of a doctoral candidate, Zhu Chun hastily replied. And I have successfully defended my thesis. I am merely awaiting graduation. Zhao Gang nodded in satisfaction. Well then, Brother Zhu Chun, are you proficient in the art of gunpowder production? Chapter 61. A new sister-in-law. Zhu Chun nodded hastily. Brother, I can do this. With saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur. As long as I have these 3 materials, I can continuously experiment with the specific ratios until we can ultimately create gunpowder. Zhao Gang nodded in satisfaction. But after a moment of waiting, he noticed the other party had fallen silent. In the next instant, Zhao Gang felt a pang of regret. Having been in society for so long, he had overlooked that Zhu Chun was still an incomplete doctoral student. Well, Zhu Chun, charcoal can be obtained by burning wood. And saltpeter, I've heard, can be found on the walls of old houses and toilets. Do you understand this? Zhu Chun and Appo's eyes lit up. A multitude of knowledge flooding his mind. Brother, I understand. Old buildings typically have a white frosty substance on their walls, which contains saltpeter. We just need to purify it to obtain crude saltpeter, Zhu Chun exclaimed excitedly. Can you purify it, then? Zhao Gang inquired. Brother, no problem at all. I just need some tools and a bit of assistance, Zhu Chun replied eagerly. Zhao Gang finally nodded in satisfaction. Zhu Chun, as long as you can produce the gunpowder, you will be the greatest contributor to the team. Whatever you need, as long as the team possesses it, you can have someone assist you. Zhu Chun's excitement surged as he felt the weight of such a significant task. Before Zhu Chun could respond, Zhao Gang patted him on the shoulder. Little brother, Shaoli especially adores intellectuals, particularly capable ones like you. Brother, make me a promise. If I produce the gunpowder, you will find a new sister-in-law for me. and she can choose her own ideal partner. Boom. This astonishing news left Juchen momentarily stunned. "Be brother, I will go at once," Juchen exclaimed, racing off eagerly. While Zhao Gang closed the car door. "Brother Bai Qi, I and Amp, Oppos, V arranged for people to search for saltpeter. I will contact you as soon as there is any news." "Understood. Leader Zhao, I will ensure to provide items of equivalent value," Bai Qi responded. Their exchange concluded. There was no alternative. Bai Qi's individual strength was limited, and such matters could only be efficiently handled by a large team like Zhao Gang's. On another road, Wang Changjin was brimming with confidence. With such strength, he could easily overpower any who dared to challenge him. At least along the way, no vehicle had the audacity to display any unfriendly behavior. Some teams even extended olive branches, inviting him to become their leader, all of which Wang Changjin declined. He had no desire to protect a group of weaklings. With his quota of enslaved beasts already filled, Wang Changjin could finally slay wild animals to acquire meat for crafting healing salves for sale. This miraculous item had become the most sought-after resource, with some even willing to trade superior-grade life imprints for it. Bai Qi proved to be a trustworthy individual, someone one could rely upon. Wang Changjin harbored great satisfaction towards Bai Qi. If he were to adopt a different perspective, he suspected he would succumb to the temptation of selling medicinal ointments. As he consumed the life mark, Wang Changjin once again transcended his previous level of existence. Subsequently, he prioritized feeding the superior-grade tigers within the carriage. The combat prowess of these tigers was indisputable. Their agility surpassed that of the ice wolves, and they could even engage two ice wolves simultaneously without sustaining harm. Their current vulnerability lay in their inability to withstand the extreme cold for extended periods. However, should these tigers ascend to the exceptional grade, one could surmise they would thrive in the frigid wilderness for much longer. Ding, ding, ding. The notification from the resource chest resonated, and Wang Changjin was instantly filled with joy. This was an unprecedented diamond-grade resource chest. It is worth noting that the finest resource chest he had previously opened yielded a perfect-grade enslavement scroll. Diamond-grade. If I were to acquire a diamond-grade weapon blueprint, it would be akin to taking flight. But wait, even if I obtained a diamond-grade weapon blueprint, my workbench is currently only exceptional grade, rendering me incapable of learning it. Furthermore, the materials required for a diamond-grade blueprint must surely be diamond-grade as well. How then did Bai Qi manage to forge a diamond-grade weapon? Wang Changjin furrowed his brow in contemplation. If Bai Qi possessed merely one diamond-grade iron-cutting dagger, it would be understandable, considering one could potentially find finished weapons in chests. However, the dagger in his possession was the second diamond-grade iron-cutting dagger he had acquired from him, alongside a perfect-grade dagger. Could it be that Bai Qi had also obtained two identical diamond-grade iron-cutting daggers from chests? Did he share my talent for double drop rates? Wang Changjin was puzzled but ultimately decided to let it go. After all, Bai Qi was generally a decent person, and fostering a good relationship would suffice. With that, Wang Changjin led his formidable beast army towards the location of the diamond-grade resource chest, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to witness such a remarkable chest. To his astonishment, he found himself confronted by an ice snow nymph. Quickly, he concealed himself behind an ice wolf and retrieved a barrel of beast blood he had prepared earlier. "Attack!" he commanded, and two exceptional-grade ice crocodiles surged forward. A piercing shriek echoed, momentarily stunning Wang Changjin. For it was not a sound in the conventional sense, but rather a cry that seemed to resonate from the very depths of the soul. A flurry of snowflakes cascaded upon the two ice crocodiles, while the ice snow nymph appeared utterly indifferent to the other beasts. The shrill cries subsided slightly, and Wang Changjin discerned a flicker of confusion within them. It soon dawned on him that the ice snow nymph indeed shared a profound connection with the ice crocodiles. Their suspicions had proven accurate. Gazing at the warm blood in his hands, Wang Changjin abandoned any thoughts of attempting to slay the ice snow nymph, recognizing that its aerial form rendered such an endeavor futile. The piercing shrieks persisted, as the ice snow nymph seemed to be exploring various methods to communicate with the two rebellious ice crocodiles below. In a moment of inspiration, Wang Changjin saw the two colossal ice crocodiles, with their short, sturdy legs, begin to crawl away into the distance. The ice snow demon was momentarily taken aback, but soon followed suit, emitting a series of piercing shrieks. Wang Changjin was overjoyed, realizing he had effortlessly lured away the troublesome ice snow demon. Observing that the demon had retreated over 200 or 300 meters, he hurried towards the dazzlingly radiant diamond-grade resource chest. Upon opening the chest, He initially found only a single blueprint. However, in an instant, it seemed to self-replicate, transforming into 2 blueprints. Chapter 62. He truly has a heart of iron and stone. Once on the vehicle, Wang Chongjin promptly pressed the accelerator, propelling forward. Glancing at the 2 identical blueprints, he felt a mix of surprise and frustration. Diamond-grade armor schematics, beyond my current capabilities to learn, and even if I could, I would likely lack the materials for creation. I wonder if the ice snow nymph will relent in her pursuit. Should she choose to attack, my exceptional vehicle would not be easily subdued. Wang Chongjin held little fear of the ice snow nymph. Setting aside the vast reserves of blood he had amassed, the vehicle's formidable defenses were reassuring. Even ordinary snow covering the windshield posed no threat, for the wipers functioned impeccably. A piercing, furious shriek echoed, confirming to Wang Chongjin that the sound emanated from a soul level, as it was still remarkably loud within the confines of his vehicle. A glance in the rearview mirror ignited a flicker of anger within him. Do not harm my wolf. Yet the ice snow nymph was indifferent to his concerns, as a blanket of snow began to envelop one of the ice wolves. Despite its relentless shaking of the head, it soon bore a visage covered in frost. The snow melted rapidly under the wolf's warm breath, only to be succeeded by more snow cascading down upon it. Howling, the ice wolf finally retaliated, repeatedly thrusting its head against its front legs. Yet, no matter its struggle, it ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming snow that encased it. As the enslavement scroll signaled the demise of the ice wolf, Wang Chongjin and Appo's countenance darkened. 6 more ice wolves dashed alongside the vehicle, while 2 exceptional ice giants moved with surprising speed on their short, stout legs. Soon, another ice wolf fell victim to the ice snow nymph, and Wang Chongjin began to panic. This cannot continue. If I lose these ice wolves, the next target of the ice snow nymph will be me. The mere fact that the nymph departed with the 2 ice giants signifies her concern for them. This is intolerable. A choice must be made. Gritting his teeth, Wang Chongjin ultimately commanded the 2 ice giants to halt. Indeed, as the ice giants ceased their movement, the ice snow nymph followed suit. After traversing over 100 kilometers, Wang Chongjin once again utilized the enslavement scroll to guide the 2 ice giants to regroup with him. Curse it, the haunting presence remains. Upon spotting the ice snow nymph trailing the ice giants, Wang Chongjin felt a wave of despair. He attempted to have only 1 ice giant follow his vehicle, but to his dismay, the nymph would directly pursue as well. With no viable option, Wang Chongjin was compelled to leave both ice giants behind. Curse it. With a mere thought, he activated the enslavement scroll, extinguishing the souls of the 2 disobedient ice giants. In the distance, the ice snow nymph stood bewildered, for the 2 ice giants had inexplicably lost their vitality. Had it not been for their still living bodies, she would have assumed they were dead. Yet, regardless of her calls, they remained unresponsive. After a long while, the ice snow sorceress departed reluctantly. As evening fell, Bai Qi gazed at the 2 ice giant crocodiles sprawled on the road ahead, and his interest was instantly piqued. It is worth noting that he had yet to capture such an extraordinary level enslaved beast. Now, the appearance of 2 at once was indeed a delightful surprise. With a swift motion, the vehicle came to a steady halt, and Bai Qi summoned all his enslaved beasts without hesitation. Go, seize their limbs, he commanded. The 2 ice giant crocodiles were firmly pinned down by the throng of beasts, yet they exhibited no response whatsoever. This peculiar situation left Bai Qi somewhat perplexed. After all, the little wolf in his arms had indicated that the 2 crocodiles were alive. Determined to investigate further, Bai Qi exited the vehicle, gripping the soul-tracking point-killing gun concealed in his sleeve. Enslave, he proclaimed as he approached the 2 ice giant crocodiles, still firmly restrained beneath the weight of his beasts. However, upon activating the ultimate enslavement scroll, he received an unexpected notification. Ding. Target lacks a soul and cannot be enslaved. This revelation baffled Bai Qi. They were clearly living creatures, so why did they lack souls? How strange. He shrugged off the confusion, deciding that since enslavement was off the table, he would resort to slaying them for their resources. Consequently, he collected a substantial amount of superior-grade ice giant crocodile meat, along with 2 massive crocodile skins. With the previous one, he now possessed 3 superior-grade crocodile skins. As nightfall approached, Bai Qi felt no inclination to continue his journey, so he called upon Xia Qi to address her own needs regarding food. However, Xia Qi appeared hesitant, an expression of indecision crossing her face. Bai Qi, puzzled by her demeanor, urged, Xia Qi, if there's something on your mind, just say it. Upon hearing this, Xia Qi's face flushed an even deeper shade of red. Noticing Bai Qi's growing impatience, she hastily spoke up. Brother Bai, would you, allow me to use the restroom in your vehicle? Bai Qi was momentarily at a loss for words. There and Oppos, as no one around, you can take care of it in the snow. Rest assured, I have no interest. With that, he turned away, for it was already evening, and he needed to prepare dinner, particularly a delicious soup for Gong Yingying. His primary focus was on enslaving beasts, relying heavily on Gong Yingying for the source of meat. Remarkably, she had provided him with over 20,000 pieces of superior-grade meat throughout the day. By estimation, Gong Yingying had likely slain more than 20 beasts, showcasing her formidable prowess, especially wielding that star-grade, razor-sharp iron-cutting spear in close combat. The image of her as a Barbie warrior was becoming increasingly vivid in Bai Qi and Oppos' mind. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi and Oppos' face burned with embarrassment. Discussing such matters with a man was already humiliating enough, and to be rejected only intensified her discomfort. She had hoped for something more substantial. While it was feasible to manage her needs with a metal basin in the vehicle, she knew that it was an RV, which surely contained an independent bathroom. All she wanted was to use it properly. Bai Qi, outside, it is far too cold. I will come down as soon as I finish in the restroom. I shall not linger, a pleading voice echoed. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Qi entered the vehicle, leaving Xiaoqi alone, disoriented in the biting wind. How cold-hearted Bai Qi truly is. Could it be that there are unspeakable secrets within his car? Bai Qi stepped into the vast 2,000-square-foot compartment, then proceeded to kindle a fire and prepare a meal. The little wolf pup joyfully scampered about, adding an abundance of vitality to the scene. This space belongs solely to me. No one shall have the privilege of witnessing the happenings within the compartment. Bai Qi silently contemplated. Chapter 63. 600 kilograms of crude niter. Bai Qi quickly began to examine the situation, his expression growing increasingly grim. Zhao Gang had successfully refined crude niter. Yet his tone suggested that negotiations would be arduous. Brother Zhao Gang, to be candid, I possess something extraordinary, though its value is immense. If you can provide a sufficient quantity of crude niter, I am willing to exchange some for it. Bai Qi promptly traded a minuscule amount of perfect-grade instant healing ointment, no larger than a sesame seed. Upon receiving the item, Zhao Gang was utterly bewildered. He was astonished not only by Bai Qi and Oppos' frugality, but also by the miraculous nature of the item. The description indicated that it was exponentially superior to the excellent-grade healing ointment he had acquired from Wang Changzhen. Zhao Gang's heart raced. This perfect-grade instant healing ointment could effectively alleviate and heal severe injuries, far surpassing his expectations. With the support of his team, he had elevated his life level to an extraordinary tier. Only such a perfect-grade healing ointment would suffice for his needs. Brother Bai Qi, how do you propose we conduct this transaction? As these words left his lips, the tide had turned, and Bai Qi had seized the initiative. Leader Zhao Gang, I also possess very little of this item. Thus, I propose a rate of 1 kilogram of crude niter for 1 gram of perfect-grade instant healing ointment. What do you think? Upon hearing Bai Qi's offer, Zhao Gang's mouth twitched. Brother Bai Qi, a kilogram is 1,000 grams. Doesn't that rate seem a bit excessive? Bai Qi, however, felt relieved. Leader Zhao Gang, the value of these items is entirely disparate. Just as 1 gram of gold can be exchanged for hundreds of kilograms of rice, this perfect-grade instant healing ointment is worth 100 times more than gold. If you find this rate unacceptable, I shall have no choice but to inquire within our group if anyone else is willing to trade. My supply of healing ointment is limited, and once it's gone, it's truly gone. Brother Bai Qi, it's a deal. Just wait. I will mobilize my men to refine the crude niter right away. Zhao Gang agreed without hesitation. He then summoned Zhuchen. Brother, gather our men from the dwarf women's quarters. We are about to devote ourselves entirely to refining crude niter. Zhuchen instantly became animated. Rest assured, brother. The houses here are quite old, and the outer walls are coated with a thick layer of wall niter, which is of decent purity. We can easily filter out qualified crude niter. Indeed, brother, you've worked hard. Once this task is complete, I will ensure you have an opportunity to get to know Shaoli. Great, brother. Zhuchen exclaimed joyfully as he dashed away. Zhao Gang took a deep breath. Had it not been for the absurd quantity of wall niter available, he would not have agreed so readily. Why would Bai Qi exchange perfect-grade instant healing ointment for crude niter? After all, the production of gunpowder requires sulfur, and I specifically inquired with the dwarf leader, who confirmed that there is no sulfur-like substance here. Moreover, by the principle of self-preservation, he must possess items far superior to the perfect-grade instant healing ointment or have enough of it for his own use. Thus, he must possess the blueprints for an eternally perfect healing ointment. Goodness, how on earth did Bai Qi acquire such an abundance of exquisite blueprints? Could it be that he is cheating? Zhao Gang could not help but express his frustration, feeling that even with the full support of the team, it was still not enough to satiate their opponent's appetite. Soon, a multitude of reluctant men were summoned from their lowly abodes. Although they were hesitant, the command came from their respected leader, leaving them no choice but to take it seriously. As they traversed the path, countless souls met a tragic end. However, their team had suffered remarkably few casualties in recent days, a testament to the exceptional leadership and noble spirit of Zhao Gang. The strength of over 1,000 individuals was immensely formidable, and soon numerous pots were set up, resulting in a rapid production of crude nitrate. By nightfall, Zhao Gang had amassed 3 large barrels of crude nitrate, weighing a staggering 600 kilograms. Hopefully, Bai Qi would be able to handle it. He subsequently initiated a trade with Bai Qi. Upon seeing the quantity, Bai Qi was momentarily bewildered. It was simply overwhelming. He retrieved a perfect-grade, swift-acting healing ointment, which, after being measured by the core of survival, amounted to only 400 grams. After deducting a portion to meet the required quantity, both Bai Qi and Zhao Gang were elated. Bai Qi stowed away the 3 large barrels into his storage bracelet and produced the exceptional grade storage bracelet he had previously obtained from a man. Storage bracelet, exceptional. Description: contains a space of 2m times 2m times 2m, devoid of life. Description: living beings with spiritual fluctuations cannot be stored within this void. Description: the opening of the space measures 0.2 square meters. Description: bound. Description: slowly unbinding. The process can be expedited using blood refining, though this will bind it to the blood's host. The added description left Bai Qi somewhat astonished. So, it means that by slaying the owner of a storage item, one could subsequently retrieve the contents within. How perilous indeed. Bai Qi had previously been uncertain about how to deal with this storage bracelet, but now he understood what to do. Ding. He sent a trade request to Gong Yingying, who was taken aback. Bai Qi, this. Please take it. I already possess one. You should attempt blood refining, and should you find your vitality waning, consume the healing ointment. Oh. Gong Yingying quickly confirmed the trade. Gazing at the exquisite bracelet, a flush crept onto her cheeks, and she promptly picked up a wooden bowl. With a swift motion, blood gushed forth, filling half the bowl in no time. With a clatter, the storage bracelet was tossed into the bowl, and soon tiny bubbles began to rise from the blood within. Since Bai Qi had bestowed upon her such a precious storage bracelet, she decided to transfer the life sigils she no longer needed to him. As she spoke, Gong Yingying traded dozens of excellent-grade life sigils from the passenger seat to Bai Qi. She had previously offered them to him, but he had declined, urging her to consume them instead. Bai Qi, I have ascended to an extraordinary level of life. These items are no longer of use to me. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi did not hesitate to accept the truth, for he was indeed in need of such resources. However, with a multitude of enslaved, ferocious beasts at his disposal, his safety had significantly improved, rendering him hardly in need of engaging in combat with these beasts. In contrast, Gong Yingying relied entirely on close-quarters combat to slay ferocious beasts, which was why Bai Qi encouraged her to enhance her own strength first. Having consumed all 30 superior-grade life marks, he had augmented his strength by an impressive 150 pounds, yet Bai Qi still found no advancement in his life level. It seems that my potential has indeed been elevated. Thus, I shall acquire another batch of superior-grade life marks, as I suspect many teams have accumulated a considerable stockpile by now. With a glance at the supplies within his storage bracelet, Bai Qi was struck with an idea. Chapter 64. Instant Healing Potion. I have made a gentleman and Appo's agreement with Wang Changjin not to sell healing ointments of extraordinary quality or below. If I were to sell the instant healing potions of perfect quality, these individuals might not be able to afford the price. Selling it by the gram would lead them to view me as a heartless merchant. However, if I were to mix it with water, that presents an entirely different method of selling. Bai Qi directly retrieved a large barrel with a capacity of 50 liters and filled it with drinking water. Subsequently, he added a substantial 500 grams of perfect-grade instant healing ointment. Instantly, the entire barrel of drinking water transformed into a deep crimson hue, exuding a sweet aroma. Bai Qi then took out a number of 500 milliliter glass bottles, filled one, and approached the survival core. May I name the substance the instant healing potion? Ding. This is feasible. Do you confirm the naming of this item? You have only one opportunity for naming. Confirm naming. Ding. The instant healing potion has been successfully named. Bai Qi took a deep breath. Though the survival core was rather mechanical, it possessed a degree of interactivity. Previously, when he created various quality items, the survival core provided explanations regarding the classifications of those items. He had used a full 500 grams of perfect-grade instant healing ointment. And now this 500 milliliter bottle of instant healing potion contained 5 grams of the healing ointment, a commendable concentration, nearly matching that which he administered to his little wolf cub. This endeavor was also aimed at building a reputation. After all, with sufficient flesh and blood, he could create perfect-grade instant healing ointments using the power of the soul strike. He intended for this product to become his signature offering. Ding. Good evening, everyone. Engaging in battles with ferocious beasts inevitably leads to injuries. My brother Wang Changjin and Appo's healing ointment can treat wounds, and I am now offering the instant healing potion for sale, which allows for rapid blood replenishment, an excellent item for restoring one's condition. Supplies are limited, and I only accept rare materials, blueprints, and superior-grade life marks. Image. Bai Qi promptly showcased the description of the instant healing potion. In an instant, the group chat erupted in excitement. Wow, healing potion. This is actually of perfect quality. I have played many games, and this is a valuable item. Big shot, what is the specific price? Indeed, Bai Qi, could you provide a standard price? Such a remarkable item, this instant healing potion can be used to restore stamina even without injury. Truly a divine object. My goodness. Did Bai Qi just acquire the blueprint for the perfect-grade instant healing potion? I'm so envious. Countless messages flooded in, and after a moment of contemplation, Bai Qi decided to offer a stable price this time. Ladies and gentlemen, aside from blueprints and materials, the price for a 500 milliliter bottle of the instant healing potion is 5 superior-grade life marks. Supplies are limited and will be sold out quickly. The group chat fell momentarily silent, but numerous trade requests began to pour in. In contemporary times, solitary survivors have become increasingly rare. While individual survivors may struggle to afford their needs, pooling resources proves feasible. 100 bottles of instant healing potions swiftly sold out, prompting Bai Qi to continue production. Upon the conclusion of sales, Bai Qi acquired an array of vehicle component blueprints, various metals, and an impressive collection of 12,000 superior-grade life tokens. Ding. Just as Bai Qi was about to consume the life tokens, a private message from his friend Wang Changjin arrived. Bai Qi, your instant healing potions are concocted from medicinal ointment mixed with water, aren't they? Bai Qi chuckled softly. Indeed, my brother Changjin. But crafting the perfect-grade healing ointment is exceptionally challenging. I depleted my resources to create just one batch. Upon reading the message, Wang Changjin felt a twinge of envy. As his suspicions solidified, Bai Qi must possess a remarkable ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. Could he possibly enhance the quality of blueprints? Ultimately, Wang Changjin refrained from further comments, sighing in contemplation before ending the chat. Gulp, gulp. Bai Qi continued to consume the superior-grade life tokens one after another. Just moments ago, after ingesting a small piece of perfect-grade instant healing ointment, he realized that it no longer augmented his internal vitality and strength. Subsequently, when he consumed a minuscule portion of diamond-grade rapid healing ointment, the outcome remained unchanged. Bai Qi surmised that he had likely exhausted his potential, persisting in his consumption. After devouring a total of 150 superior-grade life tokens, Bai Qi finally transcended to a new level of existence. Ding! Your life level has been elevated. A surge of formidable power was born, filling Bai Qi with joy. Following this elevation, not only had his strength significantly increased, but his soul had also grown stronger. Spirit Strike, 080, Talent Description 1. When you repeatedly engage in a specific action, the power of fate will accumulate. Once fully amassed, it can trigger a Spirit Strike. Guaranteed to activate special effects. Talent Description 2. Talent originates from the soul. The enhancement of your soul's strength will bolster your Spirit Strike capability. Strive to elevate your soul's strength. As anticipated, the requisite attempts for the Spirit Strike had diminished yet again, now requiring only 80 repetitions. Bai Qi then consumed a superior-grade life token, confirming it served solely to replenish stamina. He commenced testing his strength using a large wooden basin filled with iron blocks, ultimately measuring his newly acquired prowess. I can lift 1,000 pounds for a full minute, and still have energy to spare afterward. Pleased, Bai Qi set aside the testing apparatus, recognizing that this far surpassed the mere 3 seconds required in weightlifting competitions. His ability to sustain lifting for a minute, without fatigue, indicated that his peak strength exceeded 1,000 pounds. Whimper. The little wolf cub nestled in his arms whimpered softly. Do you wish to eat this? Whimper. All right. Go ahead and eat as much as you can. Bai Qi gently placed the little milk wolf onto the grand bed, subsequently releasing a plethora of high-quality life marks. The little milk wolf joyfully cheered as it eagerly devoured them. In Bai Qi's perception, the little milk wolf's power was steadily increasing. Excellent. Following the creature's inclination, Bai Qi retrieved a perfect-grade, fast-acting healing ointment and mixed it with a bowl of water, instantly transforming it into an exceptionally concentrated healing potion. The little milk wolf took a sip and feasted upon the life marks. Bai Qi chose not to attend to the little milk wolf any longer, as he had other matters to attend to. After numerous concoctions of healing ointment, his workstation had reached an outstanding level. He extracted the permanent perfect-grade silicone doll blueprint that Gong Yingying had previously gifted him from his storage bracelet. Learning. In an instant, the blueprint vanished, and the workstation was enveloped in an endless white light. As the radiance dissipated, the workstation had ascended to perfection. Workstation, Perfect 0100. Description. After studying the blueprint, you can produce finished products, making it one of your vital assets. Description. Once proficiency is maxed out, learning higher quality blueprints can enhance the workstation and Oppo's quality. Description. Upgrading the workstation's quality can increase production speed. It seemed that aside from the enhancement in production speed, there were no significant changes. The option to create the permanent perfect-grade silicone doll had now appeared. Bai Qi hurriedly clicked to examine it. Chapter 65. The Ironboned Armored Doll Silicone Doll Perfect, Permanent. Material requirements, plastic, rubber, fabric, etc. Description. Different materials can yield various finished products. Insufficient material quality will result in inferior products. At once, Bai Qi felt invigorated. If perfect-grade materials were necessary for creation, he would indeed face a challenge, however. The prospect of crafting with lower-quality materials was now a reality. As for the notion that subpar materials would produce inferior products, Bai Qi merely chuckled. His soul strike talent was precisely designed to counter such limitations. Without hesitation, Bai Qi retrieved a substantial quantity of plastic and rubber and, without gathering the power for a soul strike, proceeded directly with the creation. Ding. Please set the data for shape and appearance in all aspects. A three-dimensional projection materialized, and Bai Qi, filled with delight, began making various adjustments. This was reminiscent of character customization in a video game, yet the settings were far more intricate. After a few casual tweaks, Bai Qi confirmed the production. Ding. The silicone doll has been successfully created. You have obtained a standard silicone doll. Before him stood a 1.70 m tall silicone doll, its entire form a pristine white. Upon closer inspection, Bai Qi realized that even this ordinary quality silicone doll surpassed those priced in the tens of thousands. Should I sell this? Or perhaps disassemble it? Bai Qi found himself in a moment of hesitation, but soon his gaze hardened with resolve. It must be sold, though there were no longer restrictions. Many remained wary of women. After all, incidents of betrayal leading to violence were not uncommon. Bai Qi grasped the ordinary silicone doll, which weighed nearly 20 pounds, and approached the survival core display screen. Gentlemen, behold the arrival of the silicone doll. With it, the long, lonely nights of solitude will be a thing of the past, and you need no longer fear the sting of betrayal from women. Supplies are limited. Purchase swiftly. Image. The group chat fell silent for a moment before erupting once more. Boss Bai Qi, did you stumble upon the blueprints for the silicone doll? Of course. Without a doubt. Boss Bai Qi, your luck is truly extraordinary. You must have an abundance of resources. This is splendid. I must hold someone while I sleep at night to feel secure. With this silicone doll, I can finally enjoy a restful slumber. I can hardly bear to expose you, but Boss Bai Qi, how much are you selling the silicone dolls for? If the price is right, I'll buy several. Are there different appearances and body types available? Brother Bai Qi, with your actions, our business may be in jeopardy. Fear not, ladies. An inanimate object can hardly compare to a living person. Wasn't this product previously available for anyone to purchase? I haven't seen anyone's business suffer because of it. Hey, you upstairs, were you previously involved in that line of work? Younger brother, the elder sister is a professional, adept in myriad skills at her whim. The younger brother might consider adding the elder sister as a friend, and upon meeting, they can discuss matters in detail. Some individuals have sent private messages inquiring, yet the enthusiasm was not as fervent as Bai Qi had anticipated, leaving him somewhat speechless, as he still did not fully grasp these matters. However, a recent inquiry from someone sparked an idea within him. Ladies and gentlemen, silicone dolls can be customized in shape and appearance at will. Pre-orders are encouraged. Suddenly, a number of men in the group could no longer contain their excitement. Bai Qi. I wish to customize a grand secret. I want to. Bai Qi, I have sent you a picture. This is an image of a girl who previously tempted me. I desire this. Esteemed one, I shall send you a private message detailing my requirements. Countless private messages flooded in. Bai Qi promptly addressed each one, and at last, they settled on the pricing. A standard silicone doll required a premium life essence mark, while the customized version demanded 3. Having recently scavenged a considerable amount of premium life essence marks from the queues, Bai Qi found himself dealing with individuals now. The production process commenced continuously, and soon, after 80 iterations, the power of the soul-binding strike was fully amassed. Just as he was about to finalize the appearance to mirror that of the other party, Bai Qi suddenly jolted and ultimately set the visage to resemble a photo sent by Gong Yingying. Production initiated. In that moment, Bai Qi had a stroke of inspiration and directly incorporated a substantial amount of secondary alloy into the materials. Instantly, a radiant white light enveloped all the materials. Ding! The silicone doll was successfully crafted, and you have obtained a diamond-grade iron bone armor doll. How magnificent! If it resembled Yingying, it would indeed be akin to a Valkyrie walking the earth. Bai Qi joyfully grasped this seemingly extraordinary special doll. Iron bone armor doll, diamond. The description was somewhat peculiar. Bai Qi pinched the doll's face, and a soft sensation greeted him. Were it not for the absence of warmth, it would be indistinguishable from a real person. Furthermore, this silicone doll bore not a single flaw. Its skin was flawless, devoid of even a speck. Unlike ordinary silicone dolls, this armor was form-fitting and seamless, rendering its removal impossible. Bai Qi set aside the diamond-grade iron bone armor doll with a hint of incredulity, continuing his doll-making endeavor. Once the power of the soul-binding strike was fully charged, he turned to crafting a spear. The production persisted, the sales continued. After an indeterminate number of iterations, Bai Qi finally produced a stellar-grade sharp steel spear. Although he had not achieved a higher king-grade quality, Bai Qi felt a sense of contentment. Having sold a multitude of ordinary silicone dolls, Bai Qi once again garnered 330 premium life essence marks. Though this was far inferior to the profits from selling rapid healing potions, it nonetheless constituted a substantial gain. Should he encounter a supply shop again, Bai Qi resolved to fill the 100 cubic meter stellar-grade miniature space oil tank in his vehicle. Goodness! Bai Qi turned his head and was utterly bewildered. The once diminutive wolf cub had undergone a remarkable transformation, now standing an impressive half a meter tall. My little pup is gone. Bai Qi lamented and stepped forward to embrace this astonishingly handsome white wolf. Moreover, the wolf and imp, Appo's, fur was not the traditional pristine white. Instead, it emanated a subtle aquamarine glow, bestowing upon it an aura of unparalleled coolness. Ice King Wolf. Description: a rare wolf king possessing the power of extreme ice, currently in its juvenile phase. Note: the Ice King Wolf harbors a core of extreme ice within, granting it mastery over the forces of frost. Chapter 66, all at the exceptional level as the transformation from the pup stage to the juvenile stage unfolded. Bai Qi glanced over to find the extreme Ice Wolf King gazing at him with a look of deep affection and admiration. Is there any use for this after consumption? Bai Qi inquired, producing a superior life mark. The extreme Ice Wolf King whimpered in response, indicating that it was no longer of any value. Very well, from now on, you shall directly consume the perfect grade instant healing ointment. The extreme Ice Wolf King joyfully agreed with a jubilant cry. Suddenly, the once small, milk-white wolf had grown significantly, leaving Bai Qi little time to adjust, which he found somewhat overwhelming. Fortunately, the extreme Ice Wolf King was exceedingly perceptive, continuously frolicking and seeking to please Bai Qi, which helped restore his spirits. If the extreme Ice Wolf King can consume life marks to grow stronger, what about the Icefield wolves I have enslaved? Without further ado, Bai Qi summoned a superior Icefield wolf with a swift motion. Upon its arrival, this imposing creature, standing at 1.5 meters tall and 3 meters long, displayed an overwhelming fear and admiration towards the extreme Ice Wolf King, who stood only half a meter tall. This was a novel occurrence, suggesting that during its pup stage, the extreme Ice Wolf King lacked any imposing presence. Alternatively, perhaps the juvenile extreme Ice Wolf King was viewed by these adult Icefield wolves as a rare and valuable source of nourishment. Feed, Bai Qi commanded, tossing a small pile of superior life marks towards the wolf, which promptly began to devour them. Indeed, it proves effective. How splendid! Bai Qi rejoiced, as he still possessed over 10,000 superior life marks, with no clear idea of how to utilize them. After consuming approximately 100, the ice-field wolf began to vocalize. The extreme ice wolf king quickly translated, prompting Bai Qi to retrieve a lump of perfect-grade instant healing ointment, which he tossed into a large basin filled with water. The ice-field wolf eagerly began to gulp it down. In less than 10 minutes, the ice-field wolf ascended to become an exceptional elite ice-field wolf. After conducting a series of tests, Bai Qi discerned that while the exceptional elite ice-field wolf no longer benefited from consuming superior life marks, it could still gradually grow stronger through the consumption of instant healing ointment, albeit at a slower rate than before. Perhaps I can cultivate them all to the perfect level above exceptional. However, upon reaching the perfect level, they would attain the maximum enslavement quality limit of this ultimate enslavement scroll. Bai Qi continued to summon other icefield wolves, icefield beasts, and icefield apes. An hour later, the 9 enslaved icefield wolves, 5 icefield beasts, and 3 icefield apes had all reached the exceptional elite level. I wonder if the exceptional level frost giant crocodile can be defeated by these ferocious beasts. Bai Qi felt a surge of anticipation. After consuming a small piece of perfect-grade instant healing ointment, he once again experienced a rush of vitality. Bai Qi nodded with satisfaction, realizing that the previous lack of effect was due to his body reaching the limit of the superior level. Now that he had broken through to the exceptional level, its efficacy had returned. If assessed by quality, this perfect-grade instant healing ointment could serve him well until he ascended to the perfect tier of life. Bai Qi did not resort to utilizing the more advanced diamond, stellar, or even monarch-grade ointments. Ingesting such high-quality salves could prove excessively potent, making absorption less effective than the gentler perfect grade. Bai Qi was taken aback as he noticed heavy snow falling outside, having been in the frigid realm for several days. This was his first encounter with snowfall. Upon opening the group chat, it became evident that snow was not exclusive to his location. It seemed to be cascading everywhere. A harbinger of prosperity indeed. Snowfall was favorable as it would deter the ferocious beasts from attacking us. Have you lost your mind up there? Retorted another. Those are ferocious beasts of the frozen tundra, unperturbed by the cold. Snowfall might very well mark their prime hunting season. Furthermore, with the accumulation of snow on the roads, driving would undoubtedly become troublesome, hindering speed. I hope it stops soon. I am eager to reach the final dwarven tribe. Indeed. Those who post videos flaunting their luxurious lives are truly insufferable. Absolutely. I saw a video where they shamelessly brought a female dwarf into their vehicle, capturing the moment for posterity. The female dwarfs, lacking in beauty and robust in stature, left one to wonder how they could endure such humiliation. As the conversation veered off course, Bai Qi decided to take a rest. Suddenly, the alert call of the Ice Wolf King pierced the air, compelling Bai Qi to glance out the window. What was happening? The snowfall had intensified abruptly. After a careful observation, Bai Qi's expression grew serious. Outside, the snowflakes in the distance remained unchanged, yet the area around his vehicle was densely blanketed in snow, several times thicker than before. The ice snow siren was approaching. He was curious to see it firsthand, as it had come to him. Bai Qi remained unperturbed. His diamond-grade vehicle was impervious to the ice snow siren. He contemplated how to handle the creature outside. Defeating the ice snow siren would yield the rare ice snow siren core, an item that would undoubtedly prove valuable in the future. However, with the ultimate slave scroll in his possession, Bai Qi was more inclined to test whether he could enslave the entity. Provided the siren S tier did not exceed perfect grade, he was confident in his ability to subjugate it. The ice snow siren could fly, and a direct assault would either result in its demise or guaranteed escape. Given that pursuing it was unfeasible, it seemed he would have to lure it into the vehicle. Bai Qi, with a grave expression, conducted a thorough check and ultimately resolved to proceed. He had recently ascended to a higher tier of life, undoubtedly surpassing the strength he possessed when defeating the ice snow siren previously. Additionally, he boasted a monarch-grade soul-piercing sniper and a cadre of exceptional tundra beasts to assist him. Failure was not an option. Just as Bai Qi pondered how to entice the ice snow siren into his vehicle, 2 ice snow sirens floated approximately 50 to 60 meters above the ground outside. They emitted low, eerie cries, one of which was unmistakably the same that had departed earlier. It had returned with a companion, seeking to ascertain the fate of the 2 ice crocodiles they had encountered. However, upon arrival, they found no sign of the ice crocodiles, only a peculiar dwelling emanating a pulse of life within. Thus, they commenced their assault, which heralded the recent snowfall. In the videos previously shared by survivors who encountered the ice snow siren, the creature was depicted soaring through the air, wielding ice and snow to strike from a distance, never engaging in close combat. Bai Qi felt a twinge of anxiety. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he retrieved the core of the ice snow siren that Gong Yingying had bestowed upon him, grasping the roughly ping-pong-sized azure orb. Bai Qi gently opened the car door and extended the orb outward. A cacophony of frenzied shrieks erupted, and from this almost maniacal sound, Bai Qi discerned both fury and an overwhelming desire. Whoosh. Chapter 67. Enslaving the frosty sirens. The sound that permeated the air was not physical, yet it was profoundly unsettling. Bai Qi held in his grasp a King Tier's soul pursuit sniper, ready to fire at the slightest hint of danger. Swiftly, two figures, enveloped in a flurry of snowflakes, darted through the car door and without hesitation, plunged into the cabin. The door slammed shut behind them, and Bai Qi hurriedly followed into the vehicle. The juvenile Ice Wolf King faced off against the two frosty sirens, seemingly wary of the Ice Wolf King. The two ravenous sirens refrained from pursuing the elite Ice Plains wolf that stood behind him. With a low growl, the Ice Wolf King instilled a moment of panic in the sirens, yet they showed no signs of retreat. Within the warmth of the cabin, the frost upon the sirens began to show signs of melting. Observing this, Bai Qi's heart raced as he promptly adjusted the air conditioning to its maximum setting of 60 degrees. The Stargrade climate control system sprang into action, swiftly raising the temperature from a comfortable 25 degrees. Sensing the shift in their surroundings, the frosty sirens emitted an unprecedented shriek, and then they rushed forward in a frenzy. Move aside, Bai Qi commanded with a thought, prompting the Ice Wolf King to deftly evade the impending charge. The sirens moved with remarkable speed, but the elite Ice Plains wolf was not to be outdone, leading the two sirens in a chaotic chase within the expansive 2,000-square-foot cabin. The temperature climbed rapidly, reaching 60 degrees in under 3 minutes, a testament to the astonishing efficiency of the Stargrade climate control system. As the pursuit continued, the sirens remained vigilant against each other, which accounted for their hesitance to close in on the elite Ice Plains wolf. Finally, one of the sirens could no longer contain the frost upon her body, launching an icy attack at the Ice Plains wolf. However, as the frost departed, it rapidly melted, releasing a plume of steam. The 60-degree heat was no trifling matter. Throughout this ordeal, a faint blue glow emanated from the sirens, enabling them to withstand the high temperatures. The shrieks of the sirens began to intertwine with confusion and frenzy. Bai Qi watched with keen interest, noting that the Ice Wolf King stood protectively before him, with the sirens showing no intent to attack him. 10 minutes passed, and the sirens had grown increasingly agitated. After half an hour, their blue luminescence had dimmed significantly. An hour later, the sirens had transformed into two basketball-sized snowballs suspended in the air, continuously dripping water as they melted away. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi retrieved the ultimate enslavement scroll. Enslave, he commanded excitedly, and a beam of white light shot forth from the scroll, striking the frosty sirens. Though there was a flicker of resistance, it was quickly abandoned. The enslavement was successful. Ice Snow Siren. Perfect. Description: the soul of a female human undergoes a unique transformation, becoming a siren capable of wielding the power of ice and frost. Note: the Ice Snow Siren harbors an intense hatred for humanity, and her creation is nearly irreplicable. Tip: the current Ice Snow Siren is in a weakened state. Please handle with care. With a swift motion, Bai Qi joyfully drew two Ice Snow Sirens into his enslavement space. Upon sensing them, he realized that their recovery was remarkably slow. Bai Qi opened the car door and leaped out. Suddenly, a wondrous phenomenon unfolded. Snowflakes danced through the air, drawn irresistibly toward the two suspended snowballs. Moreover, Bai Qi could faintly perceive that other energies were being absorbed by the Ice Snow Sirens. An hour later, the two sirens floated gracefully before Bai Qi. Astonishingly, they had returned to their peak condition in such a short time. This suggested that in an extremely frigid environment, the powers of the Ice Snow Sirens were inexhaustible. Bai Qi reached out, and one of the Ice Snow Sirens moved closer. It was icy to the touch, akin to feeling snow. As he focused his thoughts, the forms of the two Ice Snow Sirens began to shift. Wait, let us go with this appearance. Bai Qi released a doll clad in iron armor, resembling Xia Qi's figure and Gong Yingying's visage, and issued a command. Instantly, the shapes of the two Ice Snow Sirens began to transform. Before long, two perfect, valiant women composed of ice and snow materialized. However, upon closer inspection, Bai Qi found them less visually appealing than the doll, as the sirens' eyes were formed of snowflakes. Satisfied, he touched and squeezed them. Their snowflake bodies were robust and not easily manipulated. Xia Qi had just drunk a large amount of water, and opened the window to dispose of her urine pot when she noticed Bai Qi's actions from about 10 meters away, crafting what appeared to be a snowman. She found it peculiar that, at such a late hour, he was busy making snowmen. Since the two ice snow sirens were currently hovering just a centimeter above the ground, Bai mistakenly believed they were mere snowmen. Who was that beside the two snowmen? Could it be a woman Bai Qi has taken in? No, the woman wore metallic armor, with exposed skin. She seemed not to be a real person. Bai Qi had just sold numerous silicone dolls. Could it be that this was one he had specially crafted? Yet, how did that silhouette resemble her so closely? The more Bai observed, the more she felt it mirrored her own figure, with identical proportions and shape. Bai Qi, have you created a silicone doll in my likeness? Her face flushed with color. However, she pondered, but I am right here beside him. Why would he create a doll of me? If he desired, how could I refuse? Is it possible he is merely shy? Bai found herself perplexed. After all, no matter how exquisite a silicone doll might be, it could never compare to a living person, especially since she was a young starlet of the Four Little Flowers. With the window ajar and the cold wind howling, Bai hurriedly emptied the chamber pot and subsequently closed the window. Upon hearing the commotion, Bai Qi stowed away the ironclad doll and, with a mere thought, summoned the two ice and snow female demons into his enslavement space. Once back in the vehicle, Bai Qi's expression turned grave. The revelations about the ice and snow female demons astonished him. He had not anticipated that they were the souls of female humans transformed. Moreover, their intense hatred for humanity compelled Bai Qi to ponder deeply. Could it be that the souls of women tormented to death by humans had morphed into these monstrous beings, thus harboring a profound animosity towards humankind? Yet, as he had enslaved them, would they inherently despise him as well? Bai Qi found himself in a quandary. But with the power of the ultimate enslavement scroll, he felt assured. The ice and snow female demons were subdued, yet there remained another matter to contemplate. With a flicker of thought, the azure core of the ice and snow female demon materialized in his hand. Chapter 68. Want a board? No way. It is solely this core of the snow demon that has lured two snow demons into the fray. Is it possible that consuming this core, which originates from the same source, would empower them? This seems to be the only plausible scenario. Yet, is it worth the attempt? Bai Qi found himself hesitating. This snow demon core, being a rare artifact, must possess considerable value, perhaps equivalent to that of a single snow demon. If feeding it results in significant transformation or enhancement, it would be worthwhile. However, if it only yields a minor improvement, the loss would be considerable. At that moment of indecision, the Ice Wolf King emitted a low growl. What? You can unleash the power of ice to allow the snow demon to absorb it and grow stronger. Bai Qi squatted down in delight as the Ice Wolf King solemnly nodded its head. A brief trial to observe the effects would suffice. With a swift motion, Bai Qi summoned a snow demon. Human, what is your command? The mental wave resonated, and Bai Qi froze in astonishment. The snow demon was actually communicating with him. The Ice Wolf King and Appo's threatening growl reverberated, causing the snow demon to shudder. Master, please give your orders. Under the pressure of the Ice Wolf King and Appo's intimidation, the snow demon altered its tone. Bai Qi furrowed his brow slightly. He paid little heed to the title used, but rather noted the snow demon's evident reluctance and emotional distance towards him. This indicated that, despite the ultimate enslavement scroll's influence, the snow demon harbored a profound hatred for humanity. Little Wolf, release a slight amount of ice power. A faint azure aura emanated from the Ice Wolf King, instantly igniting excitement within the snow demon. Yet, constrained by the enslavement scroll, it refrained from taking immediate action. Here you go. Thank you, Master. After expressing gratitude, the snow demon and Appo's icy mouth opened, and it inhaled the faint, icy energy. Subsequently, it radiated joy. Bai Qi then retracted the snow demon. The temperature within the vehicle had stabilized at 25 degrees Celsius, with humidity at 60. Although the snow demon found the environment somewhat uncomfortable, it had just indicated its capability to endure such conditions for extended periods. As a blood-bonded battle companion, Bai Qi could keenly perceive the state of the Ice Wolf King. After sensing it, he sighed in relief, realizing that the slight icy power was negligible to the Ice Wolf King. Little Wolf, does consuming this core benefit you? Bai Qi inquired, presenting the snow demon core near the Ice Wolf King's mouth. The Ice Wolf King shook its head. Bai Qi understood immediately. It turned out the Ice Wolf King already possessed an Ice Heart core within, a far superior entity compared to the Snow Demon core. Consuming this Snow Demon core could indeed enhance the Ice Wolf King and Appo's strength, but the effect would be minimal, perhaps even less satisfying than ingesting some healing ointment. Now, with 2 snow demons at his disposal, Bai Qi had acquired a flying unit. He merely lacked a frost giant crocodile, a creature adept in aquatic environments. After tidying up, Bai Qi was preparing to sleep when suddenly a notification from a friend interrupted him. He hurried over to check the message, feeling somewhat speechless upon seeing it. It was a message from Xia Qi, who was in the car next to him. Bai Qi, I'm feeling a bit scared alone. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Bai Qi's mouth, having seen Xia Qi bravely confront 4 men previously. He had initially thought her to be quite proud and lofty. Yet here she was, making excuses for the second time in an attempt to get into his car. Bai Qi was no fool. Her intentions were glaringly obvious. She merely wished to ingratiate herself with him. How naive. His secrets must remain well guarded. He placed the diamond-grade iron bone armor doll on the bed and beckoned the extreme ice wolf king to join him. Although the little wolf had lost its cuteness, sleeping with such a large, warm wolf was undeniably comforting. The texture of the extreme ice wolf king's fur was simply astonishing. In an instant, Bai Qi succumbed to a sweet slumber on his king-grade, ultra-efficient bed. Meanwhile, Xia Qi waited anxiously, fully aware of Bai Qi's formidable strength and resolutely determined to follow him. For a woman wishing to accompany a man, the best approach was to offer both body and soul. As one of the 4 petite flower deities, her figure and beauty were remarkably outstanding. Having just seen the doll crafted in her likeness, she was filled with confidence. As long as she wholeheartedly followed him, her safety would be assured. Hence, she mustered the courage to send a message almost overtly suggesting her intentions. Pouting slightly in frustration, Xia Qi resignedly lay back in her reclined seat. Since they were in a camper, there had to be a bed inside, after several days of sleeping in the seat. She now longed for the comfort of a proper bed. Upon awakening, Bai Qi quickly freshened up, with no need to cook anymore. Gong Yingying had begun consuming only healing ointments. With a roar, Bai Qi started the vehicle and drove off, the off-road vehicle behind him hastily following suit. Opening the group chat, Bai Qi felt a sense of relief. Region: HX 1006, population: 32, 100 100, 000 compared to the 43, 220 people from the previous morning. The population had decreased by only 11, 120 overnight, which was an improvement from the previous days. Continuing on without pause, he captured ferocious beasts whenever he encountered resource boxes. By noon, Bai Qi finally arrived at a supply shop. He spent 1,000 excellent grade life marks to fill the star-grade micro-space fuel tank in his vehicle, while also storing a vast quantity of fuel in his storage bracelet. Given his current fuel consumption, he felt he would never run out in this lifetime. With nearly inexhaustible life marks, Bai Qi swept through the supply shop, purchasing a plethora of items including flint, instant noodles, salt, bread, towels, and much more. The sheer volume of supplies he accumulated would be sufficient for him to last several hundred years. Xia Qi, trailing behind Bai Qi, looked somewhat pitiful. She too had bought a considerable amount of items. Considering the intricate blueprints of gunpowder, Bai Qi generously bestowed upon the other party 10 exquisite life insignias, prompting the girl to embark on a grand shopping spree. However, the recipient exhibited remarkable prudence, acquiring only essential items without any frivolous expenditures. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Bai Qi finally beheld the terminus of the highway, along with the myriad of closely knit edifices before him. The structures predominantly consisted of low, circular huts, seemingly constructed from piles of stone. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted at least a dozen roads extending from the vicinity. A multitude of vehicles lay parked around the periphery of the dwarven enclave. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi realized it was time to engage with others. He pondered the whereabouts of Gong Yingying and hastily set about reaching out to his close companions. Chapter 69. The Malevolent Dwarven Clan Yingying. Have you arrived at the dwarven tribe yet? Bai Qi inquired. Not yet, but I should be there soon. Have you already reached your destination? Yes, I'm here. Just look for the most imposing vehicle present when you arrive. Haha. All right, I'll hurry over. Bai Qi was not exaggerating. His vehicle was of diamond-grade quality, standing out like a crane among a flock of chickens. Gong Yingying quickened her pace, eagerly anticipating her encounter with Bai Qi. Oh, is that Wang Chong'an's vehicle? Bai Qi gazed at a car surrounded by a group of elite ice wolves and a colossal frost crocodile. The car appeared quite impressive, likely of exceptional grade. Bai Qi slowly drove closer, and as he entered the parking area, a notification chimed. Ding. You have arrived at the final area. Please select a faction. Ding. By choosing the Ice Nymph faction, you must assist them in defeating the malevolent Dwarven clan. By selecting the malevolent Dwarven clan, you will assist them in vanquishing the Ice Nymphs. Bai Qi furrowed his brow, for no one had mentioned anything about faction selection. After scanning the group chat, he found no discussions on the matter. This was unusual. Logically, such a topic should be of great concern and widely debated. He halted the vehicle and exited, striding towards the car of Xia Kiki, who had just parked as well. Open the door. Bai Qi's voice startled Xia Kiki, but she quickly opened the passenger door. Bai Qi hopped inside. Bai Gu, there are so many people here, and it's still daytime. Shouldn't we wait until nightfall, or go to your car instead? Xia Kiki and Appo's cheeks flushed crimson. Bai Qi dismissed her concerns, finding her demeanor reminiscent of a lovesick girl. Did you receive the notification? He asked directly. Xia Kiki was taken aback. What notification? The one you received upon driving here. Didn't you get any alert? Bai Qi pressed. Xia Kiki shook her head. Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback. Her expression did not suggest deceit, and there was no reason for her to lie. All right, stay safe in the car. And remember to contact me if anything arises. Okay. Xia Kiki gazed at Bai Qi, bewildered, as he swiftly departed. Back in his vehicle, Bai Qi's frown deepened. The malevolent Dwarven clan. What was this about? Was it supposed to be the Dwarven clan? Moreover, did no one else receive the faction selection notification? Bai Qi pondered carefully. Could it be that having enslaved 2 ice nymphs triggered this choice? Master, human, roar master. The second ice nymph quickly corrected herself. I would like to inquire about your grievances with the malevolent Dwarven clan, Bai Qi asked, observing the profound hatred and fury etched across the faces of both ice nymphs. Master, were you not sent to aid the evil dwarves in annihilating us? Inquired an ice fairy with a cold demeanor. Bai Qi was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Instantly, the ice fairy displayed a hint of disdain. Master, we witnessed a great number of your companions departing alongside the dwarves. And you have enslaved us. Is further explanation truly necessary? Bai Qi found himself at a loss for words. Ladies, you possess a valid point. However, this does not inherently imply that I shall align myself with the malevolent dwarfs. Pray, recount your grievances, for they may sway my decision. Bai Qi spoke with a calm demeanor, causing the 2 ice fairies to exchange glances in surprise. The one who had previously spoken began to elucidate. Master, this animosity is rooted in ancient enmity. Initially, we were akin to you and your companions, humans, while the dwarves resided on the other side. Our stature was greater, thus granting us an advantage in strength, enabling us to claim the most fertile lands. Conflicts with the dwarves have always existed, predominantly resulting in our victories. However, at some point, the dwarves inexplicably grew remarkably strong, nullifying the strength advantage we once held. As the frequency of their victories increased, the skirmishes escalated into fiercer battles. Eventually, our leaders engaged in negotiations with the dwarves, resulting in a reallocation of territories. We believed this would mark the end of hostilities. Yet the dwarves inexplicably ignited a full-scale war. We were overpowered. They fought with a fervor that seemed almost frenzied, mercilessly slaying not only our adults, but also our infants. Most horrifying of all, they resorted to consuming the slain warriors as sustenance, including their own fallen. The ice fairy's face, composed of snowflakes, betrayed a flicker of fear. Bai Qi inhaled deeply, finally grasping why the survival corps had identified the adversaries as belonging to the malevolent dwarfs. Moreover, even the terminology used to describe them was problematic, as they referred to themselves as the evil dwarfs. From now on, you shall be designated as number 1, and you as number 2. Number 1, please continue. Bai Qi commanded solemnly. Yes, later we fought while retreating, until we reached the sacred lake of our kind. That was the final battle in which all, regardless of age or gender, joined the fight for survival. Ultimately, we were defeated. To avoid being consumed by the dwarves, most of us plunged into the sacred lake. We, too, were among those who perished. However, after enduring a lengthy period of transformation, we became ice fairies. Thus, we united in our quest for vengeance. Yet, we overestimated our strength, and after losing many of our sisters, the few of us remaining retreated to the depths of the sacred lake to recuperate. In time, we began to cultivate ice leviathans, relying on their formidable power to wage war against the dwarves for many years. Until your arrival, Master. The voice of the first ice fairy resonated deeply within the soul. Bai Qi sighed. He was acutely aware that these servants were enslaved by the ultimate enslavement scroll and could not possibly deceive him, coupled with the hints from the core of survival. Bai Qi had come to comprehend the animosity between the Ice Snow Demoness and the malevolent dwarf clan. Number 1, Number 2, I ask you, can you trust me? Bai Qi inquired earnestly. The first Ice Snow Demoness lifted her gaze to Bai Qi and then shook her head. Master, you may possess control over our lives and deaths. Yet you have the power to enslave us Ice Snow Demonesses, and we cannot permit you to harm our other sisters. Should you insist on this course of action, we would have no choice but to self-destruct. A resolute voice resonated, leaving Bai Qi momentarily stunned by the unwavering strength of their resolve. Chapter 70, The Distress of Wang Changjin. Number 1, I am contemplating. What if I were to assist you in vanquishing the malevolent dwarven tribe? Bai Qi inquired earnestly. The two frost witches were momentarily taken aback. Master, you wish to aid us? They exclaimed, their voices laced with disbelief. Bai Qi nodded affirmatively. If your two clans were engaged in a conventional conflict, I would undoubtedly side with the dwarves, for you have transformed into monstrous beings. However, they are no longer the dwarven tribe. To me, they are the wicked dwarf demons. Thus, as a human, I shall naturally not choose them. Bai Qi asserted with conviction. In truth, he had already made his decision upon receiving the choice of allegiance. His recent inquiry was merely to ascertain the particulars of the situation. Number 1 and Number 2 fell silent, and Bai Qi understood that they did not trust him. Such matters could no longer be swayed by words. Only through subsequent actions could he earn their belief. Bai Qi then began to assess his own powers. He had 60 rounds left for his king-level Soul Pursuit Sniper, alongside a star-level sharp steel blade. Furthermore, he possessed the Ultimate Enslavement Scroll, which currently contained 10 elite Frost Wolves, 5 elite Frost Bears, 3 elite Frost Apes, and 2 perfect Frost Witches. Additionally, he had a diamond-grade super vehicle at his disposal. This constituted his current arsenal of high-end military might. Though the Ice Wolf King was of exceptional quality, it remained in its juvenile stage, rendering its combat capability inadequate. Bai Qi was reluctant to send it into close combat with the evil dwarf demons. He felt a sense of inadequacy, primarily due to the scarcity of ammunition. It seemed imperative to first engage with the malevolent dwarves. Should he acquire sulfur, he could gather the necessary materials for gunpowder. Bai Qi inhaled deeply, feeling the significant impact of Xia Qiqi's assistance. Casting a glance at the opponent's vehicle, a rather unimpressive quality off-road vehicle, he deemed it insufficient to ensure her safety. Bai Qi then began to amass the power for a soul strike to fabricate components for the vehicle. He crafted the shell, tires, glass, chassis, fuel tank, and power system, producing numerous components of perfect and even diamond quality. However, he allocated the diamond-grade components to Gong Yingying and exchanged the perfect parts she had replaced with those for Xia Qiqi. Half an hour later, amidst Xia Qiqi's incredulous expression, her vehicle was upgraded to a perfect off-road vehicle. Stay inside the vehicle and do not exit. Ignore anyone who approaches. If you encounter a troublesome situation, simply drive through. Bai Qi instructed solemnly. Xia Qiqi nodded repeatedly, deeply grateful for Bai Qi and Appos' assistance. Having previously experienced the ordeal of being besieged, Bai Qi initially intended to leave the Ice Wolf King behind, yet it seemed reluctant to part ways. Furthermore, due to its keen senses, it could provide early warnings in the event of danger. After conducting one last check, Bai Qi leapt from the vehicle, with the Ice Wolf King closely trailing him. The king-level Soul Pursuit Sniper was gripped firmly in Bai Qi and Appos' hand, concealed beneath his ample sleeve. Yet he remained poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. In the ultimate edition of the Enslavement Scroll, the 18 superior ice beasts and 2 perfect ice snow maidens may be summoned at will. Many have already taken note of Bai Qi and Appos' remarkably cool vehicle. And upon seeing him descend, several individuals approached him eagerly. Brother, our team consists of a total of 160 members. Join us, and at the very least, you could become a vice leader. Come to our side. Brother, I am willing to cede the position of leader to you. Brother, our team boasts over 20 women, many of whom are exquisite. With your prowess, they would be more than willing. Brother, we have a few virtuous girls. Come join us. Countless individuals gathered around, primarily seeking to recruit Bai Qi. Allow me to observe for a while. I shall provide my response later. Bai Qi's voice resonated, and immediately, everyone politely parted to make way for him. As Bai Qi departed with the striking Ice Wolf King, discussions erupted among the crowd. Goodness, that vehicle feels leagues beyond superior. I believe it must be at least a perfect grade vehicle, perhaps even a diamond grade. Did you see? He is accompanied by a small wolf. It is simply stunning. Far more impressive than the Ice Wolves. How did he acquire that little wolf? Did he find it in a wolf den? I sense he, like that prominent figure over there, must possess some sort of beast enslavement artifact. Indeed, that esteemed individual commands 8 ice giant wolves and a frost giant crocodile. They are utterly invincible. Those 8 ice giant wolves are significantly larger than the ice wolves we encountered on our journey. I suspect they are all superior beasts. Goodness. With so many formidable beasts as protection, he is unlikely to encounter any danger. The crowd buzzed with excitement, while Wang Changjin in the off-road vehicle wore a gloomy expression. Throughout his journey, he had maintained a virtuous demeanor. After all, safety was paramount. However, upon arriving at this dwarven settlement, safety was no longer a concern. With a superior-grade off-road vehicle and a host of ice beasts elevated to superior grade, he became the most striking figure upon his arrival. Naturally, he received numerous recruitment offers. Yet, Wang Changjin dismissed the idea of joining a weaker team. He was stronger alone than an entire group, rendering it unnecessary to protect or share resources with others. Having declined the offers, Wang Changjin ultimately succumbed to the advances of several exquisite women. However, after encountering 3 exceptional women in succession, he found himself at a loss. I had no issues managing on my own before. Why is it that when the moment of truth arrives, I am utterly incapable? He had always taken pride in his name, for it was indeed well-deserved, yet he never anticipated it would prove to be of little use. Wang Changjin felt utterly distressed. The exquisite mature woman behind him gently embraced him, expressing her indifference to such matters, which provided him some solace, yet his desire to prove himself only intensified. Wang Changjin felt an immense satisfaction towards the woman behind him, for she was the only one who did not harbor any disdain during his moments of weakness, instead offering him gentle solace. Do not overthink, Changjin. I sense that significant events are about to unfold. You must ensure you rest well, she said. This woman was Lu Ling, the very one whom Bai Qi had once rescued. Originally, her vehicle had been following Bai Qi, but one night, she was led off the beaten path by a group of dwarves and arrived here ahead of him. As Bai Qi ventured deeper, a dwarven warrior intercepted him. Esteemed guest, may I inquire what brings you here? The dwarven warrior inquired politely. Bai Qi focused his gaze and felt a shiver run through him, for the warrior's pupils were pitch black, which alone would not have startled Bai Qi. However, surrounding the pupils was an eerie black aura, lending an unsettling air to the encounter. Chapter 71. The Dwarf Priest. Esteemed warrior, may I inquire if you possess any sulfur or similar substances? Bai Qi asked directly. The dwarf warrior's expression became somewhat peculiar. Noble guest, many have inquired about sulfur, yet we do not have what you describe. Bai Qi's expression hardened. He surmised that Zhao Gang's team was also searching for sulfur. Respected warrior, I have heard that you dwell underground. Might I have the privilege of visiting? Bai Qi inquired politely once more. Please wait. I shall consult our chief, the dwarf warrior replied. Thank you. Bai Qi stood patiently as the dwarf warrior swiftly departed. Before long, the dwarf warrior returned, breathless. Noble guest, please, our chief is willing to show you the underground realm. Bai Qi reassured the Ice Wolf King, for he sensed that the dwarf warrior harbored no ill intentions. However, the Ice Wolf King detected some adverse emotions emanating from the dwarf. Moments later, Bai Qi encountered the imposing dwarf chief. Compared to the previous warrior, the chief was not only more robust, but also bore a more intense dark aura around his pupils. Noble guest, I hear you wish to explore the underground world? The chief inquired. Bai Qi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, chief, I seek to witness another facet of your existence. The dwarf chief acknowledged with a nod. Please, follow me. He began to lead the way, even though the dwarf chief endeavored to conceal his thoughts. Bai Qi discerned that he seemed particularly concerned about the Ice Wolf King by his side. Could it be that they recognized the wolf's extraordinary nature? Apart from its more striking appearance, the wolf exhibited no peculiar traits, at least not to the group of survivors earlier. Bai Qi closely followed, navigating through the icy terrain above, where sulfur was unlikely to be found. However, the underground held promise. Should he locate sulfur, he could craft ammunition with sufficient bullets. He was confident he could single-handedly eradicate the malevolent dwarf demon clan. As they descended the sturdy spiral staircase, elite dwarf warriors stood guard along the way. Numerous heavy iron doors lined the passage. Upon entering through the last door, it began to close slowly behind them, causing Bai Qi to feel a twinge of unease. Without vehicular protection, his own prowess was merely at an exceptional level. Yet, he realized that without venturing in, he would have no opportunity to search for sulfur. Lacking sufficient ammunition, he could not confront the vast numbers of the wicked dwarf demon clan. The thought of aiding the dwarf demons in vanquishing the ice snow sorceress had never crossed his mind. After traversing several hundred meters, Bai Qi finally beheld the underground world. An abundance of luminous plants and minerals illuminated the subterranean realm, revealing its vastness, far greater than the surface above. Noble guest, please follow me. The esteemed priest wishes to meet you, the dwarf chief announced as he led the way. Priest? Esteemed one? Bai Qi remained silent, his heart tightening at the title used by the other party, beginning to question whether his impulsive entry into this place was a mistake. Along the way, he encountered numerous ordinary dwarfs who had established extensive agricultural and livestock areas in the underground realm. Every dwarf he passed greeted the dwarf leader with utmost respect. The customs appeared exceedingly strict. Even the petite dwarves resembling little radishes adhered to this decorum. After walking nearly 10 kilometers, Bai Qi finally beheld a remarkable structure. 2 rows of columns, illuminated by luminous pearls, stood in perfect alignment, with a wide staircase approximately 20 meters ascending between them. At the staircase's end loomed an imposing stone hall. Esteemed guest, the high priest resides within the grand hall. This is a forbidden area, and I cannot accompany you further, the dwarf leader said, his eyes filled with a mix of reverence and fear. Bai Qi nodded and strode upward with the Ice Wolf King at his side. Regardless of the high priest and Apos' true nature, should conflict arise, he was determined to see if the adversary could withstand the onslaught of his royal-grade soul-piercing gun and Apos' 60-round burst. With a firm grip on the royal-grade soul-piercing gun, Bai Qi prepared himself. A peculiar laughter echoed around him, and with the laughter of this colossal being, numerous iron rods, as thick as arms, surged up around his vicinity. Consequently, Bai Qi and the Ice Wolf King found themselves ensnared within these towering 10-meter-high, smooth iron pillars. Glancing upward, Bai Qi noted that the structure did not close above them. He refrained from launching an immediate attack, as the intention of the other party was evidently to trap them rather than to kill them outright. Stranger, you seem remarkably composed. A voice filled with curiosity emerged. As the colossal figure approached, Bai Qi finally discerned its appearance, a giant dwarf. Its body was a mass of bulging muscles. Yet what caught Bai Qi's attention was the absence of whites in its eyes. Both orbs were entirely black. Strangely, there was a faint aura of icy power emanating from its body. High Priest, I have come in search of sulfur. May I inquire as to your intentions? Bai Qi asked solemnly. The giant dwarf ignored his query, its gaze fixated on the snarling Ice Wolf King. It was indeed peculiar. How could such a powerful yet restrained icy force reside within this Arctic wolf? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes? He would have found it hard to believe that the power of a snow which could manifest within the body of an Arctic wolf. The dwarf priest circled the pillars, meticulously examining the Ice Wolf King within. It seemed some unknown matter was afoot. Very well. I shall keep you here until you grow sufficiently large to provide me with enough icy blood for my consumption. The dwarf priest and Apos' eyes ignited with black flames, filled with an overwhelming desire as he gazed at the Ice Wolf King. With a fierce growl, the Ice Wolf King positioned itself protectively in front of Bai Qi. Now in a state of extreme rage, the dwarf priest took a deep breath, finally redirecting his attention toward Bai Qi. To have tamed such a mystical ice wolf, it seems you possess extraordinary qualities. In that case, I shall taste you first. It has been many years since I have feasted upon beings of your kind. How nostalgic. The diminutive demon priest spoke with a fierce and frenzied desire. Bai Qi gripped the soul-pursuing sniper tightly. Although this diminutive demon priest was formidable, he did not evoke an overwhelming sense of dread. With the supreme artifact of equality in hand, Bai Qi felt no fear whatsoever. Chapter 72. The Crystal of Evil Power Priest. I have heard that you once coexisted peacefully with the humans here. I wonder what led to this transformation? Bai Qi inquired. The diminutive demon priest paused momentarily, then erupted into frenzied laughter. Preposterous. How laughable. Peaceful coexistence. I wonder from whence you have gleaned such tales. Those humans, emboldened by their stature and strength, have never regarded us with any semblance of respect. They not only drove us into the frigid wastelands, but also viewed us as mere monsters and servants, coercing us to provide abundant tributes, particularly in the form of labor, to excavate precious minerals. How many of our brethren have perished in the dark, abyssal mines? How many have succumbed to hunger and cold? Yet, did they ever take heed of our plight? The priest spoke with palpable disdain, a heart full of resentment. Bai Qi fell into silence. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the ice snow nymph had alluded to similar grievances, albeit with less candor. Humans, you are interlopers from beyond. If you aid us in utterly vanquishing the ice snow nymph, we shall grant you your freedom, the demon priest declared with venomous intent. However, You need not leave. You shall become my sustenance." With a menacing growl, the Arctic ice wolf king bared its fangs. Bai Qi quickly intervened to calm the beast. "Alas, it seems our dialogue shall remain unfinished. I must now seek sulfur alone," he lamented. Ice snow nymph. With a swift motion, Bai Qi summoned the first and second ice snow nymphs. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. The colossal 5-meter frame collapsed, and in its final moments, the demon priest displayed an expression of utter bewilderment. A bullet struck true, penetrating its brow, while 2 others pierced its chest, likely reaching the heart. What? It dropped a life mark. Bai Qi stepped forward to retrieve 2 radiant life marks from the ground. Life mark, diamond. Description 1. An item dropped upon the demise of a living entity, capable of enhancing your vitality. Description 2. Life marks serve as universal currency, possessing stable value. To his astonishment, they were of diamond quality. This indicated that the 5-meter-tall giant demon priest had achieved a life tier of diamond level. Incredible! The diamond tier surpasses both myself and those elite Arctic behemoths by 2 levels. Fortunately, my king-level soul-piercing sniper exceeds theirs by 2 levels as well, allowing me to dispatch it with ease. Bai Qi took a deep breath and gazed at the massive corpse of the demon priest. Gathering his resolve, he attempted to issue a command. Harvest. An endless radiance enveloped the giant demon priest entirely. Bai Qi was taken aback. His harvesting had succeeded. It was well known in group discussions that harvesting the bodies of survivors was ineffective. It only worked on beasts. Thus, this indicated that the demon race was indeed not a branch of humanity, but had been classified among the beasts. As the radiant light dissipated, Bai Qi found himself momentarily stunned. Instead of the anticipated chunks of flesh, 2 enormous spheres, each nearly 8 centimeters in diameter, lay upon the ground. Gazing at these spheres, Bai Qi was reminded of the dark, beady eyes of the giant dwarf priest he had just encountered. Upon collecting the spheres, their properties were revealed. Crystallization of evil power. Curio. Description: a pure crystal formed from the absorption and transformation of evil power through flesh-based life forms, possessing various uses. Warning: evil power can infect and obliterate consciousness. Exercise caution in its application. Bai Qi's expression turned grave. After safely storing the 2 crystals of evil power, he exited through the opening, swiftly making his way around the vicinity of the Grand Hall. Uncertain if the commotion had drawn attention from outside, he knew he must hasten to search for the presence of sulfur. At that moment, 2 ice and snow nymphs floated silently several meters above him. Upon their summoning, they had witnessed their master, Bai Qi, vanquish a colossal dwarf. This was a place unfamiliar to them, and they had never encountered the giant dwarf before. Nonetheless, Bai Qi and Apos' actions spoke volumes, stirring inexplicable emotions within the nymph's eyes. Surrounding the Grand Hall were several smaller palaces. Upon entering the first small palace to the left, Bai Qi nearly retched. This palace was unmistakably the sleeping quarters of the dwarf priest, filled with the skeletal remains of humans, evoking an eerie sense of dread. The 2 ice and snow nymphs radiated profound sorrow and hatred, for this was a resting place for their kin's bones. Bai Qi, feeling the hair on his neck stand on end, conducted a meticulous search but found nothing of further interest. The second palace appeared to be the dining area of the dwarf priest, yet yielded no discoveries. Finally, Bai Qi entered the third and largest subordinate palace. Inside, numerous cauldrons and equipment suggested a laboratory-like environment. He quickly began to inspect the area. When a massive iron chest was opened, Bai Qi was astonished by the multitude of items contained within. It was a veritable treasure trove of ice and snow nymph cores. With a swift motion, he stored them all within his storage bracelet, and upon mentally scanning, he discovered a total of 568 cores. Such a large number of ice and snow nymph cores led him to ponder, could there be far more nymphs than previously thought? Furthermore, could it be that the dwarf clan dropped items upon slaying ice and snow nymphs? With little time for contemplation, Bai Qi continued his exploration. At last, a wave of relief washed over him as he stumbled upon a substantial cache of minerals, which emanated a strong sulfur scent. He swiftly collected the entire haul. The boxes containing these sulfur ores appeared just as robust as those that housed the ice and snow nymph cores, indicating their considerable value in this place. Continuing his search, Bai Qi soon made yet another remarkable discovery, a heap of metals of exceptional quality. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity. This was it, a diamond-grade iron-slicing dagger. Upon noticing the weapons displayed on the adjacent shelf, Bai Qi swiftly stowed them away. Reflecting on Wang Chang'an's earlier remarks, He surmised that this iron-cutting Miao Dao was indeed the one that had been lost by the adversary, an unexpected encounter in this location. Subsequently, within a small warehouse, Bai Qi stumbled upon a substantial collection of iced giant crocodile skins, which he promptly decided to take in their entirety. After conducting another thorough inspection, Bai Qi inhaled deeply and swiftly retraced his steps. Suddenly, flames surged forth. The two ice snow sirens silently followed in Bai Qi's wake, subtly indicating their protective intent, an initiative they undertook without receiving any commands. Chapter 73, The Assault on the Tribe. Bai Qi raced towards the entrance of the Grand Hall, following the Frost Wolf King. Upon reaching the steps at the entrance, he found no diminutive demons awaiting him, which brought a sigh of relief. If he had been surrounded by a multitude of demon warriors, escaping would have been a formidable challenge. Snowy witches. With a mere thought, two ethereal snowy witches gently enveloped him, lifting him into the air. This was a test Bai Qi had conducted earlier. Each snowy witch possessed approximately 100 pounds of strength, and together they could effortlessly carry him aloft, albeit at a somewhat leisurely pace. The Frost Wolf King, though still in its juvenile stage, was brimming with vigor, outpacing Bai Qi with ease. Bai Qi had traversed nearly 10 kilometers through this underground realm and could hardly remember the path, but for the regal Frost Wolf King, it was merely a trifling task. The Frost Wolf King dashed ahead, leading the way, while the two snowy witches followed suit, gliding through the air with Bai Qi in tow. Perhaps it was mere illusion, but Bai Qi sensed that the snowy witches and Appo's demeanor towards him had grown considerably more gentle. Ah, a witch. A witch has invaded the underground. Quickly summon the warriors. The diminutive demons were thoroughly startled by the appearance of the two snowy witches. Bai Qi observed that those residing in the underground appeared to be commoners, primarily engaged in agriculture and husbandry, while those above were warriors. Fortunately, their swift pace left the demons little time to relay information. Within 5 minutes, Bai Qi reached the spiral staircase leading to the surface. Gazing at the tightly sealed metallic door, he commanded the two snowy witches to set him down. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his starry sharp steel blade, gripping it firmly with both hands, and began to cut through the door. The weapon was remarkably sharp, easily slicing through the 20-centimeter thick metal barrier. What is happening to the door? How could this be? Alarmed voices erupted from outside. Crash! A human-sized section of the door was kicked open. Bai Qi and Appo's expression turned cold as he summoned two elite ice-field wolves. One bite each dispatched the two fleeing demon warriors. Harvest! Harvest! Soon, Bai Qi acquired 4 marble-sized crystals of demonic energy, confirming his hypothesis that each demon could yield such treasures. Taking a deep breath, he resumed cutting through the next metallic door. After slicing through 5 doors in succession, Bai Qi finally beheld the light of the outside world. At the same moment, he recalled the two snowy witches. Nightfall was approaching. Unlike before, the outermost guards swiftly relayed the information, and Bai Qi faced a hastily assembled throng of demon warriors. The demon leader who had previously escorted Bai Qi into the underground stood prominently among them, clearly taken aback upon seeing him. You, how is it that you are not with the high priest? The dwarf chieftain, in disbelief, inquired. The high priest has sent me to retrieve something. Make way at once. Bai Qi did not immediately unleash all his elite Arctic beasts to charge forward. The dwarf leader appeared perplexed. Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, he instinctively gestured for his legion of dwarf warriors to clear a path. With a swift motion, Bai Qi followed closely behind the Arctic Wolf King, flanked by 2 exceptional elite Arctic wolves for protection. It was only after Bai Qi had sprinted several dozen meters that the dwarf chieftain finally reacted. Capture him. Seize him. Go. See what the high priest has to say. With these commands issued, a small squad of dwarf warriors hastened towards the underworld, while the remaining warriors fervently pursued Bai Qi, their shouts echoing in the chaos. Countless other dwarf warriors promptly responded, and a throng of bewildered survivors watched the tumultuous scene unfold. With a mere thought, Bai Qi summoned 2 more elite Arctic wolves, which then charged alongside him, causing a multitude of dwarf warriors to be sent sprawling. However, since the dwarf chieftain had ordered capture, these warriors refrained from utilizing weapons such as javelins and crossbows. Clanging, Bai Qi flung open the car door and leaped inside, swiftly securing the door behind him. Now within the confines of a diamond-grade vehicle, he finally felt a sense of safety. He dismissed the 4 elite Arctic wolves and, with a roar, started the engine. Xiaokiki, do not follow me. I shall provide you with materials, and you will create the gunpowder for me. Bai Qi directly sent a trade request to Xiaokiki, trading 100 kilograms of crude nitrate, a large box of sulfur ore, and a basin of smokeless charcoal. Should she prove reliable, Bai Qi intended to trade the remaining materials subsequently. Fire! The furious voice of the dwarf chieftain rang out, and in an instant, numerous javelins were hurled toward him. The sound of impact echoed like raindrops. Yet Bai Qi exhaled in relief. The diamond-grade vehicle was indeed dependable. Under such concentrated fire, not even a mark was left on the car's shell or the windows. Countless survivors stood in shock, witnessing the most impressive vehicle barreling through the chaos, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. As Bai Qi drove, he attentively monitored incoming messages. As soon as Xia Qi produced the gunpowder, he would be invincible. Oh, Ying has already arrived. Upon receiving multiple messages from Gong Ying, Bai Qi's mind began to race. Ying, I have become adversarial with the dwarf clan. Please exercise caution and remain inside the vehicle as much as possible. Understood, Bai Qi. Inform me immediately if anything arises. Certainly. Beside Bai Qi, the first and second ice maidens materialized, observing the scene of Bai Qi's vehicle wreaking havoc upon the dwarf clan. Their trust in him only deepened. Master, you may proceed towards the holy lake. Once there, the dwarf clan will not dare to pursue you. The first ice maiden's voice resonated in his mind, sounding significantly gentler than before. Very well, lead the way. Yes. Following the guidance of the first ice maiden, Bai Qi swiftly adjusted his course. A multitude of javelins and arrows relentlessly assaulted Bai Qi's vehicle, yet regrettably, their efforts proved futile. Target the wheels, bellowed the infuriated dwarf chief, and in that instant, Bai Qi felt the vehicle jolt. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed that the diamond-grade tires had evolved beyond their former inflatable design. Despite the barrage, they remained unscathed. This remarkable durability left countless survivors astounded, utterly perplexed as to how the tires could withstand such relentless attacks. Observing ahead, Bai Qi noted that dwarf warriors were now transporting large barriers and similar implements. With the window gap sealed, Bai Qi momentarily abandoned the notion of eliminating some of the dwarf warriors. For the time being, his priority was to break free from the encirclement. Chapter 74. Infinite bullets go. Clear the obstacles. 10 elite icefield wolves were summoned and charged forward at breakneck speed, causing immediate chaos among the dwarven warriors. Having inhabited this land for countless years, they were acutely aware of the terrifying nature of these colossal icefield wolves. With immense strength and agility surpassing that of the dwarven fighters, the wolves swiftly cleared the way. Boom! Bai Qi's vehicle surged past, swiftly departing the scene. The dwarven chief, with a sinister expression, waved his hand, prompting all the dwarven warriors to halt their pursuit. Countless survivors observed the recent skirmish, with many even climbing atop vehicles to witness the spectacle. Among them was the frustrated Wang Changjin, who, upon seeing the vehicle's owner summon a pack of 10 elite icefield wolves, immediately recognized his adversary. However, judging solely by the situation involving the enslaved beasts, he believed Bai Qi to be inferior to himself, as he commanded an exceptional-grade ferocious tiger, 8 exceptional-grade elite icefield wolves, and an exceptional-grade ice giant crocodile. The ferocious tiger, particularly fierce, was curled up in the rear compartment, which was nearly too small to contain its bulk. What was Bai Qi up to? Why had he come into conflict with the dwarven tribe? It baffled him. Could it be? Had Bai Qi seduced the dwarven chief's wife? That seemed unlikely, for, as Sister Ling had mentioned, the dwarven warriors were all too eager to offer their women, fearing they might fall behind. Thus, the chief should not be incensed by such matters. Yet, beyond this conjecture, he could not fathom why Bai Qi would engage in such a fierce battle with the dwarves. Wang Changjin was perplexed, but then he sensed something amiss. What was happening? Why were the dwarven warriors converging towards me? Goodness, they were armed, targeting my elite icefield wolves and ice giant crocodile. He panicked and hurriedly climbed into his vehicle, peering through a small gap in the window. He caught sight of the grim-faced dwarven chief. Chief, I am not acquainted with that man. I have no connection to him whatsoever. Everyone can vouch for me. Wang Changjin's voice rang out, but he soon realized that the other survivors were merely spectators. Let us charge out following Bai Qi's path. Boom. The exceptional vehicle roared to life, with the ice giant crocodile leading the charge, flanked by the 8 elite icefield wolves surrounding the vehicle. Swish, swish. Countless spears and arrows rained down, and Wang Changjin gritted his teeth, staring resolutely ahead. Thankfully, the ice giant crocodile and imp, Appo's thick hide was impervious to most arrows. But the elite icefield wolves fared less well, each bearing several arrows. Half of you engage them. The rest, protect the 4 tires from being shot. Wang Changjin commanded through clenched teeth. His vehicle was no match for Bai Qi and Amp, Oppos, S. If a tire were to be punctured, it would spell his doom. The four elite ice wolves charged swiftly towards the dwarven warriors, instantly attracting the majority of the firepower. Boom. Wang Changjin followed the trail of Bai Qi's wheel marks, now accompanied only by 2 bloodied elite ice wolves, while 6 others remained forever in the dwarven tribe. Damn it, I am suffering from an unjust disaster. Wang Changjin was utterly vexed. He could not comprehend why Bai Qi had initiated hostilities with the dwarven clan, which seemed utterly illogical. Even 100 elite ice wolves would stand no chance against the dwarven tribe armed with javelins and arrows. Ha 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 ha. Bai Qi burst into laughter. For Xia Kiki had traded gunpowder with him. With gunpowder in his possession, his bullet blueprints could finally be put to use. According to Xia Kiki, 100 kilograms of crude nitrate could effectively only serve as 50 kilograms of pure nitrate. In proportion, 50 kilograms of pure nitrate could be combined with 2 other materials to create approximately 66 kilograms of black powder. Thus, Bai Qi now possessed a large barrel of black powder. Upon accessing the bullet production option, Bai Qi was delighted to discover that only a few grams of gunpowder combined with metal were needed to manufacture a single bullet. Moreover, this small item could be produced in bulk. Without hesitation, Bai Qi commenced the production process, creating small bullets for Gong Yingying to accumulate the power of the soul strike. After crafting 80, he proceeded to manufacture 5-inch large-caliber bullets. Endless white light enveloped the abundant gunpowder and metal. This time, it seemed he had consumed a bit too much. Ding. Bullet production successful. You have obtained 1,000 diamond-grade armor-piercing bullets. Bai Qi joyfully picked up the bullets, noting that even their weight was significantly greater than that of the previous ones. Armor-piercing bullet, diamond. Description: possesses strong penetrating power. The bullet and Oppos' impact has been greatly enhanced. In terms of material consumption, such a bullet consumed a hefty 20 grams of black powder, comparable to that of a standard sniper bullet. This meant that the 1,000 diamond-grade armor-piercing bullets had consumed a total of 20 kilograms of black powder. Subsequently, Bai Qi traded all remaining crude nitrate to Xia Kiki. What followed was a continuous process of bullet production. Once all materials were exhausted, Bai Qi found himself in possession of a substantial stockpile of bullets. 22,000 superb-grade bullets, 8,000 perfect-grade bullets, 3,000 diamond-grade armor-piercing bullets, and 1,000 star-grade explosive bullets. Explosive bullet, star. Description: upon striking a target, it will detonate, inflicting fire damage to nearby targets within a certain radius. This type of bullet consumed even more gunpowder, with each bullet requiring 100 grams of black powder. Bai Qi was baffled by how such a small projectile could harbor so much gunpowder. With everything completed, Bai Qi no longer felt a deficiency in firepower. So many bullets, combined with the precision and might of the legendary soul-hunting sniper, made Bai Qi feel as though he alone could eradicate all those malevolent dwarves. He still had some sulfur ore left from the earlier acquisition from the dwarf priest, and since most of the materials for crafting black powder were nitrates, Bai Qi sent a message to Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang promptly agreed to continue the trade without attempting to raise the price. At this moment, Bai Qi and Oppos' vehicle was parked beside an expansive ice lake, the very sacred lake spoken of by the Ice Snow Maidens. He rolled down the window, and after exchanging glances and thanks with the first and second Ice Snow Maidens, they swiftly took flight. The Ice Wolf King emitted a warning howl, and Bai Qi, glancing in the rearview mirror, was taken aback to see an off-road vehicle approaching him, led by a colossal ice crocodile. Chapter 75. You have truly plighted me. Ding. Brother Bai Qi, you have brought me to ruin. Wang Changjin's voice was filled with frustration. Bai Qi glanced at the 2 bloodied elite ice wolves in the rearview mirror and instantly grasped the situation. Brother Changjin, this indeed implicates you. Please halt the vehicle and tend to your injured ice wolves. Alas, what shall I do now? I fear the dwarven clan will not spare us. The off-road vehicle came to a stop, and a man swiftly descended, applying healing ointment to the severely wounded ice wolves. Bai Qi refrained from exiting the vehicle. As his relationship with Wang Changjin was merely transactional, there was nothing more to it. He had just traded all the small-caliber bullets to Gong Yingying, resolving her ammunition dilemma. Bai Qi, I heard about your fierce battle with the dwarven clan. Where are you? I shall come to you. Bai Qi chuckled softly. The girl and Oppos' anxious tone revealing the gravity of the situation. Yingying, there is no need for you to come here. Remain where you are and provide me with intelligence once I engage the vile demon clan. Bai Qi then recounted the circumstances regarding the malevolent demon clan to Gong Yingying, who expressed her righteous indignation and assured her cooperation. Upon opening the group chat, he noticed it was abuzz with discussions about the incomprehensible battle that had just transpired, with some already speculating about Bai Qi and Apos' identity, leaving him perplexed as to how they had deduced it. Ding. Everyone, the Dwarven clan is, in fact, the evil demon clan. They are cannibalistic. You must prepare yourselves and choose wisely, lest you become their prey. The group chat erupted in fervor. It's the esteemed Bai Qi. Truly, you are remarkable. Not even 1,000 Dwarven warriors could impede your might. Goodness, I was utterly astounded. How did so many colossal ice wolves appear as if conjured from thin air? Indeed, Bai Qi, do you possess summoning magic? It certainly seems so. It's utterly outrageous. There is no way that many giant ice wolves could be concealed in that vehicle. Could it be that the esteemed Bai Qi is a summoner? Let us not digress. Bai Qi just mentioned the Dwarven clan. Are they truly the evil demon clan? Have you uncovered a great secret, esteemed Bai Qi? Please enlighten us. This matter concerns life and death. Have you all noticed their pupils and the dark aura surrounding them? Boom. I did notice. But isn't this merely a matter of race? After all, black, blue, or brown pupils are quite normal. Aran and Imp, Apos, they? Esteemed Bai Qi. Can one determine they are of the evil demon clan solely based on the color of their pupils? Observing the skepticism among the group, Bai Qi recounted the enmity between the snow-capped nymphs and the demon clan. Following a brief silence, the group chat buzzed back to life. If this is indeed true, then the act of cannibalism is undeniably reprehensible. However, I have observed that these dwarves exhibit great warmth towards us. Even their wives and daughters seem eager to offer themselves, which hardly aligns with a malevolent disposition. Indeed, they are quite amiable, and thus far, I have not heard of any of our kin being slain or devoured by them. Even if they harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the ice and snow nymphs, it is likely a grievance from a bygone era. I recall the historical turmoil during the 5 barbarians and Apos incursions, when the conduct of those tribes was even more egregious. It is a valid point. Today's dwarven lineage is many generations removed from those events, and clinging to past grievances is ultimately futile. Moreover, should we engage in warfare with the dwarves, we would likely find ourselves outmatched. Their strength is formidable, bolstered by an abundance of javelins and bows, whereas we are sorely lacking in such long-range weaponry. Brother Bai Qi, you would do well to seek your own fortune. I have noticed the dwarven leader mobilizing troops, with numerous metal armors being unearthed. It appears they will pursue you by tomorrow. Brother Bai Qi, why not take this opportunity to concoct some swift-acting life potions before the inevitable clash with the dwarfs? At the very least, it would be a contribution to our cause. That is indeed wise counsel, but Bai Qi, do not be overly ambitious. Simply sell them to us at a reasonable price. We can provide you with intelligence regarding the dwarven tribe and Apos' movements through our group chat, which may allow you to evade capture. Observing the chatter in the group, Bai Qi sighed. There was some merit to what these individuals were saying, however. He had witnessed firsthand the grotesque rituals of the dwarven shaman and the countless remains within that palace. Moreover, the shaman had intended to consume him. This indicates that the dwarves still possess a penchant for cannibalism, albeit for reasons unknown. They seem to have suppressed it for now. The choice of survival for the tens of thousands is unequivocal. They will likely be mere spectators. Whether they will turn against him and the ice and snow nymphs remains uncertain. Meanwhile, Wang Changjin has ignited a bonfire in the rear, but Bai Qi declined their invitation. His primary concern was his own protection. Should they employ crossbows or similar weaponry against him, it could lead to his downfall. Before long, Zhao Gang successfully traded a hefty 1,000 kilograms of crude nitrate. After Bai Qi settled the payment for the perfect-grade swift-acting healing ointment, Zhao Gang sent a message. Brother Bai Qi, the information circulating in the group chat is dubious. Are you aware that during your escape, numerous survivors alerted the dwarven leader to target your wheels? A chill swept across Bai Qi and Apos' face. Brother Bai Qi, if a great war ensues, do not trust anyone, not even me. I sense that the dwarves and Apos' attitude towards us has shifted, and it is difficult to predict what may transpire next. You are in urgent need of nitrate, presumably to manufacture gunpowder. You must possess firearms or blueprints for such weaponry. I believe you, brother. The dwarven tribe undoubtedly retains their cannibalistic tendencies. Their gaze is decidedly unsettling. To be frank, I have encountered cannibalistic tribes in the primordial rainforests, and they bore similar eyes. Thus, I hope, dear brother, that you possess the strength to vanquish the dwarven demons. Gazing at the message sent by Zhaogang, Bai Qi inhaled deeply. Thank you, Chief Zhaogang, and please ensure your safety. After concluding the conversation, Bai Qi offered a few words of caution to Gong Yingying and traded 2 vials of diamond-grade rapid healing ointment to her, just in case. Master, Master. A warmly familiar soul voice resonated. Bai Qi followed the shimmering reflection of the snow and beheld a throng of frost giants racing towards his vehicle. In the distant sky, a cadre of frost nymphs was gracefully gliding closer. Chapter 76. 20 Frost Giants. Bai Qi and Amp. Appo's countenance was grave, yet he felt no fear. Equipped with an endless supply of ammunition and having just traded for 1,000 kilograms of crude nitrate with Xia Kiki, he anticipated a substantial influx of gunpowder to follow. The formidable frost giants could be slain with a single shot to the head, posing no threat to him. Notably, the gentle and affectionate soul transmissions from number 1 and number 2 indicated that, as his servants, they could not directly harm him. The battalion of ice and snow fairies hovered several hundred meters above, while number 1 and number 2 gracefully approached. Bai Qi opened the window, and the 2 fairies floated to his sides, their expressions a mix of joy and a hint of grievance. Wang Changjin, completely taken aback, reached out towards the campfire outside the vehicle, having naturally heard the commotion earlier. He had initially assumed that the sounds signaled an impending attack by wild beasts, given the presence of several formidable creatures, and thought their arrival might fortuitously increase his servitude count. Just as he was about to flee, Wang Changjin hesitated. Noticing Bai Qi's stillness ahead, with a heart full of trepidation, he suppressed his fear and remained still. Master, my sisters find it hard to believe you would engage in battle with the dwarfs, thus they are unwilling to participate. Number 1, the ice and snow fairy confessed with a tinge of remorse. Bai Qi nodded in understanding. It matters not. In that underground realm, you have witnessed countless core ice and snow fairies. To the dwarfs, you may merely be seen as prey. Number 1 and number 2 instantly displayed expressions of sorrow. Master, in the past, we sisters, emboldened by our immunity to blade and sword, have vanquished many dwarfs. However, once they discovered our fear of fire, they began to employ fiery assaults, culminating in a barrage of rockets, resulting in the demise of countless sisters. Now, only a scant few remain. Fortunately, the frost giants are impervious to ordinary blades and rockets, allowing us to continually harass them. Number 1 explained softly. Master, although my sisters are reluctant to engage, we have brought forth our frost giants. Should you choose to enslave them, it would facilitate our battle against the dwarfs. Are there truly so many? Bai Qi inquired. Well, Master, only the first 20 belong to us. The others are under the command of our sisters. Understood. Please inform your sisters that I shall confront the dwarves by tomorrow at the latest. They may observe from a distance, but must refrain from intervening recklessly. Yes, Master. Both fairies exclaimed with excitement before soaring away. After this exchange, the other ice and snow fairies departed with the frost giants, leaving Bai Qi with only the 20 frost giants before his vehicle. Number 1, have one of the frost giants approach the side of the car. I wish to test my ability to enslave it. As you command. With a soft whistle from number 1, a frost giant lumbered over on its stout legs. Enslave. A surge of white light erupted, but the frost giant began to struggle, breaking free from the enslavement light. With a piercing shriek of fury, number 1 caused the colossal ice crocodile to lie still and obedient. Bai Qi promptly initiated the enslavement process once more, and this time it proceeded remarkably smoothly. Within a mere 10 seconds, Bai Qi successfully acquired his first ice crocodile servant. Subsequently, he continued to enslave more, swiftly amassing a total of 20 extraordinary ice crocodile servants, significantly enhancing his power. Wang Changjin was utterly astonished. He could hardly believe how effortlessly Bai Qi had enslaved such a formidable number of ice crocodiles, and in a fraction of the time it would take him. It was utterly preposterous. How could he have enslaved more than 10 servants? This defied logic. Wang Changjin was desperate to uncover this secret. Had he possessed a legion of ice crocodiles for protection that evening, the dwarven clan would certainly not have dared to attack him so easily. In a moment of anxiety, he pondered whether Bai Qi might silence him to protect his secret. Overwhelmed with apprehension, he found himself too intimidated to flee, lacking any confidence in evading Bai Qi's pursuit. He could only hope that Bai Qi was a benevolent individual. Presently, he had an important task ahead. The 2 ice snow nymphs, number 1 and number 2, were of perfect caliber. They harbored the power of ice, capable of wielding snow and ice to assault their targets. However, their potential was severely limited. roughly equivalent to 100 pounds of force, far from sufficient. Were they to possess greater strength, their combat prowess would undoubtedly soar. With a flourish, Bai Qi revealed a small cache of ice snow nymph cores, triggering a wave of longing from the two nymphs. "Partake," Bai Qi commanded. "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." The two nymphs bowed respectfully, leaving Bai Qi momentarily taken aback, as their gesture resembled that of refined ladies. Each nymph enveloped an ice snow nymph core in their icy forms, and soon they radiated a soft blue glow. After an hour, the blue light faded, and the two nymphs stood before Bai Qi with deference. "Master, we have consumed one ice snow nymph core." Bai Qi nodded in acknowledgement. "Now, demonstrate your transformation." "Understood." Following a series of tests, Bai Qi quickly discerned the changes in their abilities. Their strength had surged from 100 pounds to approximately 200 pounds, and their control over ice and snow had substantially improved, signifying that the power of ice within them had increased as well. Earlier, Bai Qi had also inquired of the extreme Ice Wolf King, but the little creature remained unwilling to consume what it deemed inferior ice-based items. "Continue to eat. Devour until you reach your limit," Bai Qi instructed, gesturing towards the pile of ice snow nymph cores. "Yes, thank you, master." Number 1 and Number 2 bowed once more and began to consume eagerly. Bai Qi then summoned 10 elite ice plains wolves to patrol the surrounding area, guarding against any tricks from the dwarves or the ice snow nymphs. Wang Changjin, having seen no activity ahead for a considerable time, finally felt a semblance of relief. Bai Qi had honored his word, refraining from selling healing salves of extraordinary quality or below. Their previous transactions had been quite pleasant, leading him to believe that Bai Qi possessed a moral compass, making him a trustworthy individual. "I fear I may have been overly concerned. Given his audacity to confront the dwarves directly, he likely does not regard me as a significant threat. Now, I have also become a sworn enemy in the eyes of the dwarves. While Bai Qi possesses the strength to protect himself, my situation is dire. It seems imperative that I bolster my own power." After a thorough analysis, Wang Changjin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yet it was inevitable that he would soon confront the dwarves. With a mere thought, a blueprint materialized before him, revealing the armor design he had previously obtained from that diamond-tier treasure chest. Chapter 77, The Battle Armor of Ice and Snow. After taking several deep breaths, Wang Changjin finally resolved to take action. If he could not enhance his strength, then this item would merely be a worthless piece of paper in his possession. Indeed, should Bai Qi turn against him, the outcome would be no different from being slain by the dwarves. Thus, he had to take a gamble. "Bai Qi, you must remain calm." Wang Changjin promptly accessed Bai Qi and Appo's friend list and sent a trade request along with a message. "Brother Bai Qi, you are about to engage in a fierce battle with the dwarves. I am willing to offer my full support. Please take a look at this blueprint. It may be of use to you." Bai Qi was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated Wang Changjin and Appo's generous gesture, sending over a diamond-grade armor crafting blueprint. He knew that what he lacked the most was defensive capabilities. With a deep breath, Bai Qi felt reassured by the trade offer. Even if he were to give nothing in return, the blueprint would still be his. However, Bai Qi did not wish to engage in any underhanded dealings. "Brother Changjin, what do you desire in return?" "Wang Changjin, you must be aware that I, too, have been marked as an enemy by the dwarves, nay, the dwarven demons. However, I possess only a single moderately powerful ice crocodile, which may not suffice for the impending battle. If possible, I hope you can assist me in capturing some additional ice crocodiles. I wish to enslave several for protection." Bai Qi nodded in agreement. The request was reasonable. Yet, he was not in a position to capture ice crocodiles in the sacred lake. "Brother Changjin, I cannot capture ice crocodiles at this moment, but I can assist you in bolstering your defenses against the safety concerns that may arise after the battle." "Brother Bai Qi, please share your thoughts. I trust you. Here, take the blueprint first." Bai Qi confirmed the trade, swiftly acquiring the one-time diamond-grade armor blueprint. "Brother Changjin, I will send you some items shortly. Please be attentive to the reception." "Understood." Wang Changjin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Bai Qi was a man of integrity, having given him the blueprint. He even promised to reciprocate. Even if Bai Qi were to offer him something utterly worthless, it would still signify that he harbored no ill intentions. Worst case, he could simply drive away during the battle. After all, his vehicle was an off-road one, unlikely to get stuck in the snow. Even if it did, a few exceptional beasts could easily extricate the vehicle. Reclining in his seat, Wang Changjin began contemplating his forthcoming strategy. Meanwhile, Bai Qi continued to trade perfect-grade instant healing potions. still in search of rare materials and blueprints. With resources becoming more abundant, many sought-after vehicle component blueprints were now available. Bai Qi soon commenced the crafting of vehicle components. Before long, he traded a complete set of perfect-grade vehicle body parts to Wang Changjin, notably including diamond-grade puncture-proof and explosion-proof tires. This upgrade meant that Wang Changjin need not worry about his tires being destroyed by javelins or similar threats. Additionally, Bai Qi upgraded the tires for Gong Yingying and Oppo's vehicle to diamond-grade puncture-proof and explosion-proof tires as well. Everything was in order, and Bai Qi began to continuously craft bullets. However, this time, after accumulating the power of his soul strike, he produced only a single bullet. Time passed, and at last, Bai Qi's workbench reached a remarkable perfection level of 100-100. Without hesitation, he learned the blueprint for the diamond-grade armor. Combat armor crafting, diamond, one-time use, material requirements, metal, leather, fabric, etc. Note: using low-quality materials will diminish the quality of the crafted armor. Bai Qi took a deep breath and subsequently retrieved an ample supply of various metals, along with a substantial quantity of exceptional-grade frost crocodile hide. After crafting 80 bullets, he issued the command to create the combat armor. He nearly shouted in his excitement for this piece of equipment. An endless white light enveloped all the materials. Simultaneously, as if guided by divine inspiration, Bai Qi extracted over 6,000 ice nymph cores, which were also engulfed by the brilliant light. This time, the white light persisted unusually long. 3 full minutes passed, yet the light remained, starkly contrasting with previous experiences. Bai Qi anxiously watched the workbench, recalling that the longer the white light lasted, the higher the quality of the final product. This indicated that, on this occasion, he was about to witness a quality surpassing that of the king grade. Bai Qi was puzzled, as it seemed the king grade was the pinnacle of quality. He had intermittently used the power of Soul Strike to craft numerous items, but had never produced anything beyond king-grade quality. Suddenly, a moment of clarity struck Bai Qi. Could it be that the ice nymph cores, being extraordinary items imbued with frost power, triggered the potential for transcending king-grade quality? With this thought, he was nearly convinced of its validity. After another 2 minutes, the white light gradually dissipated, revealing a stunning armor entirely cloaked in snow white. Frost Power Combat Armor, Epic. Note: this armor is imbued with a significant amount of frost power, effectively defending against extreme cold and high temperatures. Note: it integrates the essence of frost crocodile hide and numerous metal essences, providing excellent defense against piercing damage and significantly reducing blunt force damage. Note: when attacked, the impact force is effectively dispersed throughout the entire body. Note: the surface of the armor harbors frost power, capable of deflecting various physical attacks. Note: actively activating the frost power within this combat armor can inflict indiscriminate freezing damage to the surroundings. Note: this armor can slowly draw frost power from the void for recovery. Note: blood and soul binding are required for usage. I am utterly enamored. How splendid! To discover that epic grade exists beyond king grade, I wonder if there are further tiers of quality between them. With this armor as my safeguard, I need not worry about my safety in the forthcoming battles. Endless surprises unfolded as Bai Qi, without a moment's hesitation, grasped the battle armor. While it was not particularly light, it bore a manageable weight, roughly around 30 to 60 pounds. Subsequently, Bai Qi resolutely sliced into his fingertip, allowing his blood to flow freely. After a steady stream of 80 drops, he had finally amassed the power for a soul strike. The droplets, imbued with a unique essence, fell onto the epic battle armor. Instantly, an overwhelming chill surged forth, prompting the 2 ice and snow nymphs to swiftly position themselves before Bai Qi, absorbing this formidable force. The icy aura arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, causing no harm to Bai Qi. Upon receiving the power of the soul strike, the epic battle armor infused with the might of ice and snow underwent a remarkable transformation. Chapter 78, The Unrivaled Defense, Armor of Frost and Snow, Epic. Description: this armor, imbued with a substantial amount of frost power, effectively defends against extreme cold and high temperatures, conforming closely to the body and allowing for localized manipulation. Description: infused with the essence of frost giant crocodile skin and a significant amount of metallic essence. It offers exceptional protection against piercing damage while substantially mitigating blunt force trauma. Description: when subjected to attacks, the impact force is effectively distributed across the entire body. Description: the armor's surface contains frost power, which adeptly deflects various physical attacks. Description: Actively invoking the frost power within this combat armor allows for manipulation of the frost energy to launch attacks. Description: this armor can rapidly absorb frost power from the void for restoration. Description: binding completed. There are 3 significant changes. The first description has added a phrase indicating it can conform closely to the body and allow for localized manipulation, which has sparked Bai Qi and Appo's anticipation. If his thoughts are correct, it would indeed be invincible. Secondly, the ability to actively invoke the frost power of the combat armor has transformed from indiscriminate attacks in all directions to a controllable manipulation of frost energy for offensive purposes. This change is monumental. One is uncontrollable, while the other is actively directed, a stark contrast indeed. Lastly, the speed at which this combat armor absorbs frost power from the void has shifted from slow to relatively fast. This distinction is also of great significance. The issue of sustainability has been addressed. Concentrating his thoughts, Bai Qi found that the armor of frost and snow flowed into him like a stream through his sleeves. Subsequently, he stripped off all his clothes. Snap! After taking a selfie, a white humanoid entity emerged, eerie yet inexplicably powerful. This armor of frost and snow felt as if it were an additional layer of skin. Bai Qi sensed no discomfort whatsoever. Disperse. With a mere thought, his entire face was unveiled. Disperse. With another mental command, the white armor on his raised right hand smoothly vanished, causing his wrist to thicken slightly. Aha! Even more perfect than I imagined. Exquisite. Bai Qi could not help but continue experimenting until he was utterly exhausted. Indeed, manipulating the armor of frost and snow requires a consumption of soul power. How formidable is the defense of this epic great armor? Go. Instantly, the armor flowed off him like water, subsequently lying flat on the ground. Whoosh! Bai Qi drew out a superior-grade spear and struck it forcefully. Oh my! It felt as though he had struck lubricating oil. The spear, empowered with immense force, merely slid aside upon contact with the armor of frost and snow. The ability to dissipate force is astonishing. It is unimaginable that even laid flat on the ground, it exhibits such effects. Wearing it must be even more formidable. Bai Qi sheathed the superior-grade spear, observing that it bore not a single mark. Again, subsequently, Bai Qi took turns trying out various blades, the exceptional Miao knife, the perfect Miao knife, the diamond-level iron-slaying Miao knife, and finally, the stellar-level sharp steel Miao knife. After meticulously testing each weapon, he ultimately felt a sense of relief, as none could penetrate his defenses. However, the attacks did yield some effects, particularly the diamond and stellar-level Miao knives, which consumed a greater amount of the armor and Appo's icy power upon impact. If these 2 types of knives were allowed to strike unimpeded, it would be uncertain whether he could withstand their onslaught once the icy energy within his armor was entirely depleted. With a flick of his mind, Bai Qi donned the exquisite battle armor imbued with the power of ice and snow. This exceptional armor, akin to a second skin, he resolved never to remove again. He stretched his legs and kicked, marveling at its skin-like comfort. At this moment, Bai Qi felt no trepidation regarding the impending battle. The crafting of this epic-level ice and snow battle armor had consumed an impressive 5,000 cores of the ice and snow nymphs, leaving him with over 1,500 cores remaining. Reclining on the majestic, energy-restoring bed designed for kings, Bai Qi soon succumbed to a deep slumber, while the soul energy he had expended began to rapidly replenish. Meanwhile, ice and snow nymphs number 1 and number 2 perched by the window, observing the external circumstances while continuously absorbing the power from the course. In the dimly lit hall of the dwarf priest, the dwarf chieftain wore a scowl as he conducted a thorough search, finally confirming that the formidable weapon had vanished. That scoundrel, Bai Qi, truly detestable. Not only had he slain the esteemed priest, but he had also plundered this place, an unforgivable crime. The chieftain spoke in a low voice, as a throng of captain-level dwarf warriors clamored to devour him alive. The priest and Appo's orders must be upheld. These outsiders could not be harmed lightly. However, they were to intensify their efforts to ensure that all the women bore their offspring. The chieftain issued his command, and several captains promptly departed. Soon, a multitude of robust female dwarves from the underworld began to queue up, ready to replace the previous ones. The outsiders' so-called vehicles were impervious to blades and bullets. If we do not set traps, we may find it difficult to contend with them. Stealthily follow the traces to locate his position. By dawn tomorrow, we shall assemble a large force to encircle and annihilate him. Yes, yes. The group of dwarf captains accepted the orders and left. Once the hall was devoid of all but the dwarf chieftain, he revealed a sinister smile. Indeed, These outsiders were remarkable, even slaying the priest. Now, with their strength, if I can eradicate the remaining ice and snow nymphs, I shall become the sole ruler of this world. The chieftain felt a surge of exhilaration. Meanwhile, deep within the sacred lake, a gathering of ice and snow nymphs convened. "Sisters, how trustworthy is that outsider?" one nymph inquired. "Difficult to say. We have long been aware of the presence of numerous outsiders, all residing in the dwarf tribe," another responded. "Eve and Mona are unlikely to deceive us, particularly regarding their claim that the stranger has slain the goblin priest. If this is indeed true, then it stands to reason that this individual could not possibly be a pawn in the goblin scheme of feigned suffering. You are correct, however." Even Mona also mentioned that the one known as Bai Qi possesses the power to enslave both us and the ferocious beasts of the tundra. Which is a crucial point. Could it be that Eve and Mona have been compelled to deceive us due to their own enslavement? This is a possibility worth considering. Let us observe further. If Bai Qi truly eradicates the goblin race, what does it matter if we become his subservients? Indeed, is not the very essence of our existence rooted in our desire to annihilate the goblins? If we succeed in achieving what we could not accomplish on our own, then whether we are reduced to mere slaves or even face death, what difference would it make? Chapter 79. The Grand Army mobilizes as dawn broke. Bai Qi sprang up, brimming with an indescribable vitality. The Ice Wolf King let out a joyful howl, and Bai Qi promptly tossed a whole bundle of healing ointment towards it, which the Ice Wolf King eagerly devoured. After freshening up, Bai Qi was about to check the group chat when he noticed messages from friends flashing on his screen. Gong Ingying, Xia Kiki, and Zhao Gang had all sent him the same urgent news. The forces of the dwarf demon clan had set out and were now advancing towards his location. With a sweep of his thoughts, Bai Qi observed that his storage bracelet contained tens of thousands of superior-grade bullets, along with a hefty 700 kilograms of unused gunpowder. Additionally, he had 1,000 cubic meters of fuel, all invaluable assets for warfare. Particularly the fuel, although it was originally challenging to utilize. Bai Qi, clad in his epic ice and snow power battle armor, could withstand flames for an extended period. Thus, this fuel had transformed into a formidable weapon. The marching of the main forces would undoubtedly take time. After all, Bai Qi had driven for a full half-hour to reach the sacred lake. He glanced at the frozen lake surface a few dozen meters away and conceived a plan. The large water tank within the space vehicle held a total of 100 cubic meters, yet it contained less than 1 cubic meter of drinkable water, far too little. The smooth, glistening ice and snow power battle armor enveloped Bai Qi as he released 20 superior-grade ice giant crocodiles to clear a path. Number 1 and Number 2, the ice witches, carried him aloft to the lake and Appo's surface. You're flying so effortlessly. How many ice witch cores did you consume last night? Bai Qi inquired with curiosity. Master, Number 2 and I have consumed 8 ice witch cores, and we've now reached our limit. Very well, let us gather water first, and later we shall test the changes in your powers. Bai Qi alighted on the ice and drew forth his stellar-grade sharp steel blade, commencing to cut into the lake surface. After carving nearly 10 meters deep, he finally glimpsed the unfrozen lake water. With a splash, Bai Qi leaped into the frigid waters. Encased in his ice and snow power battle armor, he felt no chill whatsoever. Alas, it lacked an underwater breathing feature. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. With a flick of his thoughts, 3 square openings in his storage bracelet activated, and vast amounts of lake water were rapidly siphoned inside. After collecting over 20,000 cubic meters of pristine lake water, Bai Qi emerged, legs propelling him to the surface. Once he filled the 100 cubic meter tank, Bai Qi began to appraise Number 1 and Number 2, who had consumed a total of 9 ice witch cores. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that these 2 women, formed from swirling snowflakes, were now remarkably more refined, even their eyebrows and strands of hair perfectly crystallized. Once he acquired some gems, he would have them replace their eyes. Perhaps then they would become enchanting ice maidens. Bai Qi then commenced testing the strength of Number 1 and Number 2, for this was what he valued most. Soon, the test results emerged, revealing that both the first and second subjects possessed approximately 1,000 pounds of enduring strength. With a mere thought, Bai Qi conjured a large iron barrel, lifted, commanded the 2 frost maidens, who exerted their strength to steadily raise the cubic container of fuel. After stowing the fuel away, Bai Qi ascended to the roof of the vehicle. An hour later, standing atop the vehicle, he beheld a multitude of distant black dots. Meanwhile, Wang Changjin, seated inside the car, had long since become numb to the situation. Initially, he believed Bai Qi was acting foolishly for standing on the roof for so long. But soon he noticed Bai Qi's face was shrouded in a layer of white skin. Could it be that Bai Qi's workstation had reached diamond level? Absurd. Wang Changjin was truly in awe of Bai Qi now. Boom. Boom. The dwarf army amassed in dense formation, closely followed by countless vehicles. As tens of thousands of survivors joined the fray, the distance still stretched far, prompting Bai Qi to leap back into the car. Area: HX 1006. Population: 28, 350, 000. After joining the dwarf tribe, the population had decreased by 1 or 2,000 overnight, leaving Bai Qi perplexed. With such a large force gathered, it seemed illogical for any to perish. Opening the group chat, he found it bustling with activity. The dwarf army was on the move, and Bai Qi pondered how he would respond. A rough count revealed at least several thousand dwarf warriors, all clad in armor, a force that would have been invincible in ancient times. Moreover, these dwarves were remarkably robust, each adorned with weapons and armor weighing dozens of pounds. Yet they had marched for over an hour without respite. Their stamina was simply extraordinary. Bai Qi was beginning to believe these dwarves were indeed diminutive demons. Regardless, he thought, it was merely a spectacle. Perhaps once the dwarves and frost maidens settled their score, they could finally depart this wretched place. Indeed, it felt as though the female dwarves had gone mad last night, one after another, had he not procured 2 vials of potent life elixirs. He might have already faced dire consequences. Those female dwarves were terrifying, each one bringing in potions, forcing their way through even in adversity. But it was of little concern now. Having indulged somewhat, he resolved to recuperate thoroughly once he escaped this world. Bai Qi found himself baffled by these survivors. After losing 1 or 2,000 last night, they still mingled with the diminutive demon tribe, showing no signs of resistance whatsoever. Ding. Bai Qi, Kiki, and I have roughly counted. The dwarf warriors seem to number between 4,500 and 4,800. Do you have a strategy in place? Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how Gong Yingying and Xia Kiki had come to be together. Was it merely because their vehicles were alike? Beyond that, he could think of no other reason. Yingying, rest assured, I am completely confident this time. When the battle commences, you and Xia Kiki should keep your distance from the fray. All right, Bai Qi, you must be cautious. After inspecting the soul-tracking sniper rifle, it is now fully loaded. The formidable army of the dwarven tribe advanced steadily, their momentum undeniable, halting at a distance of 300 meters from Bai Qi. Esteemed guests, if you assist us in vanquishing the ice and snow sorceress over yonder, our dwarven clan shall reward you with bows, crossbows, and armor. The voice of the dwarven leader resonated throughout the area, leaving all the survivors momentarily stunned. They had initially come to witness the spectacle, but it seemed they were now being drawn into the fray. Chapter 80. Choosing Sides, a Fight to the Death. A considerable number of survivors began to engage in fervent discussions. The dwarven crossbows were undeniably coveted, alongside various other weapons that boasted exceptional quality, with a few items even reaching the level of excellence. Moreover, the lightweight chainmail armor worn by these warriors was equally the object of desire. As they gazed into the distance at the multitude of floating ice snow maidens, each individual harbored their own thoughts. Furthermore, the expansive icy surface nearby was teeming with frost giants. In that instant, the survivors comprehended the dwarven warriors' intent in bringing them here, to leverage their vast array of vehicles against the horde of frost giants. This place was vastly different from the dwarven enclave, which was riddled with traps should the frost giants charge en masse. It was certain that the thousands of dwarven warriors would not withstand the onslaught. Number 1. Go inform your sisters not to engage. I can handle this, commanded the leader. Yes, master, responded Number 1, the Ice Snow Maiden, as she swiftly soared away, her icy power far surpassing that of the previous night, inciting confusion and envy among the throng of Ice Snow Maidens. Bai Qi, you have slain our dwarven priest, a sin most unforgivable. If you wish to atone, you must eradicate those Ice Snow Maidens, bellowed the chief of the Dark Dwarfs. Bai Qi inhaled deeply, clad in epic armor. He felt no fear, but rather a surge of excitement. Just the night before, he had chosen to ally with the Ice Snow Maidens, pledging to aid them in vanquishing the malevolent Dark Dwarfs. Yet, what if he were to single-handedly eliminate the evil Dark Dwarfs? The thought of the rewards that might await him filled him with anticipation. Everyone, blades are merciless. If you do not wish to partake in the battle, please keep your distance. Otherwise, if you become collateral damage, consider it your misfortune. Bai Qi's voice resonated. Countless survivors paused, but a significant number began to retreat in their vehicles. The majority of the survivors appeared dumbfounded, their eyes revealing unabashed greed. Bai Qi had previously exposed his possession of various quality schematics for daggers, particularly the perfect grade swift healing potion, an extraordinary elixir. Should he be slain, there existed a chance to acquire those schematics, a monumental opportunity indeed. Zhao Gang's eyes flickered. He had dealt with Bai Qi on multiple occasions, especially after trading him a considerable amount of crude nitrate. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Gang issued a command, retreat. Follow me. The thousands in the team were momentarily stunned. Yet upon witnessing Zhao Gang's resolute demeanor, most chose to trust their leader. However, a faction of later joiners pretended not to hear. Zhao Gang remained noncommittal and soon led the grand procession of vehicles away. The dark dwarf leader observed the unfolding scene without any attempt to intervene. Before long, approximately 20,000 survivors remained on the battlefield. In that moment, the dark dwarf leader raised his spear high. Warriors, after countless years of battle, today marks our final confrontation. A fight for life and death. To the bitter end. To the bitter end. To the bitter end. The thousands of armored goblin warriors roared in a frenzy. After a brief respite, they had regained much of their strength and were prepared to engage in battle. Ding. Choosing the Ice Snow Nymph faction, you must assist them in defeating the malevolent goblin tribe. Choosing the malevolent goblin tribe faction, you must aid them in vanquishing the Ice Snow Nymphs. Ding. This battle is a fight for survival. It will only conclude when one side is utterly annihilated. Ding. Upon the conclusion of this life and death struggle, rewards will be granted based on the performance of the survivors. 3 notifications arrived, leaving countless survivors dumbfounded. What the hell? It's truly the malevolent goblin tribe that Bai Qi spoke of. What should we do? Is it possible to abstain from making a choice? Does this life and death battle pertain solely to the 2 factions, or does it include us as well? No way. I'm leaving. I'll not assist anyone. With life at stake, the survivor group descended into chaos. At least several thousand survivors opted to flee, while the remaining survivors gazed intently at Bai Qi. Ding. Faction selection is complete. 4, 578 on the Ice Snow Nymph side, 20, 560 on the Malevolent Goblin side, and 3, 212 in the neutral faction. Ding. The neutral faction will not receive the ultimate reward. 2 notifications sounded, and Bai Qi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that 578 individuals would choose the Ice Snow Nymph side. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi raised his king-level soul pursuing point killer gun. Kill. Simultaneously, the goblin leader issued a charge command. The great battle commenced. Bang! With a gunshot, the grotesque head of the shouting goblin leader exploded. The cacophony abruptly ceased, leaving countless goblin warriors and survivors in a state of shock. What the hell? Bai Qi has a gun. What kind of gun is this? It resembles a handgun. How can it achieve a headshot from hundreds of meters away? Even a sniper rifle cannot compare. How did Bai Qi aim so accurately? Even sharpshooters would struggle to hit a target from such a distance with a handgun. What now? The goblin tribe was suddenly leaderless, their chances of victory plummeting. Nonsense. Did you not see that many small leaders remain? The charge of the goblin warriors did not falter. Surround him. Once we eliminate Bai Qi and the other 4,000, victory is ours. A smile played on Bai Qi's lips as his handgun fired rapidly. This king-level soul-pursuing point killer gun unleashed its full power for the first time, emptying 100 rounds in less than 20 seconds. Among these shots, a soul strike was triggered, and that one shot was remarkably spectacular, making Bai Qi feel as if he had a guaranteed hit. Ejecting the magazine, Bai Qi swiftly reloaded. The first Ice Snow Nymph observed and immediately flew over. Master, I can assist. Bai Qi paused momentarily, then handed the magazine to her while also placing a pile of exquisite-level bullets atop the vehicle. Suddenly, a multitude of tendrils emerged from the body composed of the number 1 snowflake, swiftly loading bullets with a speed far surpassing that of Bai Qi. Haha, what a marvelous treasure! Bai Qi exclaimed with laughter, as he summoned 20 frost giants that charged wildly towards the approaching horde of diminutive demons, now within 100 meters. A piercing shriek resonated, filled with exhilaration and madness. Countless frost giants surged forth from the lake, joining the fray. Arrows whizzed through the air, but Bai Qi effortlessly dodged them. Arrows and javelins clattered harmlessly to the ground, failing to inflict even the slightest injury. Number 1, you, and number 2. Proceed to douse the area with fuel. Yes, replied the 2 frost maidens, handing a fully loaded magazine to Bai Qi. As they ascended rapidly with a large barrel of fuel, heading towards the most densely packed cluster of the demon warriors. Chapter 81. Igniting divine power suddenly. A torrential downpour of fuel cascaded down, drenching a multitude of lowly demon warriors. Bai Qi removed a bullet from his weapon and promptly loaded a stellar-grade explosive shell. With a resounding bang, a plethora of sparks erupted. The moment the fuel ignited, a vast area was engulfed in flames, a fierce inferno that surged uncontrollably. Witnessing such divine might, the dozens of ice and snow sirens controlling the snowfall in the sky were momentarily taken aback. With a swift motion, the ice and snow sirens darted towards Bai Qi. "Esteemed Lord, we too can assist," one siren said, pointing eagerly at the massive fuel barrel. Bai Qi shook his head. Before the sirens could inquire further, he decisively waved his hand. Although the sirens were perplexed, they dared not defy this powerful man who was willing to aid them. Bai Qi had a purpose in mind. He initially sought to utilize the horde of frost giants to impede the onslaught of the lowly demon army. However, upon witnessing the formidable defense of the ice and snow battle armor and the terrifying potency of the fuel, he decided to keep the spoils for himself. After all, what if the unenslaved ice and snow sirens joined the fray and diluted his contributions? Meanwhile, the over 20,000 survivors were momentarily bewildered. Overwhelmed by the ferocity of the fire assault, they too had stockpiled vast amounts of fuel, yet without the assistance of the ice and snow sirens. They were utterly incapable of unleashing its potential. Otherwise, a mere ignition of fuel on Bai Qi and Oppo's side could have determined the outcome. Bai Qi raised his sole pursuit sniper rifle, selectively targeting those lowly demon warriors who wielded some command authority. This strike dealt a heavy blow, plunging the demon warriors into a state of despair. Finally, a thunderous roar resonated across the battlefield. "Warriors, ignite divine power. Fight to the death." This rallying cry silenced the clamor around them. Bai Qi focused his gaze, and to his astonishment, he beheld a lowly demon warrior enveloped in a swirling black aura, resembling a reaper of death. "Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" A multitude of desperate cries erupted as the remaining demon warriors began to emanate dark energy. Bai Qi and Oppo's hearts sank, for under this shroud of darkness, even if their bodies were ablaze, these warriors would charge forward without hesitation. It seemed this black aura could insulate them from pain. Moreover, Bai Qi noticed that the combat prowess of these demon warriors had surged, their strength more than doubled. They had entered a state of berserk frenzy. Bang! Bang! Despite the swirling black energy, Bai Qi continued to eliminate them one by one. The power of the sole pursuit sniper rifle displayed its tremendous might. Among the 20,000 survivors, some unleashed attacks far surpassing their previous capabilities, while others maneuvered their vehicles to encircle the enemy. In the rear, Gong Yingying gazed gravely at the distant battlefield, with Xia Kik's vehicle nearby. "Sister Yingying, what should we do?" Gong Yingying shook her head thoughtfully. "Coco, do not fret. Bai Qi is currently unharmed, clad in impenetrable armor, and appears to be in a position of advantage. We shall continue to observe. The vehicles of the two women are in a state of readiness, poised for an immediate charge." Meanwhile, at the rear, this morning, numerous survivors chose not to join the main throng to spectate. Among them is Su Xian. Upon entering the dwarf demon tribe, the white serpent, with which he had forged a symbiotic blood pact, conveyed a remarkably significant message. Go. Ultimately, unable to resist the white serpent's entreaties, Su Xian opened the car door. In an instant, the elegant 2-meter-long white serpent vanished. Hastily, Su Xian concealed 2 hand crossbows within his leather jacket and followed the instinctive pull. Thanks to Bai Qi's efforts last night, several large iron gates leading to the underground realm had been rent asunder. Today, the dwarf demon warriors had ventured out en masse, leaving behind a mere cadre of fewer than 20 to guard the 5 great gates. Su Xian was prepared to confront the dwarf demon warriors, having chosen to ally with the ice snow sirens. As soon as his choice was made, the situation mirrored what Bai Qi had described the previous day. Upon learning that the dwarf demons were cannibalistic, he had already devised a plan. Cautiously, he traversed the gaping hole and soon encountered a group of dwarf demon warriors huddled on the ground, convulsing. Are they poisoned? Su Xian observed their bodies, each marked by unmistakable bite wounds, indicative of serpentine origins. How has the little white serpent's venom become so potent? Su Xian hastened to follow the instinctive guidance once more. After what felt like an eternity of running, he finally discovered the white serpent within a grand hall. This must be the abode of the dwarf demon leader, replete with treasures. Su Xian and Oppo's excitement surged as he began to sift through an array of weapons and equipment. Although some were ill-suited to his form, he found himself increasingly enamored. "Oh, little white, Are there more treasures? Hiss. Following the white serpent, Su Xian soon arrived at a subterranean chamber. Hiss. Are you saying there are valuable items within this iron chest? You cannot open it? Very well. Allow me to assist you. With a mighty swing, he struck the chest repeatedly with an axe, and after a dozen blows, the lock was finally shattered. Before even lifting the lid, a gust of frigid air surged forth. Su Xian jolted, yet was met with an unexpected comfort. After forging the symbiotic blood pact with the white serpent, he had been imbued with the power of ice, rendering him impervious to extreme cold. On the contrary, he found solace within such frigid realms, as if the icy environment replenished his strength. With a clang, the chest creaked open to reveal a trove of azure orbs. Hiss. The white serpent emanated an overwhelming desire. They're all yours, Su Xian declared without hesitation. Whoosh. The entire 2-meter-long serpent swiftly slithered inside. Gulp, gulp. Within moments, the serpent had devoured the entire chest, consuming no less than 1,000 azure crystal spheres. An endless chill enveloped the white serpent, and Su Xian was filled with joy, for his power was rapidly augmenting, signifying that his beloved Bai was swiftly growing stronger. After a minute, Bai successfully ascended to the extraordinary level of life, her length extending to 4 meters. 3 minutes later, she attained the perfect level of life, her length nearing an impressive 10 meters. 10 minutes hence, the white serpent suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a gaze filled with coldness and cruelty. Chapter 82. Unmatched slaughter. With exhilaration, Su Xian reached out, and in a mere moment, his little white serpent had achieved the remarkable elevation to diamond-grade quality. It was simply unfathomable. Spanning a length of 20 meters, the white snake, as thick as a person's embrace, extended several meters of its forked tongue, gently licking Su Xian before him. Little white, how is it that you possess white scales now? Do you perhaps have the potential to transform into a dragon? Su Xian marveled as he caressed the glistening, fist-sized scales on little white's body, growing increasingly fond of them with every touch. Hiss. The white serpent's hissing sound abruptly startled Su Xian, causing him to tightly grip the hand crossbow in his possession. Hiss. The massive white serpent glided smoothly up the staircase, and soon thereafter, horrified screams echoed from above. When Su Xian caught up, he witnessed the serpent devouring a diminutive demoness whole, and judging by the bulging state of its abdomen, it had consumed more than one. Su Xian's lips twitched. Little white, if possible, let us refrain from feasting on humans. The white serpent emitted a disdainful and dissatisfied hiss. Su Xian was taken aback, then he shook his head with a wry smile. The bond he shared with the serpent was one of equal coexistence. It was not obliged to follow his commands. Moreover, both he and the serpent held the power to dissolve this contract at any moment. Reflecting upon the fact that these diminutive demons were not truly part of the human race, Su Xian chose not to dwell on the matter further. Hiss. The white serpent surged forth, and to Su Xian's astonishment, the recently devoured diminutive demons appeared to have been digested entirely. The serpent's previously distended abdomen had returned to its normal state. Brothers and sisters, the diminutive demons feast upon humans. According to Brother Bai Qi, this world once harbored our kind of humanity, yet all have been annihilated by the diminutive demons. As fellow humans, we cannot assist in their tyranny. I am profoundly grateful that you have chosen to follow me in the shared decision. But this is not enough. The army of diminutive demons is engaged in battle outside, leaving their rear dangerously vulnerable. This underground realm is their stronghold, teeming with countless weapons and equipment. We must seize this opportunity to take it all. Even if the diminutive demons return victorious, we can exhaust them using the terrain to our advantage. Brothers and sisters, charge in with me. Annihilate the diminutive demons. Yao Gang, with a grand gesture, brandished his exceptional quality spear and was the first to plunge into the underground world. Charge. Kill. Over 2,000 men surged ahead, with a multitude of women, either willingly or reluctantly, following suit. Bai Qi took a deep breath. The diminutive demon warriors, having ignited their so-called divine power, became fearlessly reckless, seemingly devoid of basic rationality. At least these beings appeared to have forgotten how to wield javelins and crossbows, opting instead to charge forth with various melee weapons. The transformed diminutive warriors exhibited extraordinary prowess, as even the resilient ice crocodiles fell before them. Observing the approaching diminutive demon warriors, Bai Qi gripped his stellar-grade sharp spear and leaped into the fray. Swish. With a swift strike, he cleaved a diminutive demon warrior in half, weapons and all. Boom, boom, boom. After enduring several attacks, Bai Qi swung his blade, swiftly dispatching 5 dwarf warriors within a meter's radius. Exhilaration coursed through him as he experienced an elevation in his life level to the extraordinary, endowed with enduring strength akin to 1,000 pounds, complemented by invincible defense. He reveled in the madness and thrill of close-quarters slaughter. A thunderous roar erupted, prompting Bai Qi to gaze upward, where chaos unfolded in the distance as two ferocious off-road vehicles barreled forward. From the vehicle silhouettes, he recognized that it was Gong Yingying and Xia Qi driving. As long as the two women remained inside their vehicles, safety would be assured, and Bai Qi chose to disregard them. What on earth? Had these two vehicles gone mad? My car has been wrecked. Damn, were they trying to claim my kills? I'm joining in. There are too many cars. There's no way to squeeze through. What the hell? Why is Bai Qi so ferocious, slaughtering even the berserk dwarf warriors with impunity? He can't hold out much longer. Human stamina is finite, and his armor cannot withstand ceaseless attacks. Indeed, once Bai Qi's strength is depleted, that will be our moment to strike. Why are those ice and snow nymphs flying so high, taking away the frozen crocodiles? Are they planning to play both sides? This is becoming rather terrifying. Our mission is to eliminate those nymphs, and they are soaring above, making them untouchable. Forget about that. Let us focus on killing Bai Qi. The ice and snow nymphs will certainly intervene. Gong Yingying pressed the accelerator, forcefully carving a path through the congested vehicles. Upon witnessing Bai Qi engage in close combat with the berserk dwarf warriors, she felt a surge of anxiety and immediately drove over without hesitation. The sharp screech of brakes echoed as Gong Yingying leaped from the vehicle before it had even come to a complete stop. Bai Qi was taken aback, prepared to speak, only to see the woman deftly swing her spear, severing the heads of 3 dwarf warriors with a fluid grace that was aesthetically pleasing. With several swift strikes, Gong Yingying stood beside Bai Qi, finally allowing herself a moment of relief. Bai Qi, stop dawdling and regain your strength. Yingying, you're not the words Diamond Barbie lingered unspoken on his lips. Bai Qi was genuinely astonished. He had seen her photo and knew she was beautiful, but he had not anticipated her physique to be so extraordinary. Her slender arms, legs, and waist were simply incredible. Ignoring Bai Qi, Gong Yingying continued her elegant dance of death, dispatching dwarf warriors with remarkable efficiency, far surpassing Bai Qi's chaotic strikes. Yingying, don't be so ruthless, take it easy. Watching Gong Yingying fight, with such fervor filled Bai Qi with alarm. If this exquisite girl were to be injured or slain by a berserk dwarf warrior, he would be utterly devastated. Without hesitation, Bai Qi brandished his spear and charged to her side, synchronizing his attacks with hers. Although Gong Yingying felt that Bai Qi and Appo's presence hindered her ability to demonstrate her true prowess, she could not voice her discontent, given his good intentions. The myriad of survivors observing from the periphery suddenly fell into a momentary stupor. In an instant, realization struck them. To vanquish that woman was imperative. They must not grant Bai Qi a moment and Appo's respite. Armed with weaponry far superior, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire, while others resorted to hurling incendiary bottles to attack. Victory was within their grasp. They must eliminate Bai Qi and that woman. Whoosh whoosh. The air was filled with a cacophony of gunfire, as Bai Qi swiftly pulled Gong Yingying close. Thud thud. A multitude of arrows struck Bai Qi's body, cascading to the ground. In the next moment, with a mere thought, 2 frosty female spirits surged forth, enveloping him and Gong Yingying and lifting them into the air. Chapter 83. Annihilation of the Dwarf Warriors. Damn it. Yingying, bear with it. Bai Qi glared at the numerous arrows embedded in Gong Yingying and Appo's body, his fury reaching an unbearable peak. These were unmistakably the arrows fired by the desperate survivors. Gong Yingying gritted her teeth and nodded slightly. With a swift motion, the arrows were extracted, causing blood to spurt forth. Bai Qi hurriedly applied a diamond-grade rapid healing ointment to her wounds. Afterward, the numerous arrow injuries were tended to, though a few areas remained problematic. However, given the urgency of the situation, both Bai Qi and Gong Yingying chose to overlook them. As they observed the survivors brandishing their bows and preparing to shoot, Bai Qi's expression turned icy. Yingying, retreat to the rear and do not come any closer. Understood. With the lead of the first ice snow nymph, Bai Qi swiftly flew to the side of Xia Qi's car. Xia Qi, drive the car onto the ice lake and let Yingying get in. Do not approach any further. Oh. Xia Qi hastily pressed the accelerator, steering towards the ice lake. Once Gong Yingying was safely inside the vehicle, Bai Qi, with a mere thought, had the 2 ice snow nymphs carry him into the air. Initially reluctant to engage the survivors, Bai Qi's restraint shattered after the recent barrage. Hovering above the group of survivors, he produced a massive fuel barrel. unleashing a deluge of fuel upon them. One barrel after another poured down, drenching the throngs of survivors below. Run! Help! Bai Qi is killing us! Bai Qi, we did not attack you. Spare the innocent. The air was filled with frantic cries as Bai Qi retrieved his sole pursuit sniper and fired a star-grade explosive bullet into the chaos. Boom! Flames erupted, engulfing numerous vehicles in a sea of fire. Without pausing, he continued to rain down fuel from the sky. Many vehicles attempted to flee the area, but in their panic, they collided with one another, leaving only those at the outer edges able to escape. The dwarf warriors, having lost sight of Bai Qi as a target, suddenly charged towards Xia Kik's vehicle. Though Xia Kiki was in a state of panic, she knew the prowess of her top-tier vehicle. She maneuvered deftly, ensuring their safety. Witnessing Bai Qi's assault on the multitude of survivors, the dozens of ice snow nymphs in the sky swiftly made a decision. A massive wave of ice crocodiles surged from the ice lake, initiating a frenzied slaughter. Furthermore, half of the ice snow nymphs, accompanied by hundreds of ice crocodiles, departed swiftly towards the distance. Bai Qi noticed the actions of the ice snow nymphs but found himself unable to intervene. Bai Qi, stop the indiscriminate killing. Bai Qi, spare us. This time, he refrained from close combat, instead using the sole pursuit sniper to swiftly eliminate the rampaging dwarf warriors below. Time seemed to blur. Before long, not a single dwarf warrior remained standing on the battlefield. Bai Qi took a deep breath and then descended beside Xia Kik's vehicle. The two girls promptly leaped out of the car. Inging, Xia Kik, let us hasten to gather the remains of the dwarf warriors. With long strides, the two women swiftly collected the bodies of the fallen dwarf warriors, causing numerous crystals of dark magic power to emerge. After a full hour, the battlefield was preliminarily cleared. Bai Qi had acquired 560 crystals, each the size of a glass orb. Inging, Xia Kik, I shall head to the dwarf tribe. You both collect the vehicles here. Bai Qi, take care. After bidding farewell to the two women, Bai Qi drove his vehicle rapidly toward the direction of the dwarf tribe. With the battle concluded, many survivors abandoned their vehicles in their flight, and Bai Qi did not pursue them. Surviving the extreme cold was a formidable challenge in itself. Half an hour later, Bai Qi arrived at the entrance to the underground world. With a swift motion, the elite icefield wolves led the charge, and Bai Qi soon entered the subterranean realm. Before long, he encountered an unusual scene. 3 factions stood in opposition to one another. One faction comprised dozens of ice nymphs and over 100 frost giant crocodiles. Another was led by Zhao Gang with a contingent of thousands. The final faction was peculiar. A young man and a massive white serpent stood protectively before a throng of dwarf women and children. Upon witnessing Bai Qi's arrival, the ice nymphs flew toward him with respectful demeanor. We have met our master, they chanted in a chorus, leaving Bai Qi momentarily taken aback. Master, our sisters had previously agreed that if you truly aided us in vanquishing the dwarf tribe, we would willingly become your servants, explained the foremost ice nymph eagerly. Then, may the enslavement commence, the voices echoed, and without hesitation, Bai Qi recognized the utility of the ice nymphs and was convinced of their potential for further applications. A radiant light enveloped the scene as one by one, the ice nymphs became his servants. Once the enslavement was complete, Bai Qi turned his attention toward Zhao Gang. Leader Zhao Gang, what has transpired? Bai Qi inquired, gesturing toward the white serpent. Zhao Gang sighed, Brother Bai Qi, it appears that the dwarf warriors have all been dispatched by you. We initially intended to eradicate the dwarf tribe below completely. However, this gentleman Su Xian arrived with a formidable white serpent. He has shown mercy, unwilling to witness the slaughter of these dwarf women and their young. Bai Qi glanced toward the young man, who appeared quite handsome, but suddenly grew tense. The white serpent behind him raised its head in vigilance while casting a covetous gaze upon Bai Qi's Icefield Wolf King. Su Xian, which faction have you chosen? Bai Qi asked in a grave tone. Brother Bai, I chose the ice nymph's side, and just now my little Bai devoured many of the resisting dwarf tribe, Su Xian replied, leaving Bai Qi feeling quite uneasy about the situation. Su Xian, the dwarven race is indeed cannibalistic. The presence of numerous human remains here should speak volumes. Zhao Gang's voice resonated with indignation. Furthermore, after our departure, the bodies of the men who perished at the hands of the female dwarves last night were also relocated underground, many of them even dismembered. It is an undeniable fact that the dwarven race engages in cannibalism, Zhao Gang added emphatically, instilling fear in several survivors. Bai Qi's expression grew grave. If that were the case, it was indeed imperative to eradicate the threat completely. The small white snake that had once been sheltered by them had inexplicably grown to a formidable size, exuding a chilling authority that suggested immense power. The previous standoff among the three parties was likely due to the strength of this white serpent. However, now that Bai Qi had arrived, this snake, whose might was merely a notch above that of the ice witch, would pose no more than a minor challenge, easily dealt with by a few gunshots. Chapter 84. You are foolish, yet admirable. Su Xian, step aside, Bai Qi spoke, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Su Xian bit her lip, ultimately shaking her head. Bai Qi, throughout history, it has been a principle that combatants do not harm women and children. Even if they belong to the goblin race, what do the children understand? If they were goblin warriors, I would be the first to strike them down. However, these are merely the innocent goblin women and children who toil in the underground world. They are blameless. Bai, Zhao Gang, I beg your pardon for my naivety, but I cannot allow you to harm them. Su Xian and Appo's voice grew increasingly resolute. Bai Qi and Zhao Gang exchanged glances, both perplexed yet somewhat admiring of one another. Su Xian, we can comprehend your stance on not killing women and children. But if we do not eradicate these goblins, how will our factional war come to an end? Zhao Gang inquired solemnly. Su Xian hesitated, then shook her head in despair. I do not understand why we must fight for survival, nor why I have been drawn into such events. However, it seems to me that this situation is not devoid of resolution. She spoke earnestly. Must these goblin women and children truly perish? What sins have they committed? If possible, I would willingly bear their punishment. I implore you to end this factional war. Su Xian raised her gaze to the heavens, pleading earnestly. Just as Bai Qi sighed, a notification suddenly appeared. Ding. Special event triggered. Survivor Su Xian has made a grand vow, and the factional war is concluded. Ding. All survivors who chose the evil goblin faction will be stripped of their survivor status and remain in this world as ordinary humans. Ding. Survivor Su Xian, you will remain in this world to fulfill your grand vow. As long as the malevolent power of the goblin race persists, you shall not depart from this realm. Everyone stared in disbelief, unable to fathom how a monumental factional war could cease with but a few words from Su Xian. It was utterly inconceivable. Bai Qi slowly stowed away his king-level soul pursuit sniper, and the previously startled white serpent began to feel somewhat at ease. Bai Qi and Zhao Gang exchanged glances before approaching Su Xian. Su Xian, while I find your actions rather foolish, I must commend you. Here is a blueprint for constructing a snow house. It is yours. Zhao Gang said with a hint of emotion as he produced a piece of parchment and handed it over. Su Xian was momentarily taken aback before Zhao Gang firmly placed it in her hands. Bai Qi's lips twitched. He concurred with Zhao Gang's assessment. Although Su Xian and Appo's actions seemed somewhat foolish, they were imbued with a unique charm. Perhaps this was the very behavior that everyone yearns for yet is constrained by the harshness of reality. Bai Qi patted Su Xian on the shoulder. Su Xian, you are right. Women and children should not be slain. You have saved them, yet you will also sacrifice much in return. I present to you a formidable weapon, along with some healing salves, in hopes that they will aid you in fulfilling your grand aspirations. Bai Qi retrieved the diamond-grade iron-cutting dagger and 10 perfect-grade healing salves acquired earlier from the Goblin Priest's palace, and handed them over. Su Xian was truly overwhelmed with emotion. However, upon witnessing the actions of the two, he resolved to embrace his choice. As he grasped the dagger, it nearly slipped from his hand, not due to its weight, but rather because of its astonishing quality. Bai, this is far too precious. Su Xian stammered in disbelief. Take it. This is for your self-defense. The women and children of the goblin clan are still goblins. Even with a white serpent as your guardian, you must exercise utmost caution. Ultimately, Su Xian gritted his teeth and accepted the gifts. In the midst of battle, Gong Yingying delivered a decisive strike, dispatching a charred goblin warrior who had inexplicably rolled beneath a vehicle and was now convulsing in death. Ding. The faction war has concluded. Contribution points have been distributed, and the contribution store is now open. Survivors are urged to redeem items promptly, as contribution points will be reset in 1 hour. Ding. All survivors will be teleported away in 24 hours. Upon merely glancing at the screen, Bai Qi was left astounded. A staggering 680 contribution points. Did this correlate with the goblin warriors and survivors he had vanquished? He promptly began to peruse the items available for redemption. After scrutinizing the offerings, a frown creased his brow. It was not that the items in the contribution store were lacking in quality. After all, even firearms such as handguns had appeared, alongside ready-made ammunition. There were even superior-grade vehicle components and weapons available for exchange, and the required contribution points were relatively modest. For instance, a superior-grade vehicle component could be obtained for just 50 points, while a standard quality handgun required 60 points. Additionally, 10 ordinary bullets could be redeemed for a mere point. Superior and exceptional-grade handguns were also on offer, priced at 300 and 2,000 contribution points, respectively. Thus, the worth of contribution points was indeed substantial. Yet, amidst all these offerings, there was not a single blueprint that Bai Qi desired. He held no interest in these top-tier ready-made items. Grasping a significant amount of contribution points, Bai Qi found himself in a quandary. Was he truly compelled to purchase a batch of exceptional-grade handguns? He felt utterly speechless. Ding. Bai Qi, I have 2,650 contribution points. But I find little of interest to purchase. Do you have any plans? Gong Yingying's message arrived, indicating that she too had grown disinterested in the items within the contribution store. Bai Qi attempted to transfer points, only to discover that it was not permitted. Yingying, why not buy another exceptional-grade handgun? Use the remaining points for materials. All right, Bai Qi, I will trade the materials to you shortly. Before long, Gong Yingying had traded over a plethora of materials. Bai Qi, with over 700 contribution points, had exchanged them for materials, all of which were included in the recent batch. He felt somewhat speechless, yet he was not overly concerned. What truly troubled him was his own 680 contribution points. This represented a tremendous benefit for survivors, and if he were to merely purchase materials, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of loss. Suddenly, Bai Qi recalled the moment when Su had just made a grand vow to the heavens. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi began to communicate through the survival core. To the great unknown entity, may I utilize these contributions to request items of utility? After posing his question, Bai Qi anxiously awaited a response. Ding. Survivor Bai Qi. Based on your circumstances, contribution points can be converted into world power and creation power. Please make your selection. Bai Qi's eyes lit up with intrigue. He was eager to inquire about the purposes and distinctions between world power and creation power. Chapter 85. The Power of Creation. Ding. The power of the world is the most pristine form of regulated energy, possessing the ability to evolve all things. The power of creation embodies the regulated force that transforms the decayed into the miraculous, enhancing and improving all existence. The concepts of evolving all things and enhancing all things seem rather exalted to me. It appears I must make a choice based on my own circumstances. Evolving all things resembles the notion of the proliferation of life, while enhancing all things suggests the refinement and transformation of what already exists. I find myself lacking in nothing. My offensive capabilities are fortified by a king-level soul-piercing weapon, and my defenses are secured by an epic-grade battle armor imbued with the power of ice and snow. Additionally, I possess an exquisite spatial storage bracelet and a supreme enslavement scroll, rendering my strength unmatched among my peers. However, there lingers a tinge of regret. For the supreme enslavement scroll is merely of perfect quality, allowing for the enslavement of only perfect-grade beings. The white serpent, recently encountered, is of diamond-level caliber. It seems worth a try. Bai Qi took a deep breath and converted all contributions into the power of creation. Ding. Conversion successful. Rounding up, you have acquired 5 strands of the power of creation. Before Bai Qi appeared several nearly invisible strands. Goodness, rounding up has indeed favored me. Bai Qi marveled as he retrieved the supreme enslavement scroll. Enhance this enslavement scroll. Upon his command, the 5 nearly imperceptible strands of the power of creation vanished instantaneously. While the supreme enslavement scroll in Bai Qi and Appo's hand radiated an endless brilliance. Moments later, the white light dissipated. Bai Qi grasped the enslavement scroll, now glowing with a diamond hue, and examined it closely. Supreme enslavement scroll, diamond. Description: capable of enslaving non-human life forms. Maximum enslavement capacity 100, current enslavement count 5100. Description: can only enslave diamond-grade life forms at maximum. Description: once enslaved, the master can control the servant. If the servant perishes, the enslavement count will restore. Description: this enslavement scroll contains a built-in space to store enslaved life forms. Description: bound. Bai Qi furrowed his brow. The quality of the supreme enslavement scroll had ascended from perfect to diamond grade, and the quality of the beings it could enslave had also improved to diamond level. However, the enslavement capacity remained at 100, which left Bai Qi somewhat disheartened. Bai Qi exhaled. Currently, his enslavement space housed 32 perfect-grade ice snow sirens, 10 exceptional-grade elite ice wolves, 5 elite ice bears, and 3 elite ice apes. The 20 exceptional-grade ice giant crocodiles he had previously enslaved perished in the recent battle, now reduced to a heap of ice giant crocodile meat stored within Bai Qi's bracelet. Yet, these ice giant crocodiles did not drop exceptional-grade life marks upon their demise. Bai Qi surmised this was due to their not being slain by a survivor. The faction war has come to a definitive conclusion, and the rewards have been claimed. Bai Qi, unconcerned about the state of the underworld, swiftly ascended towards the surface in the embrace of the first ice snow demon. Recently, he had enslaved a group of ice snow demons, but there remained another batch at the Holy Lake. Half an hour later, Bai Qi successfully enslaved an additional 34 ice snow demons, bringing the total to 66. Are you saying that all your sisters are here? Bai Qi inquired with some confusion. Master, indeed, she replied. Long ago, we had many sisters, but over the years, most have been slain by the dwarf demon clan. Well, the past is behind us. The dwarf demon clan can no longer stir trouble, and those women and children will gradually diminish the influence of the dark magic under Su Xian and Appo's supervision. From now on, you shall follow me closely. Yes, master. The first ice snow demon obediently stood beside Bai Qi. He directed his gaze towards the location of the Holy Lake. According to the ice snow demon, her kin had fought their final battle against the dwarf demon clan right here. In the end, many women, unwilling to endure humiliation and become prey, leapt into the lake with their children and perished. After an unknown time, they discovered they had transformed into ice snow demons. Bai Qi found it hard to believe that the icy lake held no great secret. However, after questioning all the ice snow demons, he learned that they were unaware of anything extraordinary. The only peculiar detail was that the Holy Lake harbored no fish. Only the glacial crocodiles could thrive and reproduce here. Yet, glacial crocodiles require sustenance, which led to the ice snow demons hunting fierce beasts in the outside world. The ice snow demons, on the other hand, do not require food. They merely absorb the power of ice to sustain their existence. With a splash, Bai Qi plunged into the depths of the Holy Lake, with the first ice snow demon clinging to him and swiftly propelling them through the water, while the Ice Wolf King dashed across the frozen surface. The performance of the ice snow demons was astonishing. They exhibited no fear of water and could fly and move within it. However, the water temperature could not be too high, as it would accelerate the depletion of their internal ice power. The frigid waters of the Holy Lake, in contrast, enhanced their strength. After surfacing every 10 minutes, they wandered through the depths of the Holy Lake for a full 5 hours, yet Bai Qi discovered nothing. As the hours passed, the other 64 ice snow demons had consumed 5 or 6 ice snow demon cores each, significantly boosting their power. Bai Qi was now prepared to cultivate these ice snow demons, who had shown him an almost absolute loyalty. Upon inspecting the ice snow demon cores, he found that 167 remained. Number 1 and number 2, you shall eat first, and see how many you require to break through to a higher level. Yes, master. Bai Qi released all 167 ice snow demon cores, and subsequently, numbers 1 and 2 began to consume them eagerly. Currently, the number of enslaved entities under the ultimate diamond grade enslavement scroll has reached 85 out of a possible 100. Among them, there are 66 ice snow maidens, along with 10 elite ice wolves, 5 elite ice bears, and 3 elite ice apes. The speed and agility of the ice wolves far surpass those of the ice bears and ice apes, particularly the latter, which Bai Qi perceives as the least formidable. Consequently, Bai Qi promptly released the enslavement on the ice ape and subsequently harvested it. After freeing another ice bear, Bai Qi ensnared 20 frost giant crocodiles, thus achieving the maximum capacity of enslavement. With matters at the sacred lake settled, Bai Qi, accompanied by Gong Yingying and Xia Kiki, ventured towards the subterranean world. Chapter 86. The Shared Bath of Two Maidens. The two maidens meticulously collected all the vehicles belonging to the slain survivors, amassing a staggering total of 12,300 survival cores along with a plethora of various materials and blueprints. Bai Qi undertook the distribution, claiming 10,000 survival cores for himself, along with the majority of the foundational materials. As for the blueprints, he retained all that he did not already possess. Previously, over 20,000 survivors had opted for the malevolent dwarf demon faction, yet only around 8,000 managed to escape, most of whom fled in their vehicles. However, they were now stripped of their identities as survivors, rendering their survival cores and workbenches inoperative. Should their vehicles encounter any issues, that would likely be beyond repair. Thus, this group of individuals, not lacking in intelligence, had already congregated and set off towards the dwarf demon tribe. in the face of the harsh environment of the frigid world. Venturing into the wilderness posed a daunting challenge, with the icy beasts proving formidable foes. Among this group, there were over 6,000 women and merely a little over 1,000 men, resulting in a grievous imbalance. After deliberation, Bai Qi, Zhao Gang, Su Xian, and others resolved not to take action against these individuals. However, restrictions remained in place. All their weapons were confiscated, including those belonging to the dwarf demons from the underground world, which were subsequently divided among the victors. Bai Qi primarily acquired a substantial amount of materials, dismissing the highest quality weapons as unworthy of his attention, though he did collect a selection of bows and crossbows for backup. Upon reaching the underground world, Bai Qi began to explore the diverse flora. His vehicle boasted an interior space of 2,000 square meters, and he felt it would be a waste not to cultivate something. This inclination stemmed from a hereditary compulsion he could not resist. After a thorough search, Bai Qi returned with satisfaction, having discovered both grapes and bananas, as well as tomatoes, potatoes, and mushrooms. However, he nearly recoiled in disgust at the staple food, which was a grotesque meatworm fed on decaying leaves and manure. After parking the vehicle, Bai Qi pondered briefly before inviting Gong Yingying and Xia Qi aboard. During the previous battle, the two women had displayed unwavering resolve and commendable actions, leading Bai Qi to deem them trustworthy. Of course, the primary reason was that he now possessed an epic-grade battle armor imbued with the power of ice and snow, rendering him fearless in the face of ordinary dangers. Wow, big brother Bai, it's enormous, Xia Qi exclaimed, joyfully racing about within the spacious vehicle. Bai Qi and Gong Yingying exchanged a knowing smile. Yingying, when the vehicle ascends to diamond grade, if we have spatial crystals, we can integrate them. It's fortunate that you provided that spatial crystal last time, Bai Qi remarked, gesturing for Gong Yingying to explore. With graceful strides, she began to tour the interior, while other features were commendable, upon the reveal of the grand bathing area. Even the usually composed Gong Yingying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bai Qi, I wish to take a bath with Qi, the girl said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Very well. You may draw the water yourself. Just be sure to close the door afterward. Once the two women had shut the bathroom door, Bai Qi busied himself with the blueprints he had acquired earlier, which included designs for a large wooden basin, perfectly aligning with his plans for further enhancements. With a swift rush, 5 ice and snow sirens materialized, each possessing an immense strength of 700 or 800 pounds, sufficient to be commanded. Subsequently, Bai Qi crafted an array of tools, and with a single command, the 5 sirens soared into action, beginning to excavate the frozen soil. He fashioned wooden basins with precision, creating square containers measuring 1 meter in width, 2 meters in length, and 1 meter in depth. He then restructured the interior of the carriage, swiftly establishing a 1,000 square meter planting area, half dedicated to grapes and bananas, while the other half was reserved for tomatoes, potatoes, and mushrooms. Before long, Bai Qi had successfully organized the planting zone. Next came the task of watering the crops. While the issue of illumination relied solely on the efficacy of the lights within the carriage, laughter and playful banter echoed from the bathroom, where Bai Qi vaguely caught snippets of conversation, such as, Sister Yingying, you two possess a divine beast physique, and, Sister Yingying, it seems you have a size larger than mine. He even heard Xia Qi's exclamations, Sister Yingying, how do you have such a beautiful waistline? Taking a deep breath to quell his overwhelming thoughts, Bai Qi realized that he had previously imagined Gong Yingying as resembling a muscular Barbie, but upon meeting her, he discovered she was anything but. She exuded an extraordinary grace with her slender arms, petite waist, and long legs, a figure that was simply perfection. Bai Qi, not being a saint, found it difficult to suppress his feelings. Although the girl treated him with kindness and warmth, her lack of overt actions and words left him uncertain of her intentions. Such a girl should never be forced. Within the confines of the bathroom, both women reveled in their newfound bliss. After many days of survival on the road, this was their first genuine bathing experience. Sister Yingying, let me tell you, Brother Bai secretly crafted a silicone doll, one clad in armor. Upon witnessing you battle the dwarves today, I finally understood who that doll represented, Xia Qi whispered. Gong Yingying's face, already flushed from the bath, reddened even further. Qi, do not speak recklessly. Bai Qi is not that kind of person. Come on, Sister Yingying. During my time in the entertainment industry, I came across all sorts of strange information. Brother Bai is quite the gentleman. With only a few hours left until our departure, are you not considering staying here, Sister Yingying? Xia Qi inquired with a hint of curiosity. Gong Yingying gently tapped Xia Kiki and Appo's forehead with her delicate finger. Kiki, refrain from such talk. We do not yet know what we will face next. We must conserve our strength. If I am not mistaken, we are about to encounter even more perilous circumstances. Her tone turned serious, causing Xia Kiki to feel a wave of anxiety. Sister Yingying, I am so frightened. Had I not met Brother Bai on the road, I fear I would have perished at the hands of those men. Yet, it seems Brother Bai does not favor me. If it were not for my blueprints for gunpowder, he likely would not have allowed me to accompany him, Xia Kiki lamented, swimming closer to Gong Yingying and embracing her arm. Sensing the slippery sensation, Gong Yingying felt a shiver run down her spine. However, upon witnessing the pitiable state of the other, she resolutely embraced her. Kiki, do not fear. Have you not acquired an exceptional grade handgun? The ammunition is nearly inexhaustible. With some practice and marksmanship, combined with the power of the vehicle, no ordinary villain shall pose a threat to you, Gong Yingying gently reassured her. Yes, but, sister, since you have given me the gun, will Brother Bai be displeased when he finds out? Not at all. This time, you fought alongside Bai Qi. And the gunpowder you provided was one of the crucial elements in his victory. Therefore, do not harbor excessive worries. If Bai Qi had not accepted you, how could he possibly allow you to witness the marvels within his car? As Gong Yingying finished speaking, Xia Kiki's eyes sparkled, and she vigorously nodded in agreement. I understand. Yingying's sister, I will strive to become stronger as quickly as possible. I will surely fight alongside you in the future. Yes. Now hurry and take a shower. Come. Let me help you scrub your back first. Chapter 87. The Blueprint of Eternal Cigarettes. The women took their time bathing. Emerging from the bathroom after more than an hour, arm in arm, Bai Qi had already prepared a pot of exquisite frost giant crocodile meat. This time, it was a savory mushroom, potato, and tomato broth, which elicited joyful cheers from the two women as they took their seats. While they dined, Bai Qi also presented a variety of fruits acquired from previous resource chests, further delighting them. After satisfying their appetites, they slowed their pace. Bai Qi, what do you think is the reason we were chosen as survivors? Gong Yingying inquired. Bai Qi placed a slice of meat on her plate, pondering the question. Yingying, I have contemplated this matter numerous times, and it often arises in our group discussions. Frankly, I find it perplexing. If we are meant to fulfill certain tasks, why is the casualty rate so staggering? Even during the initial 3-day adaptation period, the mortality rate exceeded 70, and in this frigid world, it surpasses 80. Moreover, the final faction war led to our mutual slaughter, a relentless conflict. Were it not for Su Xian's grand ambition, we might have had to eliminate nearly 8,000 fleeing survivors to conclude the faction war. Honestly, I cannot comprehend the rationale behind such actions. Gong Yingying nodded, while Xia Kiki appeared somewhat fearful. Bai Qi, after Su Xian ended the faction war, those 8,000 survivors were stripped of their identities as survivors. What if we had chosen the side of the malevolent goblin race and exterminated all the Ice Maidens? What would the outcome have been? Upon hearing this, Bai Qi furrowed his brow. Indeed, it is unfathomable. Yet, I have a vague feeling that if that were the case, we too might have been deprived of our identities as survivors, ultimately perishing in this world, Bai Qi remarked. Does this imply that we were chosen as survivors to eradicate these soulless races? Gong Yingying posited. Yingying, your hypothesis holds merit, but we currently lack sufficient information. Perhaps with more experiences, we shall understand better in due course. Furthermore, regardless of circumstances, our own strength is paramount. If we become sufficiently powerful, we can alter the outcomes. Even if stripped of our identities as survivors, a formidable strength will allow us to thrive in this perilous world, Bai Qi asserted. The two women nodded in agreement. As Bai Qi was undoubtedly the most qualified to speak on this matter, after all, he had single-handedly faced over 20,000 adversaries and emerged victorious. Once they were satiated, the two women playfully engaged with the calm and handsome Ice Wolf King, a formidable entity despite his mere days of existence, already displaying remarkable intelligence. Ultimately, the two retreated, overwhelmed by the Ice Wolf King and Appo's bewildered gaze. Bai Qi felt a tinge of resentment towards Xia Kiki, had it not been for her presence. Perhaps he and Gong Yingying would have found themselves in a more intimate situation, alone together. As the departure from this world loomed just a mere 10 hours away, Bai Qi cast a glance at the vast array of materials and vehicle component blueprints within his storage bracelet. He resolved to upgrade both his own vehicle and those of the two ladies once more. The components of his vehicle were already of diamond grade, with the fuel tank being of stellar grade. Thus, Bai Qi aimed to elevate the remaining parts to the same stellar standard. What followed was a frenzied bout of production, resulting in a substantial quantity of superior-grade vehicle components. The excellent-grade parts were immediately utilized for material collection, while the exceptional and perfect grades were linked to the 7,000 to 8,000 surviving souls who had managed to endure. Previously, Zhao Gang and Oppo's team had engaged in relentless slaughter against the diminutive demon race in the underground world, amassing considerable contribution values in the process. However, Bai Qi's intent was not to amass wealth. At this point, he lacked for nothing of lesser quality. 8 hours later, Bai Qi came to a halt. The vehicle's shell, tires, glass, chassis, power system, and fuel tank had all been upgraded to stellar grade, rendering his vehicle astonishingly formidable. Both Gong Yingying and Xia Keek's vehicles had also been enhanced to diamond-grade components, although their survival cores remained at perfect grade, as the ascension to diamond grade required the incorporation of spatial crystals for increased cabin space. Bai Qi's survival core was still at diamond grade, and he had opted not to upgrade it further, intending to await the discovery of spatial crystals for a future fusion. Moreover, Bai Qi possessed an entire set of diamond-grade vehicle components. After careful contemplation, he decided to bestow them upon another. Su Xian had managed to articulate a so-called grand aspiration with just a few words, an endeavor that had garnered the approval of the survival corps. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary affair. Therefore, Bai Qi was inclined to invest in Su Xian, believing that, given his altruistic nature, he would not forget such kindness in times of turmoil. Even if Su Xian turned out to be ungrateful, it would matter little. It was merely a gamble. Opening his friend list, Bai Qi sent a message and a trade proposal to Su Xian. Brother Su Xian, after much contemplation, it is evident that your continued existence in this world is fraught with peril. I am gifting you a complete set of vehicle components, hoping they may assist you. Upon receiving the message and trade items from the eminent figure, Su Xian was rendered utterly speechless. Over the past several hours, he had observed Bai Qi frequently auctioning exceptional and even perfect-grade vehicle components in the group chat. He longed to purchase them, yet lacked sufficient resources to exchange. What astonished him most was the offer of an even superior diamond-grade set of components, entirely free of charge. As Su Xian stood in disbelief, Bai Qi suddenly smacked his forehead. Su Xian, I nearly forgot. Upgrading a vehicle from excellent to diamond grade requires a total of 335 survival cores. I shall include them in the trade. Watching the influx of survival cores in the transaction window, Su Xian's eyes brimmed with tears. He was genuinely moved. Bai Daolao, I cannot accept this. His voice quivered with emotion. Bai Qi furrowed his brow. How could this dashing figure, who possessed so much courage, now appear so despondent? Take it. For acts of kindness require the fortification of strength. Without a protective vehicle, how can you fulfill your grand aspirations? Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, Su Xian momentarily froze, then opened the armrest compartment. He swiftly retrieved a blueprint from within and placed it in the trading section. Bai Daolao, this is the only seemingly useless blueprint I possess. Should our paths cross again, I shall surely repay your kindness. Not bothering to examine the item, Bai Qi completed the transaction with Su Xian. Goodness! A blueprint for cigarette production. An exceptional grade permanent blueprint. This is outrageous. Bai Qi immediately sat up straight, taken aback. Chapter 88. The Serenity of Cigarettes. What a remarkable find. Su Xian possesses such extraordinary items yet claims they are of no use. How intriguing. However, it appears that Su Xian is not a smoker. For individuals like him, cigarettes may indeed be detrimental, and many might even feel discomfort at the mere scent of smoke. Yet, for seasoned smokers, the act of quitting can be as arduous as overcoming addiction. Bai Qi is somewhat familiar with smoking, primarily due to the chain smokers among the executives at his workplace, who occasionally compel him to partake in a cigarette. Nevertheless, he does not possess a craving. These past days without smoking have evoked no sense of longing. In the underground world, Bai Qi observed numerous individuals rolling leaves into makeshift cigarettes. The taste being undeniably unpleasant and harsh, yet they appeared relieved as if alleviating a craving. Learning. The schematic vanished, and the workstation now presented a crafting option. Cigarette manufacturing, exceptional, permanent, material requirements, tobacco leaves, etc. Description. Utilizing varying qualities and parts of tobacco leaves will yield cigarettes of different quality and flavor. Tobacco leaves? Bai Qi frowned, as these are rather elusive. Wait, the presence of etc. suggests the possibility of using alternative materials to create cigarettes. Without hesitation, Bai Qi gathered a variety of materials. commencing the cigarette production. Ding! The cigarette crafting began. A radiant white light enveloped a piece of wood, and moments later, a small pile of unfiltered cigarettes appeared on the workstation. It truly works. Bai Qi was elated and eagerly picked up a cigarette for inspection. Of ordinary quality. It sufficed, far superior to the leaves rolled by those other individuals. He promptly lit one for a taste. The pungent smoke filled his lungs, causing Bai Qi to grimace. The flavor was indeed subpar, befitting a cigarette crafted from wood. Being at an exceptional level of vitality, he could distinctly perceive the detrimental effects of such inferior cigarettes on his body. However, the remarkable self-healing ability at this level meant that any harm inflicted by low-quality cigarettes would soon mend. Thus, it could be posited that as individuals elevate their vitality levels, the adverse effects of smoking might be rendered negligible. Bai Qi counted. That single piece of wood had yielded 50 cigarettes, an astonishing quantity. Henceforth, he would have a supply for his crafted items infused with soul strike power. Bai Qi proceeded to manufacture. Eager to discover the outcome of high-quality cigarettes imbued with soul strike power, piles of cigarettes emerged, with occasional perfect, diamond, and even starry-grade cigarettes being produced. Bai Qi sampled each, discovering that the perfect-grade cigarettes posed almost no harm to the body, with an exquisitely refined smoke that invigorated remarkably. The diamond grade offered significant enhancements over the perfect grade, but the starry grade was an entirely different experience altogether. Concentrating and purifying cigarettes. Description: inhaling the smoke allows one to gather their spirit and purify the impurities of the body. Description: when the soul is weary, consuming it can mildly accelerate the recovery of soul power. Bai Qi, filled with excitement, grasped this distinctly unique cigarette before lighting one and taking a puff. A stream of smoke entered his abdomen, and as Bai Qi exhaled slowly, the originally milky white smoke took on a faint gray hue. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of vitality, as if his vision had significantly improved. Incredible! Such exquisite cigarettes are simply unimaginable. Bai Qi then embarked on a frenzied production spree. After over an hour, just 5 minutes before the teleportation, Bai Qi finally ceased his activity. By now, he had amassed 1,000 starry level concentrating and purifying cigarettes, while the ordinary cigarettes had surpassed 500,000. As he prepared to be transported away from this world, Bai Qi wondered whether he would be teleported alongside Gong Yingying, prompting him to hastily initiate a trade. 500 concentrating and purifying cigarettes, 2,000 survival cores, a substantial quantity of ammunition, 100 perfect level instant healing ointments, 50 diamond level rapid healing ointments, 10 starry level ultra healing ointments, and 2 king level life ointments. Additionally, he offered 3,000 excellent level life marks. Although these are of no use when consumed, they are essential for replenishing stamina and acquiring supplies. Remembering the other party and Appo's slender, beautiful legs, Bai Qi ultimately decided to trade the pair of exceptional level black stockings he had previously acquired. Gong Yingying accepted all the items, storing them in her exceptional level storage bracelet. Bai Qi, perhaps we will be teleported together, the girl said with anticipation. Bai Qi opened the window and caught sight of Gong Yingying looking back at him. Their eyes met, and they shared a smile. I was a fool. I should have sent Xia Kiki away just now. Realizing the tender gaze of the lovely lady, Bai Qi understood everything. Thinking of Xia Kiki, he decided to offer her some assistance as well, considering her gunpowder blueprints were essential materials for him. He currently possessed over 20,000 rounds of ammunition and 700 kilograms of black powder, but once used, they would be gone, and he had yet to hear of anyone else possessing gunpowder blueprints. As for concocting it himself, Bai Qi lacked the expertise. Even the individual from Zhao Gang's team, allegedly a PhD in chemistry, had been unable to produce it. The provisions for Xia Kiki were slightly lacking. A heap of diamond-level cigarettes, 20 perfect-level instant healing ointments, 2 diamond-level rapid healing ointments, and 1,000 excellent-level life marks, along with a diamond-level iron-cutting machete, and then he was out. Nevertheless, Xia Kiki's jubilant cheers echoed around them. Yingying, if we are not together afterward, remember not to engage in close combat with the enemies. Just sit in the car and shoot with a handgun. Indeed, Bai Qi. You too should not grow complacent simply because you possess an invincible armor. There are still numerous ways to ensnare you, such as digging traps. Suddenly, a prompt appears, awakening countless survivors still ensnared in slumber, who then begin to bide their time. In the underground realm, Su Xian stands beside the vehicle. As a nearly 30-meter-long white serpent coils its body, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. Following the serpent's icy gaze, a throng of goblin women and children, along with over 8,000 individuals stripped of their survivor status, fixed their attention on Zhao Gang's team. Meanwhile, the chemical engineering doctor, Zhu Qin, wears an expression of profound indignation. Although they have discovered a meager amount of sulfur ore in this subterranean world, nearly a day and night has passed without him managing to create gunpowder. The inability to produce gunpowder leaves Zhao Gang, the elder brother, devoid of motivation, as he must now contend with the pangs of envy. By the holy lake, Wang Changjin stands invigorated, gazing at the 8 extraordinary ice crocodiles beside the vehicle. Ever since Bai Qi departed from this place, he has devised ways to capture a few, finally amassing the 10 necessary for the enslavement scroll. Adjacent to his vehicle is another, within which resides a woman named Lu Ling. In a flash of blinding white light, all vehicles vanish without a trace, as if they had never graced this world. Chapter 89, The World of Fiery Mountains. Ding. The teleportation has concluded, and you have entered the world of fiery mountains. As the surroundings transformed, Bai Qi was met with an overwhelming heat wave. A mere 10-meter wide path of earth and stone stretched infinitely into the distance, surrounded entirely by desert. The world of fiery mountains, could it be the same fiery mountains that the great sage Sun borrowed the banana fan from? Bai Qi mused with a hint of mischief. He glanced at the survival core display screen, which already provided some introductory information. World of fiery mountains. Note: this world is inhabited by intelligent races. Survivors are advised to act accordingly. Note: this world is rife with disasters. Survivors should proceed with caution. Note: engaging in exploration may trigger a final quest. Survivors are urged to choose wisely. Bai Qi's expression turned grave. The first note regarding the world of fiery mountains mirrored that of the previous frigid world, suggesting that there might be more than one intelligent race here. The second note, however, starkly contrasted with the frigid world. While the latter indicated the presence of supply shops along the way, there was no such mention here, implying that the world of fiery mountains likely harbored no equivalent establishments. Furthermore, the specific warning of rampant disasters hinted that the perils here were far from simple. Lastly, the final note indicated that a final quest could be triggered during exploration, which was not the case in the frigid world, where the quest was activated only upon reaching the ultimate destination. Ding. Bai Qi. I am in Area 6 of the world of fiery mountains. Where are you? Ding. Brother Bai, I am in Area 10 of the world of fiery mountains. Which area are you in? Messages from Gong Yingying and Xia Kiki arrived, prompting Bai Qi to hastily check the group chat interface. Area: Fiery Mountain 1. Population: 100. 000 000. Yingying, I am in Fiery Mountain 1, and the population shows 100,000. How about you? Bai Qi, I have 100,000 here as well. I just asked Kiki, and she confirmed the same. All right, be cautious. Ensure you have ample food and water, and remember not to disembark or interact with others recklessly. Bai Qi advised. Understood. Bai Qi, you take care as well. This world is fraught with disasters. I suspect they are of a natural disaster nature. So do not act impulsively. After concluding the chat, Bai Qi checked the information once more. Temperature inside the vehicle, 23 degrees. Outside, 63 degrees. The external temperature left Bai Qi astounded. In the frigid world, the outside temperature hovered around -60 degrees. But as long as one dressed warmly and had a fire for warmth, it was bearable. However, high temperatures were an entirely different matter. If the human body could not dissipate heat, one could succumb to heat stroke rapidly. If the temperature reached around 40 degrees, considering that everyone had consumed a fair amount of life essence, they should be able to withstand it. In the blistering heat of 60 degrees, Bai Qi focused his thoughts, and the epic ice and snow battle armor flowed like water, revealing his arm. He then extended his hand out of the window, immediately greeted by a wave of scorching air. After a minute, Bai Qi concluded that, despite his current extraordinary life level, he could not endure the outside environment for long. Furthermore, he detected a fiery scent carried by the warm breeze that had just blown through the window gap, leaving him perplexed. Closing the window, a refreshing breeze from the air conditioning enveloped him, causing him to shudder in comfort. Opening the group chat, he found it bustling with activity. What a relief! A few days ago, the cold was unbearable. Finally, we no longer have to scavenge for resources in the icy wilderness. The temperature outside exceeds 60 degrees. It and Oppos. It's even more challenging than the extreme cold. My vehicle only has a standard air conditioning system. I fear it may not survive this heat. It's only been a short while, and the cool air has already vanished. Goodness, how miserable must those above be? We all started with excellent grade vehicles, while some have already attained extraordinary grade. and even perfect-grade elites. Indeed, the excellent-grade vehicles exhibited commendable insulation, and the air conditioning seemed to be holding up well. Though fuel consumption would likely increase significantly, there was no mention of supply stores, and without sufficient fuel, they could face dire consequences. Haha. I've stockpiled over 1,000 liters of fuel. It will certainly suffice. Brothers, I just ventured outside and noticed that this world seems devoid of the sun. Why is it so hot? Are you foolish? The name itself reveals its nature. This is the world of Flame Mountain, certainly heated by the flames of the mountains. As for the sun, didn't the extreme cold world lack both sun and moon as well? I hope the natives here are normal humans. I nearly perished under the torment of the dwarfs. As Bai Qi observed the lively discussions, he uncovered a significant issue. The Flame Mountain Zone 1 alone housed over 100,000 individuals, and it was evident that these people came from worlds beyond his own extreme cold realm. Yet, their experiences seemed eerily similar, which was perplexing. Could there be numerous identical extreme cold worlds? Bai Qi felt a sense of bewilderment. Ding! Bai Qi glanced at the notification. It was a message from Zhao Gang. Bai Qi, which Flame Mountain Zone are you in? Zhao Gang's tone was notably gentle, even tinged with respect. In the previous battle, Bai Qi single-handedly pierced through the dwarf demon forces, eliminating over 10,000 survivors with his formidable strength. Zhao Gang, I am in Zone 1. Oh, I am in Zone 8. Many of our brothers have also transferred here, though we have yet to regroup. Zhao Gang's tone conveyed a mix of relief and melancholy. Two contrasting emotions entwined. By the way, Bai Qi, we have gathered a substantial amount of information recently and discovered an intriguing situation. The vast majority of survivors have joined the dwarf faction, defeating the rampaging ice giant crocodiles and ultimately achieving victory, which led them to this world of Flame Mountain. Upon posing several inquiries, we uncovered a rather peculiar situation. Those individuals who traversed the frigid world did not encounter the monstrous ice snow maidens. Instead, they faced the dwarf race rather than the malevolent dark dwarfs. More specific intelligence is currently under investigation, Zhao Gang hastily remarked. Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback. This situation was indeed quite unsettling. Leader Zhao Gang, thank you. Please continue to gather information. Certainly, once I have compiled the details, I shall inform you without delay. After concluding their exchange, Bai Qi promptly transferred 100 ordinary cigarettes to the other party. He had previously witnessed Zhao Gang smoking tobacco rolled in leaves, clearly revealing his status as an avid smoker. Upon receiving the 100 unfiltered yet seemingly well-presented cigarettes, Zhao Gang was overwhelmed with emotion. Heaven have mercy, he lamented. Having smoked for over a decade, consuming 2 to 3 packs daily, since arriving on the road to survival, his situation had turned dire. When the craving struck, he felt a profound despair, akin to that of a drug addict. Ultimately, he had no choice but to roll leaves for himself, which barely alleviated his nicotine addiction. Trembling, he lit a cigarette, and as the smoke filled his lungs, tears streamed down his face. Chapter 90. The Fire Rock Python. This was the most satisfying cigarette I have ever smoked in my life. After holding my breath for half a minute, Zhao Gang exhaled the smoke deeply. In a matter of moments, he finished the cigarette, carefully stowing the remaining 99 into his storage gear. From now on, until he secured a stable supply of cigarettes, he resolved to limit himself to 1 cigarette a day, half in the morning and half in the evening, never more. Zhao Gang swiftly contacted the core members from before and began assigning tasks to gather information. At present, it seemed that only Bai Qi might procure more cigarettes. Bai Qi relayed Zhao Gang and Appo's concerns to Gong Yingying and Xia Kiki, both of whom were equally puzzled. Could it be that the ice snow siren was a one-of-a-kind entity? Bai Qi observed number 1 and number 2, who were still consuming the core of the ice snow siren. Their aura was continuously growing stronger, now significantly surpassing the other 64 ice snow sirens. The extreme Ice Wolf King sat in the passenger seat, having grown even larger, with a shoulder height of 70 centimeters, exceeding that of most canine species. According to the explanation provided, the extreme Ice Wolf King was still in its juvenile phase. With a roar, Bai Qi pressed the accelerator, and the heavy off-road vehicle surged forward smoothly. The current power system was of stellar caliber, vastly superior to its predecessor. However, due to the survival core still being diamond level, the resource box detection range remained limited to 3,000 meters. Unlike the previous roads, the terrain was now strewn with various stones, and the tires kicked up clouds of dust as they rolled over the surface. Bai Qi and Appo's expression grew serious. Under such conditions, the vehicle and Appo's speed was severely restricted. Even with a stellar power system, it could not unleash its full potential. On either side of the gravel road lay an expansive desert, and given the vehicle and Appo's weight, it would surely become stuck if it ventured too far. Yet, Bai Qi was no longer as apprehensive about getting stuck as he once was. Now, he possessed a multitude of enslaved beasts and 66 flying ice snow sirens, making it easy to extricate himself if the need arose. Ding, ding, ding. The resource box alert chimed in, this time presenting a blue exceptional resource box. Bai Qi quickly halted the vehicle, glancing at the distance, approximately 800 meters away. The epic level ice snow force battle armor enveloped him snugly, and he opened the car door. Number 1. Having paused its consumption of the ice snow siren core, embraced Bai Qi and soared into the air. The scorching heat enveloped him, but the ice snow force battle armor shielded him completely. He felt no warmth at all. He glanced at Number 1, who held him gently, its body shrouded in cold mist, with no signs of melting snowflakes. Although Number 1 loathed the external heat, its embrace was tender, as if cradling its most beloved companion. If one were to traverse 800 meters on foot across the desert, it would undoubtedly be arduous and troublesome. However, with a flying ice snow siren carrying him, Bai Qi reached the resource box atop a small sand dune in less than a minute, clad in epic armor imbued with the formidable powers of ice and snow. Bai Qi truly exemplified audacity matched by skill. With a resounding thud, a colossal ice crocodile was summoned, landing steadily beside a resource box. The sound of shifting sands echoed as a serpent-like head, akin to a water jug in size, emerged from the grains. Hissing, the ice crocodile, enveloped in the sweltering air, grew agitated and lunged at the newly appeared serpent. The unknown snake was swiftly ensnared, icy tendrils of chill wrapping around it, inducing discomfort. With a hissing cry, the serpent and Appo's entire form rolled out of the sand, subsequently coiling tightly around its captor. Bai Qi gently patted his icy jade hands as the first ice fairy descended gracefully with him. At an altitude of 5 meters from the ground, Bai Qi scrutinized this distinctly different snake species. Its body, predominantly red, was adorned with black-brown stripes. It was indeed his first encounter with such a serpent. Descending further, he drew out his long blade. With a swift motion, he collected 5 exceptional life tokens that had fallen to the ground, subsequently issuing a command. Harvest. Obtain 300 units of fire rock python meat. Obtain 1 unit of fire rock python skin. Gathering all his spoils, Bai Qi then sliced open the resource box. He retrieved a fire rock lighter. Upon closer inspection, he realized this item was essentially a lighter of the flint variety. It would suffice, being far more convenient than a traditional flint, especially for lighting a cigarette with flare. Pleased with his acquisition, Bai Qi stowed the fire rock lighter away. Noting that his box of matches contained only 2 remaining, he had purchased a multitude of flintstones, yet igniting them required preliminary kindling of tissue paper, rendering them rather impractical. Once back in the vehicle, the first ice fairy exhaled in relief and resumed consuming the core of the ice fairy. Bai Qi examined a piece of fire rock python meat. Fire rock python meat, exceptional. Description: a chunk of meat infused with a modicum of flame power. Long-term consumption carries a low probability of granting flame abilities. The fire rock python skin also contained a trace of flame power, which Bai Qi decided to keep. As they continued their journey, the gravel road proved significantly more challenging than the previous one, resulting in a rather mediocre driving experience. Suddenly, a thought struck Bai Qi. With the ice fairies now possessing complete human forms, could they possibly operate vehicles? Unable to resist the idea, he summoned the first and second ice fairies, and after contemplation, he released all 64 other ice fairies from the enslavement space. Given the limited space in the cockpit, these ice fairies transformed their bodies into elongated forms, adeptly rearranging their shapes as part of their innate abilities. Pay close attention. This is the gear shift. This is the drive gear, and this is the neutral. Bai Qi began to instruct patiently. Soon, he realized something remarkable. These ice and snow nymphs were exceptionally intelligent, requiring no second explanation. The nymphs expressed their readiness to attempt driving. After assessing the road conditions nearby, Bai Qi relinquished the driver's seat. The first ice and snow nymph, a bit anxious, started to drive using the method Bai Qi had just demonstrated. With a roar, the rugged off-road vehicle glided smoothly forward. Despite being a novice, the first nymph outperformed many seasoned female drivers. Impressive. Bai Qi couldn't and Appo's help but exclaim. Through subtle perception, Bai Qi finally comprehended the source of the first nymph and Appo's remarkable driving skills. The ice and snow nymphs lacked a conventional visual system. They relied on the power of their souls to perceive everything around them. This soul power was incredibly refined, allowing the first nymph to deftly control the vehicle's speed on her very first attempt, far surpassing Bai Qi's use of the accelerator. Chapter 91. Selling cigarettes. Next came the time for the main group to practice driving. One by one, the ice and snow female demons took their turns, demonstrating commendable skill behind the wheel. Ultimately, Bai Qi decided to keep the first and second female demons occupied with consuming the cores of their ice and snow counterparts, while the two designated as the third and fourth commenced their vehicle journey. The rationale behind having both the third and fourth together was Bai Qi's apprehension about potential mishaps. Having an additional female demon overseeing the situation provided an extra layer of security. Seated in the passenger seat, Bai Qi initially harbored some concerns, frequently glancing at the road ahead. However, after approximately 10 kilometers without incident, he felt completely at ease. The driving prowess of the third female demon had surpassed his own. Opening the group chat, Bai Qi nodded in approval. In the Flame Mountain region, after nearly an hour, fewer than 100 casualties had been reported among the 100,000 participants, indicating that everyone had become quite adept. Having firearms is indeed advantageous. With just 3 shots, I dispatched an extraordinary-grade fire rock python, so now we have a substantial supply of exceptional-grade meat. Brother, yours must be a quality-grade pistol, right? I just expended 2 full magazines and barely managed to slay the guardian python of the treasure chest. These resource chests start at the extraordinary level, 1 tier above the frozen world. It feels exhilarating. Indeed, it seems that now, with firearms in hand, we are far better equipped than when we first entered the frozen world. How could mere extraordinary-grade pythons contend with firearms? Fellows, something feels amiss. All the beasts we encounter are fire rock pythons. Surely this Flame Mountain world cannot be inhabited by just this one type of monster? Hiss, it does seem somewhat peculiar. However, I encountered scorpions and mice in the desert, though I have yet to face any large predators. I also came across an army of ants. Their numbers were staggering. Thankfully, my vehicle has ample fuel, or I would have struggled to manage them. This world also harbors intelligent races. Has anyone encountered them? Not yet. Let us hope that these intelligent races resemble normal humans and are not monstrous beings. Monsters? What do you mean? The dwarven race cannot be considered monsters, can they? We are not the same as you. In the frozen world, we encountered ice and snow female demons, which are indeed monsters. Hiss, brother, please elaborate. How come our experiences differ so greatly? Bai Qi's thoughts drifted to his storage bracelet, where over 500,000 ordinary quality cigarettes remained. By now, everyone had opened resource chests to some extent, and the primary incentive for their endeavors was the extraordinary grade life marks dropped upon defeating the fire rock pythons. Bai Qi eagerly anticipated further enhancing his strength. Everyone, it seems you Haven and Oppos, T enjoyed his cigarette in several days. I have cigarettes for sale, but stock is limited, first come, first served. Image. Bai Qi posted an image of a lit ordinary cigarette, and the group chat fell silent for a moment before erupting in excitement. Whoa, cigarettes. Actual cigarettes. I've been holding out for days. My friend, how do you plan to sell them? Is there going to be an auction? Brother, stop stalling and just give us a price. Bai Qi, although cigarettes are delightful, one must not dare to demand exorbitant prices. Observing the multitude of fellow compatriots inquiring about prices and the incessant private messages, Bai Qi pondered. Should he set a sky-high price? It would tarnish his reputation in this new district, and reputation holds immense significance, a lesson he had learned from past experiences. After careful consideration, Bai Qi resolved to offer a price that seasoned smokers could find agreeable. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 cigarettes will only require 1 extraordinary level life mark or 10 pieces of extraordinary level meat. For rare materials and blueprints, please message me privately for a quote. Brothers, I have sent a private message. Please respond swiftly. This price seems quite reasonable, albeit slightly dubious, yet still acceptable. I happen to have gathered 400 pieces of fire rock python meat, which will now serve a purpose. An avalanche of private messages flooded in, and Bai Qi meticulously reviewed each one before swiftly commencing transactions. A vast quantity of meat appeared, and Bai Qi noted that most individuals were exchanging extraordinary level fire rock python meat. This left him somewhat perplexed. Ding. Bai Daolao, this is Chong Jin. You should not accept that fire rock python meat. It has issues. Bai Qi was taken aback, surprised to discover that Wang Chongjin was in the same area as him. Although Wang Chongjin had not contributed much during the previous battle, he had not engaged in any treachery either. Bai Qi held a favorable opinion of this individual who had provided a diverse array of exquisite materials. Brother Chongjian, it is splendid that we are in the same area. By the way, what issues does the fire rock python meat possess? Wang Chongjin grimaced, feeling quite vexed. As an enslaved elite ice-field wolf and 8 frost giant crocodiles outside were suffering immensely. The extraordinary level tiger was also unable to endure the oppressive heat outside and was now crammed inside the vehicle, basking in the air conditioning. By Dalao. You may have overlooked the messages in the group chat. The fire rock python meat contains the power of flames. Consuming it feels akin to being scorched from within. And many have been lamenting about the unpleasant experience. After expressing his gratitude, Bai Qi temporarily halted the transactions and approached the workbench. He proceeded to craft a healing ointment. A healing ointment crafted from extraordinary level fire rock python meat emerged. Healing ointment, extraordinary, description, usable both internally and externally, effective for treating minor to moderate injuries. Description, external application stops bleeding and promotes healing. Internal consumption replenishes vitality. Description, contains a small amount of flame power, resulting in a burning sensation upon use. This ointment indeed differed from the previous one, as it would induce a burning sensation. Bai Qi could not personally experience the intensity of this sensation. After some contemplation, he decided to refrain from accepting such meat for the time being. Ladies and gentlemen, I have gathered enough meat. I will now only exchange for extraordinary level life marks, rare materials, and blueprints. The group chat was immediately filled with lamentations, yet there was little room for rebuttal. In a gesture of gratitude towards Wang Chongjian, Bai Qi exchanged 1,000 ordinary cigarettes as a modest investment in him. Wang Chongjian was nearly moved to tears, for he was indeed a seasoned smoker. With 1,000 cigarettes, even indulging his greatest cravings, he could sustain himself for nearly half a month. The subsequent private transactions diminished significantly. However, by the conclusion of the dealings, Bai Qi had amassed 16,000 extraordinary life marks. Gulp, gulp, Bai Qi eagerly began to consume them, devouring nearly 100 before he paused. Sensing he had reached the limits of his capacity, the Ice Wolf King, far superior to him, continued to feast, having ingested over 2,000 before finally halting. A thunderous howl echoed, and Bai Qi turned to observe the impressive creature, now towering at a height of 1 meter, with a curious gaze. Chapter 92. The stellar-level ultra-fast ice maker once again, it stands resplendent in a coat of pristine white, emanating an aura of coldness that has intensified considerably. Moreover, the most significant transformation of the Ice Wolf King lies in its imposing presence, which has instilled a sense of trepidation among several ice and snow nymphs. Ding. Your friend Bai Qi has sent a trade request. Do you accept? Bai Qi has traded some exceptional life essence marks to Gong Yingying to enhance her strength, while Gong Yingying, in turn, has exchanged a batch of fire rock python meat. Even Xia Kiki, now armed with a handgun and a premium vehicle, has shown a marked increase in audacity. In approximately an hour, Bai Qi will reach a resource box, though the haul consists primarily of materials and schematics for vehicle components. These exceptional schematics are valuable to other survivors, yet Bai Qi finds them rather unimpressive. Ding. Brother Bai, I have a little something for you. Upon receiving the schematics from Wang Chongjian, Bai Qi casually clicked to confirm. Once in possession, he felt a surge of excitement. For, astonishingly, it was a one-time blueprint for an exceptional ice maker. In the blazing world of Fire Mountain, the significance of this blueprint cannot be overstated. While it would yield only an exceptional ice maker in the hands of others, Bai Qi, with the infusion of Soul Strike's power, could produce a flawless ice maker from the outset. Just moments ago, he had gifted Wang Chongjian 1,000 ordinary cigarettes, and now the latter reciprocated the kindness without stipulations. Resolutely, Bai Qi commenced the production of cigarettes to accumulate the power of the Soul Strike, and soon enough, the energy was amassed. Time to craft the ice maker. A radiant glow enveloped the abundant materials. Ding. The ice maker has been successfully constructed. You have acquired a stellar-level ultra-fast ice maker. Installation complete. Following Bai Qi's command, the ice maker was positioned in the sausage machine area, conveniently adjacent to a water pipe extending from the large tank in the bathroom. Ultra-fast ice maker, stellar, description, capable of producing 1 cubic meter of ice per minute at maximum speed. Description, ice block shapes and sizes can be customized. This ice maker stands approximately 1.5 meters tall, featuring a funnel at the top, clearly intended for water input. By pouring water into the funnel, one can customize the size and shape of the ice blocks, although the maximum dimensions cannot exceed the drawer's capacity. Bai Qi estimated that this large drawer could hold at least 100 liters of ice, which is undoubtedly sufficient. With a maximum output of 1 cubic meter of ice per minute, it is far more than Bai Qi could ever utilize. He opened the water pipe above, and pure drinking water flowed into the ice maker's funnel, creating small ice balls. Bai Qi set the machine to produce ice balls the size of pigeon eggs. And soon a series of gentle clinking sounds filled the air. When the sounds subsided, Bai Qi pulled open the large drawer to reveal an abundance of glistening, translucent ice balls. Perfect. Bai Qi toyed with a small ice ball before retrieving a large glass tumbler. After pouring in a refreshing cola, he tossed in a handful of ice balls. Once the ice began to melt, he took a sip and felt an exhilarating chill coursing through him. How delightful. Unfortunately, Ying does not partake in cola, rendering this pleasure somewhat wasted. Subsequently, Bai Qi traded a cup of cola ice cubes to Xia Kiki, who was so elated that she nearly leapt through the screen to express her gratitude. In this vast area, where over 100,000 people reside, the majority remain oblivious to his identity. His renown still requires expansion. The sweltering heat of over 60 degrees is utterly oppressive. A cup of cola ice provides a modicum of relief from the stifling warmth. As the group chat quieted, countless individuals found themselves astounded, some seething with indignation. Bai Qi, have some decency. Why flaunt your enjoyment when you could simply savor the ice on your own? Are you truly unafraid of attracting ill-intentioned individuals? Anger bubbled beneath the surface. I, too, feel compelled to confront Bai Qi in order to vent my frustration. Mind your tone, you upstairs dwellers. This is our esteemed Bai Qi. Only the boldest women could dare to challenge him. Hiss, does that not sound a bit suggestive? Bai Qi, dear brother, might you share some ice balls to soothe my throat? Dear brother Bai Qi, I am drenched in sweat. If you grant me some ice cubes, I would be delighted to engage in a video chat with you. Bai Qi turned to see 4 enchanting ice snow nymphs, each absorbed in their tasks, accompanied by a nearly perfect diamond-tier armored doll. Upon recalling Gong Ying's valiant visage, he felt no inclination towards these potentially seducing women. However, Bai Qi sensed an unsettling change within himself. His inner fire seemed to intensify, rendering him more impulsive and prone to errant thoughts than in recent days. The temper flaring in the group chat had also escalated significantly. Bai Qi extracted a piece of exquisite fire rock python meat, suspecting it might be the cause of this shift. If consuming such meat incited anger and irritability, it would indeed pose a grave concern. Ding. Brother Bai Qi, we have just identified a significant issue. Zhao Gang and Amp. Oppo's message arrived, prompting Bai Qi to hastily check. Brother Bai Qi, consuming that fire rock python meat induces an excruciating burning sensation, yet once one endures it, there are no lasting repercussions. However, upon inquiry, it appears that those who have eaten the meat tend to exhibit heightened irritability, with some even succumbing to sinister thoughts. Fortunately, thanks to the silicone dolls Bai Qi previously sold, they can alleviate some of this pent-up frustration. Those who have not consumed the fire rock python meat also experience similar, albeit less severe, issues. It seems even the very air here breeds agitation. After concluding his conversation with Zhao Gang, Bai Qi opened the window. A wave of scorching heat surged in an instant, and Bai Qi inhaled deeply, immediately feeling warmth coursing from his tongue to his very core. Moreover, a fierce energy began to manifest within him, stirring a hint of agitation in his temperament. It appeared that the challenge was not solely posed by the formidable beast of exceptional caliber, but rather, the environment itself was a significant factor, affecting even the act of respiration. Bai Qi's expression turned solemn as he closed the window. A cool breeze swept in, prompting him to contemplate another grave concern. Chapter 93. The fiery rock python. We had scarcely entered this place when a series of issues arose. The survival core indicated the presence of intelligent life here. One wonders what transformation such beings might undergo after enduring this harsh environment for countless years. Bai Qi furrowed his brow, sensing that the intelligent entities in this realm would likely be far less approachable than the diminutive demons of the frigid world. Ding, ding, ding. A sudden surge of excitement coursed through Bai Qi, for the display of the survival core unveiled a diamond-grade resource chest. This was the first time he had encountered such a high-quality cache. After a brief examination, he soared towards a location 2 kilometers away, guided by the first ice snow nymph. From a distance, Bai Qi spotted a distinctly radiant glow. Suddenly, a colossal ice crocodile was hurled down, causing the surrounding sands to erupt violently. Good heavens! Such a massive serpent! Bai Qi was astounded. This creature was a terrifying giant snake with a diameter exceeding 1 meter, dwarfing the previously slain superior-grade fiery rock python by countless magnitudes. It was so immense that it surely must be diamond-grade. If that were the case, he would have no choice but to slay it. Gazing down at the giant snake, which had clamped its jaws around the ice crocodile but appeared momentarily dazed due to its elemental attributes, Bai Qi couldn't help but feel an insatiable hunger for conquest. The majority of the serpent's body remained buried in the desert sands, yet the portion that emerged exceeded 20 meters in length, exuding an aura of brutality and terror. In this unforgiving world of survival, had such a fearsome serpent appeared in the peaceful realm Bai Qi had known before, it would have required heavy weaponry to bring it down. This serpent was markedly different from its predecessors. Its fiery red coloration was more pronounced, and it bore a protective layer of scale-like armor, suggesting its defensive capabilities far surpassed those of the previous pythons. Within mere seconds, the ice crocodile succumbed to its demise. However, the giant serpent did not consume it. Instead, it disdainfully cast the creature aside and raised its gargantuan head, resembling a water jug, to gaze at Bai Qi in the air. Bai Qi observed that the serpent's attention was primarily fixated on the ice snow nymph holding him, who had reached the pinnacle of perfect grade quality and exuded a far more formidable presence than he did. How might one subdue such a creature? Should he employ the sole pursuit sniper to inflict severe injury first, then capture and heal it? A glance at the vast array of superior grade beasts within his enslavement space led him to doubt that they could withstand the armored giant serpent. There appeared to be no other recourse. He could only hope that this creature would not surpass diamond grade. At that moment, the serpent's body began to coil and exert force, its lengthy form continuously emerging from the sands, igniting Bai Qi's desire even further. Should he manage to tame such a fearsome beast and ride upon its head as a steed, he would undoubtedly be the most dazzling figure in the world. With the king-grade sole pursuit sniper drawn, the immense serpent, poised to launch an aerial assault, suddenly froze, then, in a state of sheer terror, turned and fled. Bai Qi was taken aback. This was the first giant serpent he had encountered with such a keen sense of danger, which only intensified his desire to capture and enslave it. With a series of resounding thuds, blood splattered as the serpent emitted a terrified hiss, its massive head plunging into the desert in an attempt to burrow away from the onslaught. Bai Qi deliberately targeted non-lethal areas, and after a dozen shots, the colossal serpent finally convulsed and ceased its escape into the ground. With a mere thought, the ice snow nymph number 1 tenderly embraced him, gently lowering him to the ground. Heart pounding with trepidation, Bai Qi activated the ultimate enslavement scroll, unleashing a radiant white light of domination. Fortunately, it did not exceed the diamond level. Overjoyed, Bai Qi watched as the white light dissipated after several seconds, revealing that he had successfully acquired the giant serpent. Fire rock python, diamond. Description: a colossal serpent infused with the power of flames, possessing the ability to absorb fiery energy. Note: the serpent's body has begun to condense a core of flame. Once the core is fully formed, it will gain the ability to manipulate fire. In a swift motion, Bai Qi summoned the serpent into the enslavement space and hastened to the side of a diamond-level resource box. Upon opening it, he was dismayed to find a piece of diamond-grade refined iron. Once back in the vehicle, Bai Qi summoned the terrifying giant serpent into the expansive 2,000 square foot compartment. It was still bleeding profusely, the recent gunfire having inflicted significant wounds. Even its thick scales had not withstood the onslaught from the king-level handgun, paired with exceptional ammunition. Just as he was about to retrieve a healing ointment, an idea struck him. He took out the flame-infused healing salve he had previously crafted. As he applied it to one of the wounds, he observed the injury begin to mend, and through his senses, he detected no discomfort from the fire rock python. Quickly, Bai Qi utilized the flesh of the fire rock python to create additional healing salves, producing a small heap in no time. After treating its wounds, he returned the serpent to the enslavement space. Having witnessed the formidable nature of this python, Bai Qi was now poised to enslave numerous creatures. With only 100 slots available on the ultimate enslavement scroll, and knowing that the 66 ice snow nymphs were off-limits, along with 19 frost crocodiles that could venture into water, Bai Qi decided to focus on the beasts of the icy plains. Resolutely, he summoned 5 elite Icefield savage bears and 3 elite Icefield savage apes, releasing them from enslavement and acquiring a bounty of meat and fur. This left 8 vacancies on the enslavement scroll. Approaching the Survival Core S display screen, Bai Qi composed a message: "Attention everyone. The flesh of the fire rock python has considerable side effects. I am willing to assist. 3 pieces of meat can be exchanged for a single cigarette, while supplies last." The response was immediate. Wow, Bai Qi is truly magnanimous. Look at my private messages. I have 900 pieces of fire rock python meat. This could yield me 300 cigarettes. Haha. Our team possesses 3,000 pieces of fire rock python meat. We can exchange for 1,000 cigarettes. We and Oppos. LL never be short on smokes again. The esteemed Bai Qi truly possesses a benevolent heart. Previously, I had secretly criticized him for being rather mercenary, considering his desire to exchange ordinary cigarettes for extraordinary cuts of meat. However, it has become evident that he genuinely cares for everyone. After all, the meat is too daunting to consume, and discarding it would be a shame. Yet, if it could be exchanged for cigarettes, it would be sheer delight. Countless transactions commenced, and Bai Qi embarked on a frenzied trading spree. An hour later, the trading concluded, and his storage bracelet was nearly devoid of ordinary cigarettes. A staggering 155,000 exquisite pieces of fire rock python meat. How could such a barren world as the Flame Mountain yield so many pythons? Chapter 94, the most dazzling one in the world. Once again, the formidable force of crafting cigarettes surged through Bai Qi and Oppos' workspace, which was nothing short of diamond level in its efficiency. The pace of production was astonishingly swift. Presently, the fourth ice snow nymph was at the helm, and Bai Qi intended to cultivate several more adept nymph drivers, entrusting them with the responsibilities of driving in the future. A considerable quantity of perfect-grade healing ointments had been produced, each imbued with a distinct flame power, setting them apart from their predecessors. After administering a batch of high-quality healing ointments to the fire rock giant python, it had successfully regained its peak strength. As Bai Qi caressed the enormous serpent's head, he felt a searing warmth. The temperature of its body exceeded 60 degrees. The presence of the colossal serpent within the vehicle caused the interior temperature to rise, prompting the star-rated climate control system to activate, ensuring a comfortable environment. Return. After retrieving the fire rock giant python into the enslavement space, Bai Qi leapt from the vehicle. Arise, my serpentine steed. The fearsome 50-meter-long giant serpent emerged, and Bai Qi promptly vaulted onto its massive head. The fire rock giant python gradually lifted its head to an impressive height of 5 to 6 meters, its elongated body swaying gracefully. And Bai Qi was instantly enveloped by waves of heat. What an exhilarating experience! The sensation exceeded Bai Qi and Oppos' expectations. The serpent moved fluidly, maintaining perfect stability in its head, causing Bai Qi to feel no disorientation whatsoever. This fire rock giant python was significantly larger than Su Xian's white serpent, which was also diamond level. Could it be that the disparity among diamond-level creatures was so vast? Or perhaps Su Xian's white serpent was merely at the nascent stage of diamond level, yet to mature into its ultimate form? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Considering that Su Xian and Oppos' white serpent measured only 20 meters in length with a diameter of less than half a meter, rendering it vastly inferior compared to the fire rock giant python beneath him. Indeed, with a diameter exceeding 1 meter, the fire rock giant python could effortlessly consume Su Xian and Oppos' white serpent whole. With the fire rock giant python at his disposal, encounters with the fire rock python's near resource boxes became a breeze. Even the lower-tier serpents quivered in fear. In the frigid world, Su Xian gazed with icy disdain at a throng of men kneeling before him, overwhelmed by the oppressive presence of the white serpent. Mere hours had passed since the survivor contingent departed, and he was already confronted with a grave crisis. This group of men, stripped of their survivor status, plotted to slay his white serpent. Had it not been for a few young dwarves who discreetly alerted him, his beloved serpent might have faced dire misfortune. These men had excavated a vast pit, intending to lure the white serpent into its depths. Given the serpent and Oppos' tremendous weight, it was certain to plunge into the abyss. The pit and Oppos' bottom was drenched in half a meter of flammable liquid, and numerous spears were inserted into its depths. A gaping chasm, measuring over 10 meters deep, awaited the serpent's fall, and they had a contingency plan. Dozens of off-road vehicles laden with stones were poised nearby. According to their accounts, the orchestrator of this scheme intended to drive the vehicles directly into the pit to restrain the white serpent, subsequently igniting the fuel within. This, they believed, would guarantee the serpent's demise. Afterward, they prepared to enslave Su Xian, for he remained the sole survivor among them, and his workbench was still operational. Observing the deep pit, Su Xian clenched his fists tightly. He could endure insults and curses, but the safety of his beloved white serpent was paramount. Since a splendid grave had been prepared, they should all take their place within it. Su Xian's icy voice resonated, leaving a multitude of men momentarily stunned. Su Xian, we are merely accomplices. The masterminds are those few. Our crimes do not warrant death. One pleaded. Indeed, Su Xian, There are so many women and children of the dwarven demon tribe here. You need our assistance to oversee them. Another chimed in. I vow to remain loyal to you in the future. Just grant me this one forgiveness. They all beseeched. Su Xian was taken aback. He found their arguments compelling. As an ordinary individual who had inadvertently made a grand vow to remain here, he bore the significant responsibility of alleviating the demonic nature of the dwarven tribe. Without assistance, he was at a loss for how to proceed. Witnessing Su Xian and Apos' hesitation, a wave of relief washed over the crowd. Survival promised boundless possibilities. Their willingness to follow the leaders in digging traps and slaying the white serpent stemmed from their fear of this terrifying entity. Once the white serpent was vanquished, the balance of power here would become uncertain. A chilling hiss erupted from the white serpent, jolting Su Xian from his thoughts, and he glared furiously at the men. The white serpent had revealed to him that their intentions were still steeped in malice. Do you truly believe my compassion makes me pliable? You are even worse than the wicked dwarven demons. With a swift motion, the massive head of the white serpent lunged forward, swallowing one man whole. The horrifying scene plunged all the men into panic. Run! Help! No creature could outrun the white serpent, and soon, one by one, the men were devoured. Once this batch of hundreds was consumed, the white serpent glided over to Su Xian's side. Su Xian sighed as he gazed upon the now 35-meter-long terror. While he wished for no lives to be taken, these individuals did indeed deserve their fate. Had he not discovered the grand vow, the war among factions would likely persist until one side was entirely obliterated. Thus, he had, in fact, saved their lives. Subsequently, Su Xian followed the white serpent to the entrance of the underground realm. A large number of dwarven women were laboring diligently, and a road wide enough for vehicles had been excavated. Su Xian then ascended to the surface, where he blocked the entrance with his diamond-grade off-road vehicle, preventing any beast from entering the underground world. The thousands of other vehicles were left outside. Wait, where and Apos' little white? How could it vanish in the blink of an eye? Su Xian thought, but he paid it little mind. Even in the absence of the white serpent, the dwarven tribe regarded him with utmost reverence. He then directed the dwarven women to commence repairs on the passage leading to the outside world. As he walked, Su Xian engaged in self-reflection. The diminutive and robust female goblins bore no semblance to traditional femininity, yet I found myself repeatedly on the verge of losing control. Su and Apos' heart burned with increasing agitation. Even when encountering other women along the way, he nearly succumbed to madness on several occasions. It was precisely due to his extreme state of repression that he remained oblivious to the terrified expressions of the women he had just encountered, for he dared not gaze upon them in his struggle to suppress his desires. Chapter 95. A man creates a race upon returning to the palace. Su Xian splashed cold water on his face several times, feeling somewhat revitalized. Little white, how have you grown so large again? Su Xian gazed at the enormous white serpent, which was as thick as a water tank and over 40 meters long, with a perplexed expression. You haven't resorted to eating humans again, have you? A sense of trepidation washed over him. Indeed, he had forged a pact with the white serpent, yet he could not exert control over it. Hiss. Are you saying you've consumed all the men, leaving only those over 6,000 women? Su Xian trembled all over. The white serpent confirmed his fears with an affirmative hiss. Su Xian's body quaked even more violently, for the serpent conveyed another shocking revelation. You want me to create a race all by myself? With those 6,000 women? He sank onto the bed, overwhelmed by the magnitude of this news. It wasn't that he lacked desire for women. On the contrary, he had endured a fiery torment until now. However, the prospect of over 6,000 women was no trifling matter. Even if he were to engage with one each day, it would take nearly 20 years to cycle through them all, a notion that was utterly unfathomable. The white serpent emitted a disdainful yet encouraging hiss, leaving Su Xian momentarily speechless. Are you implying that I am now sufficiently powerful to handle this alone? The serpent affirmed once more. Su Xian stood in astonishment. Ever since the white serpent had consumed over 1,000 cores of the ice snow fairies, it seemed to have awakened an extraordinary level of wisdom. Encouraged by the serpent's words, Su Xian felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, though he had ingested only a few elite life marks. His physical prowess continued to strengthen, bolstered by the ongoing transfer of power from the white serpent. Thus, Su Xian now felt an unparalleled reservoir of energy within him. As he stepped outside the palace, he chanced upon several women passing by the entrance. Come here. Under the serpent's menacing influence, the group of women promptly yielded. While Su Xian busied himself, the white serpent silently slipped away. An overwhelming sense of terror enveloped the entire underground world. Around the sacred lake, the remains of over 10,000 fallen survivors still lay, seemingly of no interest to the icy behemoth that dwelled within. As time progressed, a sudden stirring occurred among the corpses, which began to rise stiffly and slowly make their way toward the sacred lake. Upon reaching the site, the lifeless bodies sank into the lake and Apos' depths. Like a chain reaction, countless others commenced to rise and follow suit toward the sacred lake. A day swiftly passed, the crimson hues in the sky began to fade, and soon the entire realm of the fiery mountains was engulfed in darkness. Bai Qi had long since stowed away the fire rock giant python. Riding the giant serpent was undeniably exhilarating. However, the air drawn into his lungs ignited a fiery sensation within him, and being alone, Bai Qi found himself unable to dissipate the heat. After extensive crafting, Bai Qi's workbench has now reached a remarkable level of Diamond 100-100. With just one starry-level blueprint, he could enhance its quality. However, according to the blueprint production rules, he would need to unlock resource chests of starry level or higher to obtain it, which Bai Qi perceived as a considerable challenge. In the meantime, he had several conversations with Wang Changjin, who had successfully captured multiple fire rock pythons. Through comparative analysis, Bai Qi understood the correlation between the quality and size of the pythons in the Flame Mountain world. Exceptional fire rock pythons typically have a diameter of 20 to 30 centimeters and a length of 5 to 10 meters, capable of easily swallowing a person whole. In contrast, perfect level fire rock pythons measure directly between 40 to 60 centimeters in diameter and 10 to 20 meters in length, proving quite formidable. As standard handguns struggle to penetrate their defenses, Wang Changjin had ensnared 2 perfect level fire rock pythons, albeit at the cost of the frost giants from the frozen world, who suffered significant casualties. Wang explained that the primary reason was the frost giants' inability to acclimate to the high temperatures here, ultimately succumbing to heat exhaustion. Bai Qi couldn't and Apos' helped but feel a sense of relief, thankful that his ultimate enslavement scroll came equipped with a built-in enslavement space, making his task considerably easier. As night fell, the temperature began to gradually decline. The daytime peak had soared to an astonishing 68 degrees, far more terrifying than a sauna. Throughout the day, the death toll remained below 5,000, with at least half of those perishing due to the sweltering heat, predominantly weak men and opportunistic women. Their ordinary air conditioning and vehicles were utterly incapable of withstanding the oppressive temperatures exceeding 60 degrees. Yet, with superior vehicles and high-quality air conditioning, one could endure the heat. Even so, these individuals struggled, as it was reported that the interior of their vehicles reached around 40 degrees, making it akin to a sauna inside. However, with sufficient hydration, they could manage. Only exceptional air conditioning could provide comfort in such extreme conditions. As for Bai Qi, equipped with a starry-level vehicle and air conditioning, he was truly there to relish the experience. Sipping on cola with ice, he resumed crafting ordinary cigarettes from the fire rock python meat that others were too fearful to consume, yet reluctant to discard. Wang Changjin let out a heavy sigh of relief and then burst into hearty laughter. Ling Jia, I never imagined you had such a trick up your sleeve. It is truly unprecedented. Upon hearing Wang Changjin's praise, Lu Ling slowly lifted her head. Changjin, as long as you are happy, I am willing to do anything, Lu Ling said with infinite tenderness. Wang Changjin felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After receiving Lu Ling's assistance, he noticed a significant reduction in his agitation. His mindset had become much calmer. Moreover, he realized that Lu Ling had also been somewhat restless earlier, yet she now radiated a serene gentleness. During the fierce battle in the frigid world, he remained positioned behind the formidable chieftain Bai Qi and Apos' vehicle, refraining from revealing himself amidst the skirmishes with the diminutive demon warriors. However, once the diminutive demons were decisively overwhelmed by both Chieftain Bai Qi and his extraordinary wife, he resolutely joined the fray, ultimately slaying a multitude of fleeing survivors with the aid of several elite beasts. Lu Ling, not far away, similarly drove her vehicle to dispatch numerous adversaries. In the end, Wang Changjin exchanged his contribution points for 2 exceptional handguns and a substantial cache of ammunition, while Lu Ling produced a divine artifact obtained from a resource chest, the vehicle locking scroll. Upon securing Wang Changjin and Apos' consent, Lu Ling utilized the scroll, ensuring that as long as both she and Wang Changjin remained alive, their vehicles would be bound together. Thus, they found themselves separated upon entering the world of Flame Mountain. Chapter 96, Sudden Wealth. Originally, Lu Ling had acquired the vehicle lock scroll long ago, yet she had not found a suitable target. After being rescued by Bai Qi, She wished to offer this scroll along with herself. However, Bai Qi disregarded her and departed without a word. Subsequently, after much deliberation, Lu Ling finally chose the dashing Wang Changjin, who at that time possessed 10 fierce beasts in the camp. With boundless tenderness, she embraced Wang Changjin's insecurities and shame, ultimately winning the heart of this man. Wang Changjin, after a brief respite, suddenly had an idea spring forth in his mind. "Sister Ling, I've thought of something. Come, let me share it with you, and see if you can manage it." Lu Ling gently cradled Wang Changjin and Apos' head, tenderly massaging him. "Dear brother, you may count on your sister. Even if it requires me to risk my life, I shall strive to accomplish it," she declared resolutely, which moved Wang Changjin deeply. "Sister Ling, this is a technique I once saw in a film. You see, it requires us to do this," as Wang Changjin spoke. He noticed Lu Ling's expression shift to one of astonishment. Just as he was about to suggest she need not feel pressured, Lu Ling firmly nodded, and thus commenced their endeavor. Outside the vehicle, 2 perfect-grade fire rock pythons and 5 extraordinary grade ones stood guard, making a total of 7. Meanwhile, the tiger that Wang Changjin cherished most was curled up within Lu Ling's vehicle. Furthermore, the extraordinary grade tiger was already consuming an extraordinary grade life mark, a testament to the successful sales of extraordinary grade healing ointments that Wang Changjin had made throughout the day. This was yet another reason for his particular satisfaction with Lu Ling. Her assistance in selling the extraordinary grade healing ointments fetched a price significantly higher than he had set, proving her to be a wise partner. Though the night was shrouded in darkness, it was not entirely devoid of light. In the vast expanse of the night sky, numerous points radiated a crimson glow, imparting a semblance of illumination to the nocturnal landscape. None among them found repose, for it was customary that fierce beasts would launch attacks as night fell. Bai Qi, however, remained unconcerned, for outside stood the diamond-grade fire rock giant python to guard them, rendering any ordinary beast that dared approach merely fodder. Yet, there lingered a perplexity in Bai Qi's mind. Having traveled at least 300 kilometers today, with not a shred of vegetation in sight, he marveled at how so many fire rock pythons could thrive in such barren terrain. Particularly, he pondered the immense size of the diamond-grade fire rock giant python he had enslaved. Its colossal form left him bewildered as to its growth. With a chuckle, Bai Qi proceeded to enslave a perfect-grade fire rock python, approximately half a meter in diameter and 15 meters long, captured without harm. This fire rock python was in excellent condition. Bai Qi promptly unleashed a plethora of perfect-grade quick-acting healing ointments, which the fire rock python eagerly devoured, causing its body to visibly swell. After all, he had an abundance of such quick-acting healing ointments imbued with fiery power, and thus he decided to continue feeding it generously. After consuming several large bowls, the diameter of this fire rock python has finally reached nearly 1 meter, with a length of approximately 30 meters. Fortunately, the interior space of the carriage is sufficiently large, otherwise, accommodating such a colossal creature would be quite impossible. A hissing sound emerged, and although Bai Qi could not comprehend its meaning, the joy and exhilaration conveyed were unmistakable. Soon, this magnificent fire rock python coiled up and fell into a deep slumber, while a gentle warmth continuously emanated from its massive body. Bai Qi chose not to store it away, as it was evident that the fire rock python had reached its limits and might be on the verge of accumulating strength to ascend to a higher level. Casting a glance at the diamond-level fire rock giant python, which remained vigilant outside, Bai Qi did not neglect it. Instead, he fed it a substantial bowl of perfect-grade quick-acting healing ointment. Consequently, the giant python expressed a desire for more. Bai Qi suddenly understood that thriving in such a barren environment to attain diamond level was no small feat. It was likely that it had not had an adequate food supply to reach its pinnacle. With a flourish, Bai Qi released a vast quantity of perfect-grade quick-acting healing ointment imbued with fiery energy, aiming to replenish the creature's vitality and energy, as this quality would suffice. Opening the group chat, the atmosphere was indeed lively. The attack on my vehicle was also from a fire rock python. Is this world populated solely by such fierce beasts? Over here, our convoy has encountered an assault from a horde of pythons, but we are armed with handguns and fuel. This time, we are likely to harvest a considerable amount of python meat and skins. I hope Bai Qi has enough cigarettes. My craving is intense, and I feel the need to stockpile a massive quantity to find peace of mind. Oh no, why am I being attacked by a perfect-grade fire rock python? My handgun is ordinary. I feel doomed. Help. Come down. Once the python entangles your vehicle, shoot at a specific spot, and you should be able to breach its defenses. Thank you. If I am saved, I will certainly express my gratitude. Seeing this, Bai Qi continued to sell cigarettes. To encourage those seasoned smokers who had already purchased a considerable number of cigarettes to stock up even more, he reduced the price. Now, merely 2 pieces of fire rock python meat could be exchanged for a single ordinary cigarette. This move immediately prompted countless veteran smokers to cheer, praising Bai Qi's generosity. Coupled with the support from survivors in the same district as Bai Qi, his reputation soared rapidly. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Qi began to utilize the perfect-grade quick-acting healing ointment infused with fiery energy to concoct quick-acting healing potions. Although these potions also possessed a hint of fiery energy, they could heal wounds and replenish vitality, with benefits far outweighing any side effects. Moreover, these side effects were not without their own merits. Over time, they might even bestow some fiery power. In terms of pricing, the perfect-grade quick-acting healing potions were not to be exchanged for mere meat chunks. After careful evaluation, Bai Qi set the price at 5 superior-grade life tokens for a 500-milliliter bottle of quick-acting healing potion or a trade for 1 superior-grade python skin. Initially, most individuals harbored skepticism towards this miraculous quick-acting healing potion. However, those survivors hailing from the same district as Bai Qi began to extol its virtues, proclaiming it to be a divine elixir unmatched by anything on earth. This fervent endorsement swayed many. After experiencing the extraordinary effects of the premium, quick-acting healing potion firsthand, they too became ardent advocates, leading to an overwhelming demand that far exceeded Bai Qi's supply. After a span of 3 full hours, Bai Qi finally ceased transactions, reaping rewards that were nothing short of unimaginable. Chapter 97. The Ice and Snow Nymphs Speak. At present, he had exchanged for 6,000 pieces of exquisite fire rock python skin and 50,000 exquisite life tokens. Adding the more than 10,000 life tokens previously acquired from selling cigarettes, the total amount reached 63,000. The storage bracelet contained an astonishing 3 million pieces of exquisite fire rock python meat, a single block of what could yield 50 ordinary cigarettes, while the equivalent in exquisite fire rock python meat could produce 100. Furthermore, such quality meat could be transformed into a perfect-grade, swift-acting healing ointment with just 10 pieces, resulting in a concoction weighing 400 grams, sufficient to create 80 bottles of 500 milliliters of perfect-grade swift-acting healing potion. This was undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Bai Qi finally comprehended the immense profits within the cigarette and pharmaceutical industries, which was almost unfathomable. Just as Bai Qi was preparing to take a rest, another piece of good news arrived. The first and second ice and snow nymphs, having consumed nearly 100 ice and snow nymph cores, had finally ascended to diamond-grade quality. Compared to before, the icy power within them was now more profound, and they appeared significantly more refined. The 2 ice and snow nymphs radiated a faint diamond glow, exuding an enchanting beauty. Master, Master, the crisp yet somewhat awkward voices echoed, startling Bai Qi. They no longer communicated through soul transmission, they were genuinely vocalizing. You? Bai Qi inquired, observing how the snowfall on one side of the first ice and snow nymph's face dissipated, revealing a throat formed of ice and snow, allowing her to produce real sounds through friction. Close it quickly, do not open it like that again. It's somewhat unsettling, Bai Qi hastily instructed. Yes, Master. The servant acknowledges her error. Please punish me, Master. The first ice and snow nymph knelt down, a hint of trepidation in her demeanor. Get up. It ain't oppos. That's fine. No need to kneel, Bai Qi replied. Yes, Master. As Bai Qi gazed at the now more corporeal ice and snow nymphs, who previously appeared cold as ice, he inexplicably felt a surge of warmth within. Come, I shall teach you a massage technique. Your bodies are adept at manipulation, so you should excel at it. Yes, Master. The first and second ice and snow nymphs eagerly approached Bai Qi, listening intently. It seemed that after their elevation to diamond grade, they had become notably more astute, not only grasping Bai Qi's intentions with remarkable speed, but also enhancing them with their own adjustments, leaving Bai Qi thoroughly satisfied. The ice and snow nymphs were naturally quite cool, and soon Bai Qi's earlier warmth dissipated. Subsequently, he retrieved all the remaining ice and snow nymph cores. As the first and second had just reached diamond grade, there was still ample room for further enhancement. Understanding their potential, Bai Qi decided against having them engage in combat. Their role would be to attend to him, while he would leave the fighting to the formidable fire rock python. During the recent service to Bai Qi, he assessed their current prowess. Merely judging by strength, the newly ascended diamond-level ice and snow female demon possesses a formidable strength of 2,000 gene. This is a remarkable doubling compared to the 1000 gene of her previous peak perfection level. Now, both number 1 and number 2 can effortlessly carry Bai Qi through the skies with abandon, as their power has increased. So too has their mastery over the icy forces within them. Initially, they could only manipulate snowflakes to assault their targets. However, they can now wield cold currents for more intricate attacks. Bai Qi has recently experienced the potency of their subtle cold current strikes multiple times. In terms of flying speed, Bai Qi only allowed number 1 to carry him for a swift tour within the expansive compartment, and the acceleration was astonishing, likely nearing the speed of sound. This is precisely why Bai Qi continues to enhance number 1 and number 2. Should they persist in consuming the cores of ice and snow female demons to grow stronger, they would indeed become a formidable trump card. Bai Qi has even begun to ponder that if the ice and snow female demon were to wield a starry sharp steel blade and dance through the air with rapid strikes, he could scarcely fathom an enemy capable of withstanding such an assault. The ice and snow female demons remain immune to conventional physical harm, and their icy forms have become denser. Bai Qi tested this. Even a high-quality blade struggled to penetrate their defenses. They indeed have names. Originally, number 1 and number 2 were called Eve and Mona, respectively. Yet, the two no longer wish to retain their former identities. As all that has transpired has become a thing of the past, they simply wish to loyally accompany Bai Qi. Bai Qi can sense the sincerity of number 1 and number 2. Even if he commanded them to face death, they would not hesitate for a moment. The other 64 ice and snow female demons, though not as intimately bonded with him as number 1 and number 2, exhibit a similar loyalty. For Bai Qi has avenged their long-standing grievances against their race. In truth, they have always been at a disadvantage in their battles against the dwarven tribe. When the ice and snow female demons numbered in the thousands, they could still initiate attacks, but with the advent of weapons like rockets, they became targets for the dwarven hunters. The discovery of over 6,000 ice and snow female demon cores in the dwarven priest and amp, Apos, palace serves as evidence of this. In recent decades, they have been forced to retreat deep into the sacred lake, emerging only occasionally to hunt the cold-blooded giant crocodile. Even with such caution, sisters occasionally fall prey to hunters. Thus, had it not been for Bai Qi's assistance, their extinction would have merely been a matter of time. Fatigued, Bai Qi succumbed to a deep slumber, while number 1 and number 2, the ice and snow female demons, hovered beside the bed, gazing tenderly at the man who had avenged them and rendered them stronger. The perfect level fire rock python remained coiled, its thick skin twitching as heat radiated from it. In the boundless distance, towering mountains pierced the heavens, their summits marked by colossal openings belching flames. These are isolated, gargantuan peaks, each exceeding 5,000 meters in height. On the mountainside, a 10-meter-wide earthen road spiraled upwards, resembling a miraculous pathway leading directly to the summit. In the stillness of the night, the serene peak echoed with creaking sounds as a series of massive stone doors swung open, allowing a multitude of humanoid beings to stream forth before dispersing in various directions. Suddenly, a blazing crimson light illuminated the surroundings, heralding the dawn of a new day. Upon opening his eyes, Bai Qi was greeted by the sight of the first and second ice and snow sirens, who sat beside him, watching him quietly, even devoid of true eyes. The sirens behaved just like ordinary beings, seemingly possessing the ability to observe. Master, the fire python has shed its skin. They gently assisted Bai Qi to his feet. As he surveyed the scene, he was immediately confronted by the sight of a terrifying creature measuring 40 meters in length. Chapter 98, Emergency. To his astonishment, the opponent had remarkably ascended to the diamond level, officially becoming a fire rock python. Feast. Bai Qi unleashed a plethora of healing ointments, which the newly promoted diamond-level fire rock python eagerly devoured. Gazing through the window, Bai Qi was taken aback. For the external diamond-level fire rock python had grown significantly larger since the previous day. He hastily leaped from the vehicle, measuring the creature, and gasped. It measured a diameter of 2.3 meters and a length of 65 meters. It had grown by over 10 meters since last night. Continue to feast. Bai Qi and Apos' eyes sparkled as he hurled an abundance of healing ointments, which the fire rock python joyfully consumed. His ultimate slave scroll was only at the diamond level. He was uncertain whether enslaving a fierce beast would remain confined to that level. Nevertheless, it was worth a try. If the enslaved creature could transcend the diamond level, it would indeed be a fortuitous event. As for any unforeseen occurrences following its ascension, Bai Qi was unperturbed. The enslavement scroll was formidable, binding the opponent and amp, Apos, soul. And should any irregularities arise, it could instantly obliterate the foe's essence. Moreover, even if the fire rock python were to advance to the star level beyond diamond, Bai Qi was confident in his ability to contend with it. Not only did his vehicle boast several star-level components, but he also possessed a king-level Soul Pursuit sniper rifle. Coupled with diamond or even star-level ammunition, he could undoubtedly slay a star-level python. If all else failed, he had the Ice Snow Nymph to aid his escape, surely. A python that ascended would not sprout wings. Onward, Bai Qi commanded with fervor, prompting the third and fourth Ice Snow Nymphs to take the wheel. While the first and second continued to consume the cores of the Ice Snow Nymphs to bolster their strength, Bai Qi then accessed the group chat interface. Region: Fire Mountain 1. Population: 88, 563 100, 000. Bai Qi recalled that at dusk the previous night, the number had been 95, 263, indicating a reduction of merely 700 individuals overnight. I find 700 to be a rather insignificant number. It appeared that the preceding horrifying casualty figures had skewed his perception of shock. He shook his head, upon reflection. The peril of nighttime in the Fire Mountain world was not trivial. After all, most survivors were armed, and vehicles were predominantly of superior quality. Given this, the loss of 700 lives underscored the brutality of survival on the road. After briefly perusing the group chat, Bai Qi grasped the reasons behind the numerous fatalities from the previous night. A considerable portion had encountered perfect-level fire rock pythons, leading to overturned vehicles or lethal breaches. Additionally, some had crossed paths with the natives. Bai Qi scrolled through multiple messages, ultimately confirming this unsettling information. The natives hunted survivors. This revelation sent a chill down his spine. As for the fate of those who fell to the natives, no further information had yet emerged. Ding. Everyone, last night I faced an ambush from a group of natives. With the aid of an excellent-level vehicle and 2 handguns, I dispatched 3 natives. Please take a look. Observing the sudden influx of information, Bai Qi hastily opened the image. Before him lay a pair of powerful arms hoisting a peculiar human figure. The reason for its peculiarity stemmed from the red-black hue of the indigenous corpse's skin, reminiscent of the infernal baron he had once encountered. Brother, impressive. You've managed to slay several natives, but they certainly appear vastly different from us. Indeed. Could it be that the intelligent life here is of this kind, having undergone mutations that necessitate our intervention? It is plausible. Those who participated in the faction wars mentioned that many survivors who allied with the malevolent goblin tribe were stripped of their survivor status, even if they had not perished. I suspect these natives have transformed similarly, no longer qualifying as genuine humans. Upon entering this world, the third guideline was explicit. The exploration of this realm might trigger a final quest, urging survivors to choose with caution. It seems likely that this involves a faction selection akin to previous encounters. This matter is of utmost significance regarding life and death. Thus, one must not act impulsively but rather deliberate thoroughly before reaching a decision. A multitude of voices erupted in discussion. The news of the faction wars had spread among those who had traversed from other areas. Bai Qi nodded in agreement, noting that these natives truly bore little resemblance to humanity. Unlike the malevolent goblins, who merely coerce solitary survivors into their tribes without resorting to killing, these natives exhibited a starkly different demeanor, exhibiting a ferocity surpassing even that of the goblins. As he continued to observe the group chat, the topic of forming teams arose once more. Bai Qi felt a tinge of exasperation. After an entire day of driving, he had yet to encounter a single soul. This left him questioning whether he had once more been placed at the far end of the road. Number 3, Number 4, please accelerate slightly, prioritizing safety. Yes, master. Yes, master. 2 earnest and respectful voices resonated from the depths of their souls. As the driver, Bai Qi had provided additional Ice Snow female core enhancements to numbers 3 and 4, elevating them to the pinnacle of perfection, each possessing a strength of 1,000 pounds. For the Ice Snow females, strength was merely an ancillary benefit. The primary enhancement lay in the intensification of the ice power within them. As he stroked the approaching Ice Wolf King, Bai Qi felt a pang of nostalgia. The once diminutive wolf pup had grown to a height of 1.20 meters, nearly matching his own stature, and was still rapidly maturing. With a swift motion, Bai Qi leapt onto the head of the fire rock giant python, which moved with far greater speed than the vehicle could manage on the rocky terrain. However, he could not abandon the car entirely to advance alone. It was, in fact, the vehicle and Oppo's pace that hindered their progress. There was, however, a method to expedite their journey: to have all the Ice Snow females collectively lift the vehicle and soar through the skies. It is merely a bit challenging, and the external environment is characterized by high temperatures. The ice-snow nymph must expend her internal icy power to combat the heat, which may prove counterproductive. Before long, the clock struck 2 in the afternoon. Bai Qi had only opened a few resource boxes, yielding nothing beyond materials. Ding. Esteemed Bai, I have discovered an intriguing situation. Not far from the roadside, there exists a settlement established by the indigenous people who appear to exhibit no aggression. I have observed some of them extending friendly invitations to the survivors. Furthermore, there seems to be a marketplace in that vicinity where trade might be conducted. However, this group of survivors intends to eliminate these indigenous individuals. They had recently urged me to join their cause, but I declined for the time being. What are your thoughts? Esteemed Bai? Upon reading the message from Wang Chongjin, Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback.